The intense sunlight scorched my body, and, as I awoke from a nightmare, I was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if a truck weighing several tons had run over me. Struggling to open my eyes, I was astonished to find my entire body chilled and my clothes mysteriously absent. What on earth happened to me? This is just my luck. I shook my head vigorously, attempting to recall the events that had transpired. After a minute of confusion, the memories came flooding back. Recently, I had been beset by misfortunes and decided to use the last of my savings 10,000 yuan to embark on a journey to Igua, hoping to shed my ill fate. Little did I know that fate had other plans for me. A sudden bolt of lightning struck our aircraft. Splitting it in two, I lost consciousness amidst the chaos. And when I regained my senses, I found myself in this dire predicament. Ugh, is that seawater? Am I somewhere in the Hangzhou Ocean? I pondered the flight path of the plane, grasping at straws. There was no one to answer my questions, save for the shimmering white beach and the rolling waves. As I gazed into the distance, I noticed another figure on the beach along with some fragments of white metal. Surely, the others haven't been devoured by sharks? Filled with confusion and dissatisfaction, I approached the figure. The person lay face down, like me, their clothing swept away by the tide. From the hair, it appeared to be a woman. She had lovely hair, smooth skin, and a perfectly proportioned figure likely a city professional. Unlike me, a laborer. It would be a tragedy if such a beauty perished here. There are millions of bachelors in our country eagerly seeking wives. What am I thinking at a time like this? Saving her is paramount. What if she's still alive? I forcefully pushed aside my chaotic thoughts, grasped her pale arm, and turned her over. Guoling, what's she doing on this plane? I was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't seen her when boarding, probably because she was seated in first class. Her face evoked a torrent of memories. Guoling was my high school classmate, and she had a twin sister, Gui Xiaofei. We had once been quite close, but after I started dating her sister, our relationship soured dramatically. To sabotage my romance with Xiaofei, Guoling had frequently argued with me and disclosed our affair to school authorities and parents. Eventually, leveraging her family's powerful connections, she ensured I was expelled to a different school. After graduating, I enlisted in the army while they pursued higher education. Time flew by, and it had been 7 or 8 years since we last crossed paths. I had heard that Guoling succeeded her mother as the general manager of the family company, while Xiaofei became a highly coveted flight attendant. Despite the years of silence, I could vividly remember her face, particularly the faint scar on her hairline remnant of our quarrels. Damn it, you deserve this misfortune for breaking me and Xiaofei apart. Reflecting on those unpleasant memories, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. After all these years, she's only grown more. Observing her fair skin, I took in every detail, unable to suppress a gulp. Curse it, she's fallen into my hands again. I hope she's not too short-lived. Cursing aside, I checked her carotid artery and discovered a faint pulse, confirming that she was still alive. Noticing the water stains at the corner of her mouth and her slightly distended abdomen, it was evident that she had inhaled seawater, an unmistakable sign of drowning. To revive her, the first step was to expel the water from her stomach. The common method involves performing abdominal thrusts, but I opted for a quicker and more effective approach, directly striking her back. Cough, cough, coughed as the seawater was expelled. Guoling erupted into a series of coughs, followed by a sharp scream. What's all the fuss about? I chastised her with a firm slap before unceremoniously tossing her onto the sand. Guoling sat up, and upon recognizing me, her mouth fell open in disbelief. After all these years, have I become more handsome? I flexed my biceps and showcased my six-pack abs, a testament to years of rigorous training. Lu, you shameless rogue, what have you done to me? Where are my clothes? Guoling finally regained her composure and began her tirade. Before she could finish her reprimand, she hastily shielded herself, turning away to hide her modesty. Damn it, I'm just as curious about where our clothes went. Here we are, a lone man and woman, and your figure is as slender as a reed, flat as an airstrip. I certainly have no interest in looking, I retorted, unable to hold back my disdain for her. Ugh. You blind fool, furious. Guoling turned back to me, her embarrassment notwithstanding. She would not concede to my baseless defamation. You're just too sandy. Clean yourself up before showing yourself to me. Haha. I laughed heartily as I made my way toward the shore, intent on gathering useful items. Lu, you scoundrel. You lecher. Go find my sister. Guoling Yu shouted angrily from behind. My previously buoyant mood plummeted as the weight of her words settled in. I had specifically chosen a flight that Xiao Fei was working on, and in the commotion with Guoling Yu, I had completely forgotten about it. Looking around, I realized that aside from the two of us, there was no one else on this beach. Scanning the horizon, I spotted only a few remnants of the aircraft washed ashore. Xiao Fei, where are you? I shouted with all my might, hoping she could hear me, but all I received in return was the relentless sound of crashing waves. We need to search elsewhere. What if she and the others have washed up on a different shore? Guoling Yu, still concerned for her sister, disregarded her own condition and limped alongside me, determined to search further. After walking approximately 100 meters, I heard Guoling Yu yelp behind me. Turning back, I discovered she had cut her foot on a shell, blood seeping from the wound. For someone of her stature, this was a serious injury that I rushed back to his sister. Get away. Don't touch me. Guoling Yu glared at me, as if I were trying to take advantage of her plight. I couldn't care less about you. I'm not interested. Frustrated by her ingratitude, I turned and continued forward. I traversed a rocky area. I stumbled upon a body wedged between the stones. The man was lifeless, wearing a shirt that had been partially torn. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, I decided that even a scrap of fabric should not go to waste. After all, leaving on a corpse would merely be a waste. As I worked to remove the deceased man's clothing, a piercing scream echoed behind me. I knew without a doubt that Guoling Yu had been horrified by the sight. The appearance of drowned individuals is often grotesque, and as a refined lady, she was unaccustomed to such sights. Disgusting. They even won't spare the clothes of the dead. Guoling Yu had approached me from behind, presumably driven by fear of being alone. Disgusting? It's far better than your flimsy leaves. Only when mosquitoes bite you will you truly comprehend what real disgust is. I was deeply concerned about our survival on this island. Before the rescue team arrived, everything here could easily claim our lives. Food could be foraged, but fresh water posed a grave issue. As night fell, temperatures would plummet, bringing intense cold. The ferocious mosquitoes of the night were formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. Despite the harshness of the situation, I tore a strip from the tattered clothing, enough to shield our vital areas. Guoling Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually wrapped the ragged cloth around herself. To alleviate the awkwardness, I promptly turned and strode ahead. Muttering form is emptiness. Emptiness is form under my breath. After navigating through a dense thicket, I suddenly spotted a red and white object in the distance. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a large piece of aircraft debris. Hurry over, Fei, and the others might be this way. After calling to Guoling Yu, I quickened my pace. Upon exiting the grove, I noticed several figures moving about ahead. Although they resembled a ragged band of beggars, I was certain they were passengers from the aircraft. Strangely invigorated, Guoling Yu sprinted towards the group without a backward glance. I remained unhurried, walking at a steady pace. I neared the crowd. I noticed a black leather handbag by the water's edge and promptly picked it up. Inside, the contents were jumbled: a bank card, a watch, and a golden square object. Upon closer examination, I couldn't help but smile. Was a Cartier lighter. Additionally, there was a passport belonging to a Yin Xuanfu, whose photo matched that of the deceased man. What a coincidence! Since it was an unclaimed item, I decided to keep it for myself. Hey, hand over what you found. It may belong to someone else or be a relic of the deceased. When the rescue team arrives, everything should be returned to its rightful owner. A relatively well-dressed man approached me, speaking with a sense of authority. After speaking, he gestured to a nearby pile where several items had been gathered, likely collected by the others. And who might you be? I refused to relinquish the handbag. Though he appeared presentable, he exuded the demeanor of a typical hypocrite. I am Fei, a branch manager at Lonely Group. The pilot of this flight, Yang Baichun, is a close friend of mine. That he gestured towards a man in a flight uniform directing others to gather their belongings. Manager he? I'm afraid I don't know you. This bag is mine, and I intend to keep it. I had no intention of acknowledging his authority, be it as a manager or a pilot. Within the bag were two items of significant value: the watch and the lighter. Given the owner's demise, I was resolute in my decision to keep them. Lonely Group was indeed well known, reputed for its affluent executives, and I surmised that Fei was no exception. His expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. Regardless of ownership, it must be taken for now. Once everything has been sorted, it will be returned to you. His tone lacked confidence, and his gaze avoided mine, raising my suspicion. Observing more closely, I noticed several burly men loitering nearby, clearly affiliated with Yang Baichun and He Fei. Why is he so intent on gathering all the items? Surely, there's something amiss? I pondered silently, though my expression remained neutral like the tea that moment. Feier approached, her sister Guan Lingyu trailing behind her. Li, how are you? Are you all right? Feier asked with concern, casting me meaningful glances that heightened my alertness. Guan Xiaofei, what are you doing here? Hurry back. He Fei's voice was suddenly harsh, reminiscent of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. He's my classmate, Feier stammered, her confidence wavering in the face of He Fei's authority. His commanding tone further fueled my disdain. I might have accepted it had it come from the pilot, Yang Baichun. But He Fei had no rightful claim to exert such dominance. Noticing Feier's nervous demeanor, I understood that something serious was unfolding. Without a doubt, this group harbored ill intentions, classmate or not. Return immediately. Go over there and drop the handbag, He Fei insisted, treating it as if it were his own property. The ragged individuals surrounding him clearly differed from Feier, and their attire was disheveled compared to the more polished appearance of his group. Why should I just relinquish my bag at your command? This belongs to me. I felt my irritation rising to a T that moment. Guan Lingyu arrived just in time to hear my protest. Huh, you pauper, as if you could afford a Louis Vuitton handbag. This alone costs over 100,000. You've probably never even seen one. Guan Lingyu's scornful remark revealed my lack of familiarity with luxury items, as I typically carried a modest bag worth little more than 100. Sister. Feier shot Guan Lingyu an anxious glance, her demeanor shifting to one of high status after donning the ragged clothing. Hand over the handbag. If you dare take something that doesn't belong to you, don't blame us for being impolite. He Fei's demeanor turned much more aggressive. Surely, you don't intend to claim everything for yourselves? I replied with a sardonic smile. Although I was beginning to grasp the situation that if the rescue team does arrive, their actions might be justifiable. But what if they don't? These items could be life-saving. A chill ran down my spine at the thought. Chapter 3, I want her enough nonsense. We are taking these measures to prevent individuals like you from exploiting the chaos, He Fei bellowed, his voice resonating with anger. Yet I could discern an underlying insecurity. Feier, what on earth do they intend to do? I inquired directly, uninterested in his bluster. Feier surely held the answers. She hesitated, glancing at me, just as a large hand abruptly covered her mouth. The intruder was none other than Captain Yang Baichun, accompanied by 3 burly men, each regarding me with menacing glares. Release her. My ire surged to new heights. Though I was not alongside Feier, I would not tolerate anyone daring to offend her against her will. Old Yang, this brat is a thorn in our side. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will remain blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, He Fei remarked, licking his lips, while the others rolled up their sleeves, clearly prepared to confront me. Damn it. Seeking death. I cursed furiously, swinging my fist towards He Fei. With their numbers, I could not afford to be courteous. Not to mention, given his attitude towards Feier, I had every intention of giving him a thorough lesson. He Fei was taken aback by my sudden assault. He never anticipated that I would strike first while clearly at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, he reacted quickly, raising his hands to shield his face. Yet my powerful blow sent him crashing to the ground. Seeing me take action, the others rushed in, but their movements were clumsy and their punches lacked force, making them no match for me. Within moments, all 5 lay defeated at my feet. Frustrated, He Fei drew a dagger from his belt, clearly enraged. He Fei, do not act recklessly, Yang Baichun cautioned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It appeared he still harbored some reservations, should a life be lost. They would undoubtedly be branded as murderers once the rescue team arrived. He Fei glared at me fiercely, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet, in terms of sheer physical prowess, they stood no chance against me. Leave. My team does not welcome you, Yang Baichun said, his expression one of discontent. Had he been capable of overpowering me, I suspected his demeanor would have been far more severe. I can leave, but I must take her with me, I declared, gesturing towards Feier. My intention was twofold: to glean information from her regarding the current situation and, more importantly, to ensure she did not remain in their company. For these men appeared far from virtuous. Absolutely not. He Fei and another tall man shouted in unison, as if their tails had been stepped on. Whether or not you agree is irrelevant. It is up to him to decide, I asserted, raising my fist. At that moment, the strength of my resolve was my only currency. Yang Baichuan's expression darkened, yet after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Sister, you should accompany Lu Yi. Feier looked at Guan Lingyu with concern. He is a despicable rogue. I have no desire to associate with him, and you should avoid him as well. Guan Lingyu reverted to her haughty demeanor, as if she were in her own domain, issuing commands with an air of superiority. You truly consider yourself important. I have no intention of carrying a deadweight. I genuinely do not wish to have her accompany me. This woman is akin to someone who has prematurely entered menopause. Her words sharp and caustic, utterly inept, and her temper is exceedingly volatile. Seeing the tension between us, Feier patiently urged her sister. Just then, two women and a man approached from a distance, expressing their eagerness to accompany me. Initially, I contemplated declining their offer, but after a moment of hesitation, I acquiesced to their request. They appeared youthful and vigorous. Having more companions before the rescue team arrived would likely help us maintain our vitality. This time, Yang Baichun and his cohorts did not intervene. These three were clad in tattered clothing and possessed nothing of value, so they were indifferent to the absence of a few individuals. Hello, I am Chen Song. This is Su Ying, and she is Mills. The middle-aged man introduced the trio. Su Ying epitomized a refined young lady, possessing harmonious features and a captivating charm. She worked as a kindergarten teacher. Mills was a beauty, though she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her lively personality shone through as she took the initiative to greet me. We should leave promptly, I urged, unwilling to linger under the disdainful gazes of others. Moreover, darkness was encroaching, and there remained much to be accomplished. Feier, what is Yang Baichuan's true intention behind hoarding all the supplies? I inquired eagerly after we had distanced ourselves. During the plane's descent, Captain Yang had suddenly noticed a significant deviation in the latitude and longitude readings on the cockpit instruments. It could take a considerable amount of time for the rescue team to locate us. Upon hearing Feier's words, I understood immediately. What is the rarest commodity on a deserted island? Undoubtedly, it is the sustenance required for survival. In the absence of rescue, they would need to rely on these resources to endure. The more they collected, the greater their chances of survival. 10 days, or even 8, might be manageable. But if rescue did not arrive after more than half a month, I feared that half of their group might not survive. Currently, Yang Baichun and his companions maintained a modicum of restraint, still harboring substantial hope in the International Rescue Organization. However, as time elapsed, it would be increasingly difficult to maintain such restraint. When one descends into despair, they are prone to actions they would typically shy away from. I could see a palpable desire in Hefei's eyes. They were reluctant to let Feier go, undoubtedly due to her beautiful visage and alluring figure. Of course, Feier also possessed some medical knowledge that could prove invaluable in critical moments. They have monopolized the essential supplies, leaving us with scant provisions while ensuring their own stomachs are filled. Su Ying expressed her dissatisfaction. I must be exceedingly unfortunate to be following you. Where is the food? Guan Lingyu exclaimed with palpable frustration. Were it not for Feier's persistent persuasion, she likely would not have chosen to accompany me. It is still not too late to leave. I refuse to support idleness. If one desires sustenance, everyone must contribute. We find ourselves on a deserted island, so it is time to abandon any airs of superiority. I retorted rather bluntly, as this woman seemed to be excessively full of herself, failing to grasp the gravity of our situation while still maintaining an arrogant demeanor. From this moment forth, the 4 of you shall gather various useful items along the shore, plastic water bottles, scraps of cloth, and remnants of the aircraft. Bring them all back. If you manage to catch some fish, shrimp, or crabs, that would be even better. I began to assign tasks, for as a seasoned veteran of wilderness survival, the circumstances before me were far from foreign. Chen Song, accompany me in constructing tonight's temporary camp. With time and personnel both limited, idleness is a luxury we cannot afford. Who knows when a rescue team might find us? Thus, I have prepared for the worst. A sturdy shelter is undoubtedly of utmost necessity. Chapter 4. Malicious Intent. Chen Song and I discovered a recessed section of the mountainside. However, the space proved insufficient to accommodate all 6 of us. Together, we took hold of a relatively small piece of aircraft debris and began to excavate vigorously. After considerable effort, we managed to enlarge the hollow significantly. At that moment, I found myself longing for the army entrenching tool we used. If only we had it, our task would be far easier. By this time, several women had returned with a hodgepodge of items. They had no luck catching fish or shrimp, lacking the skills for such endeavors. However, Mills, displaying greater audacity, managed to capture a stone crab weighing about a pound. Though this solitary crab would barely suffice for our needs, the day was waning, and I had no time to search for additional food. I instructed the others to gather sturdier branches for necessary precautions, while the women were to collect some firewood. As I redistributed tasks, the temperature had noticeably dropped, and it would surely plummet further at night. Without food and a campfire, we were bound to face a rather grim evening. What precautions are necessary? Are there beasts lurking here? Asked Fei Air, her wide eyes reflecting confusion about our predicament. The presence of beasts is uncertain. I believe Yang Baichun and his group pose a greater danger. Human nature is exceedingly complex. Having suffered during the day, they might seek retribution under the cover of night. As we departed, Hefei's face unmistakably displayed a threatening expression, while Yang Baichun maintained a calm facade. The most dangerous dogs often do not bark. Such individuals can be even more troublesome than Hefei. While Fei Air and the others searched for branches, Chen Song and I dug pits at several strategic points. Although shallow, these could easily cause someone to stumble if they were careless. The sounds from such a close proximity would certainly rouse us. The task of setting traps was mine alone, as the women were too exhausted and hungry to concern themselves with such matters. As night fell, I finally completed all preparations. As exhaustion enveloped everyone, hunger gnawed at their insides, leaving their lips cracked and parched. Even Guan Lingyu, typically sharp-tongued, fell silent. The fire soon blazed, and instinctively, everyone inched closer to its warmth. The flickering flames cast a rosy glow upon their faces, offering a modicum of comfort. "Wait here. I shall fetch some water," I declared, mustering my strength as the leader. Fortunately, the moon had risen, and the reflection of the sea provided sufficient light to navigate the darkness. My quest for water was not aimless. Earlier, I had spotted hollow vines in the nearby thicket. This common jungle plant features roots as thick as a thumb, and when rain falls, they fill with water. Even in the dry season, some moisture remains. However, these vine roots are remarkably resilient. Without the debris of an aircraft, it would be challenging to break them, even if one knew water lay within. Upon my return, 2 hollow vines in hand, I found the camp in an uproar. The 5 of us had split into 2 factions, bickering over something. A surge of anger welled within me, and I shouted from a distance, "What is all this commotion? Are you all so well-fed that you can afford to squabble?" Lu Yi, just arriving, was beckoned to arbitrate. Guan Lingyu stood first, unexpectedly clutching a bag of instant noodles, the source of which was unknown. The others gazed at her, their eyes glinting with envy, nearly ready to pounce. "What is going on?" I inquired, my expression grave. I would refrain from making judgments until I understood the situation. This was sent to us, specifically for me and Fair. Yet, they insist on sharing, Guan Lingyu replied, exasperated. Was it sent by Yang Baichun? I began to grasp the situation. Human nature is inherently selfish. In the absence of food, Guan Lingyu, having received this bag of noodles, was understandably reluctant to share, especially since it was designated for Fair and her sister. Indeed, they provided so little. "I am so hungry that my stomach is pressed against my back. How can we possibly divide this?" Guan Lingyu exclaimed. What was once overlooked, now held in her hands, was treated as if it were a precious gem. "We are a team. Shouldn't food be shared among us all? If everyone only looks out for themselves, we might as well disband." Mills candidly expressed her view. Chen Song and Su Ying concurred, while only Feier remained silent, her large eyes darting towards me. "Enough of the noise. Listen to me," I interjected, casting a stern glance at Guan Lingyu to quell the dispute. "Yang Baichun has managed to divide us with a mere bag of instant noodles. Do you not feel a sense of shame? I understand that we are all famished, but must we quarrel endlessly over such a meager amount? What will we do in the coming days? The rescue team may or may not find us. With such scant provisions, can we endure until their arrival?" While I berated them, I couldn't help but admire Yang Baichun's cunning. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. What if they withhold food again tomorrow? Guan Lingyu appeared somewhat incensed. "Do you truly believe such words? Do you honestly think yourself a bodhisattva, deserving of daily offerings? It is astonishing that as a general manager, you fail to recognize such simple truths. Ostensibly, they come bearing goodwill in the form of food, yet in reality, They aim to sow discord among us while also gathering intelligence on our situation, a masterstroke of dual purpose. If they do not return tonight, I shall offer my head as a ball for kicking. I pointedly exposed their malicious intent. Surely not. Do we harbor such deep-seated enmity between us? Fair asked, her tone tinged with skepticism. This girl remains rather naive, utterly oblivious to the treachery of the world. They will undoubtedly return. I gestured toward the fire before us, confidently asserting that this alone would compel their return. Upon my return glance, I noted the absence of any light from their camp, indicating they had no means to ignite a flame. The method of creating fire by friction sounds simple, yet one grasps the difficulty only when attempting it oneself. It became evident to both Guan Lingyu and Chun Song that the situation was dire. What shall we do about this bag of instant noodles? Guan Lingyu's expression soured. As a seasoned businesswoman, she recognized such tricks all too well, yet she had fallen victim to their ploy, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. What shall we do? Naturally, we will divide it among ourselves, allowing each person a share. I took the noodles without waiting for her consent. Only through this action could we alleviate the simmering anger within the group. Though reluctant, Guan Lingyu ultimately acquiesced, recognizing my role as the leader of the team. Chapter 5. Night Watch. Dry instant noodles may seem unappetizing under normal circumstances, yet to the ravenously hungry, they are akin to a gourmet feast. A single packet divided into several portions appeared pitifully small. Even the pampered Feyer's sister devoured hers with surprising eagerness. Eat slowly, do not choke, I urged, hastily calling everyone's attention and producing a hollow vine. Are you mad? You expect us to drink water from 2 sticks? Guan Lingyu said, her face a mask of disdain. If you can't find water, just admit it. Must you boast? Boast. Very well, then you may forego drinking, I retorted, disregarding her remarks and bringing one end of the hollow vine to Feyer's lips. Drink, there is water inside. Feyer regarded me with skepticism. Yet her trust in me prevailed as she grasped the vine and drew a hearty sip. There is indeed water, and it tastes quite good, she exclaimed in surprise. Had it not been for the moisture at her lips, the others might have doubted my honesty. Given the limited supply, I instructed everyone to take but a single sip. The hollow vine I brought astonished them all. They had never imagined such roots existed. When it was Guan Lingyu's turn, I deliberately reclaimed the remaining piece of the hollow vine. After all, I was merely boasting. She could do without it. I intended to provoke her. If this woman did not learn her lesson, she would only persist in opposing me. Guan Lingyu, somewhat vexed, turned her head aside, despite her thirst. She found it difficult to maintain her dignity after being publicly humiliated. Feyer gazed at me with pleading eyes, an expression of deep sympathy. In the end, I relented and gave the remaining water to Guan Lingyu. The amount of water each person received was scant, merely enough to moisten our lips and soothe our throats. Yet it served to alleviate our thirst in a timely manner. We needed to rest well. There were many tasks awaiting us tomorrow. To survive until the rescue team arrived, we had to work together. Given the urgency of the situation, we could accomplish no more today. A good rest was essential for the work ahead. This time, everyone agreed. Exhausted and hungry, with darkness enveloping us, there was little we could do. However, when it came time to sleep, Guan Lingyu began to create trouble again. Feyer, you are not to stay close to Lu Yi. He has been eyeing you with ill intent, she insisted, pulling Feyer aside to lean against Su Ying. Beside Su Ying were Mills and Chen Song. You, come over here and sit next to him, Guan Lingyu directed Chen Song. Are you out of your mind? This pit is quite spacious. We can each guard one side. You want him to come over while you guard the other side? I was genuinely irritated. Guan Lingyu had an inflated sense of her own importance. 6 of us were crammed into a rather rudimentary pit, with a fire in the center, leaving little room for everyone. It was perfectly natural for us to be close to one another, yet Guan Lingyu insisted on being picky. I will guard my side. Don't think I am afraid, she said, emboldened by the presence of the fire. Fine, you guard that side. But remember, there are snakes on this island. If you get bitten, don't blame me for not warning you. I was not merely trying to frighten Guan Lingyu. Earlier, while searching for water, I had encountered a 1-meter-long venomous snake. Unfortunately, the light had been too dim to catch it before it slithered away. You're lying, with a fire outside. Where would a snake come from? Guan Lingyu shifted to the side, genuinely believing I was trying to scare her. However, before she could move further away, a small pile of fine sand fell from the wall, and a 3-inch-long gecko scurried down, landing right at Guan Lingyu's feet. Ah! She screamed in fright and stumbled backward. In her retreat, she tripped over Mills's leg and, in a twist, fell directly towards me. If I hadn't caught her, she might have seriously injured herself, hitting her head against the wall of the pit. Reluctantly, I reached out to catch her. The force of her leap was quite substantial. Guan Lingyu tumbled into my embrace. And I, in turn, collided with the wall of the pit, feeling a sharp pain in my back. Guan Lingyu struggled a couple of times, attempting to rise. Her entire face suddenly flushed with crimson. Do you possess such audacity? It is merely a gecko, colloquially known as a four-legged snake. Are you truly terrified of it? What would happen if a real snake appeared? Would you be frightened to death? In an effort to mask the embarrassment swelling within me, I took the initiative to push Guan Lingyu aside. She glared at me with indignation, her face aglow with rage, yet she found herself unable to express her fury. This only rendered her more enchanting. What are you looking at? This is all you're doing, I thought, determined not to provide her with an opportunity to unleash her anger, especially since the primary blame did not rest on my shoulders. You, wretched Guan Lingyu, she hissed through clenched teeth. Sister, stop fooling around. Let us sleep in the middle. Feier interjected hastily, pulling her sister away, fearing another altercation between us. Guan Lingyu shot me a fierce glance, but I noticed her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tattered cloth wrapped around my waist. Following this commotion, Guan Lingyu no longer dared to shift to the edge. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the arrangement where Chen Song and I each guarded one side. However, in the end, Guan Lingyu chose to sleep beside me. Her reasoning being simple, she claimed I was lecherous and could not be allowed to take advantage of other girls. Although I felt somewhat displeased, I was reluctant to stir the pot further. Given the simplicity of our conditions, how we slept was inconsequential. As the night deepened, the women grew weary, leaning against the pit wall and drifting into slumber. Chen Song and I, too, felt exhausted, dozing off by the fire. Louis, you bastard. A clear voice suddenly pierced through the stillness, jolting me awake, while Chen Song on the other side opened his eyes as well. To my surprise, it was Guan Lingyu. Sleep-talking, I had no idea what dream she was entangled in, but it seemed she was still at odds with me even in her slumber. A few minutes later, Guan Lingyu unexpectedly turned over, her body tilting precariously, and she tumbled into my embrace. To my further dismay, her hand unconsciously reached out toward me. I shifted slightly, but the space was so confined that I could hardly evade her. Ironically, I dared not move too much, fearing I might awaken the others and thus solidify my reputation as a lecher. Chapter 6. Surprise attack. Wake up, you insufferable woman. If you continue like this, I swear I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. I vigorously shook Guan Lingyu's head, whispering fiercely in her ear. To my astonishment, she remained oblivious to my attempts. I could not discern whether she was exceedingly fatigued or simply a heavy sleeper. In exasperation, I pinched her nose to rouse her quickly. This tactic proved effective. Within half a minute, Guan Lingyu emerged from her dreams. Upon realizing she was nestled in my arms, engaged in such an inappropriate act, her instinct was to scream. Fortunately, I had anticipated this, swiftly covering her mouth with my hand. You came into my embrace. If you wish for everyone to witness your disgraceful state, feel free to shout, I said sternly in her ear. Guan Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. But when she turned to see her surroundings, it became evident that I had not misled her. Despite this, Guan Lingyu reluctantly pushed me away, and to my dismay, as she departed, she forcefully pinched me. Are you out of your mind? What benefit do you gain by targeting me every day? I recognized her actions as blatant retaliation. This woman harbors no affection for me, not even the slightest semblance of camaraderie. Yet, her pinch elicited no pain. Rather, a peculiar sense of exhilaration coursed through me. Guan Lingyu turned her face away, feigning ignorance to my words, leaving me at a loss. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady, I resolved to act as if this incident had never transpired. Before long, the sound of whistling echoed through the cave once more, and weariness overtook me, lulling me into a light slumber. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated from outside, followed closely by a pained cry. Who's there? Show yourself. Instantly alert, I sprang to my feet, seizing a sharpened stick and positioning myself at the cave's entrance. The darkness outside was dense. I had set up rudimentary traps at several key intersections, so in this pitch-black scenario, anyone approaching would easily fall prey. You lot are taking this too far, setting traps at the crossroads. He Fei's voice, laced with indignation, pierced through the shadows. At that moment, a faint glimmer of light emerged, presumably from a mobile phone. Shadows flitted about in the illumination, two figures sprawled on the ground, evidently injured. Lu Yi, did you intentionally harm someone? What is the meaning of this? In such circumstances, we lack medical facilities. An injury here could easily lead to infection. This is tantamount to attempted murder. Yang Baichun, the villain, accused me with a furious countenance. Intentional murder? You three slinked over in the dead of night. What does that signify? If you had come openly, with your phone lights on, would you not have noticed the traps laid before you? I merely set these for protection against wild beasts. Do you not even measure up to the beasts? A sense of satisfaction washed over me as I seized the opportunity to chastise them. What wild beasts could possibly exist on this desolate island? He bellowed, just as a resounding crash echoed from the distant jungle, followed by a deep, muffled growl. Though brief and low, I could not ascertain the creature's identity. But the sound unmistakably belonged to a sizable beast. Whether it was herbivorous or carnivorous remained uncertain. Did you hear that? Without precaution, one of you might have already fallen prey to a beast's ambush. Do you truly believe this forsaken island is devoid of danger? I see you as akin to the beasts yourselves, creeping about in the dead of night, likely harboring nefarious intentions. I laid bare their sinister motives. Had we not been vigilant, the assault from these burly men could have led to dire consequences. Now, with He Fei and one other injured, we were well prepared. Even if they charged at us, they would gain no advantage. We merely came over to borrow some fire. We attempted to create fire by friction for 2 hours without success, so we had no choice but to come here. Yang Baichun's audacity was indeed remarkable. Since conflict is not an option, we must alter our initial intentions. Regarding the method of friction fire, perhaps he spoke truthfully. However, a group of inexperienced individuals, without any professional guidance, attempting to create fire through this method is akin to chasing phantoms. Without finely shredded, dry, and combustible tinder, the prospect of igniting a flame is virtually non-existent. The foliage within the jungle is predominantly damp, making it nearly impossible to ignite. Moreover, tinder is not something one can easily procure at will. In addition to tinder, one must also acquire appropriately dry and dead wood, ensuring that the portion used for drilling possesses adequate hardness. Creating fire through friction necessitates a certain velocity, sufficient friction, and an abundance of patience. Failure to master these requirements means that not only 2 hours, but even half a day might not yield any flame. This is precisely why I felt compelled to withhold that Louis Vuitton handbag. A lighter is incredibly useful, although I am capable of creating fire through friction. In this exhausting and hunger-stricken moment, who would willingly endure such hardship? Their commotion roused everyone on my side. Witnessing Yang Baichun and his companions eyeing us menacingly, brandishing sticks, no one could doubt the significance of my trap any longer. Upon hearing that Yang Baichun sought to borrow fire, Chen Song reacted vehemently, categorically rejecting the request. No. Is that your stance as well? I specifically sent someone to deliver food to you last night. Yang Baichun regarded me, aware that I was the leader among this group, wielding absolute authority. Humph. You possess such ample supplies and only brought a single bag of instant noodles, yet have the audacity to claim you delivered food? What are you scheming? You must know best. Look at how each of you is armed with sticks. Your intent to borrow fire seems more akin to robbery. At this moment, I cannot afford to show any weakness. Some individuals are driven by insatiable ambition. Grant them an inch, and they will take a mile. If they desire fire, they must pay in food or clothing. I set forth my conditions. As the temperature drops further in the night, I do not believe they can resist the allure of fire. Yang Baichun's face flickered between shades of anger and frustration, his gaze fixed on me with fierce intensity. However, after a few seconds, that fury dissipated from his eyes. This individual possesses remarkable self-control. His capacity to lead as a captain indeed showcases exceptional traits. If we are to endure long-term on this island, he should not be underestimated. Let us return and gather supplies. Yang Baichun ultimately resolved to barter for fire. Their resources are plentiful, but in relative terms, fire holds greater importance. Wait, I have something to say. As a few turned to depart, I promptly called out to them. What do you intend to do? Yang Baichun glared at me. Chapter 7. A grave crisis. Do you not possess mobile phones? Why not use them to call for help? I fixed my gaze upon the individual illuminating the area with his phone. This one phone is still functional, but there is no signal on this deserted island. We shall attempt again tomorrow from a higher vantage point, Yang Baichun replied solemnly. His words aligned closely with my suspicions, deepening my unease. The coordinates are incorrect. If the mobile phone could emit a signal, the rescue personnel would be able to quickly locate our position on this desolate island, significantly shortening our time to be rescued. However, if there is absolutely no signal here and global communications are rendered ineffective, we find ourselves in dire straits. Please, tell me honestly, where was the last coordinate you observed on the instrument? I stepped closer and lowered my voice to inquire of Yang Bai-chan. I believe only he possesses the clarity regarding this matter, as others may not be as informed. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps I misread it at that moment. Yang Bai-chan replied hesitantly, his words flickering with uncertainty. It's possible I was mistaken amidst the panic, or perhaps the instrument malfunctioned due to the lightning strike. Get to the point. Where exactly did it indicate? Seeing the solemn expression on Yang Bai-chan's face, I could not remain optimistic. It might be in the Pacific Ocean, he said, avoiding my gaze, for he too understood how absurd that answer was. Our flight was destined for Igua and had been in the air for a considerable duration prior to the incident. It might have been plausible to suggest we had fallen into the waters of Hangzhou, but the Pacific? What nonsense is this? The disparity is beyond comprehension. You must be mad, unless the flight path was erroneous from the outset. While I may not be entirely versed in the geographical distances between the two locations, I comprehended that they were utterly divergent. Yang Bai-chan, a seasoned captain in his 30s, could not possibly commit such a fundamental error in navigation. Even if he had indeed miscalculated, the ground control tower would have promptly corrected him. I find it improbable as well. Perhaps it truly was a malfunction of the instrument. My aircraft could not have suddenly traversed 20,000 miles, he mused, unconsciously brushing his hair back before departing with his crew. What were you just whispering to Yang Bai-chan? Were you conspiring in some underhanded dealings? Guan Lingyu approached me, posing a question that elicited both laughter and exasperation. I was contemplating trading you for 2 packets of instant noodles, I replied with a hint of annoyance. Go to hell. Forget it, I sighed, feeling weighed down by the gravity of the situation, and refrained from further banter with Guan Lingyu. This news was truly difficult to digest. If what Yang Bai-chan had witnessed was indeed accurate, our chances of rescue were likely less than 1 in 1,000. The Pacific is vast, an endless expanse of ocean, much of which remains uncharted territory. It is likely that not a single vessel has traversed those waters in a century. The critical issue is the immense distance between these two locations. Who could have imagined that a plane that encountered trouble over the Hangzhou Ocean would end up in the South Pacific? This is utterly ludicrous, more far-fetched than any melodramatic tale. Yet, if there is no basis for this, why did Yang Bai-chan immediately organize a scramble for supplies upon landing? He cannot be deranged. Once the rescue team arrives, how significant will his actions be? The rational approach would have been to unite everyone, distribute the supplies evenly, and endure for a few days until the search and rescue teams arrive. However, the actions of Yang Bai-chan and He-fei clearly indicated to me that the international rescue team would not arrive in the short term, and we were to endure a prolonged and arduous existence on this desolate island. If this were indeed the case, I would need to reorganize my plans, as the current pit walls were wholly unsuitable for a long-term shelter. They offered neither protection from the wind nor shelter from the rain, and were vulnerable to the attacks of wild beasts. The most pressing concern was the necessity of locating a suitable source of potable water. Without it, our survival beyond a few days was unlikely. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely certain, and I could only proceed with caution, deeming it inappropriate to share this information with the others, as it would likely incite unnecessary panic and foster a sense of despair. This dilemma must have troubled Yang Bai-chan for quite some time. His willingness to confide in me likely stemmed from a desire to forge an alliance or to alleviate some of the burdens weighing on his mind. Is our situation dire? Feier inquired, noticing my silence. Not entirely, I replied. It is possible that the rescue team may take 10 days or even 2 weeks to locate us. Therefore, we must seek a more secure campsite tomorrow. Everyone must also learn to forage for food and water under these extreme conditions. While emphasizing the challenges ahead, I endeavored to maintain a relatively optimistic outlook among the group. Though 10 days to 2 weeks would be arduous, there remained a glimmer of hope. Each person bore a semblance of confidence, believing in their ability to weather this difficult period. Once the rescue team arrived, we would return to our familiar surroundings and resume a life of comfort. Rest assured, we shall heed your commands. You have served in the military, haven't you? I can tell you possess considerable knowledge about survival in the wild, Chen Song interjected, joining the conversation. I served for 5 years and participated in several extreme survival training exercises, I replied. Our situation is not optimistic, and there are many factors to consider. We must avoid severe dehydration, minimize injuries, and refrain from consuming unknown substances that may cause gastrointestinal distress, as it seemed that no one was inclined to sleep just yet. I shared some fundamental survival knowledge. On this island, any lapse in judgment could potentially cost us our lives. While we engaged in casual conversation, Yang Baichun approached once more. He brought with him a set of clothing that appeared somewhat soiled, its origins unclear. It was evident that I was the only one without attire, and he had taken note of this. In addition to the clothing, he had also procured 5 packets of instant noodles and 2 bags of pickled vegetables. Our supplies were limited, and this was the extent of his efforts. Yang Baichun offered me an awkward smile. His words may not have been entirely truthful, but the scarcity of resources was undoubtedly real. Most of what the plane had carried had sunk to the depths of the ocean. Very well. You may keep the fire starter. Please take care of it. If it goes out, do not blame me, I said, taking the items from Yang Baichun's hands without hesitation. The clothing fit reasonably well, and once donned, provided a significant measure of warmth. The climate in Haitan is capricious, without adequate clothing. I am easily susceptible to the cold and the risk of catching a cold, and should a fever ensue, it would be even more perilous. With Yang Baichun gone, everyone gazed longingly at the instant noodles in my possession, their hunger evident as they yearned to divide and consume them immediately. I decided against eating today. I urged everyone to endure a little longer, promising that we would find water tomorrow to cook. Resources are limited, and we cannot exhaust them all at once. Chapter 8. The island's topography. I had to temper everyone's appetites. With Yang Baichun having acquired the fire source, such transactions would not recur, given his nature. He would not be foolish enough to grant me a second opportunity to extort him. With clothing and a fire, the night felt considerably more bearable. At the break of dawn, I roused everyone. Except for myself, the others bore expressions of fatigue, clearly unaccustomed to the rigors of this harsh existence after living in the comforts of the city. We set out to search for water and food, determined to collect everything edible. I began to assign tasks, organizing 6 individuals into 2 groups for efficiency. Guo Lingyu re-emerged to cause trouble and to save time. I paired her and her sister with Chen Song, while I took Su Ying and Mills under my wing. After hastily consuming a modest meal, I buried the remaining 3 bags of instant noodles and a bag of pickled vegetables in the earth, to prevent them from being pilfered or consumed by any intruding beasts in our absence. Once the team was organized, we embarked. Aware of Guo Lingyu and her sister's limited mobility, I instructed Chen Song to traverse the flatter woods primarily in search of food. Meanwhile, I would undertake the vital task of locating a water source. I could not ascertain the island's exact dimensions, but to find fresh water, it was imperative to observe the island's topographical features. In the absence of visible water flow, I sought signs of rainwater accumulation. Depressions in the terrain could very well retain the rain that fell from the heavens. This fresh water, though not immediately drinkable, would pose no issue once boiled. To analyze the terrain, one must ascend to higher ground. Upon surveying the coastline, I discerned that the island slopes from west to east, with a significant portion of its western side adorned with protruding rocky peaks, standing about 30 to 40 meters tall. My objective was to climb that mountain and thereafter decide where to seek water. Su Ying and Mills performed admirably, though fatigued. They appeared physically capable of keeping pace with me. After approximately half an hour, we finally reached the summit of the rocky hill. By then, the sun had risen above the sea, painting a breathtaking scene. Regrettably, I lacked the inclination to savor this rare spectacle of a sunrise over the ocean. Standing atop the mountain, I could clearly see our campsite and the other survivors below. To the east lay a relatively expansive beach, characterized by lower terrain and lush greenery. On the opposite side of our dwelling, I finally spotted several coconut trees, which brought me a sense of reassurance. This represented a safe source of drinking water and a means to replenish our much-needed energy and nutrition. To the south lies a rocky beach, strewn with boulders of varying sizes, rendering it ill-suited for traversal. Beyond, the vast expanse of the sea stretches endlessly, devoid of any islands or passing vessels. We ought to establish a marker or perhaps a signal fire, for should an aircraft conduct a search overhead, it would be easily discernible. Su Ying boldly suggested this, indicating her considerable knowledge of wilderness survival. This idea is indeed commendable. Once we settle, we shall create a large fire. I am not in haste to undertake these tasks. For even if a rescue plane were to arrive, it would likely not be swift. From above, one should be able to spot the remnants of the aircraft, which measure over 10 meters on the eastern beach. Looking northwest, the terrain reveals a pronounced concavity, with distant mountains gradually rising. The highest peak estimated to exceed 100 meters, obscuring any view of the island's terminus. Our objective lies within this area. With a stroke of luck, we might discover a freshwater river, or at the very least, some rainwater pools. I pointed to the lush greenery of the woods and vegetation in the northwest. The water supply here is undoubtedly ample. The rainwater cascading from the mountains should flow significantly into this locale. However, the distance is considerable and the path treacherous. You two should remain here and search for edible fungi in the vicinity. I shall venture forth alone. If I have not returned by noon, you may return without me. The steep cliffs in the northwest pose a considerable danger for those without climbing experience. Although one could circumvent the cliffs to the northeast, the distance is daunting, and one risks becoming lost in the jungle. Perhaps Suing should stay here and manage the task. I will accompany you. I am an expert climber, a specialist in outdoor pursuits. Mills, however, exhibited no modesty in this boast, leaving me somewhat skeptical. Foreigners differ from us in temperament. They are not as reserved and subtle. Your Chinese is quite good. Who taught you? I truly did not expect Mills to speak fluent Chinese. Since yesterday, she had spoken little, leading me to believe she was not proficient in our language. I have been in HO country for 3 years, studying Chinese at university. With Mills' revelation, it became clear to everyone that this girl is somewhat of an expert on HO country. I concurred with Mills' proposal to leave Su Ying on the mountain. Fortunately, the area appeared devoid of imminent danger. The multitude of stones on the mountain could serve well as signals for assistance, and she was eager to undertake this task, as everyone yearns to escape this desolate island. As the saying goes, ascending a mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with peril, especially on steep paths. One must exercise utmost caution in their descent, ensuring that the rocks beneath their feet are secure, while also guarding against slips and falling debris. A misstep could cost one their life. I proceeded cautiously, taking deliberate steps, with Mills following behind. Though beads of sweat adorned her brow, she maintained a steady pace. It seems that this outdoor sports expert is not entirely boastful. However, as we ascended halfway, the path below unexpectedly ended. The sheer drop of about 10 meters offered no handholds for climbing. To put it simply, it was a precipice. If there were something like a rope, I could easily descend, but alas, there was none. This is unfortunate. It appears we must retrace our steps. I surveyed my surroundings, searching for an alternative route. No need for that. We can go over there. Do you see that tree? We can slide down its trunk, Mills said, pointing to a large tree not far away. I, too, had noticed that tree. It was approximately 20 meters away from our current position. The tree stood adjacent to the rock face, and while I was confident I could leap across, I worried whether Mills could manage the same. Are you really sure about this? This is not something to take lightly, I asked, my concern evident. Lou, I'm fine, you must trust me, Mills reassured, patting her proud chest. Chapter 9. Jungle Tree Snake. A few minutes later, we moved to the side of the large tree. From a distance, it appeared to be growing against the cliff, but upon closer inspection, I realized the trunk was still a meter away from the rock face. If we were on level ground, a meter would pose no challenge. But with a sheer cliff of about 10 meters below, the situation felt entirely different. For some, merely standing on the cliff face would induce trembling legs, let alone attempting to traverse it. I first grabbed a branch, trying to pull the tree closer. Can you make it across? I asked, gripping a protruding branch and exerting force to draw it nearer. Fortunately, this part was close to the treetop. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to move. I have no doubt, but I think it would be better if you went first. If you stand there, you can reach out to me, Mills suggested, pointing to a larger branch. If I made it across, our hands would easily bridge the slight distance of just over a meter. All right, I will go first. I released the branch, crouched on the rock, and with a powerful leap, propelled myself toward the tree trunk. The leaves brushed against my face, somewhat uncomfortable, yet they did not hinder my ability to grasp the trunk firmly and secure myself against the great tree. After a minute of swaying, the treetop gradually settled. As I reached the branch Mills had indicated, I extended my hand, preparing to beckon her over. Suddenly, I noticed a change in Mills' expression. She anxiously called out, "Don't move. There's a snake behind you." A chill ran down my spine. The The snakes in the treetops of the jungle are often venomous and quite dangerous. On flat ground, I could easily deal with it, but up here, the situation was more complicated. The critical issue was that it was behind me, and I had no weapon in hand. This snake might have been perched on the tree to catch birds or resting, and my leap may have startled or provoked it. Snakes do not possess strong vision. They primarily rely on their olfactory heat-sensing capabilities to hunt. For static objects, snakes tend to be relatively sluggish in their reactions. I gradually turned my head and discovered a formidable creature behind me, as thick as an arm. Its tail coiled around a tree branch, elevating its head high, while its elongated forked tongue flickered in and out, sensing my presence. This was a jungle tree snake, highly venomous. Known for preying on birds and lizards high in the trees and displaying a fierce aggression, should one be bitten by it. The mortality rate without an antidote is alarmingly high. In such a precarious situation, I dared not make a sound, slowly twisting my body to free my hands for a potential confrontation. Fortunately, this creature seemed unfamiliar with clothed humans, granting me the precious time needed to turn around. After considerable effort, I managed to face it, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Had it attacked from behind, I would have certainly faced dire consequences. With the snake now in front of me, my heart steadied significantly. Suddenly, I shook a nearby branch, and the snake's attention was immediately drawn to the commotion. Its head dipped, aiming straight for my hand. I could distinctly see its slender fangs and the venom glistening in its mouth. The tree snake was swift. But with my preparation, if it managed to bite me, it would render my survival training in the wilderness during my military service futile. Just as the snake's head neared my hand, I sank my wrist and flipped my palm, striking towards its vulnerable neck with lightning speed. I caught the tree snake precisely at its weak spot. It opened its mouth, releasing a stream of venom that landed on the leaves, forming white froth, a testament to its potency, so strong that even the foliage could not withstand it. As I held the snake firmly, its tail relinquished the branch and coiled around my arm, attempting to escape my grasp. Normally, I would have discarded it from the tree, but the situation was different now. This was a substantial prize, too valuable to let go. Lacking a knife, my sharpest weapon was my own teeth. Without hesitation, I bit down on its neck, and a rush of metallic blood flooded into my mouth. Snake blood is consumable, and given my parched throat, I disregarded the overwhelming taste and swallowed it eagerly. In less than 10 seconds, the snake's strength began to wane. Human teeth, like venom, can be lethal to snakes, and having drained its blood, this serpent was nearing its end. Within a minute, it had lost the will to resist, its body merely twitching out of instinct, yet it would not perish immediately. I casually tossed the snake aside and wiped the blood from my lips, now unconcerned about its escape. "Lou, you're incredible," exclaimed Mills, giving me a thumbs up. This girl had quite the nerve. Had it been fair, she would likely have been screaming incessantly. Thankfully, I had escaped with my life. I exhaled deeply, feeling a strange emptiness settle in my heart. Had my reaction been even slightly delayed, the outcome could have been drastically different. After regaining my composure, I reached out to pull Mills closer. The girl, unashamed, leaped directly into my embrace. "Lou, you truly are remarkable," Mills remarked with a flirtatious smile, softly addressing me. Her words were laden with implication, evident even to the dim-witted. To have such a stunning beauty in my arms was indeed a worthy experience. Adhering to the principle of bringing glory to my nation, I boldly planted a kiss on Mill's cheek before decisively releasing her. Given the current circumstances, such actions were ill-advised. "You are a good man. There are few who can maintain their composure in my presence," Mills stated earnestly, her enchanting smile fading. "Nonsense, I am no good man. I have no desire to be labeled as such, for in this era, the term good person is scarcely distinguishable from an insult." Mills scrutinized me with a knowing gaze before gracefully maneuvering up a tree. This woman, unrestrained yet self-controlled, was undoubtedly no naif. However, the allure of foreign beauties certainly surpassed that of most gentle women. Upon reaching the base of the tree, I procured the snake, severing its head with a stone, and fashioned its body as a makeshift belt. "Why cut off its head? Can it be eaten?" Mills inquired, somewhat perplexed, taken aback by the intensity of her taste. With someone like Suing, the mere thought of consuming a snake would likely induce disgust. It can be eaten, but one must exercise caution, even in death. A snake's head may instinctively bite, which could be fatal. Chapter 10. Water Source. Lou, you possess an impressive breadth of knowledge. It seems my decision to accompany you was indeed wise, Mills remarked, simultaneously praising herself. I smiled and led her toward our predetermined destination. The vegetation thickened, and the grass underfoot was noticeably damp, indicating significant moisture. I located a tree with a fibrous trunk and, tapping its surface, asked Mills, "Do you recognize this tree?" Mills looked up, somewhat puzzled. "This appears to be a coconut tree. There are many in the southern regions of my homeland, though my colder hometown rarely sees such trees." "Ah, now I understand your confusion. This is not a coconut tree, but a palm tree. Though the names differ by only one character, the distinction is considerable." As I explained, I began to extract remnants of an airplane from my belongings to chop the tree. "Why are you chopping the tree? Are you planning to set up camp here?" Mills clearly did not grasp my intentions. "I am preparing our lunch. This is top-tier sustenance." I spoke while laboriously hewing the trunk. The heart of the palm is rich in cellulose, vitamins, abundant in iron, phosphorus, calcium, and essential amino acids, all while being fat-free. This vegetable can serve as dietary therapy, be crafted into salads or appetizers, or consumed directly or cooked in hot dishes. While I felt elated at the sight of this tree, a wave of concern crept into my heart. This suggested that the deserted island we inhabited might indeed be situated somewhere in the Pacific. If so, whether we could await rescue was a question only the heavens could answer. After peeling away the heart of the palm, I offered a tender white segment to Mills, urging her to taste it, for it was quite delectable, not only rich in nutrients but also remarkably hydrating. With a hint of skepticism, Mills took a bite, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was exceptionally palatable. In her excitement, she leaped toward me and planted a kiss on my cheek, displaying a boldness that was rather unexpected considering our solitary circumstances. Setting aside any personal inclinations, I indulged in some of the palm heart myself, then bundled up the remainder to carry back. We continued our journey and, after approximately half an hour, arrived at a clearing. In the center, a large waterhole shimmered invitingly. "Water at last," Mills exclaimed, rushing eagerly toward it. Though I shared her excitement, I remained cautious, scanning the surroundings. Where there is water, wild beasts are often nearby. The more formidable the creature, the more it is drawn to the water's edge, whether for drinking or hunting. Sure enough, before we reached the water's edge, I noticed several peculiar tracks on the ground. I am no expert in fauna, so I could not ascertain the species from these prints. However, I was certain that the water was fresh, as no creature of the sea would partake of it. Mills approached the water, ready to drink, but I called out to her, cautioning her against hasty sips that might lead to an upset stomach. She paused, splashing some of the water onto her face. As if to wash up, I followed suit, taking a small sip, and confirmed that it was indeed fresh water. We filled our water bottles, making good use of the refuse we had collected from the shore the previous night. Without them, finding a vessel for water would have proven quite challenging. It was time to return. They would surely be growing anxious. Having located a water source, I felt significantly more relaxed. Securing food on the island was not overly difficult. Water, however, was the most vital resource. This time, we opted not to climb trees but to navigate around the gentler slopes of the mountain. After a 10-minute trek, we reached the mountainside. "Look, over there is a cave. Should we go take a look?" Mills pointed toward a dark, foreboding entrance. Yet, I noticed clear footprints outside the cave, indicating that it was likely inhabited. Rushing in carelessly would not be the wisest course of action. If a wild beast resided within, it was best not to provoke it. My concern grew. If it were merely a small creature, it would be manageable, but if a ferocious beast lay in wait, our approach would be akin to delivering a meal right to its doorstep, and a complimentary one at that. As soon as I voiced my thoughts, a large black boar charged out from the cave. This creature weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Its long tusks bared in apparent displeasure at our presence. "Be cautious. Let us back away slowly and try to ascend the mountain," I advised, keeping a vigilant eye on the boar as I retreated. Was the wild boar truly so fearsome? Mills evidently lacks understanding. In her perception, tigers and lions are the most fearsome creatures. However, in the jungle, wild boars are the most formidable adversaries, and without the proper tools, they are nearly impossible to confront. Even with a firearm, one may find it ineffective, as the boar's thick layer of fat can render bullets useless. Should one provoke them, the consequences could be dire. While wild boars may not possess high intelligence, they are stubborn and relentless. Once angered, they will pursue you tenaciously, proving to be an immense challenge. Their strength is astonishing, and their teeth are exceedingly sharp. More individuals have met their demise at the hands of wild boars than at the jaws of tigers or lions. Compounding the problem is the fact that wild boars often travel in packs, making encounters with solitary individuals exceedingly rare. Upon noticing our retreat, the boar emitted a series of warning grunts before turning and returning to its cave, which provided me with considerable relief. This creature is 100 times more troublesome than a venomous snake. It must be dealt with, otherwise, we will face a significant threat whenever we come to fetch water. I am deeply concerned about this issue, as it is evident that this territory is its domain. Wherever we go, we risk its attack. Of course, it represents a substantial source of meat, and if we could capture it, it would sustain us for a considerable time. The fat on its body could also provide ample fuel for illumination. You mentioned its prowess, but without weapons, how do we contend with it? Mills pondered this dilemma as well, yet she reverted to her earlier suggestion. If we could eliminate it, we might be able to utilize this cave. That is a matter for another time. There are certainly ways to resolve this issue. For now, we must hasten our return. By the time Mills and I made our way back up the mountain, 2 hours had elapsed. The descent took approximately half an hour, and I had not anticipated such a lengthy detour. Suing had arranged a large formation of stones at the summit and was now too fatigued to move. Her hands were blistered from the labor. It indeed requires immense courage and perseverance for a young girl to undertake such strenuous tasks. Chapter 11. Abundant harvest. When we returned to the campsite, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Chun Song and the Guan sisters had long since returned, waiting for us with an air of boredom. They had discovered some fungi on the mountain, but upon inspection, I found that most were poisonous and inedible. Seeing my actions, Guan Lingyu's expression grew even more dismal. They had toiled to collect these fungi, only to find so many were unfit for consumption. Upon my arrival, Fei Er's face lit up with joy, while Guan Lingyu remained sullen, busily tending to the fire. It was apparent that the three of them were quite hungry, eagerly awaiting my return to share a meal. Mills and I set down the 8 water bottles we had carried. Suing bore the palm hearts on her back. Water could not be consumed until it was boiled. You should have some palm hearts first. They are quite hydrating, I suggested as I distributed the remaining palm hearts among Chen Song and the others. They did not hesitate to devour them, their hunger evident in their voracious consumption. A substantial portion of palm heart was devoured by the 3 of us in under 5 minutes. At that moment, the elegance and composure that one typically associates with dining in a restaurant dissipated entirely. Mills and Suing, you will stay behind to guard the place while I venture out to procure some food, I declared, assigning tasks once again. Chen Song and his companions had enjoyed a rather lengthy respite, and after their meal, they appeared rejuvenated. Given that we had belongings to safeguard in the camp, it was imperative to have someone on watch. Mills and Suing, feeling fatigued, were conveniently left to keep an eye on things. There's nothing to be found on this desolate island. It's not as if there's anything delectable here, Guan Lingyu lamented, displaying a reluctance to move. I've spotted several coconut trees to the east. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? I inquired, fixing my gaze on Guan Lingyu. Should she truly be this lethargic, then I would not share a single coconut with her. Is that so? What am I waiting for? Let us hasten, lest Yang Baichun and the others discover us and snatch them away. Upon hearing my words, Chen Song became invigorated, and the eyes of several others, including Fei Er, sparkled with anticipation. This was a source of naturally drinkable water, rich in nutrients and vitamins. Without further ado, Chen Song and the Guan sisters promptly moved forward. We headed east, towards the direction where Guan Lingyu and I had been washed ashore, although the coconut trees lay further eastward. After a substantial half-hour trek, we finally arrived before a few towering coconut trees. Gazing up at the cluster of coconuts perched atop the trees, I could not help but swallow hard. How do we retrieve the coconuts from such lofty heights? Fire pondered, staring at the 5 to 6 meter high trees, utterly at a loss for a solution. If only she had a knife, she might have considered felling the tree itself. Climbing up is our only option, I asserted. Can Chen Song scale a tree? We shall take responsibility for harvesting the coconuts. As I spoke, I began to ascend the tree. The palm tree, approximately a foot in diameter, posed no challenge for me. Chen Song, however, moved much more slowly, gripping the trunk with his legs as he painstakingly made his way upward. While it appeared laborious, the allure of the coconuts made overcoming those few meters worthwhile. We'll take down the larger ones and leave the smaller ones on the tree. After using a piece of aircraft debris to sever 3 or 4 coconuts, Chen Song finally reached the top of another tree. The bounty at the apex was plentiful, with over a dozen coconuts of various sizes, though it was a pity that the smaller ones were not yet ripe. An hour later, we had thoroughly explored all 6 coconut trees. I had climbed 4 of them, collecting nearly 26 sizable coconuts, while Chin Song had gathered 16, creating a sizable heap on the ground. Here, let us each take one, drink our fill, and then return, I suggested, using the debris on my person to pierce a coconut before handing it first to Fire. However, after taking a sip, she passed it to Guanlingyu. The 2 sisters, having gathered so many coconuts, were quite fatigued. Had they not just consumed the palm heart, they might not have managed. The pure, natural coconut water was undeniably sweet and refreshing, and even the refined Guan sisters finished 1 each. Given my appetite, I could easily handle 2 or 3. In the spirit of frugality, Chun Song and I each savored a coconut, a sensation akin to a parched traveler encountering a refreshing downpour. Even the remnants of the coconut held value, as the flesh within was also a delectable sustenance. I gestured towards Guanlingyu, emphasizing that the coconut meat is a precious food source that should not be discarded lightly. A faint blush crossed her cheeks. This time, she refrained from retorting, fully aware of our dire food scarcity. How shall we transport so many coconuts? Fayer pondered, her brow furrowed. The journey from here to the camp would take at least half an hour on foot, and if we were to carry them by hand, it would require multiple trips. A truly arduous task. Fear not, I shall procure some leaves to bind them together for easier transport. This solution had already occurred to me. We gathered slender, resilient leaves and secured them together. Chin Song and I each pulled 10 coconuts, while Fayer and her sister managed 5 each. The remaining coconuts were concealed in the underbrush, awaiting our next retrieval. Raw coconuts are quite heavy, each weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, and the uneven terrain made hauling 10 or so quite a challenge. Yet, driven by our need for nourishment and hydration, we pressed on with enthusiasm. What was originally a 30-minute trek extended to 50 minutes before we finally returned to the camp. Mills and Su Ying greeted our bounty with exuberant joy, rushing towards us in delight. Together, we swiftly transported the coconuts into our shelter. However, this influx had encroached upon the space of our dugout, making our sleeping arrangements considerably more cramped for the night. "Lou, look what I found," Mills exclaimed, sipping coconut water while producing a shiny, large metal piece. This was a fragment of aluminum alloy she had collected from the beach while waiting for us, measuring nearly 2 feet in length and over a foot in width. We can use this for frying or grilling. Mills' outdoor expertise was finally shining through. Actually, it would be best to utilize it as a pot, I remarked, equally pleased with this unexpected solution. I had long contemplated this issue, and it seemed Mills had inadvertently resolved it. But how can we use a flat object as a pot? Fayer, wiping the sweat from her brow, approached with curiosity, her limited wilderness survival knowledge leaving her at a loss. It's quite simple. We can hammer it down with stones to create a concave shape, thus transforming it into a pot, I explained as I began to take action. The hardness and resilience of the aluminum allowed me to shape it effectively, and after several strikes, a rudimentary pot emerged. Though its appearance was far from aesthetic and its capacity limited, it was functional nonetheless. First, we would boil water, allowing it to cool before transferring it into our bottles for direct consumption. I propped a few stones to support the concave metal piece and poured in 2 bottles of fresh water. While we could have boiled the water directly in the bottles, since they would not burn when filled, there was a risk of deformation, and I was concerned about damaging our precious water collection tools. Chapter 12. The trade. The remaining coconuts were transported back by Mills, Su Ying, and me. Upon my return, as I traversed the rocky outcrop, I noticed the tide receding, and I surmised that soon a substantial portion of the beach would emerge. When I arrived back at the campsite, I glanced at my watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. To my astonishment, Yang Baichun had once again brought others along, and they were indulging in my coconuts. Who provided them with such sustenance? I felt a surge of anger. These coconuts were vital, and just as we began to prosper, chaos ensued. "Ah, old Lu is back. We didn't take your food for nothing. We exchanged for it." Yang Baichun chuckled awkwardly, gesturing towards the 2 bags of pickled vegetables held by Guanlingyu. "You traded coconuts for this meager fare? How foolish." I glared at Guanlingyu, astounded by her lack of judgment, wondering how she had ascended to the position of company manager. Although Yang Baichun's pickled vegetables were indeed scarce, they were not essential. Coconuts, on the other hand, represented both sustenance and hydration, their values incomparable. reflecting on our perilous morning journey to procure water, which could not be consumed directly, highlighted the rarity of the coconuts. We were all survivors, and I did not wish to sever ties completely, yet Guan Lingyu remained obstinate. Under normal circumstances, her actions could be seen in a humanitarian light. Fool, when you find yourself parched and starving, see if they will offer you food. Even if you beg, they will not spare a morsel. I erupted in fury at Guan Lingyu. You are shameless, despicable. Her face flushed with anger, she retreated in silence. I had no desire to engage with her further, positioning myself directly in front of Yang Baichan. You've already consumed the coconuts, now leave. Old Lu, we are all survivors. Is there not a better way to communicate? I recognized that I had taken advantage of him, so I offered to compensate with a packet of instant noodles. Yang Baichuan's audacity was remarkable. Even after my rebuke, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. While speaking, he turned and retrieved a packet of noodles from one of his subordinates. It appeared that the supplies at his disposal were more plentiful than he had claimed. Otherwise, he would not have been able to carry them so readily. I unapologetically accepted the noodles and tossed them into the campsite. Anger aside, one must not neglect their hunger. Old Lu, your survival tactics are impressive. Just yesterday you had nothing, and today you possess such an abundance. Where did you procure your water? Yang Baichun initiated a conversation, seemingly fishing for information. As it appeared their water supply was limited. Cross that mountain and head west for an hour, and you should find water, I revealed, not concealing the location. If they had the capability, they were welcome to retrieve it. Ah, thank you, Yang Baichun replied, somewhat skeptical, perhaps doubting my claim of having ventured so far. Old Lu, why not join forces? Let us lead together, sharing all resources. After a brief hesitation, Yang Baichun uttered a proposition that took me by surprise. I suspected he was impressed by my survival skills and sought to recruit me into his alliance. These individuals often present themselves with an air of superiority, considering themselves as members of an elite, sophisticated society, and they hardly regard us. Now, in their moment of need, they lower their pride, merely seeking my assistance in procuring resources for survival. I have no desire to associate with their kind. I prefer to remain among my own. I outright declined Yang Baichuan's invitation. I refused to play the part of a pawn for others. Young man, do not overestimate your importance. Do you truly believe we cannot handle you? A red-haired youth beside me, brazenly vocal, dared to threaten me. Xiao Gang, silence yourself. Your voice is unwelcome here. Yang Baichun feigned attentiveness to his subordinates before turning back to me. A disingenuous smile plastered on his face. Lao Lu, may I have a word? What do you want? Is there something you cannot say openly? Observing the insincerity in his smile, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yang Baichun, sensing my resistance, moved closer and whispered, I have 2 or 3 excellent opportunities on my side. If you cooperate with me, we can share these. In that moment, his facade of righteousness was overshadowed by hypocrisy. He presumed that few men could resist such an offer. However, the beautiful women around me, including the audacious Mills, were not so easily won over. On this desolate island, all conditions are treated as commodities, and he believed his proposition was sufficiently enticing. Alas, I was not swayed. Moreover, who was Yang Baichun? His advantages were not so easily acquired. I suggested he focus on how to seek help instead. Once he returned to his elite society, he could indulge as he pleased. Upon hearing my words, Yang Baichuan's expression darkened, as if he had been abruptly thrust from a delightful spring into the depths of winter. Yet, this transformation lasted less than a minute before his smile returned. Since you are not interested in cooperation, let us discuss a trade. I can offer goods in exchange for your coconuts. What do you think? He had set his sights on my coconuts. No deal. I firmly rejected. Do not be so definitive. Simply state what you desire, and if it is reasonable, I shall accommodate you. I have soap, cigarettes, and high-end cosmetics for women, among other things. Are you certain you do not wish for any of these? Yang Baichun enumerated a plethora of non-edible items. A coconut for 3 bags of instant noodles and a bag of pickled vegetables. Furthermore, if you can provide me with a dagger, I would be willing to exchange a coconut for that. I recalled the dagger on He Fei, which was incredibly useful. With it, I could resolve numerous issues. The remnants of the plane were dull and hardly effective, merely slightly better than a stone. Your demands are excessive. A single coconut can only fetch you 2 bags of instant noodles. As for the dagger, it belongs to He Fei. I can only inquire if a trade is possible, and the terms are beyond my control. Yang Baichun engaged in a fierce negotiation with me, showing no inclination to concede. Where was the spirit of mutual aid among fellow survivors? 2 bags of instant noodles and a pack of pickled vegetables were the bare minimum. Any knife would suffice. Even if it was not a dagger, I made some concessions. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Baichun ultimately nodded in agreement to my terms and hurriedly returned with his companions to fetch the items. Chapter 13. Gathering at the sea. Yang Baichun's group had scoured the vicinity but found no coconut trees. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to trading with me for food. He returned with 10 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of pickled vegetables in exchange for 5 coconuts. He did not bring back Hefei's dagger, but instead, he presented a fireman's axe. The axe had a handle over 2 feet long, cumbersome to carry around on outings. To him, it seemed somewhat redundant and rather heavy. Not particularly useful. If our stay on this island were to be brief, its utility would be even further diminished. However, upon seeing it, I felt an overwhelming joy. This tool was far more effective than a dagger. With it, I was confident I could take down that ferocious wild boar. Once Yang Baichun departed, I immediately swung the axe, enlarging the pit while piling the excavated earth outside to create a makeshift windbreak. After 5:30, Su Ying and Mills began preparations for dinner. Today's haul was promising, and everyone was eager for a hearty meal. "Don't rush. Let's gather some seafood," I called out to everyone. Upon my second return with coconuts, I discovered that the tide had fully receded, presenting an excellent opportunity for gathering at the sea. On this deserted beach, one should be able to procure a bounty. Is the sea really that deep? Can we find anything? Last night, we had captured a single crab, which barely sufficed for a few of us. Fayer appeared doubtful. Her previous trip to the shore yielded nothing more than a few plastic water bottles. However, with the tide out, I was certain we would gather a substantial catch. I untied the leaves I had used to bind the coconuts. Lacking a bucket, I would have to use these to secure whatever we found. This time, I left Chin Song and Su Ying at home, instructing them not to trade with anyone who came by. The Guan sisters were too inexperienced, offering little assistance whether guarding the house or venturing out. I truly wished for their growth, but it was a challenging endeavor. Upon reaching the shore, the 3 women cheered with delight, running joyfully ahead. Women possess an innate attachment to and yearning for water. Unfortunately, here it was seawater, not particularly refreshing even for bathing. It was merely better than not washing at all. After the tide receded, the water was shallow, and rather than searching for food, the women washed their faces. Meanwhile, I wielded the axe, patiently beginning my search. Gathering at the sea is a skillful endeavor. Those untrained would find little reward even after traversing great distances. I had not only trained in wilderness survival, but was also keenly interested in the techniques for gathering at the sea. I had attempted it myself and watched numerous videos on the subject. As the seawater withdrew, many treasures lay hidden beneath the sand, particularly in the shallow areas. Those raised sand mounds required special attention. Beneath the sand, one might find either crabs or sea mollusks, both of which possess remarkable nutritional value. Additionally, there are stones that serve as favored hiding spots for crabs and fish. Before long, I unearthed 2 giant clams from the sand and managed to catch a sizable crab weighing around 3 to 4 ounces, which I deemed a satisfactory haul. As I diligently searched the area, a commotion erupted among a group of women nearby. "Louis, come quickly. There's something snake-like here. It's quite frightening," Fayer exclaimed, causing the 3 women to freeze in terror. The sea snake is notoriously venomous. A bite from it would be fatal under our current circumstances. No divine intervention would save us. I hastily discarded my catch and, wielding my axe, rushed over in a flurry. To my relief, I discovered a vibrantly colored creature, nearly a meter in length. Swimming near them. "Ah, it's merely an eel, not a snake," I chuckled. Eels may bite, but their venom is minimal. The pain can be quite severe, and some have even been known to deliver electric shocks. This creature was merely presenting us with a culinary opportunity. Fear not, step aside. My spirits soared. This eel weighed at least 6 to 7 pounds, promising a delightful meal for the night. Upon hearing my words, the women's anxiety dissipated significantly, and they became intrigued, eager to witness my capture of this sizable creature. The eel appeared rather unperturbed, perhaps due to the isolation of this deserted island. I approached slowly, and it merely shifted slightly, showing no immediate intention to flee. Seizing the moment, I swung my axe down with force. With a splash, water erupted, and a stream of blood surged to the surface. My strike landed squarely on the eel's head, nearly cleaving it in 2. Its body continued to writhe instinctively, yet it was beyond saving. Cautiously, I retrieved it from the water. It felt substantial in my grasp, a true prize. "Oh, tonight we shall feast on fish," Mills exclaimed joyfully. Eels are indeed a delectable seafood, often fetching exorbitant prices at restaurants. With such a bountiful catch, the women were filled with excitement, and they too began searching earnestly. Although our individual finds were modest, the spirit was high. Approximately half an hour later, our bounty was substantial. We had captured several stone crabs, a large blue crab, and a coconut snail weighing 2 to 3 pounds. As the tide began to rise, I promptly gathered everyone to prepare for our return. Upon reaching the shore and cleaning our fresh catch, a few individuals approached us. This time, Hefei had joined them, indicating that his injuries from the previous day were not severe. "Brother, would you consider selling some of your seafood to us?" Hefei gazed longingly at our abundant haul. "Sell? And with what would you purchase?" I teased, lifting the enticing coconut snail in my hand. "I'll give you money for that fish. I'll offer you 100,000, Hefei declared loudly. He presented an offer that would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to decline. 100,000? Ha ha. Do you think this is some place where that amount holds value? What can your 100,000 possibly achieve? Moreover, do you even possess that much in cash?" I laughed heartily, bemused by his belief that wealth could grant him omnipotence. Hefei, visibly embarrassed, forced a smile and clenched his teeth, stating, 500,000. "I can write you an IOU and transfer the funds immediately upon my return." Ha ha ha. Merely 500,000. I refuse to sell, not even for 10 million. If you have the ability, go catch it from the sea yourself. The ocean is replete with bounty. I laughed again, leading Feier and the others back to the camp, where we would finally indulge in a hearty meal that night. As for Hefei and his companions, I cared not whether they managed to procure anything. They certainly did not lack for provisions. We departed under Hefei's sullen gaze, unaware of what they murmured amongst themselves, and they indeed ventured into the sea. Alas, the tide would soon rise. Even if they possessed ample experience in foraging, they might return empty-handed should they lack the necessary knowledge. Chapter 14, Natural Disaster. 1. This night was undoubtedly the most blissful moment for us. With an abundance of fresh delicacies, we prepared several pots. The combination of snake meat and seafood offered an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Though we utilized only the seasoning packets from instant noodles, we savored every bite. In this moment, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped us, instilling confidence that we would not easily succumb to hunger on this desolate island. Due to the size of the eel and the other fresh provisions, we could not consume everything in one sitting. Thus, I placed half of the eel beside the fire, slowly transforming it into dried fish. Otherwise, such precious sustenance would quickly spoil and be utterly wasted. Lu-yi, what do you think about the situation at the other camp? Do you think Yang Baichun and the others harbor resentment towards us? Feier asked, recalling the events of the evening with evident concern. Resentment is certainly a given. If the rescue team arrives late, a conflict between us is inevitable. My assertion is not unfounded. Human nature is extraordinarily complex and often envious. Those who suffer wish for the misfortune of others, even desiring that their plight be worse than their own. When others prosper, the mildest reaction is to speak ill of them, while the more twisted may resort to underhanded tactics to impede or annoy. At present, everyone retains hope for rescue, maintaining a semblance of restraint. However, if time drags on without any sign of hope, the darker facets of human nature will inevitably emerge, and the tensions between us and Yang Baichun will be exacerbated to the utmost. I do not wish to reach that point. I yearn to return to a semblance of normalcy, as this island is truly no place for humanity. Yet, my concerns have yet to materialize, for a calamity of nature quietly descended upon us that very night. Not long after our dinner, the wind outside began to pick up noticeably. This is bad. We may be in for a torrential downpour tonight. Everyone hurried to tidy the area outside to prevent rainwater from seeping in. I expressed my deep concern, noting the capricious nature of the oceanic climate, where typhoons and torrential rains have become as commonplace as daily life. A few individuals busied themselves, piling up the earth they had excavated at the entrance of our shelter, arranging branches and leaves to prevent the tempestuous winds and rains from inundating our refuge. Meanwhile, I fervently wielded a fire axe, intent on digging a substantial pit. What purpose does this pit serve? Are you planning to set a trap? Mills inquired curiously, approaching me. Everyone else seemed preoccupied with waterproofing and windproofing, as if I were engaged in a task unrelated to our collective efforts. Given your expertise in outdoor pursuits, you should appreciate that rainwater is the purest form of freshwater, fit for immediate consumption. If a deluge occurs tonight, we shall collect an abundance of fresh water, I explained. The location I had chosen for the pit was strategic, as rainwater cascading down the hillside would naturally flow into it. Thus, I anticipated gathering a significant quantity of fresh water, sparing us the need to venture into wild boar territory for days. Upon hearing my rationale, a blush crept across Mill's face, clearly taken aback by my insight. Observing my diligence, she joined me, using her hands to assist in excavating the soil. Soon, we had unearthed a pit measuring approximately 50 centimeters on each side and nearly 2 feet deep. I was content if half of the rainwater that flowed into the pit remained. I believed that if we collected water immediately after the rain ceased, our yield would be even greater. I prepared our containers and set aside the emptied coconut shells, determined to fill every vessel capable of holding water. As the clock struck 9, the wind intensified, significantly affecting our fire. Dust swirled around us, and the wood in the fire burned rapidly. If this continued, our fire would not endure until dawn. Although we had gathered a fair amount of dry wood during the day, we had consumed a substantial portion in cooking. Now, darkness enveloped us, and with the fierce wind, venturing outside to gather more firewood was out of the question. Our campsite was merely a natural alcove, barely habitable after several modifications. However, the entrance remained too exposed, providing little wind protection. If the fire extinguished, the night would become considerably colder. Suddenly, at 9:30, rain began to fall like marbles, and within a minute, a torrential downpour ensued. The wind escalated, reaching at least force 8. The heavy rain, driven by the gales, surged into our campsite, quickly saturating everything within. The fire diminished, teetering on the brink of extinction. If it were merely the rain, we might have endured. But the winds grew fiercer. The howling gales soon surpassed force 10, sweeping away the protective materials we had piled outside in mere moments. Our exposed campsite resembled a fragile maiden, helplessly at the mercy of the tempest. Our fire, after a few minutes of resistance, was extinguished by the deluge. We huddled at the bottom of the pit, our eyes nearly shut against the deluge. Our clothing, within half a minute, could have been wrung out to yield water. "Louis, I am so cold." Unbidden, Fayer drew closer to me, not solely due to her chill. We all felt the biting cold. Beneath the tempest, the temperature on the desolate island had plummeted by at least 10 degrees. As warm-blooded creatures, humanity is ill-equipped to adapt to such a sudden drop in temperature. We huddled together, striving to retain our body heat. I shouted loudly, expressing how dire our situation had become. If the cold were to lead to illness, the consequences could be dire indeed. Even Guan Lingyu refrained from uttering a word. In such harsh natural conditions, physical contact evoked no sense of selfishness or ulterior motive. "Louis, are we going to freeze to death?" Suing spoke with a tremor in her voice. "I don't want to die. I still have my parents. And I don't even have a boyfriend." At this point, Suing broke into tears. Her distress was contagious, spreading to the other women. And as we contemplated our predicament, each heart felt as though it were laden with lead. Do not dwell on despair. Storms arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. We will endure, and the rescue team will bring us home. I endeavored to uplift the spirits of the group, though I found little conviction in my own words. Yet, to live requires a glimmer of hope. Even in the darkest of moments, one must keep a light burning within. Without hope, we become exceedingly fragile, and our ability to withstand natural calamities diminishes drastically. Lu Yi is right. We will persevere. Chen Song began to encourage everyone. In times like these, only by banding together can we weather the storm. 2 hours passed, and the raging winds and rain showed no signs of abating. My campsite had transformed into a quagmire. At this moment, I recalled Mill's suggestion from the morning. If we could occupy the cave where the wild boars resided, our current situation would surely be 1,000 times better. Chapter 15. Natural Disaster. 2. In this exceedingly challenging moment, the notion of relocating first emerged in my mind. Regardless of when the rescue team might arrive, our primary objective was to survive before contemplating our return home. The conditions at this campsite were deplorable, utterly unsuitable for prolonged habitation. I had clung to the hope of international rescue, wishing to remain here in the hope of a swift extraction from this desolate island, fearing that if I moved too far, the rescue team might not locate me. Given the current circumstances, I was compelled to devise a new plan. Our situation was dire. In Yang Baichuan's camp was an even worse condition. They had hastily erected tents or fashioned open-air shelters from leaves, but in such inclement weather, their tents had long since been swept away by the wind. Even standing was a challenge. They could only lie flat on the ground or cling desperately to large trees to stabilize themselves. As for the supplies they had gathered, they were impossible to secure. A typhoon of such magnitude could render anything outside the body utterly invisible. The fire they had managed to ignite was extinguished, leaving no trace of ash. The rain soaked each individual, including Yang Baichuan, as we all trembled in the wind and rain. Those who had not consumed any sustenance appeared particularly pallid, their lips darkening, as they hovered on the brink of succumbing to the cold. The only solace was the arrival of water, though its scarcity rendered it almost futile, once ingested. It only intensified the chill within their bodies. Wails of despair echoed through the air, initially discernible but gradually fading into a mere whisper. They huddled together, for without this unity, death awaited them all. He leaned against a tree and bellowed. He too was unbearably cold, drenched to the skin by the relentless downpour. Even his undergarments could be wrung out. At his call, several nearby individuals hurried to join him, forming an increasingly large group until everyone was gathered together. Bodies pressed closely, sharing warmth to stave off the loss of body heat. Suddenly, a figure at the periphery collapsed onto the ground, their sunken eyes and darkened complexion a harbinger of despair. Their hands trembled uncontrollably, resembling the claws of a bird, while their body convulsed involuntarily. "We must lift him up. At this rate, he will perish." Someone urgently urged those close by. "He is beyond saving," a nearby person replied numbly. In that moment, empathy prevailed. No one looked down upon another, nor did they consider anyone more esteemed than the rest. A few timid women began to weep openly, while the men vented their frustrations with vehement curses aimed at the wretched weather. In this manner, they sought to release their pent-up fear and anxiety. The stormy nights stretched on interminably, even as the wind began to soften and the rain lessened after midnight, for individuals had already succumbed in Yang Baichuan's camp. They had narrowly escaped the disaster of the flight, only to fall victim to the merciless elements. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow, suffocating all present. Regardless of their former glory, remarkable achievements, or esteemed status, they now found themselves among the most vulnerable. Perhaps a mere gust of cold wind could snatch away their lives. I did not witness the tragic scene at Yang Baichuan's location, but I could easily envision it. In comparison, our circumstances were markedly better, although we too felt the cold. At least we had the shelter of our backs against the wind, rather than being exposed on all sides. Once the storm abated, I promptly instructed everyone to remove their damp clothing and wring it out. Wet garments only exacerbated the chill and heightened the risk of illness. My request left several women in a quandary, as it was indeed a source of embarrassment for them to disrobe in front of me and Chen Song, both of whom were men. Among the three women, only Mills displayed the audacity to comply, shedding her attire down to the bare minimum. "Remove your clothing quickly if you wish to avoid illness. There are no medicines here, and even a mild cold can be fatal," I found it necessary to remind them, emphasizing that modesty was inconsequential when weighed against the value of life. After some hesitation, the three women ultimately acquiesced, discarding their outer garments until only their undergarments remained. This scene proved to be quite provocative for the men present. I tended to the fire, discovering a flicker of warmth still present, while it could not ignite anew. It could provide a modicum of heat. A group of women huddled together while Chun Song and I attempted to dry our clothes by roasting them over the fire, hoping to extract some warmth from the flames. Unfortunately, the temperature of the fire was insufficient to achieve any significant effect. We all shivered in the cold. Had we not enjoyed a hearty meal the previous night, our predicament would have been far worse. "Let us engage in some exercises," I suggested, as the only solution to generate warmth through movement, for remaining idle would only exacerbate our chill. A few of us performed various improvised physical movements, and as our exertion increased, steam began to rise from our bodies, alleviating the cold somewhat. After a spell of jumping, I noticed an axe leaning against the wall, and a sudden idea sparked in my mind. "Let us deepen the hole and use the dry earth to fill the water stains on the ground. We shall create a drier space to rest." My proposal was met with unanimous agreement, proving far more effective than mere exercise. We all grabbed different tools and began to dig, unearthing fresh dry soil to lay over the original surface. Everyone became increasingly energized, though tiring. At least the cold no longer plagued us. As dawn broke, the storm finally ceased. Our excavation had reached nearly 2 meters deep, and the ground was now covered with fresh soil, providing a significant sense of comfort. The clothes we had removed had also benefited from the residual warmth of the fire, drying sufficiently to be worn again. Though still somewhat chilly, they were far better than before. Quickly gather the rainwater. I shall venture out to see if I can find anything dry. We must elevate the fire. We need something warm to eat, I urged the group. Everyone appeared to be in decent condition, with no immediate signs of illness, but I could not guarantee this would remain the case as time wore on. We had scarcely slept through the night, and in our cold and hungry state, we were particularly susceptible to sickness. The water pit we had hastily dug last night was now filled to the brim with clear water. I cupped my hands to drink, finding it refreshingly cool, with only a hint of earthy flavor. However, our water storage tools were inadequate to contain even a tenth of it. I could only hope that it would seep away slowly, rather than draining in mere moments. After enduring a night of wind and rain, the forest was thoroughly damp, making it exceedingly difficult to locate dry kindling. Nevertheless, I had my methods. In this primitive jungle, one could always discover materials that remained untouched by rain. Indeed, shortly thereafter, I stumbled upon a dead tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Its leaves had all fallen, suggesting it had been dead for many years. I swung the axe, stripping away the wet outer bark to reveal the dry trunk beneath. With each strike, I heard a hollow sound resonating within. Astonishingly, the tree was hollow. I could not contain my joy. Many hollow trees had rotted inside, and the resulting wood shavings were highly flammable, making them perfect for kindling. Once the fire was ignited, the previously soaked firewood would eventually catch flame. Half an hour later, I had gathered a substantial amount of firewood. After binding it with ropes made from leaves, I carried it back. The fire soon roared to life, with everyone huddled around it, drying their clothes. The rudimentary large pot was set up again to boil some water and warm our stomachs. The rising smoke danced far into the distance, a striking sight indeed. Just as our water reached a boil, a large group of people rushed over. It was needless to say, all of Yang Baichuan's followers had arrived. "Old Lu, you haven't extinguished your fire?" Yang Baichun exclaimed. "We froze to death last night. This cursed weather is truly merciless." He pushed through the crowd and approached the fire. He Fei and others were eager to join, while those who were cold and shivering gazed longingly at the fire and the steaming water in my pot. "Hold on. This place is too small to accommodate so many people. You may warm yourselves, but you must immediately gather more firewood, both dry and wet. Bring back as much as you can," I insisted, trying to restrain their enthusiasm. Yes, go find firewood. Otherwise the fire won't last long," Yang Baichun echoed. Yet he stood rooted in place. "You two, go outside. I will start another fire for you in the open area," I said, pushing Yang Baichun out. Without his leadership, the others were hesitant to act recklessly. Yang Baichun offered an awkward smile, but obediently left my camp. Seeing him expelled, the others lost their desire to enter and quickly dispersed to gather firewood. I pulled a few blazing sticks from the fire and constructed a new pile outside, layering it with dry twigs and then covering them with semi-dry wood. In less than 10 minutes, a new fire blazed brightly. The wood gatherers began to return, most of them placing their wood onto the new pile before huddling around it to warm themselves. Nearby, several women were sipping hot water. After all, they were women and naturally had a somewhat weaker constitution, thus deserving priority. The sight of their warm mugs sparked envy in others, who looked at them as if they were treasures, their eyes brimming with longing. Many among them were both cold and hungry, some struggling even to stand. At such a moment, who wouldn't yearn for a sip of hot water? "Old Lu, you must provide some relief for everyone. My supplies were all blown away by the wind last night, and I have nothing left," Yang Baichun said, a look of helplessness on his face. "What can I do with so many people? At most, I can offer a little hot water. As for food, you must find it yourselves. This is the extent of my assistance. We are all adults, capable of using our hands and feet. If you wish to avoid starvation, you must devise your own means. I am not a free caretaker. Hot water is good. Hot water is good. We can discuss the rest later," Yang Baichun replied, a smile spreading across his face, knowing better than to ask for too much at this moment. Fortunately, the water pit I dug last night was sufficiently large. Through successive boils, everyone managed to receive a cup of hot water. Now they have cooked their fire and quenched their thirst, yet not a single soul seems inclined to depart. "Old Lu, we are left with nothing. Most are famished. Perhaps you might contemplate my proposal? Yang Baichun finally revealed his ulterior motives. What proposal? I do not recall, I replied. Let us collaborate. Look at these individuals. They are the elite of society. We bear the responsibility of ensuring their safe return to civilization. Once back, they will certainly remember you. Upon finishing, Yang Baichun exchanged knowing glances with the others, indicating that they had likely conspired prior to arriving. Young man, I recognize your capabilities. I own a company in the city, not vast in assets, but still worth several billion. I have a sole daughter, of a similar age to you, and she is quite beautiful. If you assist me in surviving this desolate island, I can assure you her hand in marriage. Henceforth, all that is mine shall be yours. A middle-aged man cast forth an enticing offer. Had this been in the past, I would have readily accepted without a second thought. I also own a factory. Should you save me, I can make you my deputy upon our return, and you shall receive half of the factory as shares, chimed in another man in his 30s. As for the women, their intentions were even more direct. They nearly threw themselves at me. Is this not a form of moral coercion? I lack the means to support you all, I replied with a bitter smile. Before arriving here, I was beset by misfortune. As the saying goes, even drinking water could get stuck between my teeth. I dreamed of encountering a benefactor to elevate me and provide stable employment. Yet all was mere fantasy. No one would regard a retired soldier with any seriousness. Ironically, on this forsaken island, I had become the benefactor to a group of high society individuals. It is a profound irony that those who may excel in certain aspects have become burdens in this harsh environment, with 20 to 30 individuals needing sustenance. I truly lack the means to feed them all. Ladies and gentlemen, I am struggling to survive myself. Please do not burden me further. You now possess fire. Seek your own food and construct a secure shelter. Under Captain Yang's leadership, await the arrival of the rescue team. I genuinely lack the capacity to manage such a multitude. In terms of intellect, they likely surpassed me, their cunning far exceeding mine. My sole advantage lay in my practical skills, which were slightly superior to theirs. Since you are unwilling to collaborate, could you at least provide us with some food? Yang Baichun had now resorted to a secondary request. I have nothing left but a bit of dried fish. You may divide it among yourselves. Ultimately, I could not bring myself to abandon them entirely. After granting permission, a throng of individuals rushed into my camp like wild beasts. Once they departed, I discovered that every morsel of food had vanished. Not even a single coconut was spared. Truly, good intentions yielded no rewards. Gazing at the few remaining bottles of water, we were all on the verge of tears. These were the only ones we managed to secure for ourselves. Otherwise, they would likely have taken them all. Chapter 17. The ruler of the jungle. All our efforts were rendered futile after a natural disaster, and our provisions were decimated, reverting us to a state of scarcity. Lao Lu, you are far too generous. Chen Song chided me for acquiescing to their unreasonable demands. Now look at us. We are left to starve. Sighing, I lamented my own predicament. I had only agreed to provide them with dried fish. Who could have anticipated they would take everything? A bitter smile crept across my face. After the storm, the sea had risen significantly, and the prospect of foraging along the shore was bleak. The small creatures of the forest were hidden away in their burrows, rendering our chances of capturing them virtually non-existent. I stood still, contemplating for a considerable time, until a solution for acquiring food dawned upon me. Let us seek out high-protein sustenance. Armed with an axe, I ventured into the woods, realizing that we had little left to lose. What high-protein food do you have in mind? You're not suggesting we hunt for insects, are you? Queried Fei Er, her curiosity piqued. Her education had not gone to waste. She had indeed guessed correctly. Tree worms, those plump, white larvae that thrive within decaying wood, could grow up to 2 or 3 inches long and as thick as a thumb. This was indeed a superior source of protein. The thought had crossed my mind previously while gathering firewood, but at that time, we had no shortage of food and lacked the motivation to seek them out. Eating bugs. How revolting! Guan Lingyu exclaimed, her face contorting in disgust. Is that even edible? Whether something is edible can only be determined through experience. When hunger gnaws at you, even mud might seem palatable, I retorted sharply. There were still plenty of dead trees in the forest, and before long, I stumbled upon a fallen trunk. The tree, over 2 feet in diameter, was significantly decayed and quite soft. With a few well-placed strikes of my axe, I split the trunk open, carefully sifting through the rotting wood shavings until I uncovered a plump, white larva. This is it. This is definitely a treasure. If fried, it would be quite delectable. I lifted the tree worm into my palm, Its plumpness and slow movements were evident. Ugh, that's revolting. Guan Lingyu retreated behind her sister, discomfort washing over her at the mere thought of consuming such a creature. Su Ying's expression mirrored her unease, likely having never encountered such fare before. It resembled a maggot, albeit with a different hue. I recalled watching Bear Grylls consume live insects, the way he effortlessly tossed them into his mouth while they squirmed, sending shivers down my spine. Most people would not possess such courage. Chen Song's remarks reminded me of a video circulating online. Indeed, Bear Grylls is an extraordinary survival expert in the wild. Though there is an element of showmanship, he is indeed a remarkable individual who speaks with undeniable skill. While I would dare to consume insects raw, I would at least ensure their heads are severed. I could never bring myself to eat them while they wriggle about. As we busied ourselves, exchanging casual banter, within less than half an hour, I had disassembled the dead tree into several sizable pieces. My pockets now contained 7 insects of varying sizes. You all should carry the drywood back. I will search elsewhere, I suggested. Fuel is always in demand, and their presence would not significantly aid my efforts. It would be far more practical for them to return with some kindling. Under Chun Song's leadership, several women followed suit. While Mills expressed her desire to learn more about wilderness survival skills, given her enthusiasm, I would not refuse. In truth, I wished for all of them to master the art of surviving in the wild. Otherwise, should anything happen to me, they would be utterly helpless and face starvation. Mills and I continued deeper into the woods, our path accompanied by the rustling of half-grown shrubs and wild grasses. Suddenly, an unusual sound broke the silence, followed by the low growl of a beast warning us of its presence. Stay still. We may have intruded upon a wild animal's territory, I urged Mills, tightening my grip on the axe in my hand. Were it not for this formidable weapon, I might have simply turned and fled. Before long, a massive black bear emerged from the underbrush. Aren't black bears creatures of temperate climates? How can there be one on this deserted island? Mills exclaimed in astonishment. Regrettably, I had no answers for her. My focus was elsewhere. The black bear is undoubtedly a dominant predator of the forest, with tough skin, substantial mass, immense strength, and remarkable speed. Its only drawbacks are a lack of agility and limited cunning. You go first, I will hold it off. Retreat slowly. And once you are a safe distance away, run, I instructed, needing to ensure Mills's safety first. If the bear decided to attack, I could not guarantee I could protect her. The bear's speed is formidable, and in the forest, Mills might not outrun it and would be more vulnerable to an assault. Like all predators, they prefer to strike at targets that are unaware of their approach. Mills, appearing anxious, began to retreat slowly. However, after only a couple of steps, she was tripped by a root. Her fall created a significant commotion. With a ferocious roar, the bear lunged directly at her. Alarmed by the situation, I realized that if Mills were to be caught, her chances of survival would plummet. Hey, over here, you bear! I shouted, hurling a stone that struck the creature squarely on the head. The bear, initially focused on Mills, shifted its attention to me, eager to eliminate this audacious challenger. The black bear turned and charged towards me. At this moment, I scarcely dared to utter a word, my full attention fixated on the trajectory of the black bear's assault, my axe firmly gripped in hand. This was my sole means of defense against the formidable creature. Without it, the mere thought was unbearable. The bear charged at me like a tank, its sheer force threatening to shatter my bones upon impact. As it lunged, I could distinctly see its grotesque visage and the mist escaping its maw. Few possessed the courage to confront such an onslaught. My heart raced as I cautiously calculated the distance between us. Should I move too early, the bear could effortlessly alter its course. Too late, and I risked being crushed beneath its paw. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. I could keenly sense the rush of wind it generated, the fine hairs on its massive paws visible in stark detail. Chapter 18. A grueling battle. When the bear was merely a meter away, I sprang into action, leaping toward a pre-selected spot. In a swift motion, I swung my axe towards its head. In the blink of an eye, the bear's body brushed past mine, its razor-sharp claws mere inches from my face. My misjudgment caused the axe to miss its target, merely grazing the bear's shoulder, leaving a thin line of crimson and a few of its dark hairs scattered to the ground. With a roar, the bear bellowed in fury, enraged by the unexpected injury. It had not anticipated such pain, and this only intensified its wrath. A wounded beast is a perilous adversary, particularly a dominant creature like this black bear. Its madness would be all the more terrifying. Had escape been an option, I would have fled without hesitation. Alas, the monstrous entity before me offered no such opportunity. The bear growled as it pivoted, lunging towards me once more, now even more ferocious and resolute. The earlier miscalculation had illuminated the truth. Allowing it to close within a meter was an imprudent risk, fraught with danger. One lapse in vigilance could render me the injured party. Furthermore, the dense underbrush made my movements precarious. Should I fall like Mills, my chances of rescue would be non-existent. This time, with the bear approximately 2 meters away, I leapt aside. To my surprise, this seemingly hulking creature was far from clumsy. It deftly shifted its body, its long arms reaching out directly for my left arm. Though I had anticipated its ability to redirect its trajectory, I had not expected such swiftness, nor had I imagined its reach to be so extensive. In what seemed like a casual swipe, it managed to grasp the fabric of my clothing. With a rip, my garment was torn asunder, and propelled by the bear's claw, I was sent crashing to the ground. This turn of events caught me entirely off guard, my heart leaping into my throat. Before my body even touched the ground, I executed a swift roll and darted behind the black bear. For this was the only direction where I could momentarily evade its wrath. My calculations seemed flawless. However, to my dismay, the fire axe in my hand became an impediment, ensnared by the grass and vines beneath me. In order to extricate it, I would have to alter my trajectory, thereby exposing myself to the bear's lethal range. Yet, if I discarded the axe, I would forfeit my sole means of counterattack. The gravity of the situation was too pressing for contemplation. Instinctively, I exerted force, attempting to sever the vines with the blade of the axe, while simultaneously rising to my feet. At that instant, my head was laid bare before the bear, which opened its gaping maw, lunging down towards me with ferocity. I could distinctly perceive the foul stench emanating from its jaws. The bear's teeth were exceedingly sharp, and the crushing power of its jaws was formidable. Should I fall prey to its bite, my skull would likely be obliterated. In this dire moment, I acted without hesitation, hoisting the axe along with the vines and bracing it against the bear's chin. Its saliva dripped onto my head, and had I been a fraction of a second slower, my life would have surely ended there. Yet the bear's offensive tactics were far from exhausted. With its mouth restrained, it wrapped its powerful arms around me in a crushing embrace. With such immense strength, once ensnared, escape would be impossible. My robust physique, which appeared formidable among humans, would likely succumb to broken ribs and a shattered sternum. In desperation, I sank my body downwards, dragging the axe as I slipped away from its left side. The bear, thwarted, grew even more enraged, pounding its chest like a gorilla and unleashing a deafening display of dominance. Having narrowly evaded its grasp, I dared not provoke it further and began to retreat cautiously. However, in my frantic haste, I found myself backing towards the bear's den, inciting profound unease within it, prompting another fierce charge in my direction. My heart sank in despair, cursing this ill-fated day, as I began to circle around in a frantic dash. It was a daunting task. Its massive bulk allowed it a surprising agility. Indeed, my strategies soon bore fruit. After several failed pounces, the bear began to show signs of disorientation, lowering its forepaws in fatigue, mechanically trailing behind me. After several laps, both beast and human were left breathless. I finally shed my initial anxiety and began to contemplate how to confront this formidable creature. The black bear is notoriously vengeful, having incurred its wrath. I would need to remain vigilant in these woods. For a moment's inattention could cost me my life. In order to ensure my survival, I must devise a means to eliminate this formidable creature. Otherwise, I shall never again set foot in this territory. Yet, how to tackle this robust and resilient beast eludes me for the moment. Digging a pitfall could prove to be a viable option, but time is not on my side, and I lack the energy for such endeavors. As I ponder my predicament, the black bear, in its frantic struggle, becomes ensnared by the grass and vines on the ground. It exerts all its strength to break free from the entanglement. An opportunity, a spark of realization ignites within me. This is indeed a rare chance. Fueled by adrenaline, I do not hesitate. I pivot swiftly, leaping high, gripping the axe handle with both hands, and channeling all my strength downward toward the bear's head. The black bear, sensing the imminent danger, thrashes its head and pulls with all its might, rising awkwardly to its hind legs, still encumbered by the vines. With a loud thud, my axe glides past its head and crashes down onto its right arm. Although this strike does not pierce a vital area, it cleaves through the bear's arm. leaving only a layer of skin hanging. The weight and sharpness of the fire axe are indeed formidable. With any other blade, merely creating a wound would seem an accomplishment. The bear's hide possesses remarkable defensive capability. The bear roars in agony, for in this realm, it has always been the predator, never the prey. Enraged, it launches itself at me with reckless abandon. Despite having lost an arm, it remains ferocious, intent on tearing me to shreds. In this moment, I find a peculiar calm. The bear is gravely injured. Perhaps it will thrash about for a time, and once it has bled enough and exhausted its strength, I will strike again, certainly, with overwhelming confidence. A substantial bounty of bear meat beckons to me, and I relish the thought of indulging in the legendary bear paw. Chapter 19. The dastardly nature of humanity. Resolute in my decision, I refrain from engaging in direct combat with the frenzied black bear, opting instead to wait until it has bled excessively and spent its energy. Following its initial fury, the effects of blood loss soon become evident. The bear's footing wavers, and its body begins to weaken. I remain unhurried, choosing to sit back and recover my own strength. After a span of 10 minutes, the bear collapses, convulsing on the ground. This time, I do not hesitate. I rush forward and deliver a decisive blow to its forehead with my axe. By a stroke of fortune, I managed to slay the bear. This ordeal was far from easy. Should the opportunity arise again, I would prefer to pass by such a beast rather than risk my life against it. I proceed to dismember the bear with my axe and call upon Chun Song and the others to assist me, expending considerable effort to transport the hefty carcass back. The women regard me with astonishment, akin to observing a panda in a zoo. Just moments ago, they were profoundly concerned for my safety, unaware that I single-handedly vanquished this fearsome black bear. Within me resides a flicker of vanity. Yet I refrain from elucidating that this recent success was largely a matter of fortune. As the leader, I must cultivate a sense of measured reverence among my companions. The process of dismantling the bear meat was undeniably a source of joy. We have transitioned from a state of utter deprivation to one of abundance. For the coming days, we shall not find ourselves in want of sustenance. Consuming meat is far more satiating than other provisions, and with a stroke of good fortune, it may sustain us until the arrival of the rescue team. I ventured to the shore to cleanse the entrails and intestines, for these too are valuable resources that should not be squandered. Chin Song, driven by a fierce determination, took on the dirtiest tasks. He stands as the second man in our small band, possessing lesser survival skills and bravery than I. If he does not assume more responsibility, he risks being overshadowed by Mills. Men are creatures of profound pride, adamantly refusing to exist in a state of subservience before women. The allure of a beautiful woman only amplifies their motivation. We toiled diligently until noon, and at last, the joyous barbecue commenced. At that moment, our former neighbors, who had vacated the area earlier, returned to our encampment. This time, Yang Baichun was absent, and the leader was He Fei. Old Lu, I've heard you've procured several 100 pounds of meat. I reckon you want to finish it all at once, will you? He Fei said with unabashed boldness. Whether we can consume it all is our own concern. You should find your own comfort elsewhere, I replied with a dark countenance. The events of the morning had entirely extinguished my inclination to assist them. These individuals are akin to ravenous wolves, never fully satiated nor willing to fend for themselves. Old Lu, you are mistaken. Perhaps in a few days, the rescue team will arrive. With such a bounty of meat, do you truly expect to take it all home? He Fei argued. We are all survivors from the same flight. That in itself is a profound bond. To take a step back, even out of humanitarian considerations, it is only right to look out for one another, is it not? His reasoning was delivered with a self-assuredness that betrayed no shame for his indolent behavior. The group behind him clamored eagerly, some individuals visibly agitated, eager to repeat their earlier attempt to seize our food. Get lost. Who dares touch my meat? Ask my axe if it consents. My temper flared instantly. I had risked life and limb to procure this meat. Why should I share it with these ungrateful scroungers? Observing my resolute demeanor, He Fei's expression soured, as he realized I was utterly steadfast in my refusal to part with our provisions. Do not fear him. I doubt he would dare to kill. If he truly resorts to violence, we can report him to the rescue team upon their arrival. Let him face imprisonment, or worse. A defiant voice called from the crowd, reigniting hope among those refugees who had previously considered surrender. In truth, although I may appear fierce, the thought of wielding my axe against another person gives me pause. After all, I have been raised in a civilized society. steeped in Confucian values that strictly prohibit acts of murder and arson. As that fellow remarked, should I indeed take a life, and the rescue team were to arrive, I would likely find myself imprisoned for homicide or facing execution. However, I resolutely refused to relinquish the hard-earned sustenance we possess to these ruffians. This is nothing less than blatant robbery, a shameless plunder masquerading as survival. Let them come. I am eager to see how they dare to approach us. Among the survivors, a few audacious souls began to stir, emboldened by a sense of rebellion. If they possess the courage, let them come forth. I brandished a fiercely burning piece of wood, vigorously wielding it to block the entrance. While I may not have the audacity to kill, I fear not the act of striking. Should they attempt to seize my possessions, they must not blame me for being ruthless. The cowardice of that young man is evident. Let us advance. With my axe now lowered, their bravado increased. To them, receiving a few blows seemed a minor affliction compared to the gnawing hunger of starvation. Indeed, several robust individuals surged forward, undeterred even as the roaring flames threatened their hair. Grab a person to restrain him while the others seize the meat. He Fei, having shed his pretense, directly commanded several survivors to take action against me. Who dares to lay a hand? Chen Song, who had remained inactive, suddenly charged out, followed closely by Mills and Su Ying, both wielding wooden clubs. Only the relatively timid Guan sisters lingered behind, busying themselves with relocating the meat to minimize the chance of theft. Seeing my companions finally rally, my heart felt a flicker of relief. At last, we resembled a true team. Yet, even this unity could not extinguish the greed of our adversaries. By comparison, our numbers were significantly fewer, and several were women, granting us little advantage. Should they succeed in overcoming me and Chen Song, the meat within the camp would be theirs for the taking. Let us deal with these two. By noon, we shall have meat. He Fei bellowed, seizing a club and charging forth. Witnessing their leader's boldness, the others followed suit, recklessly rushing into the fray. I harbored a profound disdain for He Fei. His aggressive advance made him my primary target. To capture the ringleader is to quell the rebellion. If I could subdue him, the others would falter. As He Fei closed in, I swung the flaming piece of wood, aiming a devastating blow towards his head. I could scarcely believe he would not fear death. Even if my strike did not end his life, it would surely incapacitate him. Chapter 20. Betrayal. Though He Fei was indeed a rogue, his physical prowess was not to be underestimated. While he may not rival my abilities, he was far superior to the likes of Yang Baichun and others. In the face of my assault, he exhibited no panic, raising his own club to deflect my strike. Nevertheless, I was no novice. As the wood collided, I leapt forward, delivering a solid punch to his chest. This military-style boxing is deceptively simple, yet remarkably effective in its aggression. He Fei, caught off guard, found himself unceremoniously seated upon the ground, his club tumbling from his grasp. Command them to cease, or I shall set your hair ablaze. I placed the burning firewood against He Fei's neck. Although the flames had extinguished, it remained exceedingly hot. The heat singed the hair at the back of He Fei's neck, producing an acrid odor. Stop, stop. Let us speak civilly, He Fei stammered, revealing his unexpected timidity. To my astonishment, he was rather vain, particularly protective of his hair. Under my threat, He Fei ultimately called off the others. The fierce confrontation that was on the verge of erupting was momentarily halted. A throng had arrived swiftly, only to disperse just as quickly. Apart from He Fei, who remained sprawled on the ground, the rest retreated like a receding tide. Look at them. These are the individuals you wish to save. They follow when there are benefits, yet abandon you when there are none. I seized the opportunity to chastise He Fei. Those individuals had indeed had a chance to seize the bear meat. Ultimately, it was He Fei who hindered their efforts. Consequently, when they departed, no one offered him assistance. He Fei glanced awkwardly at me, grimacing as he stood up, then turned to Chen Song and said, "Could someone take me back?" Chen Song remained silent, merely turning his gaze toward me. If I were to withhold my consent, he likely would not offer assistance. After a brief silence, I finally nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Song. I had inflicted the injury. If this fellow lingered, it would pose a troublesome predicament. Chen Song, with a look of disdain, stepped forward and assisted He Fei in leaving. Once everyone had departed, I pondered whether to remain at this encampment. We were perilously close to Yang Baichun's group, and any activities on our part would be swiftly reported to them. Their numbers were formidable. Should a conflict arise without restraint, we would be the ones to suffer. After all, our group was predominantly female, and the combat prowess of Guan Lingyu and Fei Er was nearly non-existent. I deliberated extensively with them about relocating. Both Fei Er and Su Ying were in favor of moving, while Guan Lingyu opposed the idea, and Mills was indifferent. Adhering to the principle of majority rule, I resolved that we would indeed relocate. However, determining where and how to move remained a vexing dilemma. Until a suitable encampment was found, we would have to remain here for the time being. In the afternoon, I refrained from venturing out. Our primary task was to smoke the bear meat. With several hundred pounds of meat, it was impossible to consume it all in 1 or 2 meals. Fresh meat is prone to rapid spoilage. Only by smoking it could we preserve it for a longer duration. We toiled through the evening, finishing our work only as night fell. The day had left us all feeling particularly fatigued. After tending to the fire, we hurriedly succumbed to sleep. I had initially planned to keep watch through the night, but Chin Song relieved me of that duty. He offered to guard the first half of the night, allowing me to rest before he would take over. Exhausted from the day's labor, I quickly drifted into a deep slumber upon the hay strewn across the ground. This sleep was particularly sweet. I had not experienced such comfort in several days. When I eventually awoke, the dawn had already broken. Remarkably, I had slept through the entire night without stirring. The arrangement to substitute Chin Song at midnight has taken an unexpected turn. Filled with a sense of guilt, I rose and made my way towards the entrance, only to find that Chin Song was absent, leaving me uncertain of his whereabouts. Calmly, I decided to relieve myself outside. I promptly dismissed my wandering thoughts and proceeded to address my personal needs. After a refreshing release, the overwhelming desires began to subside. I glanced around but found no trace of Chin Song, perplexed by his disappearance. Upon turning back into the cave, I sensed something was amiss. Where had my meat gone? Not a single piece remained. Moreover, our makeshift pot and my fire axe were also missing. Everyone, wake up. Our belongings have been taken. I lamented while shaking Guan Lingyu and the others, feeling annoyed with myself for having slept so soundly that I was oblivious to the theft. The women stirred from their slumber, bewildered and confused, completely unaware of what had transpired. However, upon seeing the bear cave, it was clear even to the slowest among them what had happened. Where's Chin Song? Wasn't he supposed to be on watch? Mills was quick to respond, echoing my own thoughts. Even if we were deeply asleep, Chin Song, as the sentinel, should have noticed any disturbances. The only plausible explanation was that something had happened to him. He had either been overpowered and taken away or had encountered some issue. Let us go find them, I exclaimed, my anger boiling over. This group was utterly despicable. Not only had they taken our bear meat, but they had also made off with our cooking equipment. When I and the women stormed into Yang Baichuan's camp, the first sight that met my eyes was the grinning face of Chin Song, flanked by the 2 women who had once tempted me. It was clear they were up to no good. In that moment, it dawned on me. Chin Song had succumbed to the allure of these women and betrayed us. Chin Song, come here, I commanded, furious at the treachery. If it had merely been a ploy by He Fei and his cohorts, I might have found it more palatable. The betrayal of someone close is far harder to bear. Lu Yui, I'm sorry. Chin Song's expression was one of awkwardness, his gaze darting around, unable to meet my eyes. Spare me the excuses. I know they must have promised you great rewards. But how did you manage to put us all to sleep? I was not interested in hearing Chin Song's explanations. The answers were painfully obvious. Much like what they had told me the previous day, it was all empty promises, and who could tell if they would ever be fulfilled? The one thing I could not comprehend was how he had managed to lull us into a deep slumber until dawn. It was Yang who had a bottle of sleeping pills. He gave me a few, which I discreetly added to the meat stew last night. Chin Song's admission finally illuminated the situation for me. No wonder he had adamantly refused to eat the meat soup and had taken it upon himself to keep watch. Everything had been predetermined when he returned He Fei to their camp. Fine, take the meat, but return my axe. I realized that recovering the bear meat from this band of thieves would be nearly impossible. I suspected a third of it had already made its way into their bellies. Chapter 21. Swift retribution. The axe had already been taken out by Yang Tu, and they had set off early to fetch water. After Chin Song finished speaking, he pulled the 2 women beside him and turned to leave. Given his anxious demeanor, it was evident what his intentions were. Contrary to my expectations of a fierce confrontation, no such clash occurred. Yang Baichun and He Fei were absent, rendering my efforts akin to striking at empty air, which was quite disheartening. Originally, I could have charged at Chin Song and delivered a sound thrashing, but witnessing his demeanor dissuaded me from such actions. This fellow, much like myself in reality, was undoubtedly a pitiful wretch. seeking to leverage this opportunity to acquaint himself with some influential figures, hoping to turn his fortunes upon his return. Ultimately, Song was merely a pitiable soul, so lost that he could not even grasp his own predicament. While I might have enjoyed the luxury of kicking him down a peg during my leisure, dedicating time to deal with him was nothing short of a folly. What shall we do now? We have nothing to eat, nothing at all, Guan Lingyu lamented, casting a reproachful glance in my direction, as if I were solely responsible for our plight. Deserving of hunger are we? If one wishes for sustenance, why not devise a way to procure it? I retorted, my temper flaring. Had she not been a woman and the sister of Feyre, I would have cast her out of my group long ago. Sister, can't you hold your tongue? Louis will find a way. Feyre, sensing my irritation, quickly intervened and pulled her sister away to prevent further provocation. Let us return. Even with nothing, I shall fare better than they, I declared resolutely, pivoting on my heel to leave. Humph, I thought him formidable, yet he is merely posturing, came the derisive voices of several individuals from the camp. They assumed they had caught a glimpse of my cowardice. In the face of such mockery, I lacked the inclination to retaliate. Engaging in verbal sparring held no value. It was far more prudent to conserve my energy for meaningful endeavors. As I prepared to depart with a few women, I had scarcely taken a few steps when a series of heavy footsteps echoed behind us. Someone was returning from outside. Run! There's a ferocious beast pursuing us. I could not discern who shouted, but the panic in their voice suggested they had indeed stirred up trouble once more. We should head over there, away from them. I gestured toward a distant hillock, and several swiftly made their way up. At that moment, the figures of Yang Baichun and the others finally came into view, with He Fei among them, holding my axe. Two individuals lagged behind, limping noticeably, evidently injured. Upon closer inspection, a dark, tusked behemoth was barreling towards them. Isn't that the wild boar we encountered that day? Mills exclaimed, his realization dawning. Song had mentioned they were fetching water. Indeed, they had ventured to the location I referred to. Little did they know, a creature more formidable than a black bear awaited them, as they carelessly proceeded into danger. Indeed, Yang Baichun and his companions had just ventured into the territory of the wild boar when they were discovered before they could locate a water source. He Fei, believing himself armed with an axe, did not retreat, but rather contemplated attacking the boar. After a brief skirmish, the wild boar emerged largely unscathed, while Yang Baichun's group suffered significant losses, proving no match for the creature. In a bold move, He Fei charged forward, inflicting a gash several inches deep on the boar's hindquarters, which incited the beast into a furious rampage, relentlessly pursuing them. Wild boars are known for their vengeful nature. They do not relent until their goal is achieved. The injured beast doggedly chased after Yang Baichun and his men, resulting in a growing number of human casualties. Initially, there were 8 men. Now, 4 were unaccounted for, while the 2 trailing behind were also struck by the boar, their endurance uncertain. Yang Baichun and He Fei managed to flee relatively quickly, yet their foolishness was evident as they led the enraged boar back to their camp, a reckless endeavor indeed. Upon encountering a larger group of people, the boar, undeterred, grew even more exhilarated, abandoning its pursuit of the slower individuals to charge directly into the camp. Chaos erupted, with cries of alarm and angry shouts filling the air. Several individuals were tossed high into the air, their bodies punctured by the boar's ferocity. Song hurriedly emerged, having not even the time to fully dress. The 2 women, even more comically, dashed forward clad only in their tops, resembling startled rabbits. Serves them right for pilfering my bear meat. I stood atop a hill, observing the unfolding spectacle with immense satisfaction. The retribution arrived rather swiftly. The survivors scattered in a panic, none daring to remain in place. And certainly, no one devised a strategy to confront the enormous boar. I too pondered what I would do in such a predicament. Engaging it head-on was out of the question. Even with a fire axe, it would be futile. The boar's hide is exceptionally tough, boasting a defense more formidable than that of a black bear. The critical issue lay in its overwhelming charge, without restraining its movements. There was no hope of subduing it. The individuals at Yang Baichun's camp fled like frightened dogs, their cries echoing in despair, while the number of injured continued to rise. At that moment, the fleeing Yang Baichun finally spotted me atop the hill. He exchanged brief words with He Fei before hastily making his way toward us. Within 2 minutes, they stood before me, breathless. Lao Lu, do you have a solution? If this continues, the survivors may perish, Yang Baichun gasped. Apologies, but I possess no remedy. "The trouble you've stirred is yours to resolve," I replied with a stern countenance, offering him no sympathy. When dealing with us, these two had been quite adept, yet now, faced with an unreasonable wild boar, they found themselves at a loss. "Lao Yang, I acknowledge that my actions last night were misguided, yet I did it to ensure everyone's survival. With so many lacking food, should we merely stand by and watch them starve? We are all citizens of Haogua. In times of peril, we ought to assist one another," He Fei asserted with conviction. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by him. At that time, he lingered on the ground, already plotting against Chen Song. When Chen Song returned him to the camp, he enlisted a few accomplices, seduced them with promises. And this scoundrel succumbed to temptation, decisively becoming a traitor. One should not embellish their own image. This is nothing but self-serving behavior at the expense of others. "If you want me to rescue them, it's simple. First, return the axe to me," I said coldly. "The fire axe is of immense utility to me, and I cannot afford to relinquish it lightly." Witnessing the demise of all the survivors evokes a twinge of guilt within me. They may have stolen meat, which irked me, but ultimately it was for survival, not an act of unforgivable malice. "If you want it, take it." He Fei handed over the fire axe. Having realized through this ordeal that the axe is not an omnipotent tool, when confronted with formidable wild boars, it proves to be of little effectiveness. Chapter 22. Preparing to relocate, there's nothing left to see, let us go. With the axe in hand, there is nothing here that holds any sentimental value for me. "Brother, how are we to save them? Hurry and come up with an idea." Yang Baichun, seeing my intention to leave, grew anxious. The robust wild boar was rampaging everywhere, and having lost everything, they now lacked even a decent place to shelter. "Use fire, are you all fools? Can't you utilize such a large bonfire?" I chastised them briskly. During my earlier observations, I had noted that the wild boar was darting about but avoiding the bonfire. Most animals, particularly those with fur, harbor a natural fear of fire. The wild boar's body contains resin, a highly flammable substance. If ignited, no matter how fierce it may be, it would flee in terror. Upon hearing my words, Yang Baichun and his companion finally came to their senses. Without waiting for further prompting from me, they rushed towards the bonfire, likely still dreaming of roasting the wild boar, a significant bounty of meat. Whether they succeed or not is of little concern to me now. Our own predicament is dire. Having risen early, I had only consumed a couple of sips of water, and my stomach was already protesting. "What now? We have nothing to eat." Fei Er gazed at me helplessly. Without my presence, the four women would possess even less survival capability. "Let us go gather some coconuts. Though they are not ripe, they'll suffice for sustenance." This was the only method I could think of to procure food swiftly. After a storm, searching the shore can yield plentiful rewards. But as the tide has not receded, all I can do is gaze longingly at the sea. The women followed me, their brows furrowed with worry, to the location of the coconut trees, as there was nothing left in the camp that required guarding. Before long, we arrived at the coconut trees. I noticed that 2 trees had been uprooted by the fierce winds, saving me the trouble of climbing. Just as I was about to reach for a couple of unripe coconuts, I suddenly spotted something dark and moving beside the coconut tree. I quickly gestured for the approaching women to halt. After the events of the past few days, I have come to realize that this deserted island is far from safe. Should we fall victim to an animal attack, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Much like those unfortunate individuals wounded by wild boars, survival would become exceedingly arduous. Is there something amiss? A few women, noticing my grave expression, grew increasingly anxious. I could not ascertain the situation until I approached closer. Grasping my axe, I cautiously made my way toward the coconut trees. Once within 10 meters, I finally discerned the source of my concern. To my astonishment, it was a colossal coconut crab, measuring at least 2 feet in length, with formidable pincers that were quite intimidating. This species of crab has a particular fondness for coconut flesh and is considered a rare and delectable delicacy. Rather than fleeing at the sight of me, the coconut crab brandished its mighty claws in a display of defiance, as if to assert that this territory belonged to it, and warning any intruders to keep their distance. "Huh, our lunch is secured." I laughed heartily, for although God had shut one door, he had graciously opened a window for me. What manner of crab is this? Capable of such size? Is it edible? Su Ying, possessing a bold spirit, was the first to approach. Upon getting a closer look, she too was struck by disbelief. This is a coconut crab. It is indeed a highly prized food source. A creature of such magnitude would have been beyond my means to afford in the past, consuming an entire month's salary. I began to cautiously advance a couple of steps closer. When capturing crabs, one must not approach from the front. The immense strength of the coconut crab's pincers could easily sever a finger or even cause severe injury to an arm. The only way to catch it is from behind, or by pinning it down with a foot, thus ensuring one's safety. Having been isolated on this deserted island for an extended period, the coconut crab showed no fear of humans. Ultimately, its misguided attempt to resist me resulted in its capture without even needing to employ my axe. With this creature, we have sufficient sustenance for a meal. I gathered some long leaves to bind the coconut crab, then chopped a few immature coconuts before returning to our camp with the women. With food in hand, their spirits lifted considerably. Our circumstances are undoubtedly more favorable than those of the group across the way. However, we cannot remain here. Relocation is imperative. As I gnawed on the crab's large claw, I conveyed my thoughts to them. Why must we move? Isn't this place quite agreeable? It is close to the shore and provides access to food. Guan Lingyu appeared reluctant, clearly discontent with the idea. Firstly, our malicious neighbors are numerous, and they could snatch away any food we have labored to acquire at any moment. Secondly, this location is too exposed. Should a severe storm arise, we would struggle to withstand it. Thirdly, the wild boar may seek retribution against humanity at any time, and our proximity makes us easy targets. I articulated several compelling reasons for our need to relocate. The first being that, while hope still flickers among the survivors, they maintain a semblance of restraint and are less likely to engage in desperate actions. The second reason is more troubling. The storm we endured a couple of days ago, though not particularly severe, left us feeling quite uncomfortable. In the tropical seas, maritime storms are exceedingly prevalent, with some superstorms persisting for several days, accompanied by copious rainfall. The consequences of being trapped here would be dire. Furthermore, our camp is hewn from the mountainside, primarily composed of earth. Should the winds and rains become too fierce, the ground could easily become saturated and collapse. This is a grave concern. The fact that it has not collapsed previously does not guarantee that it will remain safe in the future. Another troubling issue is that even if Yang Baichun and the others were to use fire, they could not possibly vanquish the ferocious wild boar. This creature is exceedingly aggressive and bears grudges, and it is not improbable that it might emerge at any moment to attack the survivors. Where shall we relocate? Straying too far from the coast would be unwise. If the rescue team were to arrive, we might miss our chance and be condemned to live on this desolate island for eternity. What troubles Phyllis the most is the fear of never returning to society. Indeed, we share this concern. Had it not been for this issue, I would have long since wished to leave this place. After a brief hesitation, I suggested we search along the mountainside to see if we could find a suitable rocky cave. I felt uncertain about this endeavor. The mountains to the southwest are primarily rocky, and during our previous visit, we had not conducted a thorough search. This is where my focus lies. The delectable coconut crabs delighted everyone, and even without any seasoning, they were savored with great pleasure. When hunger strikes, anything tastes delightful. After our meal, several of us felt considerably revitalized. We packed our scant belongings and set off. Chapter 23. A peculiar discovery. The path beyond the small hill proved arduous. We dispersed throughout the area, meticulously searching, leaving no corner unexamined. Even the slightest crevice warranted careful scrutiny. After half an hour of searching, we remained empty-handed. Finding a natural cave suitable for habitation is indeed a formidable task. You all rest for a moment. I shall investigate the backside. If nothing is found, we may have to venture farther afield, I remarked, observing several women drenched in sweat. As a man, I felt compelled to embody the spirit of endurance. Previously, when Mills and I were in search of water, we had glimpsed a certain area, but were too eager to find fresh water to conduct a thorough examination. This time, my objective was the relatively gentle slope behind the rocky hill, where numerous stone piles were situated. The mountain is predominantly rocky. If I could identify a suitable location, it could serve as an excellent campsite. From a distance, I had not paid much heed, but as I approached, I finally discerned an anomaly. There were 6 stone piles, all appearing of similar size, and what piqued my suspicion was that these 6 piles were arranged in 2 neat rows. If these stone piles were naturally formed, their orderly arrangement would indeed be a mere coincidence. However, the uniformity in size adds an intriguing layer to the mystery. 1 coincidence might be plausible, but 2? Surely, only a fool would entertain such a notion. These stone piles are the work of human hands. I am almost certain of this. Yet I cannot ascertain when they were piled up. Judging by the degree of weathering of the stones, it has been at least 5 years. This suggests that someone once inhabited this desolate island 5 years ago, constructing these stone heaps, likely to bury the deceased. The presence of a burial indicates that someone perished here, but where did the living go? How did they escape this forsaken isle? If I could uncover the answers, perhaps I might discover a means to depart from this place. Should the rescue team fail to locate us, we must devise our own escape. No one wishes to succumb to the sands of time in such a desolate locale. To substantiate this notion, I resolve to excavate one of the stone heaps to validate my suspicions. To the venerable ancestors beneath the earth, I, Lu E, humbly seek your forgiveness as I disturb your eternal rest. I am unaware of your identity in life, and I offer my sincerest apologies here. I bowed 3 times before the stone pile in earnest reverence. Regardless of its efficacy, the dead deserve utmost respect, and it is considered taboo to disturb another's grave. After my homage, I began to remove the stones. The pile was not excessively large, and within 20 minutes, I had cleared away half of it. Beneath the stones, there were no bones or remnants of any kind, which cast doubt upon my judgment. However, the excavation was not complete. Perhaps the ancestors lay buried at the very bottom. After another 10 minutes of labor, the pile diminished further, yet the anticipated remains had still not emerged, and my confidence began to wane. Perhaps these stone heaps were indeed naturally formed. At that moment, a few women, having rested, approached. "Louis, what are you doing? Planning to construct a camp with these stones?" Myers boldly speculated, evidently unaware of the peculiar significance of the heaps. "No, come quickly and help me move these stones," I urged, refraining from disclosing my intent to excavate a potential grave, lest I frighten them. The women, as anticipated, did not inquire further and blindly followed my lead, making the task considerably swifter with several hands at work. Within 10 minutes, we had leveled the stone heap. Indeed, there were no remains. But at the bottom of the pit, an unusual object captured my attention. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the women, I retrieved the item. "What is this?" "It resembles a puppet," said Fay Air, reaching out to examine it more closely, but I withheld it from her grasp. I sensed there was something extraordinary about this object. It was indeed a puppet, yet not a mere plaything. I scrutinized it closely. It stood about a foot tall, its head somewhat abstract in form. The face was elongated, occupying half the length of the puppet, with small ears and an elongated nose, while the mouth was tightly sealed, as if rendered mute. Most striking were its large, expressive eyes, which seemed to gaze back at me with an uncanny life, making it appear as though this puppet were a living being. The body and legs are intricately carved together, devoid of any discernible modern clothing characteristics, resembling instead the flowing robes of antiquity. Whose puppet is this? Why was it buried here? Mills inquired with curiosity, yet I found myself unable to provide her with an answer. Setting aside the question of its origins, one thing is certain: this object is not a natural artifact. It is a product of human craftsmanship. The act of burying it here indicates that there were, or once were, people on this island. I gathered my thoughts and steered the conversation back on track. This puppet appears to be an item used for sacrificial purposes by some ancient civilization, something I had encountered in various archaeological journals, its age unmistakably archaic. Mills pondered for a moment before responding to me. Her words piqued the interest of the group. Indeed, this object did not resemble modern craftsmanship. Who would go to the trouble of traveling to this desolate island merely to bury a puppet? Could it be that a primitive tribe once existed here? Guan Lingyu boldly speculated, wondering if there are still undiscovered primitive tribes on Earth, a question that remains uncertain. Such wild conjecture holds little significance. Regardless of the presence of a primitive tribe on this island, it undeniably indicates that people once inhabited it. Where are these individuals now? And how did they depart from this forsaken isle? If we could uncover these answers, perhaps we too might find a way to escape. My summative statement interrupted the impractical speculations. Our current task is to rebury this puppet, preserving its original state. However, as I set the puppet down, I noticed a dark mark had appeared on my palm. At first, I thought little of it, assuming it was merely dust. Yet, as I buried the stone pile, the mark remained stubbornly intact. What could this mean? I gazed curiously at the mark on my hand, rubbing it, but it refused to fade. Perhaps it is some dye from the puppet. Given time, it would surely wash away, as Faye reassured me. I dismissed it, likening it to the temporary ink from writing on one's hand in school, something that would eventually fade. Who would take such a trivial matter to heart? Little did I anticipate that this indelible mark would soon bring me significant trouble, its influence lingering for a considerable time. Chapter 24. A new home. After unearthing one stone pile, my interest in the remaining piles waned. Whatever lay buried within held no allure for me anymore. While my fascination with the puppet was sufficient, our primary mission remained the search for a suitable campsite. This time, fortune smiled upon us as we discovered a natural cave. The entrance to this cave is rather concealed, nestled behind a massive boulder, and one would not notice it unless they approached closely. The opening is modest in size, less than 5 feet high, requiring one to stoop to enter. Inside, it is shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible, and beneath my feet, I sensed the crunch of dried twigs as I stepped. I flicked on my lighter, finally revealing the cave's full visage. The space within is rather limited, measuring around 4 to 5 square meters. The cave is quite dry, making it an exceptionally suitable campsite. Its only drawback is its size. If a fire pit were placed in the center, the remaining space would become considerably constrained. This shall be our temporary abode. During our leisure, we may ascend to the mountain peak to ensure we do not miss any rescue teams. I promptly made my decision. The women glanced at each other, offering no objections. It is certainly an improvement over our previous location, though it lacks a reliable water source, necessitating long treks to gather food. Nevertheless, this place adeptly addresses the 3 challenges I previously mentioned. With our collective efforts, the cave was soon tidied up. The floor became dry and level, bearing some signs of human alteration, rather than appearing entirely natural. In one corner, I discovered a stone pot approximately 2 feet in diameter, with a thickness akin to that of a finger and a weight that felt just right. However, I wondered if it would withstand the heat without shattering. If it were to fall, it might easily break. Louis, surely there can't be any primitive tribes on this island? Just look at this pot. What modern person would use such a thing? Mills expressed serious doubts, particularly regarding the previous puppets, which were too conspicuous. How would I know? We are not even aware of the island's size, let alone whether any primitive tribes exist here. If there truly are individuals adorned with bird feathers, you must be cautious, lest you become mere instruments for their propagation. I spoke half-jokingly, yet it startled a few of the women. While jesting about such matters might be harmless, the thought of it occurring is indeed terrifying. A figure with feathers atop their head, wielding a whip, babbling incomprehensible utterances, and ultimately overpowering you. If there were only one savage, it might be manageable. Yet, should a tribe of such indigenous men and women exist, it would be a fate worse than death. Your joke is far from amusing. After organizing the cave, Mills and I ventured once more to procure water, while Su Ying and Guan Lingyu searched the vicinity for edible items. Following the previous wild boar incident, I became exceedingly cautious, steering clear of the boar's den and striving to minimize any noise. An injured boar often becomes more aggressive and ferocious, and given my capabilities, I would not stand a chance against it. Fortunately, luck was on our side this time. I encountered no such beasts throughout the water collection process. Upon reaching the water's edge, I took a moment to wash my hands, noticing that the mark had faded slightly, leading me to dismiss it further from my mind. Louis, look, there are fish in the water, Mills exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the ripples in the pond. Judging by the size of the waves, the fish must weigh several pounds. However, the pond is quite deep and expansive. Attempting to catch it without tools would be a fool's errand. Don't dwell on it. This is the territory of that wild boar. Let us fill our containers and leave swiftly. I dared not linger by the pond's edge and retraced my steps with Mills. Along the way, I carefully felled a palm tree. I am deeply concerned that Fayer and her companions may struggle to find sustenance, prompting them to resort to perilous measures. Louis, I believe we should devise a plan to hunt that wild boar. Not only would it provide us with meat, but it would also grant us the freedom to roam within this area, suggested Mills. I share your sentiment, yet the formidable weight of a wild boar, several hundred pounds, is not easily managed. Ordinary traps would be inadequate against its ferocious charge. I mentally simulated various traps I often constructed, but all were ultimately dismissed. Mills proposed a straightforward idea, to dig a large pit in the area where the boar frequently traverses, allowing it to fall in. While many hunters employ such methods, the execution is fraught with challenges. I fear that before we can finish digging, the boar may already be upon us. I pondered aloud, stating that while typical wild boars exhibit a degree of fear towards humans, This particular one is anything but ordinary. It is extraordinarily fierce. Is there truly no means to confront it? Mills expressed his reluctance to concede defeat. There are indeed alternatives, if you could gather some palm fronds. I will prepare some ropes. We conversed as we walked, and by the time we returned to our shelter, dusk was nearly upon us. Louis, guess what we found? Fayer exclaimed with excitement as she dashed towards me upon my return. What is it? Take a guess. Fayer teased, keeping me in suspense. How could I possibly guess? I chuckled helplessly, and upon entering the stone cave, I discovered a pile of round objects, each the size of a fist, scattered across the ground. These are potatoes. Where did you find them? I was genuinely astonished. While wild potatoes do exist, they are exceedingly rare. To find them on this desolate island raises the question, could someone have brought them here? We found them on the opposite hillside. Sister Guan even wants to bring back the seedlings, but potato sprouts are inedible, Su Ying chimed in with a smile. I trust the Guan sisters can identify potatoes, but to expect them to recognize potato seedlings is a stretch. Even if you told them that potatoes grew on trees, they might well believe you. You didn't dig them all up, did you? I asked, glancing at the potatoes on the ground, which surely weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Why leave any behind? Are you hoping to cultivate a garden on this deserted island? Guan Lingyu retorted with annoyance. What do you know? What if we are stranded here for a year or more? I had to prepare for the worst. It has been approximately 5 days since we plummeted onto this deserted island. Yet where are the rescue teams? We have not even glimpsed a trace of them. Such incidents of plane crashes are of paramount importance to any nation. Under normal circumstances, a country would promptly assemble a rescue team to search for survivors and recover the deceased. If the timing and location were fortuitous, we would have been rescued long ago, and there would be no need for us to endure such suffering here. Enough of your morbid predictions. I refuse to accept that we might be here for a year. Fayer playfully stuck out her adorable tongue, clearly unwilling to confront the grim reality. Chapter 25. Eating the wrong thing in order to conserve water. We could only roast the potatoes. Fortunately, they were quite palatable when cooked this way, albeit lacking a bit of oiliness. After reluctantly filling my stomach to a modest extent, night had already descended outside. Having just moved into a new abode, I felt little fear of being ambushed by Yang Baichun and his ilk. Nevertheless, necessary precautions must be taken. Should a wild beast attack under the cover of night, the consequences would be dire. Upon my return from outside, I found several women gathered around the fire, each claiming their own space. The sturdiness of the stone cave is undoubtedly superior to that of an earthen dwelling. Yet in terms of warmth, it falls considerably short. Leaning against the stone wall, I felt a chilling draft against my back, making me susceptible to illness. Moreover, the elevated position of the cave allowed the occasional wind to sweep in, perpetually imparting a cool sensation. The fire within the cave served a vital purpose. Without it, enduring the night in this new home would be nearly impossible. Hey, where am I supposed to sleep tonight? At least make some room for me. Observing the women's seated postures, I realized that within this already cramped stone cave, there was hardly any space left for me. Why not sit next to me? Mills boldly suggested, shifting her body closer to Su Ying. No way, that rascal is far from trustworthy. Let him sit at the entrance. Guan Lingyu immediately opposed. If I were to sit beside Mills, my left side would be uncomfortably pressed against Phil, given the narrow confines of the cave. That would indeed feel like being sandwiched between two embraces. Sister, why are you always targeting Louis? He works so hard every day, fetching water and foraging for food for us. If he catches a cold, how will we manage? Phil finally spoke a word of fairness on my behalf. I toil day in and day out, scouring for sustenance and water for them, not to mention the countless dangers I face. Yet I end up with the treatment of a mere sentry at the cave's entrance. It's utterly unreasonable. Phil, your kindness is what led you to be deceived. Don't be fooled by his gentlemanly facade. He is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bringing us here, I suspect he harbors ulterior motives, Guan Lingyu asserted, revealing her disdainful perception of me. Guan Lingyu, have you lost your mind? What have I done to deserve your scorn these past few days? Open your eyes and see. All of them are no better than you. Do I need a neurotic woman like you by my side? If you don't wish to follow me, then leave. I could do without a dead weight. My anger surged. After all the effort I had put in over the past few days, efforts that were not without peril, I found it infuriating that this woman showed no gratitude. As if she believed she was entitled to it all. Stop flattering yourself. I've encountered many men like you. You appear humble and courteous on the surface. Yet only you know what schemes lie beneath. Were it not for my concern for Phil, I would have no desire to accompany you. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You likely plan to gather us all into your harem." Guan Lingyu's words became increasingly scathing, her temperament worsening under the hardships of our wild existence. As she spoke, the other three women exhibited varying reactions. Mills, the boldest of them all, regarded me with a provocative gaze, as if to say, "Come at me if you dare." Sakura and Phil were both rather bashful, their eyes cast downward, unable to meet my gaze. In stark contrast, I glared at Guan Lingyu with fiery intensity. "What is the matter? Have I unearthed your innermost thoughts, leaving you trembling? If you're a man, step up. I stand here, unyielding." Suddenly, Guan Lingyu transformed into a frenzied state, tearing at her own clothing, leading me to suspect a pronounced masochistic tendency. Every individual possesses multifaceted personalities. In the realm of normalcy, people tend to conceal their shadowy sides, refraining from revealing them before others. When ensnared in adverse circumstances, life spirals into abnormality, emotions gradually unravel, and negativity begins to manifest. Initially, I was incensed and contemplated reprimanding Guan Lingyu. However, upon witnessing her sudden descent into hysteria, my instincts sharpened. This was not the typical behavior of Guan Lingyu. "Phil, your sister has lost her wits. You ought to reason with her." I stifled my fury, recalibrating my emotions, as confronting Guan Lingyu at this juncture would be unwise. My sister doesn't usually act like this. Could it be due to that wild berry?" Phil grasped her sister's thrashing hands, suddenly recalling something. At that moment, I noticed a transformation in Sakura's countenance. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and the once reserved girl now exuded audacity, her large, doe-like eyes fixed on me with an alluring intensity. If it were just the two of them, I truly wondered what unseemly actions I might be tempted to undertake. Not every man can withstand the allure of such captivating beauty. What on earth have they consumed? I felt a surge of urgency. Their behavior was completely abnormal, undoubtedly a consequence of ingesting something inappropriate. A small, red berry. Sakura mentioned she had seen it in the mountains and that it was edible. Phil retrieved several finger-sized red fruits from her pocket. "I didn't eat any. I saved them for you. In the midst of everything. I forgot to give them to you," Phil said, her head bowed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Ironically, her good intentions spared her from peril. I examined the fruit in my hand, unable to identify its variety, and handed it to Mills. "This is the red fragrant fruit. It has pronounced hallucinogenic properties. It is said that its potency varies depending on its growing location. In Sakura's homeland, its effects are likely mild, but here on this island, they are intensified." Mills indeed recognized this peculiar fruit. "Isn't that akin to a drug? Does consuming it pose a life-threatening risk?" I felt a surge of trepidation, acutely aware that we lacked any medical facilities. If trouble arose, we would be at the mercy of fate. While life isn't in jeopardy, it can lead to a period of nervous debilitation. Without intervention, it may take several days for a full recovery, Mills remarked with a disarming smile, though I sensed an underlying secret in her expression. "Is there a remedy for them? Will drinking water suffice?" I find myself at a loss for alternative solutions. Alas, consuming water would merely expedite the effects of the medication coursing through their veins. The optimal remedy would be intravenous injection, yet we lack the necessary means. The only swift and effective approach is to allow them to release their pent-up energy. Once the drug's potency wanes, they shall gradually return to normalcy. But how to facilitate this? Merely letting them cause a ruckus? I, too, am utterly perplexed, possessing no knowledge in such matters. How naive. You are a man, and they are women. Is it not self-evident? At last, Mills revealed her cunning nature. Chapter 26. A despairing emotion once Mills spoke. The realization dawned upon me. The red radish fruit not only possesses hallucinogenic properties, but likely incites strong desires as well. Otherwise, the two women would not exhibit such behavior. Mills' method is one that any adult would comprehend, and I noticed that Faye's cheeks flushed instantly. Although my composure is typically steadfast, I too felt a twinge of embarrassment. In that moment, a devilish voice emerged from the depths of my soul, whispering that this was a splendid opportunity. Particularly with such stunning women involved. Wouldn't one relish it? Damn it. I forcefully suppressed that inner demon, preventing it from wreaking havoc, and after taking a deep breath, I addressed Mills, insisting that her method was surely unfeasible. Could there be no other remedy? There are alternatives, albeit none as effective as the first two. Mills observed my expression, her gaze revealing a mix of relief and disappointment, devoid of prior provocation. What methods? I urged. A cold water bath, but alas, we are without water. Mills' words left me somewhat disheartened. Our elevated location meant that whether heading to the shore or a pond, we faced considerable distance. Yet, the state of the two women was deteriorating rapidly. Guan Lingyu had begun to flail wildly, while Fei struggled to contain her. Su Ying's condition, though slightly better, conveyed unmistakable signals through her fiery gaze. Her inherently reserved nature suggested that if we continued to wait, she would soon spiral out of control. If all else fails, you should employ Mills' method to save them. Fei spoke, her voice barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. It took considerable courage for her to utter those words. In the realm of flight attendants, nothing holds greater importance than saving lives. When necessary, one must not hesitate to make sacrifices. No, we shall act together and bring them to the shore, I declared through clenched teeth. It was not that I lacked desire, but rather that the situation felt profoundly unsettling. And I was not mentally prepared for it, especially with Fei and Mills present. I hesitated to venture towards the pond. Nighttime is when wildlife is most active, and the likelihood of encountering wild boars would significantly increase. Seeing my resolute demeanor, Fei let out a great sigh of relief. If I were to engage with Guan Lingyu and Su Ying in any inappropriate manner, it would create an insurmountable chasm between us, extinguishing any chance of progression. In the dark of night, Fei wielded a torch while I bore the restless Guan Lingyu on my back, and Mills carried Su Ying as we trudged laboriously toward the shore. In broad daylight, it takes approximately half an hour to traverse from our campsite to the seaside, and the journey becomes increasingly arduous after sunset. Guan Lingyu often engages in mischief behind me, her shouts and calls rendering our progress exceedingly difficult. I was somewhat taken aback by Fei Er's stamina, as she managed to keep pace with me while carrying Su Ying. It seems that being a flight attendant is no easy feat, and one can only surmise that rigorous training is frequent. By the time we laboriously reached the shore, nearly an hour had elapsed. The seawater was quite chilly, and without hesitation, I tossed Guan Lingyu into the water, allowing her to flounder about. Su Ying appeared to possess a better constitution. After a few minutes in the water, the blush on her face quickly faded. When I finally retrieved the two drenched girls from the waves, they were shivering uncontrollably, their lips turning a shade of blue. Guan Lingyu ceased her banter and clung tightly to me, seeking warmth. At that moment, the torch had burned out, and returning to the mountain was no longer a viable option. We could only retreat to our original cave for the night. Fortunately, there was some firewood available, so I gathered a pile of dry grass and quickly ignited a fire. It was so cold, would I fall ill? I longed for home, for my parents. Su Ying trembled, and although the firelight cast a rosy glow upon her face, it did little to provide warmth. Guan Lingyu's condition was even worse than Su Ying's. Were it not for Fei Er supporting her, she would have struggled to remain seated. At this moment, she fell silent, her demeanor visibly waning, and her gaze dulled significantly. Do not be afraid. We shall soon dry our clothes. The rescue team may arrive by tomorrow, and then we can sleep in warm beds and enjoy hot meals. I began to paint a picture of hope for them, despite knowing that such a vision seemed unattainable. The after-effects of the red carrot fruit had taken their toll, dampening the spirits of both women, which in turn affected Fei Er and Mills. To be frank, in such an environment, who wouldn't yearn for home? Even I, at this moment, longed to return to that modest 10-square-meter rented room, where at least it was warm, sheltered from the wind and rain, and I could fill my belly with a few dollars worth of fried rice. Yet, these simplest comforts now seemed a luxury beyond our reach. Who could say when we would truly return to a normal social life? In the subsequent days, our range of activities diminished significantly. Su Ying and Guan Lingyu remained listless, devoid of vitality. Fortunately, the tide receded once more, and Mills and I managed to gather some seafood, temporarily staving off hunger for the group. However, obtaining fresh water became increasingly challenging, as the wild boar seemed to anticipate my route, having blocked my path on 2 occasions. Had it not been for the boar's lack of climbing prowess, I might have sustained injury. The situation for Yang Baichun and his group was even more dire, as they resorted to foraging for roots and tree bark, driven to potentially violent confrontations over the slightest morsel of food. The rescue team's absence was prolonged, pushing many to the brink of despair. Only a few core individuals fared somewhat better, thanks in part to the bear meat I had procured. Otherwise, they too would not have fared well. Calculating the passage of time, we have been stranded on this desolate island for over 10 days. During this period, several corpulent individuals have noticeably slimmed down, while those who were already of slight stature appear gaunter, their eyes seemingly sunken, resembling foreign figures when disregarding their skin tone. Yang Bai-chun and He Fei have taken several beautiful women to occupy our former campsite, which, under the circumstances, is preferable to makeshift shelters constructed from branches. Moreover, it offers temporary reprieve from wild boar attacks. Aside from the few who succumbed to the cold that fateful day, several others under Yang Baichuan's care have fallen ill due to their injuries. Their impaired mobility has rendered the search for sustenance increasingly arduous, leading them precariously close to death's threshold. The lamentations of these individuals have spread like a contagion, engendering a pervasive sense of despair among us all. The previously adaptable and restrained group has undergone a marked transformation, with Yang Baichun losing his grip on the situation. The 20 or so individuals have divided into 3 factions, with women once again relegated to a vulnerable status, becoming objects of disdain. Chapter 27. The plan to set sail. I am not entirely privy to the nuances of their transformation. After several days of recuperation, Guan Lingyu and Su Ying's conditions have markedly improved, much to everyone's relief. Throughout these days, I have frequently ascended to the mountaintop, hoping to catch sight of the anticipated rescue team. However, the vast ocean has yielded no sign, not even a small sailboard. Under normal circumstances, if the location of the air disaster had been accurately pinpointed, rescue teams would typically arrive, regardless of whether the incident occurred at the poles. The absence of any such arrival indicates one disheartening reality. The search and rescue personnel are utterly unaware of the survivors' whereabouts. Here, everyone bears the label of the missing, reminiscent of the vanished Malaysia Airlines flight, disappearing without a trace. All yearn to return home, unwilling to endure further torment in this desolate place. Yet no one can conceive a reliable means of escape. Some have succumbed to despair, while others have begun to propagate rumors among the survivors, asserting that an international rescue team will arrive imminently, with some even claiming to have heard the roar of an aircraft. This rumor has invigorated many, prompting a throng to gaze skyward, while bonfires have been kindled on the beach to attract any aircraft that might appear in the heavens. I, too, have heard this news, but I scoff at it. Living atop the mountain, I would be the first to learn of any passing plane. Naturally, I do not wish to shatter this comforting illusion, for life necessitates hope. A life devoid of hope is soulless, even within the fabric of normal society. A person stripped of hope exists as little more than a walking corpse. The prospect of returning home has invigorated a considerable number of individuals, spurring them to prepare earnestly and diligently seek food and fresh water, endeavoring to prolong their lives until rescue arrives. My thoughts, however, are far simpler. Since the rescue team cannot locate us, we must devise a means to escape on our own. Desiring to depart from this place, the most effective course of action at present is to construct a raft. Should we encounter passing vessels during our drift, there lies a possibility of salvation. However, this is contingent upon our survival on the raft, necessitating sustenance and fresh water. Without these essentials, none would dare to drift aimlessly upon the vast ocean for an extended duration. Our precise location remains unknown. Even if we successfully build the raft, we are uncertain of the direction to paddle. The most prudent approach is to allow ourselves to be carried by the currents. This may prove to be a prolonged endeavor, perhaps taking 10 days or even half a month before we sight a ship. I shared my thoughts with Fayer and the others, and after numerous discussions, I garnered their support. Yet, relying solely on them, we could not construct the raft, prompting me to reach out to Yang Bai-chun and his companions. Old Liu, are you willing to meet us because you've grown weary of a life surrounded by wives and concubines? Yang Bai-chun inquired with a smirk, clearly amused by his own jest, indicating that his circumstances were bearable. I was not inclined to engage in frivolous banter. My purpose was to discuss collaboration. Given the current situation, the prospects for rescue appear grim. We must devise our own means of escape, I stated earnestly, devoid of humor. Collaboration? Welcome, Old Liu. You are resourceful, but in the face of this boundless sea, what course of action can you propose to leave? Are we to construct our own vessel? Yang Bai-chun had indeed contemplated escape, yet this was not a place one could simply depart from at will. Building a ship was certainly out of the question. However, we could fashion a sufficiently large raft. The abundance of trees here makes it feasible to create a raft capable of supporting 10 individuals. I articulated some of my ideas, and this time, Yang Baichun listened intently, evidently weighing the feasibility of my proposal. Among the buoyant woods, bamboo is the preferred choice due to its hollow structure and lightness, offering greater carrying capacity relative to its displacement. Regrettably, I had not observed any bamboo in the vicinity, and venturing further afield in search of it seemed unrealistic. Our focus shifted to a second material, dried tree trunks. Years of desiccation have rendered these trees exceptionally light and buoyant. A trunk the size of a bowl's opening can easily support the weight of an average person. By felling enough dead trees and binding them securely with resilient vines, we could construct an excellent raft. Your proposed method is viable. If we are to collaborate, what would you have us do? Yang Baichun largely concurred with my plan. Assist in dragging the felled dead trees to the shore, and also gather a sufficient quantity of vines for binding. My group will take care of procuring fresh water, while you must endeavor to find food. I had already devised a plan. In truth, we had some provisions prepared, enough to sustain us for at least 10 days without succumbing to starvation. My supply of food is dwindling as well. With so many venturing into the sea, the lack of adequate provisions could spell disaster. Old Lu, should we not set a trap to catch that wild boar? In this regard, we were unaware that, along with food, we could also procure a substantial amount of fatty fuel. Yang Baichun harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that wild boar, contemplating its demise on numerous occasions, yet ultimately met with failure. He had considered seeking my assistance, but had not found an opportune moment to broach the subject. We might as well give it a try, albeit without harboring excessive hope. I was aware that the wild boar had not ventured this way recently. It had remained in the vicinity of the pond, significantly complicating my task of fetching water. How can we ascertain the outcome without attempting it? You devise a plan, and I will rally the manpower. Upon hearing my agreement to hunt the wild boar, Yang Baichun was filled with elation. I surmised that the bear meat he possessed was dwindling. Given the multitude of individuals who had partaken in the hunt, even as the leader, he could not monopolize the spoils. After nearly 2 hours of deliberation, we ultimately resolved to primarily focus on digging a trap. However, this trap could not be excavated within the wild boar's territory, for fear that an improperly constructed trap would attract its attention. My proposal was to dig at the periphery of their original campsite, and, once all was prepared, lure the wild boar over. Given the boar's temperament, it was likely to charge if provoked. For a creature weighing several hundred pounds, a minor trap would be futile, while constructing a larger one would necessitate ample manpower. Lacking tools, we could merely utilize some wood, remnants of aircraft, and my fire axe. He proved resourceful in this endeavor, informing the others that we intended to dig a trap for hunting, promising that those who contributed labor would share in the wild boar meat. Upon hearing this news, several teams arrived. At this juncture, food was more precious than gold or diamonds. Even a gold ingot might not procure a single potato from another. Chapter 28. Luring with the strength of many. We dedicated an entire day to excavating a pit nearly 3 meters long and wide, with a depth exceeding 2.5 meters. To enhance the trap's lethality, I gathered numerous wooden stakes, sharpened them, and buried them at the bottom. The final phase of covering the pit proved to be quite challenging. If the covering was too sparse, I would be unable to traverse it, and the wild boar might not fall for the ruse. Conversely, if it was too solid, the boar might run across without falling, rendering our efforts futile. After considerable contemplation, I resolved to place 2 tree trunks, each the thickness of a bowl, in the middle of the pit, securely binding them with vines, allowing a person to traverse them with ease. The wild boar, with its relatively small hooves and widely spaced limbs, would struggle to maintain a straight line while running. Thus, it was improbable that the boar could navigate the trunk safely. Should it place a single foot on the edge, it would plummet into the trap. Once the tree trunks were positioned, I tested the stability and found it to be sound. Next, I covered the sides with small branches and coarse grass, finally scattering dry leaves atop the structure. Given the boar's intelligence, it would be unlikely to discern any difference between this setup and the natural terrain. The subsequent task of luring the boar ultimately fell to me. This endeavor is far from trivial. The wild boar's speed is remarkably swift, exhibiting agility in the jungle that far surpasses that of a human. Fortunately, the boar had previously assaulted Yang Baichun's camp on multiple occasions, thereby forging a path for me. I merely needed to follow that trail. This route meanders along the mountain's base, considerably longer than a direct ascent. After nearly an hour, I finally entered the boar's domain. The creature was rolling in the mud, and upon noticing my intrusion, it swiftly rose to its feet, issuing a grave warning. I had long since deciphered the temperament of this formidable adversary. Brandishing my axe, I hewed down several small trees and underbrush, signaling a challenge. The beast immediately charged out of the mire, barreling straight towards me. Just as I was poised to confront it, a flicker of trepidation coursed through me, prompting a hasty retreat. The wild boar had previously failed to catch me during my uphill escapes, but this time, having altered its course, it perceived a chance to eliminate me and relentlessly pursued. Running through the jungle is not akin to traversing a road. I frequently found myself ensnared by creeping vines or struck by branches. Though these obstacles posed no real harm, they severely impeded my speed. The boar, however, was undeterred by such hindrances, charging through like a heavy tank, snapping small trees with its sheer force, rendering any attempt to delay it futile. Not even halfway through my flight, I glanced back to see the boar had closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Its tusks were distinctly visible, and should it catch up, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, if it overtook me midway, our painstakingly dug trap would be rendered pointless. In desperation, I summoned every ounce of strength, pushing myself to run like my life depended on it. The exertion felt more exhausting than a 20-kilometer armed trek. Recently, my diet had evidently faltered, leaving me noticeably weakened and emaciated. Through sheer determination, I finally managed to widen the gap. A glance back revealed that the boar had slowed, perhaps fatigued or resigned to the futility of the chase. "Foolish beast, run faster," I shouted, provoking its primal instincts. Seeing me momentarily halt, the boar resumed its pursuit. This time, I was less than a mile from the trap I had prepared. Once I gauged the distance and speed, I pressed on, soon arriving at the trap's location. I refrained from rushing past, wary that the boar might detect something amiss and circumvent the trap, so I deliberately paused before it. The boar, noticing my stasis, charged forward, exhaling clouds of vapor. This time, I dared not delay. I aimed for the central pole and sprinted towards it. Upon reaching the other side, I immediately halted at the trap's edge to entice it. The boar, oblivious to any peril, maintained its rapid charge, and astonishingly, it confidently stepped onto the pole, causing my heart to leap into my throat. One step, 2 steps, the wild boar charged over the trap, its crimson eyes glinting ominously in the light. Should it truly dash across the central post, I would be in dire straits. As the boar took its 4th step, it finally lost its footing, its body twisting as it crashed through the soft underbrush, plummeting into the trap below. "Hooray, the beast has fallen," I shouted in exhilaration, fully committed to capturing this creature. The wild boar emitted a sharp cry from the pit, likely injured by the jagged wood within. Upon witnessing the boar's fall, a crowd gathered, hastily clearing away the cover from above the trap. The large black pig lay at the bottom, yet it was far from dead. Rather, it appeared quite vigorous. This creature was fortunate, landing on its back, and only a few sharp splinters had grazed its hide, leaving it far from death. The enraged boar thrashed about in the pit, knocking the protruding wooden spikes to the ground. If the trap were not so deep, it might have easily escaped. What now? This creature remained quite spirited, and it seemed impossible to kill it. Yang Baichun was in a quandary. Although we held the advantage, it did not deliver a definitive blow. Perhaps we should fill the pit with dirt, effectively burying it alive until it breathed its last. Then we could dig it out. Someone proposed this seemingly sound idea, and several voices echoed their agreement. "No, do you think it's dead? The more dirt you pile on, the quicker it can escape," I immediately opposed, asserting that while the boar may be dim-witted, it was not foolish enough to allow itself to be buried alive. The added dirt would only expedite its escape. "Then let us use stones to crush it." "I refuse to believe we cannot kill it that way," Yang Baichun mused. Unfortunately, most of these individuals looked feeble, akin to withered eggplants, lacking the strength to lift heavy stones to strike it. "This won't do. If we cannot act, we shall only stand by and watch. If we delay further, it will surely find a way out of the trap." In the midst of contemplating solutions, I caught sight of He-Fei's dagger. An inspiration struck. "He-Fei, hand me your dagger. I have a plan to deal with it." "You don't intend to fight it with that dagger, do you?" He-Fei asked, astonished, clearly not foreseeing how a dagger over a foot long could serve any substantial purpose. "It is not a direct confrontation I seek. I do not intend to stand over the pit and engage it head-on. I have not sunk to such folly. If it comes to a true battle, An axe would wield far greater power than a dagger. Chapter 29. A life on the line. I procured a tree branch as thick as my arm and tightly bound He-Fei's dagger to it with vines, fashioning a rudimentary spear. Old Lu, you managed to conceive this contraption. I am in awe, He-Fei remarked, giving me a thumbs up. Upon seeing the spear, anyone could discern its intended use. Do not rush. Even with this, we cannot easily kill it. If it bites, it might just snap this branch in two. I assure you, there is no exaggeration in my words. The power of a wild boar's jaws is formidable enough to snap a tree trunk 2 feet in diameter. To it, a tree as thick as an arm is hardly a challenge. A simple solution presents itself. One could sneak around to pierce its rear or seize an opportunity to strike at its eyes. He-Fei grinned slyly, devising a rather lewd and insidious plan. This plan seems promising. Here is a spear for you, but do exercise caution and avoid dropping the dagger into the pit, I said, handing him the makeshift spear. With He-Fei's idea in mind, I decided to rest for a moment. Watch me, I assure you. Everyone will savor fresh wild boar meat today, He-Fei declared confidently, brandishing the spear as he paced near the pit's edge. However, after several attempts, he merely managed to stab the boar's back, where the thick layer of resin had hardened, rendering it extraordinarily tough. The sharp dagger only managed to inflict 2 minor wounds. Upon being injured, the wild boar became even more ferocious and agitated, thrashing about at the bottom of the pit, nearly leaping out on several occasions. Witnessing this, the others retreated in fear, fully aware of the boar's might. The thought of it breaking free was too terrifying to contemplate. Lao Lu, have you rested enough? Hurry, I can't handle it, He-Fei exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although his idea was commendable, executing it proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. At this rate, we risked allowing the boar to escape. Observing his clumsiness, I felt somewhat exasperated. He-Fei had conceived a good plan, yet his timing was rather poor. Twice, his dagger nearly struck the boar's eyes, but alas, the angles were miscalculated, almost resulting in the spear being bitten in half by the boar. Your reflexes are too slow. After so many years, haven't you honed your skills? I jested, taking the spear from He-Fei's grasp. A vine above had been gnawed off by the boar, and the dagger was slightly loose. I had to reinforce its stability to prevent it from easily falling from the tree trunk. Once I had secured everything, I began to circle the pit. The wild boar at the bottom remained vigorous and wild. Given its strength, we would likely be no match for it in a direct confrontation. At over 2 meters deep, escaping the pit was no easy feat. After all, a wild boar is not a high jumper, unlike a deer, which might leap out effortlessly. The boar clawed at the pit wall, desperately digging into the earth. Its rear was unreachable, and after several encounters with He-Fei, it grew increasingly cautious. Any movement toward it prompted an immediate retaliatory bite. As I stood a short distance away from the roaring boar, unmoved, I raised my spear, awaiting the right moment. After observing for a while, I discerned another vulnerability. In addition to its eyes and rear, the boar's ear cavity was also a weak point. If my spear could penetrate that cavity, it could directly injure its brain, delivering a fatal blow. The ears of a wild boar typically stand erect. Yet this particular beast had its ears drooped, clearly attempting to shield its vulnerable spots. The thickness of a pig's ears is relatively slight. I estimated that, given the right angle, even with its ears obstructing the view, I could pierce through and strike a vital point. Resolute in my decision, I began to adjust my position, aiming directly at its ears. After burrowing into the wall for a while, the wild boar appeared fatigued, crouching against the wall and baring its teeth in a menacing display. A distance of less than a meter separating us. Now was the moment. I hoisted my spear and thrust it fiercely towards its ear. The blade indeed pierced the ear, yet it obstructed my line of sight, causing the tip of the dagger to miss the auditory canal, and I felt considerable resistance. Die! I roared, channeling my entire weight into the spear, driving it downward with great force, and the dagger plunged approximately half a foot into the creature. The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its head suddenly jerking to one side, an unexpected force lifting me off my feet and sending me crashing into the pit below. I had not anticipated that this dying beast could muster such ferocity. As I soared through the air, I glanced down to see a sharpened stake at the edge of the pit directly beneath me. If I were to land on that stake, I feared I would perish before the wild boar did. In a moment of desperation, I drew my legs in and rolled to the side. The sound of tearing fabric reached my ears as the sharpened stake grazed my back, ripping my clothing in two, and I collided heavily against the wall, stars dancing in my vision. Wild boars possess remarkable vitality. Even domesticated pigs can rise and flee after being bled out. This creature, with its ear pierced, showed no immediate signs of death. Its bloodshot eyes glared at me, bared teeth glistening, intent on ending my life. "Louis, get up here!" cried Fayer from below, panic evident in her voice, but my head was spinning, rendering me incapable of any rational response. As the approaching wild boar drew nearer, I felt a wave of frustration. Having survived a plane crash and not perished from hunger on a deserted island, I now faced the prospect of dying at the hands of a struggling wild boar. Was this some form of retribution? I had slain it, only for it to claim me in the end. Just as I braced myself for death, the boar, which had been charging towards me, suddenly veered to the side. I realized with astonishment that the spear embedded in its ear had penetrated deep into its skull. In its frantic attempts to shake off the spear, it had overexerted itself, causing the spear's tip to strike the pit wall. Given its strength, this impact was likely more forceful than my own thrust. The entire length of the dagger had sunk into its brain, and even if this creature possessed 9 lives, it would not escape this fate. Now lying on the ground, it twitched, death not far off. I too regained my composure, exhaling deeply. Heaven has not turned a blind eye. I have miraculously reclaimed my life. Rising to my feet, I struggled to ascend, and Fayer and Mills hurriedly rushed forward to pull me out. "You terrified me," Fayer exclaimed, diving into my embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 30. United efforts. Apart from Fayer, the other women gathered around me, their eyes brimming with concern. Witnessing their expressions brought me a sense of solace. My efforts to sustain them had not been in vain. "Old Lu, you are formidable, truly resilient," Yang Baichun praised, giving me a thumbs up. If this had happened to someone else, the outcome might have been dire. Enough with the flattery. Get someone to haul this fellow up. Today, I intend to feast heartily to make amends, I declared, pushing aside several women, as my stomach growled after days of insufficient sustenance. A living wild boar is fearsome, but a dead one inspires no dread. Several individuals leaped into the pit, pushing and pulling until they managed to extricate the hefty creature from its trap. "Brothers and sisters, I have splendid news. We are preparing to return home." At the height of everyone's excitement, Yang Baichun timely announced this momentous revelation. The news ignited a spark in everyone's eyes, even the injured among them leaping with exuberance. "Captain Yang, is this true? Have we received word of a rescue team?" A voice called out, and some of the more emotionally fragile individuals began to weep. Their longing for home was palpable. These individuals were originally elites from various sectors of society, accustomed to lives of luxury, yet they had taken their comforts for granted. Now, in this desolate locale, they faced hunger, inadequate clothing, and a daily struggle for survival. While many might endure such conditions for a time, the reality of their situation was that they often found themselves with one meal, but not the next. Despite having hundreds of thousands in their bank accounts, it could not procure even a bond. Instead, they were perpetually confronted with the specter of death, living in a state devoid of hope. In such dire circumstances, even the strongest man may eventually succumb. Hearing Yang Baichun announce preparations for our return was akin to a starving beggar suddenly surrounded by elegantly dressed individuals, bowing and beseeching him to return as an emperor. While the prospect of a rescue team seemed dim, Lu Yi and I had devised a method to guide everyone home. Yang Baichun, like a sledgehammer, jolted those on the brink of madness back to reality, then tossed them a sweet promise. "Captain Yang, what is the plan? Do enlighten us." The anxious among them pressed, nearly seizing Yang Baichun by the collar in their desperation. "We plan to construct 2 large wooden rafts ourselves, setting sail to seek our path home." Yang Baichun finally unveiled my scheme. However, the number of elated faces dwindled. Is this truly feasible? Once at sea, what will we eat? What will we drink? In this vast ocean, without direction, where shall we paddle? At last, an individual with a modicum of intelligence has raised a pertinent question. Certainly, provisions must be prepared in advance. However, the precise direction is of little consequence. Our primary objective is to depart from this island, allowing the raft to drift with the currents, whereupon we are bound to reach some corner of the world. There exists a greater likelihood that we may encounter passing ships along the way, thus ensuring our rescue. Yang Baichun has articulated my theory, which, though not without its flaws, possesses a considerable degree of feasibility. The majority of individuals here are intellectuals, and with a modicum of contemplation, they can readily grasp the underlying rationale. What if we are beset by a storm at sea? What if our provisions are exhausted before we encounter a vessel or reach a destination? Another voice inquired. At this point, I could hardly contain my irritation, and with a stern countenance, I responded, "We are fleeing for our lives. And risk is an inherent part of that endeavor. There exists no guarantee of absolute safety in this world. If anyone is unwilling to leave, they may remain on this desolate island." At that moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Survival on a raft entails the possibility of death, yet there remains a substantial chance of salvation. Conversely, remaining on this island significantly increases the likelihood of succumbing to starvation. Even if one were to survive, what meaning exists in living like a savage? We yearn to return home, undeterred by hardship. Even if we were to perish at sea, it would be 100-fold preferable to languishing on this barren isle. A voice shouted, and the allure of home eclipsed all feelings of trepidation. No further questions arose. Everyone understood that to return home, one must risk it all. As thoughts of the vibrant world beyond flooded our minds, its dazzling lights and intoxicating pleasures, and the warmth of home's embrace, many wept with joy, while others sang and danced. The entire camp was infused with mirth. If one were to overlook their attire, one might easily mistake this group for revelers in the wild. That day, we ignited a bonfire, feasting on wild boar meat, savoring its richness. Those who typically disregarded fatty meats now voraciously indulged. Seizing the opportunity of our feast, Yang Baichun and I announced our plans to construct the raft. This endeavor demanded strenuous labor, and without the collective effort of all, it would be exceedingly challenging to execute effectively. Hope breeds motivation, and men and women alike rallied to the task. They felled trees, gathered vines, fetched water, and sought out all available sustenance, tasks that required no prompting from me. As individuals naturally stepped forward, my sole responsibility was to direct them on how to securely bind the raft, ensuring it would not easily disband in the water. Beyond this, the paramount task was to create a sufficient number of vessels to store water. We scoured the shoreline, collecting nearly all available refuse, even salvaging broken bottles. All coconuts within reach were harvested, regardless of their ripeness. After dispatching the wild boar, the vicinity of the pond was deemed safe. Those with good swimming skills ventured into the pond to catch fish, while the women scoured the nearby hills for mushrooms. During this endeavor, they also unearthed potatoes, taro, and various edible tubers. Once the fervor of the people is ignited, their work efficiency soars remarkably high. Despite the harsh conditions, not a single individual shirks their responsibilities or utters complaints. The beautiful desire to return home takes root and flourishes in every heart, transforming the most ordinary longing into the most fervent dream. The thought of going home resonates in many minds, conjuring images of wives, children, fathers, mothers, grandparents, and siblings eagerly awaiting their return. Some have vowed that if they survive this ordeal, they shall no longer hold grudges from the past. Even the entanglements of the neighbor, Old Wang, and his wife can be overlooked. Nothing is more significant than the prospect of returning home, for survival itself is paramount. As long as one lives, hope remains. No matter how great the difficulties may be, there is always a chance to overcome them. With collective effort, we swiftly constructed 2 large rafts in just 5 days. All that remained was to wait for the tide to rise, allowing us to launch the rafts into the water and carry us home. Chapter 31. Setting sail. The 2 grand rafts each measure 5 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width. Constructed from chosen deadwood, they are remarkably light, providing sufficient buoyancy to support the remaining 21 souls stranded on the deserted island. After 3 days, the high tide finally arrived. Together, we exerted our strength to push the rafts into the water, and the excitement of returning home filled everyone with elation. We brought along all the provisions and fresh water we had prepared, embarking on a journey of survival upon the sea. Everyone displayed remarkable skill once on the rafts. We selected our positions and, disregarding the icy seawater, vigorously paddled with our makeshift oars, essentially split logs. The rafts moved without issue, and our exhilaration was palpable as we sang the song "Visit Home Often," joy radiating from every heart and reflected on every face. We were heading home, and no matter how treacherous the path ahead or how boundless the ocean's challenges, our resolve to return could not be deterred. To prevent the rafts from being scattered by the waves, we secured them to one another with sturdy vines, a notion I had conceived. Should a storm arise, We could simply sever the vines with an axe to separate the rafts if necessary. Farewell, dear little island. We are returning home. Some stood up to wave goodbye to the island that once evoked such disdain, now transformed into a cherished memory. Many laid down their paddles to bid farewell to the island, realizing that we may never return here again. Yet, this place has etched indelible memories into our lives, likely to be recalled until our final days. However, amidst the abundance of joy, one must be cautious, for excessive exuberance can lead to sorrow. Our limited understanding of the rafts made maneuvering the large vessels quite challenging. In the depths of the ocean, this might not have posed a problem. According to my vision, we merely needed to let the rafts drift with the currents. The journey across the sea was one I had never anticipated. During high tide, the currents of the ocean flowed towards the deserted island, making our rowing quite arduous. The raft was unwieldy, and with the combined weight of around 10 individuals along with our provisions and fresh water, every meter we managed to advance was countered by a relentless wave pushing us back by half a meter. Yet, we rallied together, knowing that once we traversed this stretch and reached the open sea, the waves would diminish significantly. I shouted encouragement to those on my raft and exerted myself to row with vigor. At that moment, we were all imbued with determination. This minor challenge was no match for us. Even if we could only inch forward by a centimeter at a time, we would not relent. Gradually, the raft moved forward, distancing itself from the shore by several dozen meters. However, to my astonishment, after barely advancing 50 meters, both large rafts became ensnared by the underwater rocks. Initially, we chose this direction because the surface appeared relatively calm, devoid of visible rocks. Who could have foreseen the presence of hidden reefs beneath the water? For those of us lacking knowledge of water patterns and any navigational experience, this predicament was daunting. The only option was to descend into the water and push. And those who could swim joined me. I turned to the few individuals behind me, a near equal mix of men and women. At my urging, several of them plunged into the water, including the sisters, Mills, and Fear. Once in the water, I quickly identified the reef that had ensnared the raft. The jagged rocks were wedged tightly between the two logs of the raft, making lateral movement nearly impossible, and the vines above further complicated our efforts. We needed to remain calm. When the waves surged, the raft would rise slightly, and we could then exert our strength to push it free. This was the only feasible solution I could devise. The individuals who had entered the water nodded in agreement, and we positioned ourselves at the edge of the raft, awaiting the arrival of the next wave. We were unable to move, and the raft belonging to Yang Baichun on the side fared no better. They too were caught by the same submerged reef. Observing my actions, they followed suit and jumped into the water as well. Fortunately, the tide today was quite vigorous. Every minute or so, a large wave would swell. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the rising waves, we exerted our strength in unison, and after several attempts, we finally dislodged the raft from the reef. Climbing back onto the raft, I was left breathless, the icy seawater soaking me to the skin, making my situation quite uncomfortable. Reluctantly, I removed my clothes, donning only a pair of undergarments. Upon seeing my well-defined physique, several women cast appreciative glances my way, filling me with a sense of pride. These recent trials had transformed my body, reminiscent of the rigorous training in the military, causing the excess weight to dissipate. The women, being somewhat more modest, were hesitant to fully disrobe in front of so many, opting instead to loosen their garments for a bit of relief. Old Mills, however, displayed no such reservations. She shed her clothing entirely, leaving only her undergarments, and became a striking sight upon the raft. Gazing upon the horizon, reveling in our joy, these moments were mere interludes. After toiling amidst the rocky expanse for nearly 2 hours, we finally extricated ourselves from this particularly discomforting area. The waters deepened, and the waves became gentler, signaling our entry into the abyss of the sea. Brothers, let us unite our efforts. We must row the raft at least 10 miles away to allow it to drift with the currents, I proclaimed loudly, for now was certainly not the time to rest. Should we succumb to laziness, the waves would swiftly return us to the isle. The individuals on both rafts exerted themselves vigorously. The calm waters significantly improved our paddling efficiency. Through collective endeavor, the raft advanced at a pace several times faster than when we had departed the shore. The deserted island receded into the distance, gradually transforming into a mere shadow. At last, we were liberated from this cursed place. I rejoiced, modern society, I have returned. Steamed buns, noodles with savory sauce, We are back. Our exclamations of excitement echoed. The simplest and most commonplace foods had, at that moment, transformed into dreams, serving as our motivation to return home. The image of surviving on the deserted island, reduced to consuming raw flesh, was more pitiful than that of beggars in the real world. The tasteless sustenance lacked seasoning, and we could scarcely procure salt by the shoreline. Even meat, when roasted, bore a pungent odor that was nearly intolerable unless one was utterly famished. Thankfully, such days had at last come to an end. A world brimming with delectable delights awaited us, where even the most unsanitary street food would taste 1,000 times better than our island fare. We imagined and yearned, smiles illuminating our faces, our eyes sparkling with a rare brilliance. Regardless of the arduous journey ahead, we were resolute in our return home. Chapter 32. A beautiful dream as the shadow of the deserted island faded into the distance. I estimated we were at least 20 miles away. Yet, our determination remained unquenched. We continued to row for nearly another hour. The distant isle had dwindled to a mere speck on the horizon. All right, we may rest now and allow the current to carry us home, I called out, signaling for everyone to set down their paddles. The ocean was vast. To think we could row ourselves ashore was but a fanciful dream. All ceased their exertions, and we partook of some provisions while seated upon the raft, engaging in conversation and envisioning our future. A few individuals even approached me, expressing their desire for me to join their companies upon our return, offering generous remuneration as a token of gratitude for my life-saving efforts. Hearing this stirred my heart. Although this journey had deviated significantly from our initial expectations, I had encountered a few benefactors along the way. I silently vowed to dedicate myself to hard work henceforth, no longer indulging in the idleness of the past. Suddenly, shrieks from several women pierced the air. Look, there are sharks. I turned to behold several massive creatures gliding through the water not far from us. These beings were no less than 4 or 5 meters in length. Their presence in the water was indeed fearsome. If they were to launch an assault on our raft, they could effortlessly tear it apart. Do not be anxious. Under normal circumstances, they do not attack rafts. I have viewed numerous videos about sharks, and they only become ferocious when they detect the scent of blood, exhibiting extreme aggression. However, witnessing sharks on a screen is entirely different from experiencing their presence in reality, especially while submerged in the water. The profound fear emanating from within cannot simply be dismissed. Will they truly attack us? I am terrified. I do not wish to become a meal for a shark. The women could hardly contain their inner panic, their eyes fixated on the creature. At that moment, a shark exceeding 5 meters in length surfaced, swimming toward us, its enormous gray eyes unmistakably clear. The sight of its orderly, razor-sharp teeth was chilling. This is it. We are destined to perish in the jaws of a shark. A man screamed in terror, a yellow liquid streaming down his leg. He was so frightened that he had lost control. Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. I glared at him, seizing an axe and approaching the edge of the raft. If that creature truly intends to attack, I might have to retaliate. The massive shark drew nearer, now within 3 meters of me. Its gaping maw was indeed terrifying. Not only a person, but even a cow could easily fall victim to its powerful bite. I was compelled to step back, reducing the mental strain it imposed on me. Despair painted the faces of all present. Against this apex predator of the ocean, we stood no chance. On land, if we encountered a formidable beast, we could devise an escape plan, but in the ocean, where could we flee? Should we enter the water, we would likely meet a swifter demise. Even without sharks, we could drown. As I nervously stared at the enormous shark, it approached us, suddenly dipping its head and diving beneath the surface, its massive tail splashing a torrent of seawater directly onto me. Goodness, I was utterly startled. I was uncertain whether to celebrate or curse. Each of us, including myself, felt as if we had narrowly escaped death. In the face of nature, humanity is indeed diminutive and defenseless. The reason we have become the masters of this planet is primarily due to our intellect and our ability to utilize various tools. Without these, relying solely on our physical forms to compete against stronger creatures would be futile. Louis, just now I thought I was going to die. I was so scared. Once we return, let us marry. I never want to be apart from you again. Fayer leaned beside me, disregarding her sister's piercing gaze. In that moment, she finally found her courage, realizing that in life, one must take charge of what is truly important. Tomorrow and unforeseen events are unpredictable. One should not live a life laden with regrets. Pursue what you desire without concern for others' opinions or judgments, because all of this is profoundly unfair. No one can replace your life or truly comprehend your feelings. Fear made a resolute decision that, regardless of the challenges we may face, she will remain by my side. Upon our return, we shall register our marriage, asking for no dowry, only that I treat her well. Thank you, Fear. I am determined to strive diligently to provide you with a good life, ensuring that no one looks down upon us. My heart swells with excitement. Fear is my first love and the softest part of my soul. Marrying her is my greatest aspiration and dream. Now, Fear does not disdain me for being impoverished, nor does she fear my lack of education as a farmer. What could I possibly complain about? Is this not the true reflection of every man's dream? To marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Seeing Fear and I nestled closely together, several gazes pierced through the atmosphere, particularly that of Murs, whose eyes brimmed with evident jealousy and resentment. Suing lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. Having spent so many days together, I have taken great care of them, enduring storms and harsh conditions for their survival. Humans are emotional beings. It is impossible not to develop feelings over time. On the deserted island, we managed to coexist peacefully, for in such an environment, none could predict their survival, and with whom one would associate was merely fate. Now, as we prepare to return to normal society, we must abide by the laws of the land and the guiding principles of human morality, leaving behind any absurdities. For Fear's sake, I can only pretend not to notice everything around me. Only Guan Lingyu's murderous gaze has not strayed from us for a moment. If looks could kill, I fear that Fear and I would have perished countless times already. The raft drifted further away as night fell. People gazed at the stars above, reminiscing about their past glories and envisioning the future, everything appearing so beautiful. This exhilarating emotion lingered for a while before gradually fading. People grew weary, some lying down, others sitting, succumbing to slumber upon the raft. When I awoke, the sun had already risen above the horizon, casting a beautiful glow across the sea, igniting excitement within me. However, upon turning around, I was momentarily stunned. What in the world is this? Have I lost my mind? Chapter 33. The eerie current. Could someone please explain how we have returned? I was utterly disheartened. The deserted island before me was too striking to misidentify. It was the very island we had inhabited. Surely, we had drifted far away, had we not? Could this possibly be another island? As I cursed aloud, people began to awaken, their minds still clouded. Nonsense. Look at that mountain to the south. It could only belong to this island. I had spent the longest time atop that mountain, even though the raft was still 2 or 3 miles away from the island. I could see it clearly. It was impossible to be mistaken. Old Lu, it appears that the currents nearby are all flowing in this direction. We ought to paddle further out to avoid being swept back by the ocean's tide. Yang Baichun shouted at me, believing this might just be an unfortunate incident. While I was not entirely convinced, I acquiesced to his reasoning. Fortunately, we were well prepared. Losing a day would not deter our determination to return home. We all worked together, aiming to paddle to waters 100 miles away. I rallied our spirits, urging everyone not to lose heart. Having overcome so many obstacles, there was no reason to falter at the final threshold. Thus, we hastily consumed a bit of food before resuming our vigorous strokes into the deep sea. This time, we truly ventured far, so far that the shadow of any island was no longer visible. Gazing around, all I could see was an expanse of deep blue. Nothing but the vast ocean surrounded us. Despite reaching such depths, we did not relinquish our paddles, persevering until each of us was utterly exhausted before we finally paused. I could not ascertain how far we had traveled. In any case, we paddled from dawn until dusk, stopping only briefly to eat and hardly resting at all. This time, everyone was filled with confidence about leaving that desolate island. No matter how peculiar the currents, they could not continuously bring us back to one location. The ideal was beautiful, yet reality proved to be merciless. Upon awakening, a wave of frustration surged through us. We had, indeed, been swept back by the currents, and this time, we were even closer to that forsaken island, less than a mile away. Who could explain this phenomenon? Did that wretched island possess some sort of magnetic pull, drawing everything towards it? My heart burned with fury. After 2 days of struggle, we found ourselves back at square one, making it nearly impossible to remain calm. No one could answer my questions, their faces reflecting a similar pallor. Perhaps this was a decree from the heavens, a fate that condemned us to live on this wretched island for eternity. Someone pessimistically remarked, Their earlier enthusiasm from our departure now vanished into thin air. I cursed the heavens, refusing to believe in such divine mischief. If a being named Heaven stood before me, I would undoubtedly charge at it in a fit of rage. Paddle, keep paddling forward. The raft hasn't disintegrated, and we haven't exhausted our provisions. No turning back. Yang Baichun and I commanded in unison. Even if the heavens opposed our departure, we would fight with all our might. Although disappointment loomed, the pent-up anger within us became a source of motivation. This time, everyone exerted themselves relentlessly. Aside from drinking and eating, we hardly paused. Even at night, we rested in shifts. When one group grew weary, another took their place. We vowed not to relent until we had escaped the confines of this desolate island. However, when the sun rose once more, we found ourselves back again. What was most infuriating was that we had paddled ourselves back. Everyone was bewildered. Some were on the verge of mental collapse, weeping profusely on the raft. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. It is not merely those who have never endured hardship who feel this. Even I, with my carefree disposition, find my heart weighed down at this moment. The supernatural phenomena we encounter are beyond our comprehension and explanation. Regarding the changes in the ocean, no one truly understands the cause. We lack oceanographers among us to elucidate the characteristics of the shifting currents. My initial assumptions, which seemed so rational, have been utterly shattered by the stark reality, leaving not even a trace behind. If such unfortunate circumstances can be deemed misfortune, then an even graver calamity soon followed. As we mustered the scant remnants of our energy, preparing to venture out to sea once more, a storm arose. Facing the merciless tempest on the ocean's surface, those who have not experienced it firsthand could never fathom such despair. The ostensibly sturdy raft was tossed about like a scrap of paper, lifted high only to be violently plunged into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Each person felt as though their soul had left their body. Humanity appeared woefully insignificant against the relentless ocean. It resembled a colossal beast, capable of swallowing us whole with a single gulp. The sole stroke of fortune was that the island was not far away. The raft would soon be driven into the rocky area, where it would be torn asunder. As we braved the raging winds and climbed ashore, we discovered that only 12 of us remained. We had set out with 21, and 9 would never return. With all my strength, I managed to drag 4 women back onto the wooden structure, a small blessing amid our misfortune. Some wept bitterly in the wind, lamenting the unfairness of fate. No matter how hard we tried, we received no just recompense. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there were those who laughed uproariously, tears streaming down their faces. I knew that most could not withstand such a blow. All our efforts had dissolved into nothingness, and we were back on this wretched island, forced to start anew. Hurry, we must seek shelter from the rain. Seeing several women shivering in the storm, I felt compelled to lead them away. In this state of despondency, the bitter wind and cold rain could easily lead to illness. We could ill afford to fall ill. Any sickness could very well cost us our lives. Yang Baichun also managed to climb up, though their condition was far from good. At such a time, no one could look after another. Aside from 2 who had succumbed to madness and emotional collapse, the remaining individuals quickly vanished into the storm. I exerted considerable effort to bring a few women back to the cave, where we had left some firewood. Fortunately, my lighter remained intact, though the axe had fallen into the sea, a true loss. The fire soon blazed to life, and regardless of the women's protests, I insisted they remove their soaked garments. Now you are satisfied. None of us women can escape your grasp, Guan Lingyu said, gazing at the fire and speaking to herself. Her words seemed less directed at me and more a reflection of profound resignation, a deep-seated sense of exile within her heart. Enough of the idle chatter. Rise and move about. No one is permitted to stop without my command. I am left to rely on old methods, increasing my caloric intake through exercise while striving to avoid illness. Chapter 34. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. In the past, under my command, several women would spring into action, performing gymnastic movements in this confined space. Yet now, they sit like statues, huddled by the fire. Their immobility a source of profound sadness. They have lost the will to move. Remaining on this desolate island seems less bearable than death itself. Even the usually buoyant Mills has succumbed to despair. Su-Ying, Fei-Er, what of you? Let us rally our spirits. We still possess a glimmer of hope. I must redirect my focus to the other 2 women. Fei-Er has always heeded my guidance, and perhaps her leadership could inspire the others. What hope could there possibly be? The rescue team cannot locate us, and we are unable to escape. The tumultuous sea and man-eating sharks leave us with virtually no chance. Faye murmured, her mood having plummeted to the depths of despair. Had it not been for this ill-fated voyage, their spirits might not have been so severely dampened. At least deep within, they would have clung to a flicker of hope for return. Regardless of the likelihood of returning home, there once appeared to be a semblance of hope. However, after this outing, everyone's morale has been profoundly shattered. It is not for lack of effort, but rather the disheartening realization that despite our endeavors, the outcome remains unchanged, wholly unalterable. To be honest, not only do they feel this way, I too find the prospect of a successful return exceedingly bleak. But does it truly matter? As long as we are alive, we must strive to endure. To quote an old adage, it is better to live a wretched life than to die well. As long as one breathes, there remains hope. I can maintain such thoughts and impart this wisdom to them. Yet they remain impervious to my words. Those who remain are largely in a state of utter desolation, with only the psychologically resilient capable of maintaining a semblance of normalcy amidst such setbacks. Despite my efforts to inspire them, the women remain unresponsive, merely huddled by the fire, voicing their disheartened, incoherent thoughts, leaving me feeling powerless. The tempest outside shows no signs of abating, and even I feel the chill. Their clothes, unable to dry in such conditions, foretell of an impending crisis. When dawn breaks, the winds have calmed and the rain has ceased, revealing a brilliantly blue sky that is strikingly beautiful. Yet I am consumed by sorrow, unable to find joy. The reason is painfully clear. The women have fallen ill, and their conditions are dire. Mills and Faye are running fevers. I touch their foreheads, and they are burning with heat. Guan Lingyu and Su Ying fare slightly better. Yet they are plagued by persistent coughs, shivering amidst the tangled grass, utterly devoid of energy. Only I seem to be in a peculiar state, showing no signs of illness, feeling remarkably well, imbued with a sense of vitality. I do not understand why this is so, but I am acutely aware of the heavy burden I bear. First and foremost, I must procure sustenance and medicinal remedies for the common cold. Without these essentials, their plight will be exceedingly dire. During our wilderness survival training in the military, a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner enlightened us on how to locate various beneficial herbs in the wild. It is imperative to recognize herbs that prevent and treat colds, as well as those that possess detoxifying properties. The island is abundant with diverse flora. Just days ago, I observed certain areas flourishing with bitter wormwood and gray mugwort, both of which are effective in alleviating colds. Additionally, I discovered wild asparagus and cordyceps, known for their cough-relieving properties. After venturing out for half an hour, I returned with an ample armful of herbs. Due to the sheer quantity, the stone pot could scarcely accommodate them. It would require several brews to utilize them all. Considering the survivors whom I encountered upon my return, I was acutely aware that their condition would likely be no better than those I had just left behind, prompting me to share my surplus herbs with them. Upon reaching Yang Baichuan's vicinity, a lamentable scene unfolded. Anguished cries pierced the air. There were still 10 individuals present, though 2 of the mentally distressed had vanished, leaving the remainder with ashen faces and vacant stares. Both Yang Baichuan and He Fei had succumbed to colds, along with others who exhibited fever and incessant coughing. This situation was exceedingly concerning. I presented them with the herbs I had gathered, instructing them to seek out additional ones on the mountain if my offerings proved insufficient, and to brew them into a concoction for consumption. Survival necessitated their own efforts. I cast the herbs into Yang Baichuan's hands, feeling that I had fulfilled my moral obligation. Given their past transgressions against me, I could easily have chosen to disregard them entirely. Upon receiving the herbs, Yang Baichuan merely nodded mechanically, displaying neither exuberance nor gratitude. It was evident that they had yet to recover from the recent trauma, their spirits profoundly diminished. Some lay upon the ground, appearing utterly despondent, their interest in medication non-existent. Perhaps, as Fayer suggested, prolonging existence in such dire circumstances seemed less appealing than a swift demise. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has succumbed to despair, and their current state epitomized this sentiment. The camp was devoid of vitality. Every individual appeared lethargic and bedraggled. Even the simplest exchanges were laden with sighs of resignation. In truth, we had not yet reached the depths of despair. This island had once been traversed by others who managed to depart, and we too might find a means of escape. My thoughts drifted to the stone piles, concealing the puppets within. At this juncture, it was essential to instill a glimmer of hope within them for true revival. Really? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Yang Baichun lifted his head, though skepticism lingered in his eyes. Yet, it was clear he was unwilling to resign himself to death upon this desolate island. Indeed, it is true. Once you recover, I shall take you to a place where clarity will dawn upon you. To rekindle their faith, I was compelled to take the risk of being discovered by them. Very well, I will trust you. Yang Baichun resolutely rose, seizing the herbs and making his exit. Lacking fire, I exerted considerable effort to kindle a flame for their benefit. Upon witnessing the flicker of flames, the spirits of this weary group were somewhat revived. I chose not to linger with them and hurried back to prepare medicine for the women. By the time I completed this task, it was already midday. Come, take your medicine. I gently propped up Fire, whose condition was the most dire among them. Her forehead was scalding, likely exceeding a fever of 38 degrees Celsius. If this continued, she risked developing pneumonia, a situation far beyond the capabilities of my rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 35. To challenge the challenged, you drink it yourself. Living like this is scarcely worth it. Fire pushed away the half-coconut bowl I held, nearly spilling the medicinal concoction. Have you lost your mind? With a fever this high, are you really in your right mind? Why are you being so obstinate? My frustration bubbled over, and I scolded Fire, a tone I had never adopted with her before. I refused to drink it. I wished to die. Fire propped herself up, forcefully knocking the coconut bowl over, spilling both medicine and bowl onto the ground. In a fit of rage, I lost control of my emotions and struck her across the face, sending her crashing back down. Seeing her in such a state left me momentarily stunned. I had never envisioned myself reacting so vehemently. Guoling Yu often berated me, and I would typically brush it off with a smile. Yet here I was, inflicting harm upon the woman I cared for the most. You hit me? You actually struck me? You were never like this before. Fire stared at me in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes and cascading down her cheeks. A sense of panic gripped my heart, but recognizing that her actions not only endangered herself, but also affected the other women, I steeled myself. You brought this upon yourself. What do you think your current despair amounts to? Your parents raised you with such devotion. How could you repay them by courting death? Living is not solely for oneself, but also for the loved ones who care for you. Your actions are profoundly selfish. I included the other women in my admonishment. At that moment, only the closest of kin could evoke their will to survive. Yet, we could not return. Perhaps we would never see our parents again. What difference was there between living and dying? Guoling Yu interjected, who says we cannot return. After all this time, can you truly not withstand a little adversity? If you give up now, and I discover a way out of here someday, would you not have died in vain? How would I explain to your parents? Would I tell them you refused to take your medicine and perished? Can you imagine the sorrow they would feel? Let us consider this. Even if we can never return, our loved ones wish for us to live well in some corner of the world, do they not? If they were to see you in your current state, would it not break their hearts? I spoke fervently, and finally, it seemed to have some effect. The women lowered their heads, contemplating the truth in my words. Fire, who had been crying, began to sob softly once more. I apologize. Louis Fei has taken the initiative to admit her mistake to me. Enough of the commotion. Let us first take our medicine, 1 bowl per person. I picked up the coconut bowl and poured out some medicinal liquid from the stone pot once more. This time, the women displayed a greater willingness and no longer resisted taking the medicine. However, the notion that a single bowl of medicine would cure all ailments is but a fallacy. I could only stoke the fire a little more vigorously, ensuring they did not catch another chill. Merely consuming the medicine was far from sufficient. I also needed to venture out in search of sustenance. After the women had ingested the medicinal concoction, they seemed to regain a modicum of vigor, allowing me to step outside with some assurance. In the preceding days, in preparation for our maritime venture, the nearby hills had been stripped bare, leaving the ocean as the most reliable source for food. As I crested the mountaintop, I was suddenly met with a cacophony of shrill screams, furious curses, and the sound of fabric being torn in the woods. I quickened my pace and soon beheld a man and a woman embroiled in a heated altercation. You filthy whore. You parade around with such false dignity, not even deigning to cast a glance in my direction, believing yourself a goddess. If I do not have my way with you today, I shall no longer bear the surname Ho. The man spat venomously, lunging at the woman, ripping at her clothing. The woman, already physically frail, was no match for the man from the Ho family, particularly after the psychological toll of recent events. Her already tattered garments had been shredded into mere strips. I recognized this woman. She was a colleague of Fayer and one of the flight attendants who had survived the recent air disaster. She had been closely following Yang Baichun, but had inexplicably found herself alone in this predicament. The man, also a subordinate of Yang Baichun, was presumably a passenger. "Get away from me. I would rather die than submit to a loathsome man like you," the flight attendant cried, scratching and retreating, oblivious to the great tree looming behind her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Loathsome? My prowess is not inferior to his. He merely sees the advantage first. If I were to lead these individuals, perhaps we would have already departed this wretched island, the man sneered, cornering the flight attendant with an increasingly sinister grin. Though her cries were loud, the camp below was still a considerable distance away, rendering her pleas unheard. Even if someone could hear her, they might be disinclined to intervene. Such sordid affairs would normally be disregarded if I were not a witness, but having stumbled upon this scene, I found it intolerable. "Cease this at once, ho! What you are doing is an egregious assault. Should you be apprehended, it will be a severe crime," I shouted, prepared to wield the weapon of law against this brutality. Severe crime? Huh. You make me laugh. What law exists on this forsaken island? What of it if I am forceful? Call someone to apprehend me. Even confinement in a prison would be 100 times preferable to this desolate place. The man cackled madly, showing no remorse for his vile actions. His words left me feeling embarrassed. In this wretched locale, indeed, there seemed to be no semblance of law, and any moral code appeared utterly impotent. "Lao Lu, I know you are a capable individual. With 4 such beautiful women by your side, you must feel quite fulfilled. However, we are devoid of any women. How about this? Since you are here, I will let you go first." The man, seeing my silence, shamelessly spouted a torrent of inhumane remarks. "Do not presume that everyone shares your sordid mentality. We are all survivors, and should we not support and assist one another? What is this? Even beasts exhibit more decency." The fury within me was ignited. For the past couple of days, I had been harboring a burning rage with nowhere to unleash it. Supporting one another? That is the greatest jest I have ever heard. Look at that man surnamed Yang. He is using the herbs in his possession to coerce us into serving him. And this woman has succumbed to his tyranny. This morning, they even beat a man to near death. Is brute strength truly a measure of worth? Such acts have become commonplace. You need only venture to the camp below to witness it for yourself. The man surnamed Ho spoke with conviction, and I noticed the flight attendant covering her face, clearly indicating the truth in his words. "Get away from me. You come with me." I forcefully kicked the man aside and took the flight attendant by the hand. "We came to the mountains to gather herbs, and without them, we have nothing to eat upon our return." The flight attendant timidly expressed her concerns. Chapter 36. The turn of events. I cared little for the flight attendant's herb gathering. I dragged her straight back to the camp. I had intended to provide the herbs to Yang Baichun for the sake of saving lives. Yet they had become tools for his coercion. Reflecting on the words of the man surnamed Ho, my anger surged anew. From a considerable distance away from the cave, I could hear the piercing screams of women, the heavy breaths of men, furious shouts, and a cacophony of vile curses intermingled with the sounds of beatings. Upon reaching the cave entrance, my rage boiled over. Is this truly the conduct of human beings? The scene was utterly obscene. Several naked men and women were entangled within, completely indistinguishable from one another. Yang Baichun and He Fei were clad in but a single pair of trousers, each wielding a whip, striking at anyone they deemed unsatisfactory. These two were not merely perverse. They had wholly abandoned the moral standards expected of humanity, deriving pleasure from such depravity. "Old Lu, you have arrived. Care to join in the fun?" Yang Baichun exclaimed with a forced smile upon seeing my grim countenance, showing no sign of remorse for his actions. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to a pilot, but rather appeared as a rogue lurking in the shadows. Fun. My fury reached a boiling point as I kicked out, sending Yang Baichun crashing to the ground. "Enough of this. Do you even consider yourselves human?" I bellowed, disregarding the withering glares from Yang Baichun and the others, hoping to rouse those who had debased themselves. "Human? We are trapped here, living lives worse than that of dogs. Who still cares about their humanity? If we do not seize the moment to revel now, when hunger consumes us, even if presented with a celestial maiden, we would only be left to weep at the heavens. Spare me your talk of boundaries. We are merely a pack of speaking beasts at this point." He Fei retorted passionately, showing no concern for my reproach. Yang Baichun rose from the ground, wearing an expression of indifference. Even when I kicked him, He paid it no mind. The sight of them was akin to that of living corpses, merely existing day by day, as if each passing moment were a fleeting gift. They reveled in the present, seemingly unconcerned about the specter of death that lingered just a heartbeat away. I found myself embroiled in a heated argument with them. Yet the merrymakers nearby remained utterly unaffected, showing no signs of stopping their revelry. You see, their current state is not a result of my coercion. Each individual's heart harbors resentment. They seek an outlet, and only in these instinctual actions devoid of thought can they numb themselves, losing sight of their identities and the harsh realities of life. Yang Baichun spoke with fervor, and though there was some merit to his words, I could not endorse their way of coping. It was no different from Feier refusing medication, choosing instead to succumb to illness. It was merely a different form of self-destruction. You are nothing but a herd of beasts. Indulge in your folly if you must, for I shall no longer concern myself with your plight. My anger surged. What was once a scene of beauty now appeared utterly grotesque to me. In that moment, I vowed to offer them no assistance, not even a drop of water, for they had transformed beyond the realm of humanity. As I stormed away, my face darkened, while Yang Baichun remained expressionless and He Fei wore a scowl, seizing a rattan whip to lash out at the revelers. The cave soon echoed with their anguished cries, a cacophony far louder than the morning market. Upon reaching the seaside, I plunged my head into the water, hoping to awaken my senses. These reckless individuals had dampened my spirits, leaving me with a lingering sense of frustration that I struggled to expel. After the storm, the tide receded, and I found myself collecting treasures along the shore, even discovering a sizable fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Though slightly past its prime, I was not finicky. Sustenance was my priority. As I gazed at the splintered remnants of the raft scattered along the beach, I suddenly recalled the fire axe. With the tide out, there might be a chance to retrieve it. After estimating our location in the water, I meticulously searched the area, and within a mere 10 minutes, I located the axe. My joy at finding it surpassed that of witnessing the descent of the 7 fairies. This tool would significantly ease life on the deserted island. Whether battling wild beasts or constructing a shelter, everything would become far more manageable, with food to replenish our strength and medicinal herbs for healing. Coupled with the lifting of emotional burdens, the illnesses of the women soon abated. 3 days later, apart from Feier's occasional cough, they were free to move about. During this time, I recounted the situation concerning Yang Baichun to them, cautioning them to avoid any unnecessary contact with that group. Upon hearing the chaotic state of the camp, several women exchanged glances, unable to fathom the nature of such a scene. For any ordinary woman, it bore no distinction from the depths of hell. Despite the fallout between Yang Baichun and myself, he still brazenly approached me in the mountains, inquiring about traces of human activity. I led him to a mound of earth for his own observation. "Lao Lu, are you toying with us?" questioned Yang Baichun, skepticism etched across his face. "What can a few piles of stones possibly signify? Are there corpses within? Why not dig and see for yourself?" I retorted, my patience waning. Having already unearthed once, my interest in the stone piles had long since waned. Undeterred, Yang Baichun and a few others set to work, though he chose a different mound than the one I had previously excavated. To my astonishment, as they leveled this particular pile, nothing lay within. I was left utterly confounded. I had assumed each mound concealed a puppet, yet it appeared otherwise. "Lao Lu, do you find amusement in deceiving us? Even if your intentions are good, such tricks are unnecessary." Yang Baichun's expression darkened, likely harboring resentment from our earlier confrontation. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" I snapped back. "Dig again if you must." I had no desire to elaborate further. Had it not been for my commitment to uphold my word, I would have disregarded them entirely. The mound I pointed to was the very one I had excavated, the puppet buried beneath its stones. Yang Baichun, still dubious, ordered his men to remove the stones once more. Yet, once again, I was left in disbelief. The puppet that should have been hidden beneath the stones had inexplicably vanished. "Lu, do you find this charade amusing?" He Fei's face was a mask of fury, his demeanor suggesting an imminent confrontation. "What of it? My intentions are to save you, though I tire of explaining," I replied, knowing there must be a reason for the puppet's disappearance, though who would care about that? Chapter 37. A fierce conflict. Do I need your pity? Who requires your pretense of benevolence? He Fei stormed towards me, seizing a stone and hurling it in my direction. Fortunately, I evaded swiftly, the stone whistling past my ear. Had it struck, I would have surely suffered a considerable bruise. This fool believed himself indispensable, convinced we could not survive without him. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson today. He Fei rallied his subordinates, indicating intentions of war. It seemed these individuals were merely seeking a quarrel. Regardless of the contents of the stone piles, they would find reasons to assail me. As I observed them bending to retrieve stones, I turned and fled. There was no way to resolve this conflict through mere physicality. I was not foolish enough to place my body in the path of their stones. To avoid exposing my camp, I could only gaze at the mountain as I ran, while stones rained down behind me, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, these fellows were rather inept. Their aim was far from precise, and I escaped largely unscathed. After a few minutes, I had ascended the slope, distancing myself by at least 50 meters. These ravenous creatures could hardly throw with any force from such a distance. Lu, if you have the guts, stop running and face me in a fair fight. He Fei bellowed at me, yet his men remained armed with stones, showing no intention of relinquishing their makeshift weapons. Spare me your nonsense. If you truly wish to engage in a duel, drop the stones and come over. Quit merely shouting, I retorted, eager to provoke him further and see if he would take the bait. He Fei, however, would not approach. In a contest of physical prowess, he would be utterly outmatched. Our initial encounter had already demonstrated that he and his 4 companions had been swiftly subdued by me. The exchange of verbal barbs proved rather tedious, and after a few insults, He Fei's group finally set down their stones, preparing to descend the mountain. However, to my astonishment, Guan Lingyu and Mills emerged from the camp, likely drawn by the commotion outside. Upon seeing them appear from behind the boulders, I realized the gravity of the situation. Our camp was compromised. They were hiding here all along. I shall seize these 2 women. He Fei laughed heartily, and several men pounced upon them like ravenous wolves. Guan Lingyu and Mills, still in a daze, had no inkling that their emergence was akin to lambs walking into the jaws of a tiger. The 2 women, having only just recovered, stood no chance against these men. It took little effort for He Fei to capture them. Stop! He Fei, you scoundrel! Do you possess even a shred of humanity? I was genuinely furious now. The earlier skirmish had been mere trifles, but the stakes had dramatically escalated. Humanity? You're a man who beds for beauties. On what grounds do you speak of humanity? If you can bed women, why can't I? He Fei sneered, viewing me as no different from his crew, likely assuming I indulged in the same debauchery. Spare me your drivel. Do you think everyone behaves as you do, wallowing in the filth of your misdeeds? Release them, or I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. I shouted, charging back towards them. Yet, as I approached, several stones came hurtling towards me once more. With no choice but to press forward, I braved the onslaught of stones, determined to confront those hypocritical fiends. Smash them! Crush this hypocritical wretch! He Fei urged his men, who initially hurled stones the size of eggs, but soon escalated to larger projectiles. I did my utmost to evade them, but was struck multiple times, a gash opening on my head as blood streamed down my face. This fellow has been injured. Everyone, put in more effort. Let us finish him off. For his women belong to us. Upon seeing blood, He Fei's men became increasingly frenzied, descending further into inhumanity. Yang Baichun stood to the side, watching with great interest, showing no intention of intervening. He Fei, you brought this upon yourselves. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Enraged, I began to retaliate against the flying stones. I have undergone extensive training in grenade throwing during my time in the military, and my accuracy with stones far surpasses theirs. Among them, the most detestable is He Fei, and he is undoubtedly my primary target. A few stones flew through the air, striking He Fei's head, causing his boisterous shouts to diminish considerably. This son of a gun has served in the military. We cannot compete with him. Push his women to the front. Let us see if he dares to strike. At He Fei's command, Guan Lingyu and Mi Ersi were immediately thrust in front of him. I hesitated, stone in hand, reluctant to throw. Aren't you accurate? If you have the ability, throw again. He Fei shouted from behind, incensing me to elevate the arc of my throw, launching a stone directly at his head. This method of throwing stones is akin to shooting a basketball. I happen to be quite adept at basketball as well, having been a legitimate shooter in the military. Several stones flew past, once again forcing He Fei to retreat, clutching his head, which now bore several large lumps. Retreat. We are leaving. Today, I shall reclaim his women as payment. He Fei, feeling cornered, gestured to a few of his subordinates, dragging Guan Lingyu and Mi Ersi down the mountain. He Fei, release them. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. I will not allow them to fall into your hands. These wretches have gone mad, their humanity nearly extinguished. If those two women were to fall into their grasp, their suffering would be unspeakable. Turn against you? Am I afraid of that? If you dare, come over. Believe me, I will slay her immediately. He Fei drew a dagger hidden on his person, pressing it against Guan Lingyu's neck. With a gentle tug, a thin line was cut across her delicate neck, blood oozing down the blade. You are truly insane. He Fei's actions have crossed my threshold. If this continues, those who survive may not die. Yet they will all undoubtedly descend into madness. Insanity? So what? Staying in this wretched place, who knows how long one might survive. If you have the guts, come. If not, we shall leave. He Fei believes he has me at his mercy, and I can only watch helplessly as they take Guan Lingyu and me Ersi away. In such a dire situation, I require weapons, lethal weapons. These creatures are no longer worthy of being human. Why should I hold back? In a fit of rage, I returned to the camp, seized a fire axe, and chased after them. Chapter 38, I am going to kill. I had already recounted the events that transpired down the mountain to the women beside me, aware that they would be subjected to the torment and degradation of these vile beings, prompting both women to struggle desperately. With a fiery temperament, Mills bit the man beside her without hesitation. Guan Lingyu followed suit, sinking her teeth into He Fei's hand, infuriating him to the point of delivering several resounding slaps. The two of them created quite a commotion on the road, buying me precious time. Before they could return to the camp, I sprinted after them, axe in hand. Yang Baichun, He Fei, release them. From this moment forward, we shall not cross paths. My voice thundered, and as I ran, my hair stood on end, resembling an enraged lion. What if I refuse? He Fei pressed a dagger against Guan Lingyu's throat once more. Go ahead and kill her. I shall make sure to end you all afterward. I resolutely disregarded He Fei's threat. The more fear I displayed, the more emboldened they would become. Guan Lingyu shot me a fierce glare, astonished at my audacity. Had it been Fei in captivity, I would never have dared to speak so boldly. Don't believe him. I doubt he has the guts to kill. A fool, oblivious to his peril, chimed in. Though they had been behaving atrociously these past few days, they had yet to descend to the level of murder. At their core, they still wished to survive, terrified that when the rescue team arrived, they would face dire consequences. Release them, I will count to 3. If you do not comply, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I assumed a fierce expression, fully prepared for the possibility of violence as I brandished the fire axe. During my military training, I had undergone executions of death row inmates to bolster our courage. Whether in life or on the battlefield, taking a life requires immense bravery. Even the most malevolent criminals evolved into their current state gradually, not emerging as merciless killers from the outset. Seeing my resolute demeanor, He Fei's subordinates appeared somewhat uneasy. After days of unchecked revelry, he was not keen on meeting his end just yet. 1. My voice paused, causing the man to tremble, and Mills seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp. Realizing his mistake, he attempted to recapture Mills, only to trip over his own feet. I dashed forward, positioning myself protectively in front of Mills, raising my axe threateningly toward the advancing man. 2. One more step, and you shall perish. I glared furiously at him, and his foot, poised to advance, hesitated before retracting like a frightened rodent. Fool, we still have hostages. Why fear? Use something against him. He Fei cursed as he kicked a branch toward his men. After a moment's hesitation, his 2 subordinates reluctantly picked it up. Armed with a mere branch against my axe, they were clearly at a disadvantage, even if urged to charge. The man lacked the courage to do so. Meanwhile, Mills had risen from the ground and cautiously tucked herself behind me, easing some of my concerns. If I failed to rescue Guan Lingyu, I would have to accept my fate. After all, this woman had always opposed me, no matter how well I treated her. She remained an ungrateful wretch. Were it not for Fei, I would have preferred to disregard her entirely. 3. I counted to 3 and charged forward with my axe raised. The 2 lackeys exchanged a glance with He Fei and hastily moved to block my path, brandishing their branches with a whooshing sound. Had I been unarmed, approaching them would surely have come at a significant cost. However, that assumption was rendered moot. With a resolute heart, I cast aside any concern for law or ethics and swung my axe with determination. Crack! The branch was severed by my axe, and the sharp blade descended swiftly, striking one of the ruffians on the hand. With a whoosh, 2 fingers were lopped off, eliciting a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled hand. While severed fingers do not spell death, the pain is undeniably excruciating. Terrified, he seized the opportunity to feign injury, hoping to evade further confrontation with He-Fei. That man truly dares to kill. The second lackey nearly lost control of his bladder and hurriedly retreated. The sight of the bloody fingers on the ground was stark. Had my strike landed on his neck, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. He-Fei, release him, I declared with palpable menace, unwilling to repeat myself. At this moment, they were all somewhat dazed, evidently not anticipating my willingness to resort to lethal force. Lao Lu, let us speak civilly. Is it worth taking a life over a woman? Yang Baichuan's tongue stumbled over his words, as he genuinely feared provoking me to eliminate them all. Yet, in this desolate island, far removed from authority, who truly held sway over whom? How dare you? If you provoke me further, I shall ensure none of you remain alive. My words tore through the air, tinged with an exaggerated intensity, for without such fervor, they would remain unperturbed. To align with my murderous resolve, I did not pause for breath, raising my axe once more towards Yang Baichuan. Terrified, he retreated repeatedly, only to trip over the underbrush and fall ignominiously. Wait. We will release him. Yang Baichuan reacted swiftly, fearful that I might seize the opportunity to strike him down while he was vulnerable. Although He-Fei harbored great reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced and released Guan Lingyu. After all, Yang Baichuan was the leader among them. Without my intervention, perhaps he could have eliminated Yang Baichuan and claimed leadership for himself. Yet my strength was overwhelming. He was no match for me alone and could only hope to gather more allies to contend with my might. Guan Lingyu returned, collapsing beside Mills in tears, her eyes reflecting a trace of resentment towards me for my indifference to her plight throughout this ordeal. However, I had no time to ponder her feelings and glared at He-Fei and his companions. You would do well to tread carefully from now on. Should you fall into my grasp, not one of you will escape. Logically, I should have eradicated them entirely, ensuring a permanent solution to this conflict. Yet, I found myself hesitating. While the thrill of murder may be exhilarating in a fit of rage, the aftermath does not bring the comfort one might expect. They had released Guan Lingyu, and my heart had softened. Yang Baichuan and He-Fei, accompanied by his 3 lackeys, hastily departed, prompting us to return to our own encampment. Why do you treat me this way? Is it solely because I oppose your relationship with Fei? Guan Lingyu, regaining her composure, directed her inquiry towards me. What kind of reasoning do you possess? If I had not voiced my concerns, do you truly believe they would have released you? The moment I display even a hint of hesitation, not only would I be unable to rescue you today, but I might also jeopardize others. If you genuinely wish to be subjected to those scoundrels, you may as well turn back now. I unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Guan Lingyu. Chapter 39. Utter disgust. Upon our return to the campsite, several women expressed their excitement, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a grave fate. We can no longer remain in this place. The tensions between us have escalated significantly, and He-Fei and his accomplices could come after us at any moment. After much contemplation, I resolved to take action. Although this stone cave provided adequate shelter from the elements and was conveniently located near the sea for water access, it lacked any semblance of security. He-Fei and his crew are not fools. Even if they did not think of it at the time, they would surely recall it later. They have transformed into madmen, akin to demons. It is prudent for us to distance ourselves from such individuals. Guan Lingyu felt a pang of fear. Had I not intervened with my axe to reclaim her, she might have already fallen victim to their vile intentions. In response to my proposal, the other women nodded in agreement, clearly unwilling to endure a similar ordeal. Where do you plan to relocate to? Mills inquired with evident concern. To the wild boar den we encountered, I replied. I had been contemplating this plan for quite some time. Since our disastrous venture at sea, I had been mulling over this issue. However, the women had been unwell, leaving no time for me to act. Now, the moment had arrived. The location was indeed promising, sufficiently concealed, and with a bit of camouflage, even if someone were to wander nearby, they might overlook the cave. Mills was familiar with the site, acknowledging its suitability. Capable of accommodating several individuals, it could easily house a few people alongside the hundreds of pounds of wild boars we had previously dispatched. Once the decision was made, I promptly led the women toward the wild boar den. Do not rush. This place does not appear entirely secure. Upon arriving at the den, I quickly halted the women's advance. Though we had eliminated the wild boar several days prior, fresh signs of animal activity still lingered, indicating the presence of other creatures. Survival in the wilderness demands utmost vigilance. Should another wild boar reside within the den, our approach would be tantamount to courting death. With my axe firmly in hand, I cautiously approached the cave entrance. Just as I reached it, I was met with the fierce sounds of animal growls and scuffles emanating from within, as if they were vying for food. Suddenly, I heard an animal rushing toward the exit. Judging by the commotion, it did not appear particularly large. So I concealed myself outside the cave, raising my axe high, prepared to launch a surprise attack when it emerged. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. And considering it is a creature of the animal kingdom, I cannot forsake this opportunity to procure sustenance. Before long, a yellow creature, over a foot high, dashed out from the cave's entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung my axe down decisively. The anguished cries of the animal echoed as it was nearly cleaved in two, its front half writhing upon the ground. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a feral dog, a notably fierce carnivore. Naturally, I intended to claim its flesh for myself. Just as I prepared to drag the dog away, a round object rolled out from beneath it. Upon closer inspection, I nearly retched. It was a human head. Although I did not recognize the individual, I was certain that this person was one of the survivors who had landed on the island with us. The head had begun to decompose, the flesh gnawed away by animals, rendering it unrecognizable. Its gray eyes bulged grotesquely, creating a particularly horrifying visage. I could no longer bear to observe the gruesome details, fearing I might regurgitate my previous meal. At that moment, the realization dawned upon me. The animals had been scavenging the corpses in the wild boar's den. If my conjecture was correct, the bodies were likely the spoils brought back by the boars. With the wild boar slain by us, the flesh had become unclaimed. The feral dogs, drawn by the scent of carrion, had found their way here. Having consumed human flesh, there was no way I could regard them as potential food. The thought was simply revolting. I picked up a large stone and hurled it into the cave while shouting at the top of my lungs. The dogs, startled by my presence, scampered out in a frenzy. I felled 2 of them with my axe, while the remaining few fled even faster. Now aware that I was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Feral dogs are carnivorous creatures that inhabit this region and have partaken in human flesh. If I did not instill a sense of fear in them, they might grow audacious enough to attack us in the future. Though I wielded an axe, should a particularly bold dog charge at me, it would surely be I who would fall. It is known that when feral dogs reach a certain population, they dare to compete, even with tigers, for food. Their intelligence is considerable, and they must not be underestimated. Once the dogs had fled, several women gathered the courage to approach. "Are you certain you can handle what lies within?" I cautiously inquired of Fayer and the others, for the sight inside was rather unsettling. Truth be told, I, too, was apprehensive about the possibility of feeling nauseous upon witnessing the gruesome scene. What might be inside? Animal excrement? Mills boldly asked, their attention fixated on the wild boar's den, oblivious to the human head not far from their feet. I fear there may be more than that. There are likely human corpses as well. I felt compelled to divulge, as concealing such a truth was utterly impossible. Besides, what was the state of our current situation? Some realities must be confronted. If we cannot bear to view a corpse, how shall we endure the days to come? What is so terrifying about a corpse? I have encountered them in the hospital as well. Guan Lingyu appeared rather unfazed, and the other women expressed their acceptance of such scenes. However, when I kicked the head before them, they couldn't withstand it for even 3 seconds, each one retching uncontrollably. Witnessing their reactions made my stomach churn. I forced myself to kick the head away, refusing to cast another glance. The situation within the cave was even more grotesque. Upon entering with our prepared torches, the sight was tenfold more revolting than a slaughterhouse. Blood was everywhere, dismembered limbs scattered about, intestines stretched far and severed into several pieces. Such a nauseating scene. Even with my robust disposition, I found it impossible to suppress my own nausea and began to vomit alongside them. After a prolonged bout of retching, we leaned against the stone wall, each of us pale and utterly drained. "Lu Yi, perhaps we should find another place. This is too disgusting," suggested Fayer, unable to muster the courage to even glance at the cave. "No, we shall remain here. The space inside is ample, and with a thorough cleaning, it could serve as the best campsite," I insisted, for the conditions were too advantageous. As for the repulsive sight before us, it was something we would have to overcome individually. Chapter 40. A new home. This cave, filthy, foul-smelling, and repulsive, was surprisingly spacious. Although the ground was uneven, it had been smoothed by wild boars. Enduring our nausea, we spent half a day cleaning the interior. Most remarkably, within the cave flowed a spring the size of a finger, beside which a wild boar had excavated a stone pit over a foot wide, filled with clear water. Upon seeing this, I was elated. This was an excellent water source, undoubtedly potable. This was the wild boar's drinking water, and now it belonged to us. To make the most of this spring flowing through the crevice in the cave wall, I swung my axe to enlarge the pit to 2 or 3 feet wide and deepened it to about 2 feet. This way, we could store ample drinking water. Fortunately, the stones here were not too hard. With each swing, I could carve out substantial chunks. Otherwise, even my axe might have succumbed to the task. As the pit gradually filled with clear water, smiles broke across our faces. This spring was truly a rare find. It would become our most vital resource for living on this deserted island. To mitigate the foul odor within the cave, we gathered a considerable amount of firewood and burned it for an entire day. Not only did it banish the stench, but it also dried out the damp cave significantly. The remnants of the dismembered flesh were buried alongside the carcass of the wild dog. Having consumed human flesh, we would never partake of it, even in the face of starvation. Throughout this ordeal, we vomited several times, but after finally drinking the refreshing spring water, we felt much better. Considering the emotional state of the women, we decided to descend from the mountain the following day. To celebrate our relocation, I took the liberty of procuring 2 fish from a nearby pond. Catching fish in the pond is indeed a skillful endeavor. Had I not grown up by the water's edge, knowing their penchant for hiding in crevices, I might have found it quite challenging. Remarkably, Sewing discovered a plant in the woods known as fivefold, a naturally saline species. Both its fruits and leaves contain natural salts that can be safely absorbed by humans without any adverse effects. Having been on the island for over 20 days, the majority of our diet has consisted of rather bland fare. Whether it be pork, fish, or seafood, the lack of salt renders even the finest ingredients rather unpalatable. No matter how exquisite the food may be, the absence of salt significantly diminishes its taste, particularly with meat, which becomes overwhelmingly fishy and difficult to consume. We merely endure the strong flavors to stave off hunger. Adding the fruits and leaves of the fivefold plant to our fish soup not only enhances the saltiness, but also serves as a delightful seasoning. It was, without a doubt, the most delectable lunch we have had since arriving on the island. These 2 fish weighed approximately 5 to 6 pounds, a quantity we would typically struggle to finish. However, today we devoured every last morsel, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. I have never found fish so delightful as I did today. It was truly exquisite. Faye expressed her astonishment, recalling the meticulousness with which they previously regarded their meals. Whether at home or dining out, their food was always exquisitely prepared. When had they ever lived such a primitive existence? I concurred. Life here did not seem so arduous after all. Yet, I have not bathed in several days, and I find myself feeling quite uncomfortable due to the accumulated grime. Su Ying's experience is markedly different, having endured hardship from a young age. She possesses a far greater adaptability than the Fei sisters. Upon returning from the sea, they were both in a state of illness, and with the campsite below in disarray. I hesitated to take them to the shore for washing. The recent move has also been exhausting, leaving me drenched in sweat. It is not just the women who feel the discomfort of accumulated filth, but I too find it quite unbearable. I pondered the possibility of constructing a bathing area by the spring, where the water could flow away through the crevices in the rocks. I had carefully observed the cave's surroundings. The nearby fissures are 3 to 4 inches wide, allowing excess spring water to flow freely. By utilizing this natural feature, we could create a splendid bathing pool. How wonderful it would be to bathe in the mountain spring. Mills shared in my enthusiasm. Though the pond offers a place to wash, the water is shallow and laden with mud, rendering it rather murky. Moreover, small animals occasionally come to drink and relieve themselves in those waters, making it less than ideal. So what are we waiting for? Having satisfied our hunger, it is time to get to work. I led the way into the woods. While finding stones in this forest can be somewhat challenging, the abundance of trees is a boon. I felled a large tree and cut it into several sections, each approximately 4 feet long. Despite their short length, the trunks were exceedingly heavy. The 2 women exerted tremendous effort to manage to drag them into the cave. I erected a few stumps at the edge of the stone crevice, entwined them with vines, and adorned them with leafy branches, thus crafting a rudimentary bathing area. Hey, have you noticed that this fence is a tad too low? While we bathe, you can see our upper bodies. Guan Lingyu suddenly realized, casting a dubious glance in my direction. Her comment caught me off guard. I had not considered this aspect at all. Only concerned that the tree trunks were too heavy and therefore did not dare to cut them too long. I had not anticipated such an unexpected outcome. Though secretly pleased, I would never concede to it verbally. At this length, you're barely able to manage them. Do you think you could retrieve them if they were half a meter longer? Besides, what part of you have I not seen? As if I were particularly enamored. Upon hearing my words, Feier and the other women widened their eyes in astonishment. Curiously regarding Guan Lingyu, puzzled over when and under what circumstances I had seen her in such a manner. Although the three of them had undressed in my presence before, at least they had retained their undergarments, akin to wearing swimwear at the beach. The curious gazes of the women caused Guan Lingyu's face to flush with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond to their inquiries. "Lu Yi, you scoundrel!" Guan Lingyu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about the fence. "How am I a scoundrel? You willingly showed me. I did not force you," I retorted, continuing to stir the water, diverting her from the original topic. The women were exceedingly curious, yet dared not question me directly, leaving only Guan Lingyu, vexed, to turn away from me, no longer engaging in conversation. Having successfully shifted the subject, I refrained from revisiting the matter. "You all take a moment to rest. I shall camouflage the entrance, ensuring it remains concealed from prying eyes." After I stepped outside, the women resumed their playful banter, beginning to wash themselves within. The scene must have been quite delightful, though I was regrettably absent from witnessing it. However, I was not in a hurry. The days ahead were plentiful with opportunities. Chapter 41. Our fears. By the time I had painstakingly camouflaged the entrance, the women had already finished their baths. They casually washed their clothes as well, leaving them by the fire to dry. I gathered some palm fronds to serve as a meager dinner for everyone. The ground here was rather uneven. Despite the considerable amount of hay we had brought in, making a thick bed, it was still quite uncomfortable for resting. Exhausted from the day's toil, I rinsed off the sweat by the bathing area and soon fell asleep on the pile of grass. However, before long, I sensed someone leaning against me, clutching me tightly. Trembling slightly, due to my extended experience in the wilderness, my vigilance was always high, and I awoke instantly upon being embraced. Turning my head, I discovered it was Feier. Her wide eyes filled with apprehension as she gazed at me. "Louis, I'm scared. I can't sleep," Feier whispered softly. "Do not fear. There is nothing to be afraid of. From a biological perspective, upon the demise of any creature, it is merely a collection of bones and flesh, devoid of any reason for fear. I am aware of what Phyllis fears. This cave once housed a carcass dragged in by wild boars, which we personally removed. Women are inherently timid, and it is only natural for them to let their minds wander at night. I too felt a twinge of fear after closing my eyes. I could not shake the unsettling sensation of gray eyes watching us from the shadows. Phyllis's words were chilling, sending shivers down my spine. Her declaration stirred the other women, who were already restless, prompting them to sit up. "Phyllis, do not frighten us. There are no eyes lurking in the dark," Guan Lingyu said, though her gaze darted nervously around the cave walls, betraying her apprehension. Suying and Mills expressed their emotions through action, both women gravitating toward me, with Mills even wrapping my arm in her embrace. "What is the matter with you all? It is merely a severed head. What is there to fear? Besides, we have buried it. There is nothing to dread," I attempted to reassure them. However, my words only served to remind them of the grotesque visage of that terrifying head, heightening their fears. "No, I must lean on you tonight. This cave is too frightening," Phyllis asserted, subtly claiming her territory and warning the others not to harbor designs on me. In a normal societal context, Phyllis's actions would be entirely reasonable and effective. Yet, what kind of situation is this? We are on a deserted island, devoid of any moral or legal constraints, uncertain even of our own survival. So who would heed her claims? Why should you lay exclusive claim? "He belongs to us all," Mills said, refusing to relinquish her grip, resting my arm beneath her head. Suying, though somewhat shy, also nestled closer, wrapping her arms around my waist, nearly resting her head against me. Observing the three women clustering around me, Guan Lingyu felt a sense of unease. Yet, as my nominal partner, Phyllis's encroachment would complicate matters for her. However, driven by fear, she dared not remain alone at the periphery and settled at my feet. The women enveloped me completely, making it difficult to turn in my sleep. "What are you all doing? Do you intend for me to lose my rest?" I mused, caught in a bittersweet predicament. Under ordinary circumstances, such goddess-like beauty would scarcely spare me a glance. Yet now they vied for proximity to me, a serendipitous encounter forged through countless lifetimes. Silence. We shall use you as a pillow, so be a good sport and sleep, Phyllis declared, frustrated yet reluctant to dismiss the other three women. Thus, I found myself an unwilling human pillow. Gazing at the pitch-black ceiling of the cave, I was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. This shared fortune was not easily enjoyed. Before long, the women succumbed to slumber, while I remained wide awake, grappling with my own thoughts. I like you. I wish to be with you. Suddenly, the slumbering Mills opened her eyes and addressed me. Foreign beauties are generally quite bold, unlike the reserved women of our homeland. If they take a liking to someone, they will pursue them actively, rather than merely waiting as the women here tend to do. I have a girlfriend, and I felt a twinge of internal conflict. Truth be told, how many men would not wish to indulge in such a shared delight? As for those hypocrites who speak with a guilty conscience, they are simply too timid. Given the right circumstances, they would be even more reckless than others. Take Yang Baichun and He Fei, for instance. They embody this very nature. What does having a girlfriend matter? If we were to remain stranded on this deserted island for eternity, would we expect to live in perpetual solitude? Mills spoke a bit louder, unbothered by the presence of the other three women. Her statement posed a very practical dilemma. What would become of us if we could never return to a normal life? If I were to remain exclusively with Fei, the other three would truly have to endure a lifetime of widowhood, which is profoundly unfair to them. In this unique situation, no one can adopt a saintly detachment, for the confines of our existence are too limited. Every human has normal needs, myself included. I have yet to devise a solution to this predicament. Ultimately, it is the women's perspectives and resolutions that matter. The initiative lies with them. Chapter 42. Utter madness. As a man, I too have my boundaries. Under no circumstances would I ever compel them to do what they do not wish to. However, should they choose to let go and embrace a different perspective, I would not feign rejection. After all, they are all exquisite beauties. What man could resist such allure? I found myself unable to respond to Mill's inquiry. This was not the time for contemplation, so I merely urged her to refrain from mischief and to rest early. Though Mills bore an air of sorrow and a hint of helplessness, she obediently closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Yet, I struggled to find slumber that night, finally succumbing to fatigue only after midnight. The following day dawned, ushering in yet another busy schedule. The food resources surrounding the pond were quite limited, and I was reluctant to deplete them entirely. I must plan for our long-term survival. Thus, we were compelled to venture back to the seaside in search of sustenance. For our small group, the bounty of the ocean seemed boundless, and we hardly worried about exhausting its riches. As we carefully descended the mountainside, we sought to avoid encountering Yang Baichun and his ilk, who had descended into madness, losing even the most basic semblance of humanity. However, no sooner had we reached the base of the hill than we were met with chilling screams. Following the source of the sound, I soon discovered its origin. A woman, the flight attendant I had rescued days prior, was bound and suspended from a tree. Her body bore numerous wounds. Without assistance, she would not survive for long. Louis. She is my colleague, Yang Min. Please save her. It is too tragic. Upon witnessing Yang Min's deplorable state, tears involuntarily streamed down Fei Er's face. One cannot help but ponder the fate that would have befallen them had they not chosen to stand by my side. Would they have met a similar grim destiny? Enduring torment like Yang Min? These wretches exhibit a complete lack of humanity. Guan Lingyu joined in with vehement curses, realizing at this moment how astute her decision to follow me had been. Yang Min continued to wail until we approached, at which point she recognized our presence. Yang Min, who has done this to you? Their cruelty is beyond comprehension. Fei Er hurried forward, attempting to lower her, but after several fruitless attempts, it became evident that the bindings were too secure. Step aside. Allow me, I said, glancing at the vines entwined around the tree. Untangling them was indeed a challenge. The quickest solution would be to sever them with an axe. Leave me be. I do not wish for your pity. As I prepared to cut the vines, Yang Min suddenly shouted, her expression turning peculiarly distorted. Any sane individual would recoil from being bound in such a manner, especially when injured. What could have driven her to such a state? Even amidst her suffering, she refused to accept assistance. Yang Min, have you lost your mind? We are not here to pity you, but to rescue you. Do you truly refuse our aid? Fei Er found herself utterly perplexed by Yang Min's mindset. Rescue? Huh. You speak so lightly of it. Do you know why I have become this way? It is all because of him. Had it not been for him, I would not be in such a pitiful condition. Yang Min pointed at me with her bloodied toes, her eyes devoid of gratitude or shame. In her gaze, I clearly saw profound disdain and hatred. Louis, is this your doing? How could you commit such a beastly act? Guan Lingyu's mind snapped, directing her ire at me. You must be mad. We have been together since last night. I shot a glare at Guan Lingyu, urging her to think before speaking and not to assume everything. Hearing my words, she lowered her head in contemplation, beginning to grasp that I had not lied. Yang Min, why do you blame him instead? He has been with us these past few days and has not harmed you, has he? Fei Er questioned in bewilderment, trusting that I could not possibly commit such an atrocity. It is all because of him. If he had not rescued me that day, allowing me to fall into the hands of that surnamed Ho, I would not be in this miserable state. Yang Min's words struck me like a thunderbolt. You were assaulted, and I desperately tried to save you. Yet I am to blame? What sort of logic is this? Am I meant to join them in their foul deeds? Anger surged within me. This woman, instead of holding accountable those who had reduced her to such a state, placed the blame squarely upon my shoulders. What an absurdity. You should never have saved me. Because of your intervention, they all believe I am connected to you, and upon returning, they beat me mercilessly. With several men violating me repeatedly, the one surnamed Yang brought charcoal to burn me, while he, Fei, that wretched soul, used a knife to inflict wounds upon my body for his amusement. The suffering Yang Min endured was indeed considerable. Perhaps she spoke the truth. The enmity between Yang Baichun and me was substantial, and Yang Min, whom I saved, became the target of their wrath. Yet, the methods these individuals employed to humiliate others were truly more brutal than those of beasts. The pain you are enduring may indeed be related to him. But at that time, his rescue of you stemmed from goodwill, did it not? Why now shift all the blame onto him? Is this not a classic case of ingratitude? Upon hearing Yang Min's words, Mills felt a surge of discontent. I have no desire for your insincere assistance. It will only exacerbate my suffering. If you genuinely wish to help me, then in my life, I no longer wish to live. Yang Min continued to exhibit great aversion to our aid. Perhaps she had indeed been thoroughly tormented by Yang Baichun and his ilk, to the point where accepting help from others made her feel guilty. If you wish to die, then do so. Why seek assistance from others? My demeanor towards her grew increasingly cold. Under the influence of Yang Baichun and others, her judgment had faltered. I fear pain and cannot act. Yang Min's words left me speechless. I must admit, women often possess peculiar justifications that men find incomprehensible. At that moment, a man emerged from the distance, the one surnamed Ho. Upon noticing us standing nearby, he paused briefly, then swaggered over with an air of confidence. Oh, you found yourself some allies, haven't you? It seems our greetings were insufficient, he taunted, gazing at Yang Min as though admiring a masterpiece. Ho Jian, it's not like that. They came on their own accord, not at my behest. Yang Min trembled, hastily offering explanations to avoid Ho Jian's misunderstanding. Louis, this woman is quite appealing, don't you think? Ho Jian shamelessly remarked to me. Seeing the stark contrast in their behaviors, I suddenly felt nauseous. Yang Min, who subjected herself to torment and humiliation, displayed a fa-ade of flattery. What kind of mentality is this? What humiliating experiences has she endured to become this way? In contrast, Ho Jian appeared self-satisfied and entitled. The once goddess-like Yang Min now seemed to him nothing more than a personal possession, to be treated as he pleased. What I found utterly intolerable was that just days ago, Yang Min, steadfast and virtuous, had been reduced to a servile creature, wagging her tail in desperate supplication after being subdued a few times. Yet, she regarded her benefactor with disdain and loathing. Is this not the ultimate irony for any rational being? I had initially intended to assist Yang Min, but witnessing her demeanor extinguished any desire to help. Such a person should be left to fend for herself. I am no saint, struggling through my own hardships. I have neither the time nor energy to concern myself with others. Oh, you should get lost. I have no interest in your affairs. But I advise you to retain some humanity. Beware of the day when retribution strikes you. I waved dismissively at the loathsome Ho Jian, unwilling to exchange even a single word with such a person. Humanity? Have we truly descended to this level, still clinging to the notion of humanity? Lu, do not presume yourself to be noble. You are merely a man with multiple wives, believing yourself to be superior? Ho Jian was in a state of intense agitation, teetering on the brink of madness, displaying an aggressive demeanor towards anyone unlike himself. This man is nearly deranged. Let us ignore him and depart. I beckoned to the women behind me, each of whom gazed at Ho Jian with a profound sense of fear. The living example before us was unmistakable. Any woman, regardless of her beauty, would dread becoming like Yang Min in her current state. Louis, are we truly going to abandon her? She is utterly pitiable. Fei Er, for all your compassion, do you still wish to assist Yang Min in her plight? Guan Xiaofei, spare us your feigned benevolence. I do not require your pity. Do not delude yourself into thinking your man is any better. One day, you too may find yourself in my position. Yang Min screamed in a fit of hysteria, devoid of any gratitude. You see, the pitiable often possess their own faults. Why should we aid such a person? Let us simply leave. I have already placed this woman in the same category as Yang Baichun and the others, devoid of any intention to rescue her. Some individuals are inherently ungrateful, failing to resist or struggle against their unjust treatment while harboring deep-seated hatred towards their friends and family. Such people are more repugnant than the most heinous criminals. Yet, she too has been driven to this state by circumstance. We have maintained a decent relationship. Would you not help her? Fei Er truly lacks awareness, still seeking to assist despite the dire situation. How do you propose to help her? If it is merely a matter of releasing her, I see no necessity for that. Once we depart, she may very well be subjected to similar torment again, unless we eliminate Yang Baichun and his gang entirely. Do you have the courage to undertake such an act? I became serious. To be frank, Yang Baichun and his associates have long abandoned any semblance of boundaries or principles. Should they truly provoke me, I would not hesitate to resort to violence. Yet at this moment, I do not wish to engage with them. To speak bluntly, killing such individuals would tarnish my hands. Observing their self-destructive tendencies, it will not be long before they meet their demise in their own madness. They bring this upon themselves. If they do not court death, they shall not perish. However, if Fei Er and the others possess the courage, I am not averse to taking action. This presents a valuable opportunity for them to overcome their psychological barriers. Perhaps our future existence on this desolate island will be prolonged, without witnessing bloodshed. How can one truly grow? Upon hearing my intention to kill, Fei Er was immediately frightened, retreating in trepidation. Such matters were beyond her imagination, let alone execution. Ho Jian, overhearing my words, also recoiled, no longer daring to utter a word. Let us proceed. Acquiring food is our true priority. Ignoring the two, I led the hesitant Fei Er and the several women, who were inwardly terrified, towards the shore. Today, fortune has not favored me. The tide has yet to recede, leaving me to unearth a mere handful of seashells from the nearby sands. The rocky area lies too deep in water, rendering my venture impossible unless the tide dramatically withdraws. After laboring for 2 hours, my bounty amounts to a meager 2 or 3 pounds. While scant, it is sufficient to sustain me, as these shells are high in caloric content, and when paired with other provisions, they can adequately satiate my hunger. However, on our return journey, Yang Baichun unexpectedly obstructed our path. What do you want? I inquired, stepping forward with my axe resting on my shoulder, ready for a confrontation. Calm your temper, old Lu. We have indeed acted unscrupulously in the past, but we have been driven to such behavior by the harshness of this deserted island. I am not here to instigate trouble. Look, it's just the two of us. You know you cannot best me in a fight, he replied, as he pulled out a familiar figure from behind him. Air hostess Yang Min. What do you intend? My tone softened slightly. How about a trade? I offer you this air hostess in exchange for your expertise in foraging along the shore. At last, Yang Baichun revealed his intentions. His group, stationed by the sea, returned empty-handed each day, while I consistently procured ample sustenance. This disparity had ignited their envy, for in our current existence, food is the most precious commodity, arguably more valuable than life itself. Trade? What do you possess that could entice me? I scoffed, for they had nothing of interest to offer. Consider her. She is an air hostess, possessing a remarkable figure and striking beauty. Though she appears a bit worn these days, with a little care over 10 days or so, she would be a stunning beauty once more, Yang Baichun shamelessly proclaimed. Have you lost your mind? She is a person, not your property to barter with. Furthermore, after the treatment you have subjected her to, do you expect me to accept her? Dream on. I felt no kinship toward Yang Min, not due to her mistreatment or the humiliation she endured, but because her mindset had become indistinguishable from that of Yang Baichun and his ilk. Yang Baichun did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Yang Min and asked, "Yang Min, are you my personal possession?" "Yes, master. Whatever you wish to do with me is entirely at your discretion," she replied, leaving us utterly astounded. Was this not akin to a slave from a bygone era? Chapter 44. The addition of a female slave for an intelligent and rational air hostess. It was unfathomable that she could utter such words, transcending the limits of our comprehension. "Old Lu, look at this exquisite air hostess. Under normal circumstances, you might have to part with $1 million in bride price to acquire her. Now, all you need to do is share some of your foraging wisdom, and she becomes your slave, subject to your whims, to be treated as you please." Yang Baichun wore a knowing smile, one that incited a desire within me to deliver a punch to his face. The audacity of a man who can so brazenly demean a woman to such an extent is truly a sight to behold. This individual, once the envy of all as a wealthy and handsome captain, has proven himself to be 100-fold more wicked than a mere impoverished wretch like myself. I have no interest in this woman. I wish for her to step aside and not obstruct my path. I have utterly rejected any notion of accepting her, for she has become tainted both physically and psychologically, provoking a visceral sense of revulsion within me. "You vile creature, have you once again provoked Brother Lu?" Yang Baichun swiftly turned and struck Yang Min across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. "My master, I apologize. I should not have insulted Mr. Lu." "I will bow my head in repentance," Yang Min said, fear evident as she scrambled to kneel before me. "Mr. Lu, I am no better than an animal. I should not repay kindness with malice. I sincerely apologize." As she spoke, she bowed repeatedly, her forehead striking the ground until it bled, a pitiful sight indeed. Despite her plight, I felt no sympathy for such a woman. However, Fei was unable to bear the sight. Yang Min had once been her colleague, and their relationship had been amicable. Now, seeing her reduced to this state, Fei could not simply turn a blind eye. "Louis, you should agree to help her. There are plenty of fish and shrimp in the sea. They cannot possibly catch them all." Fei's compassionate heart softened further at the sight of Yang Min's tear-streaked face, making it difficult for her to refuse. "Louis, please take her with you. If we each ration our food, she won't starve," Guan Lingyu interjected, eager to play the role of the benefactor. Yet, I sensed an undercurrent of scheming in her words. Guan Lingyu was no fool. Her motives for advocating on Yang Min's behalf were likely rooted in her desire to assist her sister, Guan Xiaofei. This woman was far too calculating, and I suspected she was merely trying to create trouble for me. As the two women interceded on Yang Min's behalf, the typically kind-hearted Su Ying also joined their pleas, while only Mills furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating some untimely thoughts. With three women pleading earnestly, I found myself increasingly unable to resist, especially when I saw the hopeful glimmer in Fei's eyes. I truly could not bring myself to deny her. Reluctantly, I decided to bring this woman back to my camp. Along the way, Yang Min behaved exceptionally well, staying close to Fei, and when I approached, she quickly lowered her head, refraining from uttering a word. "Do not fear him. Here, no one will dare to bully you," Fei reassured Yang Min, leading her to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Unfortunately, we had no spare clothes, so we fashioned a grass skirt for her, ensuring she would not remain entirely unclothed. "Lu Yi, you must not mistreat this woman. She has suffered enough," Guan Lingyu admonished me, pulling me aside outside the cave with a serious expression. However, the look in her eyes bore a hint of something unnatural. "What do you mean by mistreating her? She is my acquired servant. She must obey my commands, or I shall return her to Yang Baichun." I feigned seriousness as I sought to probe the true intentions of Guan Lingyu. "Dare you? Should you engage in any shameless act behind our backs, both Fei and I will not spare you." Guan Lingyu revealed her pearly white teeth, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was ready to devour. "If you do nothing, then why bring her back? Are you intending for her to merely wash clothes and cook? Even if she could wash and cook, we must first possess clothes for her to wash and meals for her to prepare." Until Guan Lingyu revealed her genuine purpose, I could only engage in nonsensical banter akin to hers. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Everything must adhere to my arrangements. In any case, you must not touch this woman, even if she willingly entices you. You must not act recklessly." At last, Guan Lingyu revealed her true colors. "Pray, I am a man, and a fully functional one at that, surrounded by you enchanting women, with restrictions on this and prohibitions on that. Are you allowing me to live at all? I intend to pursue shamelessness to its fullest extent. At the very least, I must secure some benefits for myself. I have no inclination towards young men. Merely thinking of her disgusts me. Coupled with her myriad of scars, even with an appetite, I could not swallow such a dark and grim visage. Have you become involved with Mills? I have noticed her gaze towards you has markedly changed in recent days. Last night's little operation of yours. Do not presume that no one is aware. And if I do know, am I to fear you? I retorted. Besides, what is there between her and me? Are not you women all gathered around me? I particularly detested Guan Lingyu's interrogative tone. I knew you harbored no good intentions. Confess, do you intend to claim us all? As she uttered these words, Guan Lingyu took a step closer, exuding an air of dominance, as though she sought to command the situation. Upon hearing her inquiry, I could not help but chuckle. Such a tone of conversation was decidedly displeasing to me. The initiative rested entirely in her hands, even dictating the flow of thought. I lifted my hand, boldly tilting her chin, adopting a wolfish expression as I said, "If anyone is to be claimed, it should be you first. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your merriment. Do you not harbor feelings for me? You have always opposed my relationship with Fayer. Could jealousy be the culprit?" My words were not mere fabrications. Though I was no seasoned seducer, I was hardly a fool in matters of the heart. Guan Lingyu's repeated displays made the situation abundantly clear, particularly after her indulgence in the fragrant red carrot fruit, which had rendered her feelings even more apparent. I like you. Do not be absurd. Have you taken a look at yourself? There are countless elite, affluent suitors vying for my attention outside, yet I have no interest in you. Guan Lingyu's tone turned frantic, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. She spoke without daring to meet my gaze, a clear indication of her inner turmoil. Then why not seek out your wealthy suitors? Just scale the mountain, for there are corporate executives, pilots, and magnates aplenty. I am certain they would welcome you with open arms. I resolved to provoke the woman before me thoroughly. Chapter 45. Unaccountable Worries Leave. I told you we are not on the same wavelength. Guan Lingyu stormed off, yet her steps were surprisingly light, suggesting that her emotional turmoil was less severe than she portrayed. This confirmed my suspicions. She indeed harbored feelings for me. Now that I had laid bare this secret, the burden that weighed on my heart had been lifted, rendering me considerably more at ease. As for me, if fate allowed me to wed a pair of exquisite sisters, I would certainly not hesitate. After all, with the current situation as it stands, notions of ethics and morality could be cast aside. Compared to Yang Baichun and his ilk, I would assert that I was 1,000 times superior. After lunch, our focus remained on foraging for food. As per routine, Mills continued to be in my group. But this time, Guan Lingyu forcibly assigned Yang Min to us. Her intention was unmistakable. She aimed to use Yang Min as a means of surveillance over Mills and me. With her present, any clandestine plans we might entertain would have to be restrained. It would be unseemly to engage in any indiscretions in front of Yang Min. Once we distanced ourselves from the camp, Yang Min took the initiative to speak. Sister Guan instructed me to keep an eye on you, but rest assured, I shall not disclose anything about your activities to her. This woman exhibited a degree of discernment. She recognized that I was the true leader of this small team, and her candor at this juncture was akin to a gesture of loyalty. That is good to hear. We may indulge in our appetites, but we must be prudent with our words. Within the camp, I treat each of you equally, without favoritism. However, should you decide to act insubordinately, do not blame me for expelling you. I adopted a stern demeanor, balancing authority with encouragement. Yang Min was the sort of person who required firm boundaries. If allowed to overstep, she could very well cause a plethora of troubles. I would never, I promise. No matter what you do, I will not utter a word to her, she replied, her expression one of genuine trepidation. The fear of being cast out to endure a life more miserable than death was palpable in her demeanor. Having overheard our exchange, Mills began to blush, unable to maintain his composure. What could we possibly do? Guan Lingyu has quite the imagination. He sighed, let us focus on finding food, otherwise we shall go hungry by nightfall. I chose to divert the conversation, recognizing that further discourse would lead to no fruitful outcome. By evening, each of us returned with some provisions. Though not abundant, it sufficed to stave off hunger. Yang Min was exceptionally cautious while eating, despite her apparent hunger. She refrained from reaching for food indiscriminately. Each morsel was selected with utmost care, as if to avoid displeasing us. Although Fayer had repeatedly encouraged her to relax, Yang Min remained rigid, evidently still haunted by the psychological scars inflicted by Yang Baichun. Once we had finished our meal, she eagerly gathered the used utensils and took them to the sink, demonstrating an admirable eagerness to clean them. Her behavior was so commendable that even the other women had no objections. Once, you should have assisted her, for she harbors a profound fear of you. Only by relinquishing her apprehension towards men can she unravel the knots within her heart. Fayer nudged me, urging me to approach her. Although I was reluctant to move, I could not resist Fayer's gentle plea and thus made my way towards the water basin. Yang Min was at the basin, scrubbing those coconut bowls, which were rather difficult to clean due to the lack of suitable washing supplies. I lightly touched her, signaling her to step aside. To my surprise, her body stiffened, as if she had been startled by something, leaving her frozen in place. Observing her reaction, I instantly comprehended the meaning behind her actions. Such instinctive responses could only be honed through countless trials and tribulations. The wretches, Yang Baichun and his ilk, had evidently taught her well, leading her to develop such unfortunate habits. What should have been an enticing scene instead filled me with profound awkwardness. It was not that I was indifferent to women, rather, she simply failed to ignite my interest. Do not move, I merely wish to observe. Continue washing at your own pace. I awkwardly retreated, knowing that if Guan Lingyu were to witness this, it would surely create a commotion. That night, as we prepared for sleep, Guan Lingyu mischievously arranged for Yang Min to occupy the space between Mills and me. This ensured that, no matter how audacious Mills might be, he would refrain from any untoward actions towards me. Unfortunately, Guan Lingyu's clever plan overlooked the fact that Yang Min was indeed a woman, and one who had been trained to be exceedingly compliant. As the night deepened and everyone began to drift into slumber, a deft hand reached out. The moment she moved, my fatigue vanished, and I quickly became alert. Upon opening my eyes, I found Yang Min alarmingly close, the mischievous hand belonging to her alone. No other woman possessed such audacity. Why are you not sleeping quietly? What are you up to? I glared, unceremoniously swatting her hand away. Yang Min flinched, hastily retracting her hand, and somewhat defensively replied, "They all asked me to do this. I merely wanted to be kind to you. I am myself, and they are themselves. Do not conflate those wretches with me," I retorted, genuinely irritated, not due to her unwelcome advance, but rather her pitiable perception and the ingrained servility that seemed to define her. Mills and Guan Lingyu stirred from my reprimand, their gazes falling upon our peculiar position, leading to evident misunderstandings. "Louis, are you unable to restrain yourself with her so soon?" Guan Lingyu shot me an annoyed look, her eyes reflecting disdain. "Are you blind? Does this appear to be my intention?" I snapped, my irritation palpable. This woman was truly a bit neurotic. I had faith in Lu Yi's character. He had shown no interest in the several stunning beauties among us, so how could he possibly be attracted to someone like her? Mills abruptly fell silent. Having begun a thought she refrained from completing, she evidently stood in my corner, holding Yang Min in low regard. Though unspoken, I understood her sentiment, a withered flower, past its prime. Very well, I concede my error. Yang Min, move to the side and behave yourself. Do not act as recklessly as you did at Yang Baichun's. It is rare for Guan Lingyu to acknowledge her mistakes. She sent Yang Min away, which I welcomed, for it meant that Myers could now sleep beside me. Although the night's commotion did not create any significant disturbance, it left me restless and unable to find solace in sleep. I pondered whether I had been overly courteous to them. Unable to break through this barrier, I could only observe the beauty of those around me from a distance. Everything felt like a fleeting dream, so near yet so difficult to attain. An unsettling agitation gripped my heart, rendering me incapable of finding peace in slumber. Chapter 46. Strange noises in the night. In my turmoil, I drifted into a fitful sleep. But scarcely had I closed my eyes when I faintly heard cries echoing in the night. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere illusion. Glancing at the time, I noted it was already past 11 at night. On this desolate island, one would be hard-pressed to encounter even a ghost, let alone hear cries. Although the individuals associated with Yang Baichun often behaved shamelessly, a small mountain separated us, and even if chaos erupted on their end, the sound would not reach here. I decided to dismiss these troubling thoughts and attempt to sleep, for it would be more practical to contemplate how to procure food for the following day. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, Su Ying, who lay beside me, stirred awake, gently patting my back. "Louis, I think I just heard crying." Su Ying, being somewhat timid, voiced her concern about the possibility of ghosts haunting the island. Since our arrival, the number of survivors had dwindled, with many meeting tragic fates on this island. According to metaphysical beliefs, those who died so tragically could not find peace, surely destined to linger and haunt the living. In truth, there are no ghosts in this world. If there were, they would resemble the lecherous spirit that I am. I playfully pinched Su Ying's delicate nose to lighten her mood. Do not be skeptical. Back in my hometown, I often heard the elders recount ghost stories. Detailed and vivid. Surely they cannot all be fabricated. We reside in a place steeped in such tales. Su Ying recalled the gruesome corpse torn apart by wild dogs, along with that particularly terrifying head, which only heightened her fears, causing her to inch closer to me. Observing her reaction, I found amusement in the situation. Seizing the moment, I gave her back a reassuring pat. Fear not, I shall protect you. Any malevolent spirit will flee at the sight of me. As I comforted Su Ying, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. This time, the sound was loud and unmistakable, awakening the other women. Louis, what are you doing? Guan Lingyu glared at me with wide eyes, still half asleep, mistakenly suspecting I was behind the commotion. Shu, do not speak. I gestured for silence, and the women fell quiet, straining to listen. At that moment, another scream echoed, particularly clear and chilling. It seems to be the voice of He Fei. Could it be that a commotion has erupted on their side? A single remark from Feier alleviated much of our trepidation. As long as it is not related to ghosts, what is there to fear from their ruckus? You all stay put in the cave. I shall venture out to investigate. I resolved to uncover the truth. For He Fei is known for his cunning tricks, and I harbored doubts about whether he intended to lure us out in this manner. When we descended from the mountain, Yang Baichun had sent someone to our previous dwelling and discovered the cave where we had been residing. However, they did not relocate there, as living above was rather inconvenient, and the quest for sustenance had become significantly more challenging. The survivors on the island are but a handful. If they grow weary and discontent, they might very well turn their attention towards us. The light outside the cave was dimmer than I anticipated. After acclimating myself at the entrance, I felt somewhat better. The wailing echoed intermittently, emanating distinctly from the mountain above. As I crept to a relatively open area and gazed upwards, I indeed spotted light and shadowy figures moving about the mountain. Yet, due to the considerable distance, I could not discern their identities. I surmised they must be Yang Baichun and his cohort, for only they would venture to stir up trouble on the mountain in the dead of night. Indeed, these rascals were up to no good, attempting to lure us out. I muttered a curse and prepared to retreat to sleep, indifferent to whatever mischief they were conjuring atop the mountain. Just as I turned to head back into the cave, I was suddenly startled by Yang Baichun's scream. My composure faltered. Who possessed the audacity to subdue both He Fei and Yang Baichun? His subordinates clearly lacked both the capability and courage for such a feat. Could it be that new survivors had arrived on the island? I could not help but speculate. Yang Baichun was steady and seasoned, while He Fei was devious and daring. Together, they were not easily overpowered by ordinary individuals. Only a formidable outsider could disrupt this dynamic and deal with both of them along with their sycophants. Upon reaching this conclusion, my heart began to race. If new survivors had indeed arrived on the island, it would imply that this desolate isle still held connections to the outside world, and locating them might present an opportunity to escape this forsaken land. With this thought in mind, I commenced my ascent up the mountain, eager to make contact with these individuals before the chance slipped away. The straight-line distance from the mountain top to the base was not particularly far, but traversing it at night posed its challenges. After more than 20 minutes, I finally reached the summit. The flames flickered merely a few dozen meters away, and the figure wielding the torch was obscured in shadow, exemplifying the adage darkness beneath the light. Before long, a robust figure emerged, stepping out from the very cave I had once inhabited. Behind him, he dragged two men, none other than He Fei and Yang Baichun. Could this man be the fabled Kuan Nu? Upon seeing him, that was my immediate thought. This individual was exceptionally tall, towering over 6 feet 3 inches. The individual before me boasted a sun-kissed bronze complexion that gleamed with an oily sheen, and his explosive muscles hinted at a formidable strength that would not be easily trifled with. Observing the lifeless forms of Yang Baichun and He Fei sprawled on the ground, I comprehended that I was no match for this man. Where could he have emerged from? Perhaps he was a fisherman from the nearby seas? I could only allow my imagination to wander. My initial eagerness to approach them was swiftly quelled. I resolved to observe further. The demeanor of this man suggested he was no benevolent soul. Voluntarily presenting myself might not yield a fate better than that of Yang Baichun and his companion. After a brief moment, several more figures appeared, traversing from the mountainside, escorting a group of men and women. From a distance, I recognized Ho Jian and Chen Song among them. When both parties met, they engaged in a rapid exchange of dialogue, a cacophony of tongues I could not decipher. An alien dialect that eluded my understanding. It was apparent that this group harbored ill intentions. Could it be that this island was indeed home to cannibalistic natives? I speculated wildly, cautiously concealing myself in the shadows, hesitant to advance another step. Before long, a leader-like figure emerged from behind a massive stone. This individual was noticeably smaller in stature, and her voice possessed a sharpness that indicated she was a woman. Upon her appearance, the burly men lowered themselves to one knee, bowing in reverence, their murmurs steeped in a fervent devotion. Chapter 47. The mysterious woman, the female leader, was draped in black veils, her face shrouded in the same material, evoking the image of a witch from the medieval times of Europe. Yet, despite her garb, she appeared remarkably youthful, moving with an enchanting grace. Her slender, pale fingers, though her voice was somewhat high-pitched, remained melodious. The tone of their exchanges was profoundly obscure, leaving me utterly bewildered. The expressions on Yang Baichun and He Fei's faces mirrored my own frustration, as they too struggled to grasp the conversation. However, the whip wielded by the guard was undeniably tangible. After a few fruitless inquiries, one of the men, in a fit of rage, lashed out once more. The already tattered clothing was torn away, and blood began to seep from the wounds inflicted. It became evident that the whip was barbed, capable of tearing flesh from bone. No wonder those two had cried out in such agony. Their suffering was justified. Witnessing their misfortune stirred a sense of dark satisfaction within me. It seemed that malevolence had its own retribution, and their moment of reckoning had arrived. The female leader paid no heed to the actions of her subordinates. Instead, she approached the toppled stone piles and knelt in devotion, murmuring incantations as if performing a ritual of worship. At that moment, a sudden, piercing pain radiated from the palm of my right hand. The once dim mark upon my skin became vividly pronounced, as though freshly etched like a newly inked tattoo. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, dissipating in less than a minute. Had it persisted longer, I dared not contemplate whether I could endure it. In the dim light, the imprint on my palm flickered uncertainly, as if it possessed a glow of its own. The mark appeared circular, resembling a coin. However, the intricate patterns upon it bore no resemblance to any copper design. I gazed at it for a while, utterly perplexed. After approximately 10 minutes, the female leader rose from beside a pile of stones. She uttered a few words, prompting those around her to gather, along with the dragging of Yang Baichun and his companions. Once everyone was assembled, I was astonished to behold a bizarre creature, unlike any beast I had ever encountered. Its elongated fangs suggested it was far from benign. The female leader spoke to the creature, which then swiftly plunged into the darkness, vanishing from sight. A shiver ran through my body. Although I could not comprehend her words, an instinct warned me that these creatures were here to confront us, and that their target was undoubtedly me. The thought of that creature's agility sent tremors through my heart. It appeared more ferocious than a wild boar, capable of understanding human speech and possessing a far superior intellect. If such a formidable beast existed outside my camp, no one could feel secure. It was imperative to devise a plan to eliminate this menace. Several methods for crafting traps surged to mind, and I knew I had to employ them to avert the impending peril. After dismissing the beast, the leader produced a green orb. She began to chant over the orb, which began to emit waves of green light, enveloping the others. What transpired next was beyond my comprehension. Those individuals, ensconced in the emerald glow, swiftly ascended from the ground, levitating effortlessly. What sorcery was this? They seemed to defy the force of gravity. The leader's actions shattered the boundaries of my understanding. While countless tales exist of individuals soaring through the skies, witnessing it firsthand was a profound shock. A multitude of people floated in the air under her command, and soon she too began to levitate, guiding the group into the distance. Observing this surreal spectacle, I found it difficult to believe. Could humans truly fly without any means of transportation? This was the stuff of legends. Indeed, if deities resembled this woman, they would be exceedingly extraordinary. One thing was clear, she was no ordinary being. Where had they taken Yang Baichun and his group? What was their purpose in capturing them? Such questions filled my mind with confusion. Yet, I was certain of one thing. This was not a desolate island devoid of life. There were evidently elements here that humanity could scarcely fathom. With a heart laden with trepidation, I returned to the cave camp. Louis, what did you see? Several women approached me anxiously. I did not conceal anything from them and recounted all that I had witnessed. However, I refrained from sharing the changes in the markings on my hands with them, fearing it might incite unnecessary panic. The women listened as if to a tale, evidently dismissing these occurrences as mere fiction. This fellow is weaving another story, perhaps hoping to frighten us into submission, I thought. Guan Lingyu, with an expression that suggested she saw through my pretense, did not believe a single word I uttered. Let us not trivialize this matter. It is indeed one of grave importance. I sensed that the beast had been unleashed specifically to confront us, and we must tread carefully whenever we venture out. We must not become fodder for the creature. No sooner had I finished speaking than a tremendous roar echoed from afar, shaking the very walls of the cave and causing the women to huddle together in fear. Even if they had doubted the existence of flying beings, they now believed in the presence of large predators lurking around our camp. Upon hearing that roar, I too felt a surge of trepidation. I could not fathom how it had approached so swiftly, drawing near to our camp in such a short span of time. Perhaps, in a mere moment, it would breach our sanctuary. Who could guarantee survival then? Stay put. I shall block the entrance, I declared, my heart racing with unease at the rapid approach of the beast. The entrance was already strewn with stones, initially placed there for camouflage, perhaps intended for young Baichun and the others. Yet, in the face of such a keen-sensed predator, these stones offered no protection. The rustling in the distant woods signaled that the creature was drawing ever closer. In a flurry, I hastily piled the stones at the entrance, leaving a small opening for myself before swiftly crawling inside. Here, should it charge in, use this axe to slay it, Guan Lingyu said, handing me the axe as I entered the cave. I could not discern whether she acted out of a desire to assist me or simply from her own fear. Grasping the axe, I cautiously positioned myself behind the entrance, raising it high. Should the beast indeed enter, I would not hesitate to sever one of its claws. The beast's roar resounded once more, reverberating ominously in my ears. I understood then that it had arrived at the mouth of the cave. Chapter 48. The Beast at the Door. Just as I prepared myself, I felt the stones at the entrance tremble violently, several tumbling down. It is worth noting that the stones I had moved to barricade the entrance were no less than several dozen pounds each. To see them so easily dislodged was a testament to the creature's formidable strength. By heaven, did this creature feel no pain? I had never encountered a beast willing to hurl itself against stone, yet this one was evidently doing just that. I had presumed it would first excavate the stones before attempting to enter, but I had misjudged its capabilities. The beast's strength was overwhelming. With each successive impact, my barricade crumbled further. At this rate, it would inevitably breach our defenses. Armed with a spear as thick as my arm, I thrust it through the crevice with all my might, hoping to pierce its hide, only to find it merely dislodged a few of its hairs. As it lowered its head, it effortlessly snapped my spear in two. Upon witnessing its stark white fangs, a shiver coursed through me. This creature was undeniably far more ferocious than the wild boar. The only resource I could exploit was its long fur. Fire, bring me some burning branches, I commanded, discarding the piece of wood in my hand and shouting at the women behind me, hoping that flames might drive it away. It is rare for any furry beast to be unafraid of fire. The women hurriedly brought forth several well-burning sticks, and I wedged them through the crevices of the stones. The flames swiftly ignited the creature's long fur, and an acrid stench filled the air. Following a series of howls, the sounds of its battering against the cave's entrance quickly faded, replaced by a cacophony of chaotic rustling. Had I dared to charge out at that moment, perhaps I could have seized the opportunity to slay the beast. However, I refrained, as the women fervently gestured for me to stay back. The reason was simple. I could not afford to take any risks. Even the slightest chance of danger would render their lives on the island exceedingly difficult. After the beast had thrashed about outside for a while, it ceased its assault on the cave entrance and leapt into the forest. Louis, we must leave and relocate, urged Guan Lingyu, her concern palpable. Although dawn was still a while away, the women showed no signs of drowsiness. It would be folly to venture out now. It would be tantamount to courting death, I thought. I surmised that the wild beast could likely detect our lingering scent in the air. Otherwise, it would not have found us so swiftly. Many wild animals possess an acute sense of smell, enabling them to track various scents with ease. What shall we do? Even if we flee, we will still be pursued, said Fei Er, visibly anxious, as she did not wish to end up like Yang Baichun and his companions, captured. Surely, the military must have trained in counter-tracking techniques against scent hounds? Can't you devise a strategy? Mills, displaying a commendable understanding, posed a constructive inquiry. There are certainly methods for evading tracking. Typically, pepper is used against scent hounds. When a hound encounters this substance, it will sneeze incessantly, temporarily impairing its olfactory senses. If we lack such an item, we might consider traversing water routes, following a stream or river for some distance before coming ashore, as this would make tracking exceedingly difficult. I answered Mills without hesitation. Of course, there are numerous counter-tracking techniques. However, given our limited resources, only a couple would be applicable. We neither had pepper nor any nearby streams. What then shall we do? Let us not dwell on this for now. We will address it at dawn, I suggested, my worry mounting about the beast lurking outside, waiting for us. Even if we were to contemplate a plan, it would be wiser to do so once we were outside. I was reluctant to abandon our camp. It provided natural drinking water, ease of food acquisition, and excellent shelter from the elements. Had I not encountered this predicament, I would never have considered leaving. The women, burdened with worry, were utterly unable to sleep. My nerves are somewhat coarse, allowing me to fall into a deep slumber amidst the haystack. This fortunate circumstance permits the women to take turns keeping watch. As long as that beast does not come crashing against the stones at the cave's entrance, I shall remain undisturbed. I slept fairly well that night. Yet the women appeared weary, each adorned with dark circles under their eyes, evidently having spent the night vigilantly monitoring the cave's mouth, flinching at the slightest rustle. As dawn broke, we hastily prepared a meager meal before cautiously removing the stones that sealed the entrance. Peering through the crevices, I failed to spot the fearsome creature. However, the tracks left on the ground sent a chill down my spine. The size of this beast's footprints surpassed that of a black bear, and its audacity to ram against stones indicated it possessed immense strength. Coupled with its acute sense of smell, it would undoubtedly reign supreme in the wilderness. I slowly moved the stones aside, meticulously scanning the surroundings, fearful that it might be lurking nearby, ready to launch a deadly ambush. Fortunately, my concerns proved excessive. It seemed the creature was indeed frightened of fire and had retreated after being scorched the previous night. Yet, whether it would return remained uncertain, and we dared not wager on its absence. We needed to leave promptly. This campsite was no longer tenable. I beckoned the women toward the pond, seeking to rid ourselves of any lingering scents, for this was our only refuge. We needed to immerse ourselves in the water, covering our bodies in the mud at the bottom, sparing no inch except for our nostrils to breathe. Upon reaching the pond's edge, I addressed the women, who wore puzzled expressions. "The water is too cold. I refuse to enter," complained Guan Lingyu, somewhat dramatic. The island's temperature was indeed not high, hovering around 20 degrees Celsius. But the water was noticeably cooler, though still above 15 degrees, far from unbearable. If you fear being devoured by that ferocious beast, then refrain from entering. Find your own escape route. It is best you do not follow us, I retorted sharply, seeing my unwavering resolve as I led the way into the icy mire. The women had no choice but to follow suit. "Louis, my aunt has arrived. Can you devise another solution?" Fayer said, her face flushed, revealing her predicament. Under normal circumstances, a woman's menstrual cycle indeed renders contact with cold water inadvisable, let alone plunging into mud. However, this situation was exceptional. One must persevere. Look at the female soldiers in the army. Do they not similarly grapple in water? Do you expect the instructors to grant you leave? The beast cares not for your monthly visitor. It will simply hunt you down and consume you. My words were not mere exaggeration. I felt a fierce determination to confront the wild boar and black bear. Yet this creature instilled a profound terror within me. Perhaps it was the bizarre demeanor of that woman in the black veil that fostered this sense of dread. Surely, the beast she tended must be formidable. Reluctantly, Guan Lingyu was ultimately dragged into the water. There is no alternative. To survive, one must overcome the challenges at hand. Chapter 49, A Paradise on Earth. With mutual assistance, everyone was coated in mud, and a gentle breeze sent shivers down my spine, causing my teeth to chatter incessantly. Yet, to mask our scent, we gritted our teeth and persevered. Based on my understanding of the island's general layout, I resolved to head west. The enigmatic woman had flown off in the northeast direction, and by proceeding westward, our paths were unlikely to intersect. The western mountains rose steeper and the terrain appeared more intricate, predominantly consisting of untamed jungle. In such a place, there were no established routes, and I could only rely on instinct to lead a few women deeper into the wilderness. Our pace was sluggish, covering less than 10 miles per hour, and by noon, we had barely crossed a single mountain. "Louis, why don't we head to that valley over there?" said Fayer, pointing to a mist-covered gorge. I observed that the fog above the valley seemed unlikely to dissipate. It was already midday, and under normal circumstances, the mist would have lifted long ago. "Very well, let us go there. We can wait for a while, and then either move to a better location or return to this spot later." I concurred with Fayer's suggestion. The fog above the valley would conceal our presence, making it difficult for the mysterious woman to discern our situation, even if she could fly. This provided us with significant protection. At this juncture, we had essentially abandoned any hope of returning to society. By hiding here, even if a rescue team managed to locate the island, they would be unable to find us. We hastily consumed a few unripe wild fruits for lunch and progressed towards the targeted valley. However, halfway there, we encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Before us loomed a sheer cliff. Apart from leaping down, there was no other option. I tossed a stone over the edge, and after 3 seconds, the sound of its impact reached my ears. A gasp escaped my lips. The cliff was at least 50 meters high, and without professional climbing gear, descending was impossible. "Let us circle around this gorge. There must be a way down," Mills insisted, pointing towards the peaks behind us. "We have no choice but to bypass this cliff for now," I replied. We began to ascend, which consumed nearly 2 additional hours. The slope was steep, but not a sheer drop. The mountainside was adorned with various plants and shrubs. Hand in hand, we cautiously descended step by step. This journey was exceedingly arduous. Each step required meticulous care, as thorny plants pricked us painfully. Yet we dared not let go of one another. By 4 in the afternoon, we finally traversed through the mountain mist, revealing a breathtaking view of the valley below. The stark contrast between the flora above and below the mist created an illusion of 2 distinct worlds. "Wow, this place is simply magnificent," several women exclaimed in unison, as the valley burst forth in vibrant hues, adorned with a plethora of brilliantly colored flowers. The trees are adorned with a splendid display of red and green, occasionally releasing wisps of azure smoke, rendering the scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Am I dreaming? To find such a microclimate on this deserted island is truly astounding, Mills mused. The climate here is evidently unique, with a tempered atmosphere. As I gazed around, a plethora of fruit trees caught my eye, their fist-sized fruits glistening with a vivid red, tempting anyone who dared to behold them. "Here, we shall take root, abandoning all thoughts of departure." Guanling Yu too has grown fond of this valley, enchanted by its splendid conditions. The abundance of readily available fruit alone is enough to tempt us, who often find ourselves struggling against hunger. Yet, I ponder the potential consequences of consuming these fruits. I recall the red loquat I had eaten some time ago. Although the fruits before me appear exceedingly alluring, who can guarantee their edibility for humans? Surely, there should be no issue. According to botanical principles, fruits exist to disseminate seeds. If the birds that consume them perish, how could the seeds possibly be spread? Chi Su-ing, our esteemed teacher, undoubtedly possesses a greater understanding of this matter than we do. Let us not dwell on the question of edibility. We shall descend into the valley and consider it then. Fueled by excitement, our descent was remarkably swift, and after approximately half an hour, we finally reached the valley floor. "Wow, look ahead. Water," Mills exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of a shimmering pool. We had long since depleted our water supply, and fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon us, our throats parched. Given the terrain and elevation, it is highly likely that the pool contains fresh water, provided it is untainted, making it safe for consumption. Mills, a seasoned outdoor enthusiast, possesses a fundamental knowledge of survival skills. Approaching the water's edge, she dipped her hand in, preparing to scoop some up for a taste. "Louis, come quickly. Guess what we've found." Mills's voice radiated excitement, pulling my attention from the surrounding fruit trees. "There's a hot spring, natural spring water." Before I could inquire further, several women shrieked with delight, leaping into the water without hesitation. "You all are incredibly bold, not even considering what might be lurking beneath the surface." I hastened towards them. Having trudged through mud all day, I felt uncomfortable, just like them. Now that we have the luxury of a natural hot spring, who could resist? The spring water is crystal clear, revealing the bottom, ensuring its safety. The women frolicked in the water, and it appeared to be no deeper than 5 feet. With no apparent danger, I felt at ease. You all enjoy the soak, just refrain from drinking the water for now. I will gather a few fruits and return. My concern lingered. While natural spring water is generally safe to drink, one could encounter elevated levels of nitrates or sulfides. The hot spring exuded only a faint hint of sulfur, firmly within the realm of safety, yet it paled in comparison to the fruits hanging from the trees nearby. After a few steps, I found myself standing before a fruit tree, approximately 3 or 4 meters tall. Throughout my life, I had never encountered this particular species. The fruits appeared irresistibly alluring, a vibrant red and semi-translucent, seemingly bursting with juice at the slightest touch. I climbed the tree, plucked a fruit, wiped it clean, and took a bite. A wave of sweetness, neither cloying nor overpowering, accompanied by an extraordinary fragrance, sent my taste buds into a delightful frenzy. How exquisite this was! What in the world was this fruit? In just 2 bites, I devoured the entire fruit, feeling as if a lightness had enveloped my being. Louis, don't just indulge yourself. We are still hungry. Hearing my exclamation, several women turned their attention toward me, their appetites piqued. Chapter 50. The great python soaking in the comfortable hot spring and savoring the delectable fruit, I felt that the efforts of the day had been truly worthwhile. To stumble upon such a paradise on earth was undeniably a fortuitous turn of fate. The temperature in the valley was moderate, albeit with a somewhat elevated humidity. I hung my freshly washed clothes on a tree and wandered through the valley clad only in my undergarments. While this place was indeed splendid, it was imperative to construct an elevated campsite. Otherwise, sleeping on the ground for an extended period could lead to dampness and the onset of rheumatism. Before I had traversed even 10 paces, I heard a rustling sound emanating from nearby. Raising my gaze, I spotted a large python slithering toward us. The length of the serpent was indiscernible, yet its girth, akin to that of a water barrel, was strikingly apparent. Such a massive creature could easily consume a person whole. Upon realizing the size of the beast, I turned and fled. Even if I had an axe in hand, I would not dare confront it. The strength of a python is formidable. Should I be ensnared, I would stand no chance. Louis, what's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Fayer inquired as I rushed toward her. The women, just emerging from the water, had their clothes clinging tightly to their bodies, accentuating their curves. Regrettably, I could scarcely muster the inclination to appreciate the beautiful scenery at that moment. Run! A large python is approaching. I seized the axe from the ground, disregarding my clothes. I'm terrified of snakes. Fayer screamed in fright, and the other women, equally alarmed, followed suit in their escape. The cinema had screened numerous horror films depicting pythons consuming their prey, and many girls relished watching them. Yet, when faced with the reality, one truly comprehends the essence of terror. The python's movements were not particularly swift, but they were certainly not sluggish either. Just as we fled from the hot spring, it charged toward us, its head raised, and its half-foot-long tongue flickering, assessing our escape route. As I glanced back at the approaching behemoth, the women appeared visibly shaken, none wishing to become the python's next meal. What now? Where should we run? It seemed that the entire valley was its domain. Mills, too, seemed devoid of ideas, anxiously gazing at me. The earlier exuberance had long been cast aside. Our only option now was to circle the valley, hoping to shake off our pursuer. If that failed, we would have to flee this enchanting place. I felt a pang of reluctance to abandon such a beautiful locale. Were it not for that wretched python, everything would be idyllic. A throng of people raced through the valley, creating a cacophony, believing they could outpace the serpent behind us, an utterly fanciful notion. Though its speed was not particularly swift, as long as we remained within the valley, it would inevitably catch up. Ahead lay a thicket of thorns. I resolved to fashion a simple trap. I spotted several thorny trees towering over 2 meters, and an idea sparked within me. These thorny trees were remarkably sturdy and resilient. The thorns themselves were exceedingly sharp. Should they pierce a person, they would cause both irritation and pain, leaving behind swollen welts. I carefully bent down one of the thorny trees and fashioned a noose on a nearby branch. Should the python pass through this area, it would trigger the noose on the ground, causing the thorny tree to spring back with great force. If fortune favored us, the serpent might very well be ensnared within the thicket, impaled by the 3-inch thorns. Just as I completed my trap, the python approached. To entice it, I deliberately darted toward the thicket, halting only at its edge. The serpent, oblivious to the trap awaiting it, charged straight along our previous path. As it passed my rudimentary contraption, The bent thorny tree snapped back with a whoosh, striking the serpent with considerable force. This unforeseen turn of events caught the python off guard, lifting its massive body and sending its tail thrashing, propelling it into the thicket of thorns. "Splendid!" I exclaimed in exhilaration, estimating that this would certainly incapacitate the serpent. If it sustained severe injuries, I might even have the opportunity to turn back and confront it. The python was now ensnared between several thorny trees, with sharp thorns poised to greet it from every direction. A sense of satisfaction welled within me. No matter how formidable, it was still outmatched by human ingenuity. However, just as I reveled in my triumph, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Those formidable thorns failed to inflict any harm upon it. Their hard and sharp points scarcely penetrated its scales. The python thrashed a few times before effortlessly crushing the surrounding thicket beneath its might, emerging unscathed. What on earth was I to do now? Witnessing such an outcome left me stunned, my mind racing. I could candidly assert that should I engage in direct combat with this colossal creature, I would scarcely survive a few exchanges before becoming its meal. Faced with such a formidable python, what were we to do? The women around me were equally perplexed. Visibly shaken, this great serpent appeared insurmountable. What should we do? Run? Whoever could not keep pace would have to brace for being devoured. I gave a push to the nearest woman, Su-ing. At present, it seems that I have no better course of action than to escape this valley. This unfamiliar gorge has proven to be a labyrinth, and after running a considerable distance, we have yet to discover a path leading upward. We are essentially encircled by sheer cliffs. Now, being cornered at the valley's base by this colossal python is indeed a stroke of misfortune. After traversing roughly a mile, we stumbled upon something that left us utterly astonished. "What is that?" I inquired, pointing towards a corner peeking out from the thicket, addressing the women alongside me. "A house. Is there someone living here?" The women were bewildered, having initially believed we had entered a utopian paradise, only to realize that this paradise was not uninhabited. As we approached, we discerned that the architectural style of the house was peculiar. It bore neither the angularity of traditional Chinese structures nor the smooth contours or spires characteristic of Western edifices. Instead, it featured a spiraled, slanted roof. One thing was certain. This dwelling was undoubtedly man-made and could not have arisen from nature. "Is anyone home?" we called out, standing outside the house. Whoever resided here must possess some means of dealing with that python. At the very least, once inside, we could likely evade the serpent's pursuit. After calling several times with no response, it appeared the owner was away. "Should we not take refuge inside?" suggested Guan Lingyu, who was visibly exhausted. Today's exertion had been quite taxing for her. Chapter 51. Walking into the trap. If we enter the house and the python follows, wouldn't we be cornered inside? Yang Min voiced her apprehension. Her concern was not unfounded. Indeed, if we were to step inside, we would forfeit our chance to flee. After contemplating the situation, I ultimately resolved to enter. I suspected that this great python might very well be the pet of the house's owner. Otherwise, cohabitation would be exceedingly precarious. The python had not pursued us with great speed, nor had it displayed ferocity. It was likely accustomed to human presence. Its pursuit of us was probably prompted by our status as unwelcome intruders. I pondered these thoughts, while my words may have sounded lighthearted. The reality was that I was gambling with our lives. If I was correct, we would all survive, but if I was mistaken, it was unlikely we would see the dawn. The door was ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open. A wave of delightful fragrance enveloped me. A blend of floral freshness and the sweetness of ripe fruit, an intoxicating aroma that captivated the senses. The interior was stunning and impeccably clean. Women are naturally drawn to appearances, and the initial impression this dwelling bestowed upon us was indeed one of remarkable tidiness. However, I noted with intrigue that despite its seemingly modest exterior, the space within was quite expansive. I suspected the house might extend into the mountainside. Curiously, the illumination inside was remarkably bright, even more so than the exterior. Yet there were no visible sources of light, no lamps or fixtures to be found. It is truly astonishing. How is this even accomplished? My mind is filled with countless unanswered questions, yet the rationale eludes me. At that moment, the great python had pursued us to the exterior of the house, extending its head and gazing intently at us from just outside the door, yet it showed no inclination to enter, though fear gripped our hearts. Its demeanor momentarily eased our anxieties, suggesting that my analysis was not entirely unfounded. At least the python would not cross the threshold of this abode. Exhaustion overwhelmed me. Why is there no bed here? Ling Yu directly sank to the floor. Not only she, but I too found myself yearning for the comforting embrace of a bed. Everything in this room was satisfactory, save for the absence of a place to rest. The ground was somewhat chilly, yet I refrained from igniting a fire indoors, resigned to simply sit in silence. Meanwhile, the python became our most diligent guardian, albeit one tasked with watching over a group of uninvited guests. As dusk settled, the sky darkened, signaling the approach of evening. The temperature within the room remained moderately pleasant, yet idleness soon rendered us drowsy. After our arduous trek through the mountains, fleeing from the great python, it would be disingenuous to claim we were not fatigued. Just as we were on the verge of slumber, a shadow appeared at the doorway. This shadow reached out to stroke the great python's head, prompting the creature to obediently lower itself before quietly departing. My initial drowsiness evaporated upon seeing that shadow. It left a profound impression on me, for it belonged to the very woman who could soar through the skies. I could scarcely fathom that I had unwittingly ventured into her territory. The mysterious woman let out a dismissive huff, and I felt the temperature around us plummet, as if springing to life from the ground. Apologies, we did not intend to intrude upon your dwelling. It was simply that the python was far too fearsome. I continued to explain, gesturing animatedly, regardless of whether the enigmatic woman comprehended my words. She glanced outside, her expression suggesting an understanding of our predicament. Then, she began speaking rapidly, yet I could not decipher a single word. At that moment, the other women beside me stirred from their stupor, their expressions tense as they regarded the woman before us. Although they were unaware that she was the mysterious figure I had mentioned, they understood she must be the owner of the house. Our uninvited presence in her abode rendered us in the wrong. However, the language barrier rendered communication impossible. The woman in black veils furrowed her brow and withdrew a half-foot-long stick from her garment. Though I was uncertain of her intentions, it was evident that she did not mean to extend hospitality. More likely, she intended to take action against us. Indeed, as the mysterious woman murmured something, one end of the stick began to glow, reminiscent of a firefly's luminescence. This instantly reminded me of the glowing green orb she possessed. In her grasp, anything that radiated light was undoubtedly extraordinary. In a moment of desperation, I disregarded all caution and reached for the stick held by the woman in black gauze. As she pivoted her body, the stick was thrust directly towards me. The instant my hand made contact with the end of the stick, my entire body became rigid, as if ensnared by a legendary immobilization spell. Just as I found myself unable to move, a circular mark on the palm of my right hand suddenly emitted a blue glow. With the passing of this light, my body regained its freedom. Observing my predicament, the enigmatic woman appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze now tinged with a hint of confusion, as she seemed bewildered by the source of this phenomenon. The disdain she had previously harbored transformed into a cautious demeanor. As she prepared to wield the stick against me once more, the woman named Mills interjected. Though her words stumbled and faltered, they ignited a spark of interest in the mysterious woman. The two began a fragmented exchange, with Mills speaking slowly and gesturing, gradually conveying some understanding to the enigmatic figure. Mills, what language are you speaking? I inquired after listening for some time, utterly perplexed. Mills glanced at me, then offered a brief explanation to the mysterious woman before turning to me. It is a very ancient and unique language. I encountered it in an old tome and became particularly fascinated, which is why I have learned a smattering. Whether Mills spoke the truth was beyond my means to verify, nor did I possess the inclination to do so at that moment. My only desire was for Mills to clarify our intentions to the mysterious woman, assuring her that we meant no offense and simply wished to be released. After conveying my sentiments, Mills found herself met with the enigmatic woman's haughty shake of the head, indicating a complete lack of leniency. The two women continued their dialogue for some time, yet no consensus was reached. During this exchange, the mysterious woman turned to glance at me several times, leaving me puzzled regarding her motives. Louis, she wishes to see your right hand, Mills suddenly remarked. As for the mark on my palm, I was equally bewildered, having no inkling of its nature. Were it not for its occasional reactions, I would have dismissed it as mere body art. With the woman demanding to see my right hand, I thought little of it and extended my palm. She seized my hand without hesitation, drawing it closer to her gaze, her eyes fixated on the mark as she muttered incantations. What is she saying? I turned towards Mills, seeking her insight. I don't know, she replied, her words rapid and obscure. Mills shook her head. lamenting that her rudimentary grasp of the language permitted only the simplest of exchanges. The mysterious woman's incantations quickened, and my palm initially felt as if it were being pricked by ants, followed by a sensation akin to needles. Remarkably, the mark on my palm began to undergo a transformation. It had been indistinct at first, but now exhibited a clarity that intrigued me. The first time I encountered this woman, as she paid homage to the stone pile, the mark in the palm of my hand underwent a transformation for the first time. It became vivid, resembling a round coin. This time, the coin-shaped mark elongated gradually, ultimately sprouting what appeared to be two wing-like extensions. My initial impression of this mark was reminiscent of the emblem of a luxurious Bentley car, yet the central design was not a character, but rather a miniature landscape painting. Gazing at the transformation on my hand left me bewildered. This mark seemed to possess a life of its own, akin to a parasite, clinging to my palm. Who could tell if it might change again one day, perhaps taking my very life with it? Mills, could you inquire if she can remove the mark from my palm? I am genuinely apprehensive about this entity. The mysterious woman began to chant increasingly rapidly, and the pain in my palm intensified, causing my arm to tremble. Although the pain had not yet reached an unbearable level, it was sufficient to drive me to drink a whole pot of tea. Mills, noticing my distress, grew anxious as well. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the enigmatic woman shot her a glare and gestured for silence. This woman exuded an undeniable authority, stirring a sense of discomfort within me, prompting thoughts of retracting my hand to shield it from her gaze. However, recalling her peculiar powers and the enormous python she kept, I hesitated to act out. What if I provoked her wrath and found ourselves sacrificed to feed the serpent? After approximately 3 minutes of incantation, her pace began to slow, and the mark on my palm grew even more profound, likely requiring a magnifying glass for clarity. At this moment, the pain had subsided. The mark emitted a fleeting azure glow before dimming once more, retreating beneath the surface of my skin. I withdrew my hand and probed it with my left finger. Discovering no abnormalities, I focused my gaze upon it, concentrating my thoughts, hoping to elicit even the slightest change, yet ultimately, I failed. Though it clung to my hand, it remained impervious to my commands. At that instant, the once imposing woman unexpectedly crouched swiftly, soon kneeling before me, culminating in a gesture of deep reverence. Her display left me astounded. How could such an influential figure bow to a mere mark, prostrating herself 7 times? What was the origin of this mark that wielded such power? Initially, what I possessed was merely a wooden puppet, devoid of any extraordinary qualities, resembling ritualistic artifacts carved by primitive tribes. Who knows what essence it harbored, and how it became imprinted upon my hand? Once the mysterious woman concluded her prostrations, she rose, her gaze towards us no longer as fierce as before. A hint of softness had entered her eyes, suggesting that everything was intertwined with the mark. Mills, you must ask her what this is all about. My curiosity was piqued, a restless itch compelling me to uncover the origins of the mark in my palm. This time, the mysterious woman did not hinder Mills from speaking. In truth, even if Mills had remained silent, she could have anticipated our inquiries. The mysterious woman spoke slowly, patiently providing her explanations. She mentioned that this was an ancient emblem of the Western god king, known as the chromium seal. Each individual who possesses this seal is destined to become a chosen child of the divine. Mill's words left me in a state of bewilderment. Based on my understanding of Western mythological tales, I was unaware of any such deity. Perhaps it had made an appearance in some anime or mobile game, which would not be surprising. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed that this so-called god king held considerable significance. I felt compelled to inquire further about the role of this Western god king and the purpose of being a chosen child. It struck me as somewhat absurd, as if I were being led into the realm of superstition. I could hardly take this matter seriously. In this modern age, who still subscribes to such outlandish mythologies? Even if this woman possessed the ability to fly, it would not be particularly extraordinary. Perhaps she merely wielded some power that we had yet to comprehend. After all, humanity has managed to soar into the skies with massive iron contraptions like airplanes. What significance could a few individuals capable of flight possibly hold? Mills conveyed my words to the mysterious woman, though I was uncertain whether she translated them accurately or entirely. Upon hearing Mill's words, the mysterious woman gently blew a breath, causing the black veil covering her face to lift slightly. Yet, we were still unable to discern her appearance, only observing the subtle shifts in her gaze. This time, The mysterious woman elaborated for about half a minute before pausing. She stated that the Western God King was among the 10 most formidable deities, possessing immense power. Once one becomes a chosen child, there lies the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Western God King and become his disciple. Mill's explanation did not entirely satisfy me. However, I gleaned that this chromium seal was indeed a means of selecting disciples, and its significance was not as grand as I had initially imagined. It seemed that this seal held little connection to the divine selection itself. Its arrival in my possession had been purely coincidental. Had it been in the hands of another at that moment, perhaps one of them would now be the chosen child. I could not help but voice my skepticism. The way she spoke of it as something extraordinary left me feeling that she was likely deceiving me. Had it not been for her earlier display of reverence, I might have dismissed her entirely. Mills translated my remarks, but the woman shook her head repeatedly. She informed Mills that not every individual who acquires the God King's emblem can receive the seal. This emblem is shrouded in mystery. Once it successfully imprints upon someone, it vanishes automatically. Chapter 53. Listening to her explanation, I began to grasp why Yang Baichun and the others had found nothing after excavating the stone pile that day. I had presumed that someone had taken it, but it turned out that it had vanished on its own, which was indeed perplexing. Many years later, I came to realize that the woman was initially drawn to the Divine King's seal buried in the mountain, only to find that I had inadvertently acquired it. As for the Divine King's seal, I have little desire to elaborate. It is, in truth, rather elusive. My primary concern now lies in how she intends to deal with us. From whence do those subservient beings originate? What fate has befallen Yang Baichun and the others? The enigmatic woman offered no response to my first query. However, she did elucidate the origins of the indigenous people. They hail from a tribal community situated over 50 miles away. Yang Baichun and his companions have also been captured and have since become their slaves. 50 miles away? Goodness. Is this island truly that expansive? Her revelations prompted a flicker of doubt in my mind. Regardless of this island's location on Earth, such a vast expanse should not escape detection. One must consider that countless satellites now orbit beyond our planet, and global positioning has long ceased to be a novelty. Not to mention, an island exceeding 50 miles in size, or even half of that, would have undoubtedly been discovered by satellite surveillance. Yet, upon reflecting on my inquiry, I felt somewhat foolish, for our own movements across the island must have covered at least dozens of miles. Perhaps the straight-line distance is not so considerable, but I am certain it spans at least 20 miles. The woman's assertion about a tribe located 50 miles away does seem plausible. However, this island's peculiar nature, where entry is permitted but exit is not, raises the question, could this be the reason for its obscurity? The mysterious woman did not disclose the island's dimensions. She merely stated that its expanse is beyond our imagination. In any case, everything about this place is profoundly enigmatic, far beyond our comprehension. Mills, ask her if anyone else has ever visited this place and how we might escape this island. My heart surged with hope. In truth, I yearned for this woman to lead us directly away from this wretched isle so that we could return home. Yet, as is often the case, dreams are grand while reality is stark. The enigmatic woman informed us that she has only been here for a little over a year and is not well acquainted with the circumstances. She lacks the ability to escort us away from this place, and she remains reticent about her own origins. I cannot discern whether this woman is deceiving me, as my mind is rife with questions, yet when it comes to the pivotal inquiries, she is unwilling to speak. In summary, any hope of her facilitating our return home is but a fanciful illusion. What is your name? Might you share it with us? I could only resort to asking for something more modest. I am May, temporarily the guardian spirit of this tribe. This was Mill's translation of her words, and I cannot ascertain its accuracy. In her tone, I sensed a peculiar return to a primitive society, reminiscent of a slave society from millennia past, perhaps even more regressive. It is indeed a bitter irony to ponder that those once regarded as cultural elites now find themselves ensnared as slaves within an indigenous tribe. Could you remove your veil, allowing us a glimpse of your face? I have always been intrigued, sensing that this woman is rather adept at putting on a fade, much like those stars who venture out masked. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, where scarcely a soul is to be found, what purpose does such pretense serve? Upon my inquiry, May appeared momentarily taken aback. She turned to me and uttered a few words. Though incomprehensible, I could surmise she was likely questioning my certainty regarding the matter. Mills offered no explanation, merely gazing at me with a smile, perhaps thinking that the two phrases warranted no translation, so I naturally nodded in response. May formed a delicate gesture with her fingers and gently removed the black veil from her face, revealing an extraordinarily stunning visage. It was a breathtaking beauty. Difficult to articulate in any particular language, the most straightforward description would be a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. The women beside me were already extraordinary, each a rare gem in terms of both figure and appearance. Yet the woman before us was in a league of her own, a 1 in a million, even a 1 in 100,000 type. Were she to step into our world, assuming she chose to reveal herself, it would take no more than half a day for her to ascend to internet fame. Countless wealthy suitors would likely vie for her attention, willing to risk everything for a chance at her. Not just the men, but even the women around me were left in awe. Who could have imagined such exquisite beauty existed in this world? The moment she unveiled her face, it felt as though the entire room was illuminated, the world gaining an additional sparkle thanks to her presence. I was unsure whether this was some trick of May's, but I found myself entranced, as if her face held an irresistible allure that captivated my gaze. Good heavens! She is stunning, so beautiful that I cannot even summon a shred of jealousy, exclaimed Faye. It is known that women are innately jealous, and the more beautiful they are, the more they cherish their own appearance, never allowing themselves to be overshadowed by another. To evoke admiration rather than envy speaks to the vast chasm between themselves and the object of their awe, placing them on entirely different planes. Regarding our reactions, May seemed unfazed. She smiled at me before donning the veil once more. As she concealed her true self, everything around us seemed to pale in comparison. You have seen her face. You must take responsibility, Mills remarked unexpectedly, startling me. What a jest! In this day and age, who still plays such games? I was genuinely taken aback. We live in an era where one could share a bed without knowing the other's identity. Who still considers appearances of such significance? Of course, if a woman as beautiful as May were to demand a man's commitment, it is clear that no man would dare refuse, unless he were utterly blind. My vision is sharp, and my physique is equally commendable. Even if she were to beckon me now, I would have no qualms. However, do not rejoice too soon. To become her man, one must first become a disciple of the God King of Sapporo. Should you fail in that endeavor, she would not hesitate to end your life herself. Mill's words struck me like a sudden deluge of cold water. It became evident that May was willing to unveil her face solely for this purpose. Were it not for the mark upon my palm, she likely would have shunned me entirely, scarcely deigning to cast a glance in my direction. Surely, it need not be taken so seriously. After all, what harm is there in a mere glance? This predicament left me somewhat disheartened. Mill's earlier refusal to elucidate was most likely intentional. She likely believed that my proximity to May would render our collective existence more agreeable. Chapter 54. The primitive tribe. I found myself ensnared in Mill's scheme. Perhaps her thoughts mirrored my own, dismissing this ceremonious act as inconsequential. She was, in fact, advocating for the welfare of us all. May offered me no warmth in her demeanor, yet she did not unduly burden the others. Like a magician, she procured food for us, abstaining from partaking herself. We devoured the provisions voraciously, quickly clearing the table, and even managed to consume 2 fruits, which finally satiated our hunger. This valley, along with the formidable python within, was a serendipitous discovery by May. Her prowess was remarkable. She had tamed the fierce serpent, transforming it into a guardian of her domain. I contemplated remaining here indefinitely, yet May vehemently opposed this notion, insisting we venture to her tribe. After merely one night's respite in this rare haven, she whisked us away, leaving me with a profound sense of loss. I pondered when I might return. The fruits were truly exquisite, not something one could find just anywhere. As May guided us through the mist, we were utterly oblivious to our whereabouts or the direction of our journey. Approximately half an hour later, we alighted upon a modest mountain. Below lay the tribe she had mentioned. Gazing down, I beheld a collection of thatched shelters, their conditions starkly rudimentary. Several robust men donned half-skirts, displaying their muscular arms. These were the Kuan Nu I had encountered previously. Here, their status was evidently elevated compared to others. In contrast, the remaining men appeared considerably more diminutive, each wielding spear-like weapons, presumably preparing for a hunt. The women of the tribe were largely scantily clad, primarily adorned in grass skirts. A few recently captured survivors had been stripped of their upper garments. Yang Baichun and his companions fared even worse, devoid of trousers, laboring like beasts of burden, dragging heavy stone millstones. A moment's delay would earn them a lash from a whip. This truly was a primitive tribe. What era was this, that some still lived such a rudimentary existence? I glanced at May's attire, clearly of superior quality, and wondered why, in this tribe, there was not even a rag to be found. Upon her arrival, all within the tribe, regardless of gender, knelt before her, bowing their heads in reverence. It was evident they regarded her as a deity. However, when their gaze fell upon us, I was met with a fervent intensity. Particularly those men with faces smeared in grease, each one displaying a grin that was both joyous and lascivious. A shiver coursed through me. Had it not been for May's presence, I would have certainly turned and fled. Those piercing eyes had the capacity to carve flesh from my very being. I suspected that, like young Bai-chun and the others, I would soon be regarded as prime livestock. The fate of the few women was all too clear from the glances of those men. Their future was grim, and one need not guess to ascertain it. May's beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, unattainable by just anyone. In contrast, Feyre and her companions were the epitome of earthly allure, a stark contrast to the indigenous women. A few of the local men were practically drooling. The moment May departed, they would pounce like famished wolves. How could we ensure our safety? I certainly did not wish for them to become like those men. I pointed urgently at the two surviving women and addressed May. Mills stood beside me, promptly relaying my words, likely sharing in my inner turmoil. The gaze of those indigenous men was palpable. Any woman could sense it. Upon hearing Mills' translation, May turned to speak with me, and Mills hurriedly translated, anxious not to miss a single word. In principle, I am solely responsible for your safety. Nevertheless, you must also engage in tasks within the tribe that align with your capabilities, May articulated, leaving several women feeling utterly despondent. She had led us into the den of wolves and now seemed ready to abandon us. Was this truly the behavior of a human being? No. They were individuals I had brought with me, and I could not permit anyone to violate them. My stance was resolute. Should May neglect her responsibilities, I would have no choice but to take up my axe and confront them. If I were to perish at the hands of these natives, I would no longer be able to concern myself with subsequent matters. You wish to protect us, she said, unless we are all your women. Mill's translation left me momentarily perplexed. This was clearly not May's original sentiment. Was this woman not seeking my protection? Why did she seem unconcerned about my other companions? Did her worldview lack the concept of monogamy? Or was her mindset aligned with that of these primitive tribespeople? Yet, observing her demeanor, it was evident she differed from the tribesfolk. Where, then, did she originate? Such perplexing questions flitted through my mind, but I had no time for introspection. The immediate concern was the survival of the women. Mills, convey to her that they are all my wives. I felt compelled to utter such words, for only in this manner could I safeguard them from the onslaught of these fervent savages. Mills promptly communicated my statement, yet May shook her head repeatedly, clearly disbelieving Mills' words. She spoke to Mills, causing him to flush instantly. After a moment of hesitation, he somewhat awkwardly informed me that May said the four of us were still innocent, and only young men might be my woman. Are you all still innocent? Mills' words left me astounded. I could hardly believe that May could discern the truths and falsehoods among them, a realization that even I had overlooked. The Feyre sisters, Su-ing, and Mills were all still maidens. Feyre had always been reserved, and Su-ing was rather shy. I could somewhat accept that they remained untouched. However, what about Guanlingyu? What role did she play? How could she possibly lack experience with men? And the exuberant beauties, I had long heard tales of their liberated nature. Could it truly be, as the news suggested, that amidst a sea of beautiful women, they remained single due to an imbalance of men to women? Noticing my astonished expression, the women shyly lowered their heads. Tell me that you are all my girlfriends, and we simply haven't shared a room yet. My mind raced. Given the circumstances, there was no way I could enforce my will upon them, so I had to concoct such a flimsy excuse. Upon hearing Mill's translation, May turned to me with an enigmatic smile. Despite her veil, I could discern a glimmer of mirth in her eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. Chapter 55. The people of the Black Tower May engaged in an animated discussion with an elder resembling a chieftain. Her voice was quite loud, and the nearby natives listened intently. Their initial fervor in their gazes towards me gradually cooled. However, when May raised my right hand, their expressions shifted back to enthusiasm. Led by the elder, they all knelt and began to bow their heads to me. I was utterly bewildered, unsure how to respond to such a scene. Well, we are temporarily safe, Mills said nervously. However, May mentioned that we must complete the coming-of-age ceremony swiftly, or they would have the right to challenge me. Observing those fierce natives, I realized that if they truly did challenge me, I could likely only defeat a few of the weakest among them, if the stronger ones, akin to the Kuan slaves, were to engage. It was highly probable that the women, including Fayer, would become their spoils. Yet Mill's words secretly pleased me. I had lacked a suitable reason until now, and this provided a legitimate justification. Have you been contemplating this for a long time? Guan Lingyu leaned closer, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through me. I forced a smile, my intentions less than noble. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. If someone challenges me for your sake, I will simply concede to him. You jerk. If it comes to that, I might as well die. Guan Lingyu was infuriated. Yet this matter was beyond both her and me. I pondered, if May had the ability to perceive the truths among us. Surely the natives of this tribe lacked such insight, considering they lived in a manner akin to savages, only slightly more advanced than the cave dwellers of millennia past. The indigenous chief rose and warmly began to introduce me to his tribe, yet I could not comprehend a single word. I had no choice but to summon Mills to my side, hoping her rudimentary translation skills could elucidate the matter for me. After an extensive exchange, I discovered that this tribe was known as the Haida tribe, and the chief's name was Tava. According to Chief Tava, centuries ago, a formidable warrior from the Haida tribe emerged, a man of such strength that even 10 men of the stature akin to that of a Kunlun would not stand a chance against him. I remained skeptical of this claim, for people tend to exaggerate the feats of their ancestors, often embellishing their legacies to the point of myth. Much like the accounts found in the classic of Mountains and Seas, where our forebears could soar through the skies or traverse the earth. I inquired of Chief Tava how long their tribe had existed and whether individuals like us had ever visited. This was my foremost concern. If I could find a means to depart, I would disregard the so-called Divine King's mark, let alone the elusive vestiges of the Zibalo Divine King. Mills conveyed my inquiries. And surprisingly, Chief Tava was aware of our unconventional attire as outsiders, noting that the Haida tribe possessed some records regarding us. Regrettably, these outsiders, hindered by language barriers and their unruly nature, had largely become slaves to the Haida tribe, with none meeting a favorable end. As for the prospect of leaving this place, Chief Tava appeared utterly bewildered. His ancestors had always dwelled here, and the notion of departure had never crossed their minds. However, as he spoke, I noticed his gaze drift towards May, suggesting that this woman possessed knowledge of a way to escape, though she remained silent, leaving us powerless to persuade her. Tava guided us through his modest domain, which spanned merely a few thousand square meters. Within, there were over 10 thatched huts, alongside 2 larger structures designated for livestock. Surrounding the area were patches of cultivated land, sprouting various verdant plants, most of which were unfamiliar to us. The tribe primarily sourced their meat through hunting, as these wild individuals leapt through the forests with remarkable agility. Should they pursue us, I feared we would barely manage a mile before being captured. Yang Baichun and a few others had attempted to flee, yet they were apprehended before escaping the Haida tribe's territory, nearly meeting their demise at the hands of these savages. The more I learned, the heavier the weight of despair settled upon me, had I not fortuitously received the Divine King's mark. Our plight would likely mirror that of Yang Baichun and his companions. Chief Tava assigned us to a thatched hut, adjacent to May's quarters. However, this woman was often elusive, and at present, I was unaware of her whereabouts. May had previously stated that we could not merely subsist on the Haida tribe's provisions without contributing in some way. As representatives of modern civilization, we possessed much knowledge to impart to them, and I believe that past outsiders had likely entertained similar thoughts. Language barriers were not the greatest hindrance. Many things could be accomplished through action. Yet why do they remain stagnant, still leading such a primitive and backward existence? Undoubtedly, there are numerous obscure customs at play, beyond the influence of us, mere outsiders of lesser standing. We possess a plethora of skills, yet the number that can genuinely assist them is remarkably scant. Take hunting, for instance. I can craft various traps, but for these robust indigenous individuals, it would likely be of little value. With their inherent capabilities, they can capture formidable beasts with ease. Teaching them cultural knowledge seems even more impractical. The disparity between their way of life and ours is vast, and they may not be inclined to embrace the nuances of modern civilization. After lengthy discussions with several women, we could not devise a viable solution. We could only resolve to observe for the time being. The expanse of the Haida tribe offers little in the way of observation. As dusk approached, the indigenous hunters returned, bearing the weight of a several hundred-pound wild boar and a robust chimpanzee. I could not help but admire these individuals. They are truly formidable hunters. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited, and the Haida people commenced their meat roasting. We, as guests, were beckoned to partake, while Yang Baichun and his companions could only watch enviously from a distance. The indigenous people's grilling skills left much to be desired. The meat was tough and dry, requiring considerable effort to chew. An idea suddenly struck me. Mills, please relay to that fellow that I would like to assist him with the roasting. Having transitioned from military service, I had once harbored aspirations of becoming a barbecue expert. Thus, I had learned the intricacies of the craft from others. However, due to various circumstances, I never pursued it. This skill had only been exercised during outings. The burly man, holding a 4 to 5 pound piece of wild boar meat over the fire, promptly handed it over upon hearing Mill's words. Chapter 56. Unacceptable customs taking the meat. I requested the knife from him. This blade was none other than the dagger wielded by He Fei, now a trophy of the Haida people. The seasonings available to the Haida tribe were quite limited. They lacked salad oil for roasting, and there were no specialized oil brushes. Nevertheless, these obstacles did not deter me. I gathered a handful of pig bristle, cleaned it, and affixed it to a wooden stick, crafting a rudimentary brush. Without oil, I could only roast the fatty meat over the fire, allowing the dripping pig fat to be caught by my makeshift brush, which I then applied to the roasting meat. Of course, during this process, I had to slice the meat with the dagger. Otherwise, the seasonings would not penetrate, rendering it tasteless. The crucial challenge was to avoid charring the exterior while leaving the interior raw. The end result could easily mirror that of these individuals, yielding meat that was tough and unpalatable. After several minutes of diligent roasting, the meat was finally ready. Rather than indulge myself, I presented it to Chief Tawa, declaring it a special offering of roasted meat dedicated to him. I remarked to Mills that, in order to survive, I too must utter these sycophantic words. This, after all, is a facet of human self-preservation. Tava regarded me with a hint of skepticism, for this roasted meat was markedly different from what they typically produced, not merely in color, but in flavor as well, despite the ingredients being identical. Nevertheless, the chieftain of the Tava did not dismiss my goodwill. He took a knife, sliced off a piece, and tossed it into his mouth. With just a single bite, his eyes lit up, and in a matter of moments, he had devoured it. After finishing, he immediately gave me a thumbs up. To be honest, my roasted meat was vastly superior to their own. It was tender and delectable, perfectly balanced in seasoning and richly infused with flavor. Unlike their preparation, where the salt was merely on the surface, overwhelmingly salty on the outside while the interior remained undercooked and reeking of a fishy taste. After sampling my dish, Tava summoned the esteemed elders of his tribe and the fiercest of the Kunis, distributing pieces of my meat amongst them. Each individual who tasted my roasted creation wore a broad smile, and their gazes towards me softened considerably. Previously, their respect for me stemmed solely from my unique status. But now I had captivated their palates with my culinary skills. I proceeded to roast 5 large pieces of meat, and my hands grew weary from the effort. The members of the Black Tower tribe gazed at me, each hoping for a morsel of my culinary delight. However, Tava was reluctant to share my roasted meat with the lower-ranking tribesmen. This clearly illustrated their rigid social hierarchy. Not everyone could partake in the finer things. Louis, it is best not to satiate them all at once, whispered Guan Lingyu beside me. Her concern was not for my exhaustion from cooking, but rather that these people might grow weary of the delicacy. Much like the exquisite dishes in a high-end restaurant, the food is splendid yet limited in quantity, leaving diners yearning for more and eager to return. In commercial marketing terms, this is known as scarcity marketing. Though Guan Lingyu did not elaborate, I understood the reasoning. And coupled with my own fatigue, I had Mills convey to the chieftain that I could only roast so much meat in a day. Any excess would incur divine retribution, rendering future roasts less flavorful. Tava, however, took my fanciful assertion as gospel. To him, such delectable fare was a blessing from the gods, and the divine would not continually indulge the lowly mortals. As the cheers of the crowd enveloped me, I ceased my work, and the people of the Black Tower tribe commenced their traditional performances, singing and dancing with fervor. Though these individuals were quite boisterous, their songs were melodious. Their dances were even more spirited and audacious, rivaling those of certain ethnic minorities in my homeland. After a few minutes of their revelry, Some reached out to draw us into their midst, and so I, along with several women nearby, joined the celebration. The bonfire, accompanied by stunning beauty, allowed the people of the Black Tower tribe to exuberantly showcase their fervor and passion. In that moment, I felt as though I were not stranded on a deserted island, but rather on an excursion with a lovely companion, immersed in a vibrant celebration among an enthusiastic minority, reveling in a joyous bonfire gathering. Every face radiated with delight. In that instant, the hierarchical distinctions within the tribe vanished. Hand in hand, they sang joyfully together. However, amidst their dancing, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Several robust men suddenly seized a woman before the eyes of the crowd. The woman beside me turned crimson at the sight, and even someone like Yang Min averted her gaze. With one leading the way, the others in the tribe soon followed suit, and within minutes, chaos enveloped the entire Black Tower tribe. What on earth is this custom? How utterly uncouth. I couldn't help but voice my disdain. Although I had seen some footage previously, witnessing such brazen acts in person was astonishingly shocking. Initially, I intended to have Mills inquire about the situation, but seeing her shyly retreat behind me, she lost the courage to speak up. Just then, Chief Tawa approached us. He chattered animatedly to Mills, his face beaming with smiles. What did he say? I turned to Mills and asked. She replied that this was a sacred custom of the Black Tower tribe, inviting us to participate. Mills' face flushed all the way to her neck. Heh, who among you would accompany me? I jested with several women, provoking murderous glares in response. You should inform Chief Tawa that I am still observing my vows and cannot partake in such festivities. I need to retreat to the hut for a moment. I concocted a flimsy excuse and promptly declined Tawa's invitation. What a ridiculous notion. Even if I could shamelessly accept the invitation, who would join me? The women around me were clearly unwilling. Would I seek out those dark and unattractive tribal women? I would prefer death. Upon hearing that I was still observing my sacred vows, Tawa ceased to press the matter. We fled to the thatched hut as if escaping for our lives. Our faces flushed yet unable to suppress our laughter. Did you find that enjoyable to watch? Faye teased, tugging at my waist. Though her face was stern, she could not conceal the mirth in her eyes. Didn't you feel your blood boil? Would you like to receive a baptism from this deity? I grinned broadly, arms wide open, adopting an exaggerated expression. Meanwhile, the commotion by the bonfire grew louder. Though we could not see what transpired, we could easily imagine the scene. Go to hell. Several women, their cheeks as red as ripe peaches, glared at me, their piercing gazes intensifying by the moment. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Eventually, the women could no longer maintain their composure and joined me in a fit of laughter. Chapter 57. No one has it easy. No wonder May left as soon as darkness fell. She must have known about this custom of the Black Tower people. If she were present, perhaps she could have acted to draw attention away from it. Mills boldly proposed an idea, and surprisingly, the other women unanimously nodded in agreement. It was evident that they all recognized May's unparalleled authority within the Black Tower tribe. Should she declare that someone's flatulence was fragrant, the tribe's people would likely believe her and seize the opportunity to sing her praises. To challenge her would be akin to courting death. Despite her beauty, if we were to truly provoke her, we would likely be left in utter ruin. Although May had once stated that I was to take responsibility, I dared not take her words to heart. She was far too dangerous. The commotion outside had persisted for over half an hour without respite. I had to admire their stamina, which far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. They seemed exhilarated, as if under the influence of some potent substance. The other women and I were struggling to endure, barely daring to speak, for we were merely ordinary people. In such circumstances, it was impossible to remain unaffected. Phyllis's cheeks were flushed, her gaze averted from mine, only occasionally glancing at me from the corner of her eye before flinching away as if shocked. Su Ying and Guan Lingyu kept their heads bowed, as if they had found flowers sprouting from the ground. Mills's gaze was so tender it could almost spill over with emotion. She looked at me with a hint of provocation, and had there been no one else present, she might have acted even more audaciously. I, too, felt a great discomfort, yearning for something to alleviate my restlessness. Alas, surrounded by a bevy of beauties, I could only gaze longingly, deprived of any opportunity to act. The pretext of holding the divine ring was akin to digging my own grave, ultimately forcing me to leap into it and bury myself. My mind spun with chaotic thoughts. If we were to reside here long term, would we not have to endure such torment every night? It was exceedingly vexing. Perhaps it would be better to go along with the trends of the Black Tower tribe and push the women beside me forward. My thoughts burned with fervor, and a certain part of me nodded in enthusiastic agreement with this notion. Unfortunately, reality was far less accommodating. Here I was, with several lovely women, crammed into a grass hut of less than 10 square meters, yet rendered incapable of doing anything. It would have been better to come alone. At least I could have pursued a romance with the fifth girl, sparing myself from this unbearable discomfort. Why don't I help you? Yang Min suddenly said boldly, her eyes clear and sincere. After enduring the merciless torment from Yang Baichun and others, she seemed to have developed immunity to such raucousness. No, it's all right, I hurriedly declined. Though Yang Min was indeed beautiful, I felt an inherent barrier towards her. Certain thoughts made me feel particularly repulsed. Moreover, in the presence of Phyllis and the others, I could not engage in such bestial acts. What would they think of me? I feared Phyllis would never forgive me. You all stay here. I'll step outside for a bit. Without waiting for the women beside me to agree, I fled as if escaping for my life. The chaos outside continued unabated, and I could only walk toward the outskirts of the tribe, hoping to find a quiet place to escape to. Before I could exit the Black Tower tribe, a shadow trembled as it rushed forth to obstruct my path. Who? I was startled and promptly rebuked loudly. Shoo, old Lu, don't shout. It's me, Yang Baichun whispered, fearful of being overheard. Oh, it's you. What do you seek from me? Upon seeing Yang Baichun's disheveled appearance, a flicker of sympathy stirred within me. Old Lu, I am in dire straits. They treat me like a beast of burden daily. Given that we are both in this predicament, please lend me your assistance. Yang Baichun adopted a pitiful demeanor, even managing to shed a few tears. Hold on, who do you think is on your side? If you can't endure the suffering, then flee. No one will hinder you now. I had no intention of helping him. These fellows deserved a thorough reckoning. Flee. Where would I go? This island is filled with desolate mountains and wilderness. I am unfamiliar with the terrain. Moreover, the beasts outside are fierce. Straying too far would merely serve as a feast for them, Yang Baichun lamented. As it turned out, they indeed attempted to escape while the Black Tower people slept. Yet after a night of wandering in the woods, they were effortlessly rounded up by the Black Tower inhabitants the following day. Not only did they fail to escape, but they also received a thorough beating. Since escape is not an option, why not remain here and work diligently? At least you won't starve, I replied. Old Lu, must you be so heartless? What kind of life are we enduring, treated as slaves? A moment's negligence can lead to a whip across the back. Sleeping amongst beasts at night is both filthy and foul. Yang Baichun recounted his recent experiences, on the verge of tears. I saw you grilling meat for them at night. We possess similar skills. Tell them we can prepare numerous delicacies, as long as we are not treated as slaves. Yang Baichun added quickly when I remained silent. This fellow seemed to think my favorable treatment stemmed from my culinary skills, now indulging in other aspirations. If you have the capability, why not showcase it yourself? Why seek my assistance? In truth, these indigenous people are not as complex in their thinking. With effort, one can earn their recognition just as well. I glanced at the Black Tower people laboring diligently in the distance. Indeed, they were fierce. However, their nature was not as convoluted or malevolent as one might assume. The true malevolence lay in the entrenched vices of this tribe, habits that cannot be rectified in a short span. Anyone who believes themselves capable of altering their long-standing customs is likely courting misfortune. May's skills are considerable, yet at this moment, she too could only choose to hide away, preferring not to witness the turmoil. Upon hearing my words, Yang Baichun's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. In another setting, he might not have erupted in rage, but would likely turn to leave. We are akin to these savage barbarians, unable to communicate. A mere misunderstanding. And those brutes would lash out, Yang Baichun lamented, his body marred by whip scars, his clothing and hair in disarray, entirely devoid of the dashing pilot he once was. Serves you right. If you possess the ability, then take it upon yourself. I, too, am but a mere clay idol, struggling to ensure my own survival. You must seek your own fortune. I have resolutely decided not to assist Yang Baichun and his companions. When they reveled in their pleasure, did they not treat Yang Min and others as mere slaves? This is indeed a manifestation of karmic retribution. Now it is their turn to face the consequences. Chapter 58. The fiery mills. My conversation with Yang Baichun ultimately ended in discord. In the past, I would have felt sympathy for their plight. Now, I can only regard it as a source of amusement. It is true that their lives are fraught with difficulty, yet do we fare any better? We live in constant trepidation, perpetually fearing the emergence of any missteps. After more than an hour, the cacophony outside finally began to subside. Upon returning to the thatched hut, I found that several women had already succumbed to slumber. Although the conditions of this hut leave much to be desired, it is still considerably warmer than a cave. However, the sleeping arrangements are rather cramped. The women huddled together left me with little space to rest. I gently nudged Mills, who was sleeping beside me, urging her to make some room. I could only manage to lie down awkwardly, while others may enjoy the company of beautiful companions. My situation has taken on a completely different flavor. Even turning over feels cumbersome. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Mills, my previously calmed thoughts quickly spiraled into disarray once more. I could only turn my body, facing the wall, to conceal my embarrassment. Yet, despite my efforts, my mind was plagued by a myriad of chaotic images, rendering sleep elusive. At that moment, a delicate hand, whether intentional or not, found its way to my waist. Soon after, a warm body pressed against my back. My breath quickened, and my entire being tensed, my heart racing uncontrollably, nearly leaping from my chest. "Are you thinking of it?" Mills whispered softly in my ear, her warm breath sending a tingling sensation down my neck. I yearned to turn around and envelop her in my embrace, yet I hesitated to do so. They say that women are like tigers, but here I am surrounded by 5 fierce tigresses, unsure of how to proceed. "Louis, it seems that we are unlikely to return to a normal society. I refuse to be ravaged by those indigenous people. I wish to offer you my most precious possession." Mills spoke to me with heartfelt sincerity. Among these women, she possesses the greatest audacity, exuding a passionate spirit, unafraid to love or hate, devoid of the traditional modesty and pretense exhibited by women from Hagwa. When a woman lays bare her heart and soul to you, especially one as strikingly beautiful as she, few men can remain steadfast, and I, who already hold a fondness for Mills, am no exception. In a surge of excitement, I swiftly turned to face her, tightly embracing Mills. She let out a soft hum, her arms wrapping around me in return, both of us visibly stirred. Our emotions ignited rapidly, our eyes locked onto one another, as if we wished to merge our very beings into one. I gently caressed the smooth back of her hand, my fingers dancing as if upon ivory piano keys, immersing me in profound ecstasy. My entire soul melded into the moment, as 2 enamored lovers twirled in a dazzling waltz amidst the air. Mills lifted her gaze and boldly pressed her lips against mine. Her kiss was as sweet and fragrant as the fruits of a paradise, conquering the defenses of my heart in less than a second. Though I am not a boy devoid of experience, encountering a spirited and audacious girl like Mills was indeed a first for me. Her lilac tongue reached out with fervor, intertwining with mine in a bold embrace. I felt as if I were savoring the finest, sweetest honey, lost in an intoxicating bliss. In that instant, the universe and all its creations faded away, leaving only her and me. This was our own world, a realm where we forgot everything else, with only 2 fervent hearts colliding and expressing their desires. The fiery kiss could no longer satiate Mills' yearning, and our emotions grew increasingly fervent. We lost ourselves entirely, as the world around us drew its curtains at that moment. However, just then, Guan Lingyu, who had been sleeping nearby, emitted a muffled groan and rolled over to snuggle beside Fair. "What are you doing?" "Be careful," she mumbled, her words slurred. It was unclear whether she was sleep-talking or feigning slumber to interrupt us. Regardless, her intention was fulfilled, as Mills jumped in surprise, our bodies stiffening in response. It felt as if we had been plunged into an icy abyss, our fervor swiftly dissipating. We had been so engrossed that we had overlooked the presence of others. Now, returning to our senses, an awkwardness enveloped us, compelling us to subtly adjust our positions, striving to appear less conspicuous. After a few minutes of tension, my racing heart gradually calmed, the realization dawning that this was not the appropriate setting for such reckless behavior. Having been nurtured by Confucian values throughout our lives, it was indeed challenging to act impulsively in the presence of so many. While Mills was considerably bolder, she was not so liberated as to disregard the circumstances. After all, she was an innocent girl, and it was impossible for her to continue under the watchful eyes of many. Our fervor slowly receded, leaving only a lingering warmth in our eyes. A silent exchange of affection. "Louis, I need to use the restroom. It's too dark outside. Will you accompany me?" After a moment, Mills shifted her body and gently nudged me. In the grass huts of the Black Tower tribe, a restroom was an impossibility. Their entire community lacked even a proper toilet. resorting instead to the wilderness for such matters. With the outside shrouded in darkness, it was daunting for a woman to venture out alone. The responsibility fell squarely upon my shoulders. The night grew increasingly dark, nearly devoid of light. In the distance, unknown beasts occasionally roared through the forest, and I knew that even a man could feel a twinge of trepidation in such a situation. Mills and I ventured outside the tribe, selecting a secluded spot for her to address her personal needs. Once the lighter was extinguished, darkness enveloped us, rendering everything invisible. A few minutes later, Mills returned, having resolved her issue. "My dear, let us linger here for a while," she said, embracing me naturally with a gaze filled with affection. In that moment, she regarded me as her true lover, the sole recipient of her devotion. As a typical man enamored with a woman, such intimacy made the world feel utterly sweet, as if it were just the two of us, rendering everything else inconsequential. Despite the dim surroundings, I could discern the tenderness and emotion reflected in Mill's eyes. I am no saint. I possess the common flaws of ordinary men. Mill's actions ignited a fervor within my heart. In the depths of the night, we fervently kissed, and my heart blazed like a fire. At last, we were undisturbed. The stars twinkled above, and the world around us fell into a tranquil hush. My heart stirred. Chapter 59. The Malice of Humanity. Yet, just as we were lost in our passion, a distant light caught my attention, abruptly drawing me back to reality. Emerging from the darkness, we found ourselves exposed. Instinctively, I shielded Mills and hastily gathered our clothes, slipping them on with urgency. Though we were outdoors, I had no desire to be seen, especially not Mills' alluring figure, which could incite the wild, beastly men of the tribe. What madness drove these savages to roam at night? I muttered in frustration. Anyone would feel discomfort by an interruption at such a moment. However, it seemed that the Black Tower dwellers were not the ones stirring. "A house is on fire," Mills exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. I focused my gaze and realized she was correct. A thatched hut within the tribe was ablaze. Constructed from dry grass, the flames erupted with ferocity. At that moment, our previous mood evaporated as we swiftly turned and made our way toward the tribe. To my dismay, it was indeed the hut where we had been staying that was engulfed in flames. As we approached, I comprehended the urgency. Thick smoke billowed from the roof, threatening to spread to the adjacent structures. The Black Tower tribe lacked a water reservoir, and amidst such dry conditions, there was no means to contain the conflagration. Inside our dwelling, no one had emerged. I surmised that Fire and the others were likely fast asleep. "Fire! Fire!" I shouted desperately, hoping to alert the Black Tower inhabitants while rushing toward the door. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard a series of coughs from within. Someone had been roused by the smoke. In a moment of desperation, I forcefully kicked open the door, only to find several women still in a state of slumber, their eyes clouded with sleep. "Get up quickly, the house is on fire," I shouted, vigorously shaking each of them. Just then, a burning bundle of straw fell from the ceiling. Had it not been for the commotion, it would have landed directly on the bed. The women were already lying on the straw, and a single spark could have ignited a catastrophic blaze. In a panic, I seized an axe nearby and swung it, scattering the flaming straw everywhere. Although I did not set them ablaze, the house was ignited in multiple places. At this moment, the women finally regained their senses, screaming as they rushed outside. Both Faye and Suing suffered some singed hair, but fortunately, the flames were extinguished in time, sparing their skin from harm. A stroke of luck indeed. Had Mills not arisen to use the restroom and engaged me in idle chatter, we might have been fast asleep. If the inferno had caught us unaware, the consequences would have been dire. The room was now engulfed in flames, and given the intensity of the fire, even water would struggle to extinguish it. Unless a fire truck could be summoned, there was little awareness of fire safety in this primitive tribe. The commotion outside, coupled with the increasingly bright flames, eventually roused Chief Tawa and others from their slumber. A throng of naked black-tattooed men rushed out, while women clutched their children, frantically fleeing the scene. "Fire! Fire!" Chief Tawa bellowed, pointing at the fiercely burning thatched hut. The robust black-tattooed warriors armed with spears charged forth, swiftly dismantling the nearest structures to combat the flames. I was somewhat astonished by their firefighting method. Though primitive, it effectively curtailed the spread of the fire. It seemed this tribe had encountered fires before and had developed a set of practice techniques over time. 2 huts had already succumbed to the flames, our own and May's. Chief Tawa approached me with a look of concern etched on his aged face. How could you be so careless as to bring fire into the hut? Mills translated for me. I could tell that Chief Tawa was not blaming us. Rather, he was worried and somewhat fearful, especially since May's dwelling had also been destroyed. May was their tribe's guardian spirit, and if she were to be angered, the repercussions would be severe. Tell him it wasn't us. Someone deliberately set fire to kill us, I replied, my irritation bubbling to the surface. I already knew who would dare to commit such a heinous act. Who has such audacity? Do they wish for death? Upon hearing my words, Chief Tawa's anger flared. Though he dared not direct his wrath at me, he was not hesitant to vent his frustration on others. Hearing his tone, the black-tattooed men quickly shook their heads, insisting they were not responsible. There's no need to investigate. It must be Yang Baichun and his cohorts. Such wicked deeds are likely their doing. He sought my assistance and, when thwarted, harbored resentment, wishing to incinerate us. The situation is as straightforward as it is malicious. Chief Tawa, in a fit of rage, reprimanded fiercely, prompting several of his capable warriors to pounce like wolves. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Baichun and his companions were captured. How utterly vile of you. Did you truly contemplate setting us ablaze? Do you possess any semblance of humanity? I stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Yang Baichun. There was no need for interrogation. It was unequivocally their doing. We are all survivors. Why should you consider yourself superior while we are relegated to servitude? Yang Baichun spat out a tooth that I had knocked loose, glaring defiantly in disagreement. The deeds you have committed are sufficient to condemn you to hell. Being made a slave is merely a leniency. In a fit of anger, I kicked him twice more. This fellow is akin to a dog that bites without bark. Malevolent and vicious. Chief Tawa approached with a dark expression and remarked that, according to the customs of the Black Tower people, such wicked slaves should be whipped to death. Dispose of them as you see fit. They are hardly deserving of compassion. I harbored no intention of defending them. Several burly men dragged Yang Baichun and the others to the edge of the tribe's elevated platform, binding them to the execution pillars with grass ropes. The barbed whip struck Yang Baichun, instantly tearing his flesh. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by chunks of shredded meat. This form of punishment is not something the average person could endure, reminiscent of the ancient form of lynching. Upon receiving the blow, he let out a horrific scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The two who had yet to be whipped lost control of their bladders. The arson was their doing. We had no part in it, a terrified accomplice shouted at Yang Baichun and He Fei. When faced with imminent death, fear grips everyone, especially with such a brutal fate awaiting them. Chapter 60. Surprise attack. The cries of Chun Song and the others yielded little effect. Instead, they attracted the executioner's whip. They could not comprehend the words of their captors, nor did they wish to. I was disinclined to have Mills explain. Even if these individuals had not set the fire, they were undoubtedly complicit. They had participated in numerous misdeeds alongside Yang Baichun, and keeping them was of no benefit. Such a brutal execution is too cruel. A swift death by the blade would be more merciful, Guan Lingyu remarked with a tinge of compassion. The bloody scene was difficult for her to bear. Fei Er and the others covered their mouths, repulsed by the stench of excrement wafting from the platform. Before receiving even 2 lashes, they had already lost control. Let us retreat to the fire instead, I suggested, guiding the women away. Such matters are indeed unsuitable for their eyes. With the room gone, we could only sit by the fire. From afar, the wails of the condemned pierced the night, rendering it hauntingly cold, even with the warmth of the flames. Fei Er and the others shivered. I longed for home, yearning to return. Fei Er leaned against me, her weary demeanor evoking my sympathy. In truth, I was not alone in this sentiment. I too yearned to return. Even the nefarious Yang Baichun and his ilk resorted to committing such inhumane acts out of sheer desperation. Who does not long to return home? We find ourselves stranded on this desolate island, devoid of any signal. I lamented, grappling with an indescribable feeling within me. The island's aura of mystery intensifies, particularly with the presence of Mei Yi, a woman who adds countless layers of enigma and unpredictability to this barren land. Where does she hail from? What peculiar abilities does she possess? How vast is this place? Why has it not been discovered by humanity? In an age where the world has become a global village, with satellites casting their gaze over every inch of the earth, it seems inconceivable that such a place could remain hidden. Yet here, it is evidently an exception. No signal can be detected, and the strange currents only add to the oddity. Reflecting on the surreal experiences of these past days, I am left wondering if this is merely a cruel jest by fate, or if it is our destiny to tread upon this bizarre terrain. If we wish to return home, I surmise that only Mei can assist us, and one must approach her with genuine intent, Mills suggested thoughtfully. Her words garnered the approval of several women, and though they are ostensibly my companions, jealousy was conspicuously absent. In the name of our shared desire to return home, they even urged me to win over Mei swiftly. However, I understood these notions to be mere fantasies. Mei is not a woman easily subdued. Her demeanor towards me is entirely due to the mark on my palm. Otherwise, our fate would not differ from that of Yang Baichun and his cohorts. As we reminisced about the past, a chilling scream echoed from afar. Initially, I assumed it was the voice of Yang Baichun and his followers, dismissing it without much thought. Yet soon, the Black Tower warriors erupted into chaos, and I looked up to see one of them collapsed on the ground, an arrow lodged in his neck. An enemy attack. Mills grasped the urgency in the Black Tower warriors' cries and leapt to her feet. How could this be? Could there be another tribe nearby? I was utterly bewildered. I had believed that the Black Tower was the sole tribe here, but evidently, I was mistaken. Arrows whizzed through the air, embedding themselves deeply into wooden posts. If such missiles struck a person, the consequences would be dire. Follow me. I beckoned to a few women as we hastily sought shelter. Only by obscuring our visibility could we ensure everyone's safety. The Black Tower warriors charged forth, seemingly unperturbed by the formidable arrows. They deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with their spears. Before long, a group of painted natives emerged from the fringes of the Black Tower tribe. Most wielded bows and arrows, leaping past the foremost warriors to unleash a volley aimed at the heart of the tribe. Their targets were the weak and the elderly, who stood no chance against the onslaught. Is this truly a battle of annihilation? How could we have been caught up in such a calamity so soon? I felt a deep sense of frustration. The potency of these arrows poses a significant threat to us. Should one find its mark, the repercussions would be unimaginable. At this critical juncture, Mei had retreated to the valley, rendering her guardian role utterly ineffective. Ahead, fierce combat had erupted, unprepared and outnumbered. The Black Tower tribe was steadily retreating. A few of the mightiest Kunis had already sustained injuries, and it appeared they might not withstand the enemy's onslaught. Louis, can you devise a way to assist them? Guan Lingyu inquired, her voice trembling with fear. If the Black Tower tribe falls, we are likely to become trophies for these natives. I cannot help. If I had a firearm, I might charge in and create some chaos, I replied. But without that, I am no match for them. This is not a matter of cowardice, it is simply self-awareness. The strength of these natives far surpasses mine, and their prowess in combat with spears is beyond my capability. Even if I charged with an axe, I could at most hold off one or two of them. Yet, the enemy's numbers provide an overwhelming advantage, and I cannot single-handedly turn the tide. Weren't you a soldier? Surely, you have trained in close combat? Guan Lingyu questioned, her understanding limited, likely believing I was simply afraid. The circumstances are different, you see. Look at the strength of those natives. Can I truly contend with them? If you provide me with a firearm, I assure you I could easily dispatch them, I retorted, somewhat irked. What shall we do then? She asked, her hope visibly dwindling. Let us flee, I suggested. Hearing this, Guan Lingyu appeared utterly despondent. Follow me. We shall seek refuge in the wilderness, I instructed, leading a few women into the darkness. Aiming for the area where Mills had gone to relieve himself, there lay a modest mound that could shield us from arrows and remain inconspicuous. The women shivered behind the mound, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances. This was a far cry from the depictions seen in films. One moment of inattention could lead to fatal consequences. Stay here. I will return to assess the situation, I resolved to contribute. Despite knowing I could not match the mightiest Kunis. Yet, as an ordinary warrior, I could still hold my own. Just as I grasped my axe and prepared to depart, Mills boldly stood up. I shall accompany you. Her determination was unwavering, and after a brief hesitation, I acquiesced. The battle within the Black Tower tribe had escalated to a fever pitch, with sounds of conflict resonating throughout the tribe, blood staining the earth beneath. Regardless of the era, war remains humanity's most brutal and destructive endeavor. Chapter 61. A devastating defeat. The Black Tower tribe was in full retreat, their numerical disadvantage glaring. They fought with all their might, yet their efforts only sufficed for defense, leaving them lacking the strength to retaliate. I entrusted the axe to Mills and grasped a spear, charging forward. These spears, crafted from sturdy wood with tips made of a sharp black metal, were the primary tools of the Black Tower people for hunting. Measuring roughly 3 meters in length, handling it was uncomfortable for a novice such as myself. It was simply too long. Aside from thrusting, I could essentially only wield it as a club. The indigenous warriors of the Black Tower tribe were ferocious, often attacking in groups of 2 or 3 to subdue a single opponent. They employed a methodical and relentless approach to suppress their adversaries, clearly the result of expert training or extensive combat experience, which afforded them remarkable composure. Among the Black Tower tribe, only a handful of the most formidable individuals managed to hold their own. The rest were in precarious positions, with many already wounded. The bodies strewn across the ground had surpassed 20, predominantly those of weaker men. The attacking side also sustained injuries, yet their casualties were considerably fewer. At that moment, both sides were consumed with rage, fighting to the bitter end. Although I had joined the fray, my presence was akin to a solitary drop in a vast river, utterly incapable of altering the tide of battle. After several assaults, I bore a few wounds, though fortunately, none were fatal, and a simple dressing would suffice. At this juncture, Chief Tava sought me out. "Take your women and the boys of the tribe and flee to the back mountain," he urged. Mills, in a state of panic, translated Tava's words for me. "Why only the boys? What of the others? Are they to be abandoned?" I pondered, realizing the defeat of the Black Tower tribe was inevitable. Yet I was taken aback by Chief Tava's apparent preference for boys over girls. No. In tribal warfare, women are not slain. As for us men, at the moment of defeat, those who survive will become slaves to other tribes, save for the deceased. However, these boys will not be spared. Their fate is sealed. Chief Tava's voice was grave, aware that such a fate loomed over his tribe. The boys were quite young, and as laborers, they were clearly inadequate. Capturing them to raise would likely lead to future insurrection. Thus, they chose to eliminate them directly. Yet, for the Black Tower tribe, these boys represented hope. As long as they endured, there remained a chance to rebuild the Black Tower tribe. I gazed at the dozen or so boys within the thatched hut, their ages tender. The eldest barely 10, while the youngest required cradling. The older boys ground their teeth in frustration, eager to charge into battle, while the younger ones wept inconsolably, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. "Lead them to the guardian spirit. Once dawn breaks, she shall return," Chief Tava said gravely, fixing his gaze upon me. Before I could respond, he knelt before me. I quickly assisted him to his feet, and only then did Mills translate his words. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Dawn was still far off. By the time May returned at daybreak, it was likely that most of the Black Tower tribe would have perished. Their guardian spirit seemed exceedingly unreliable. I could not help but murmur my frustration. If May were present, with her mysterious abilities, she could have withstood the onslaught of these indigenous warriors and likely saved the majority of lives. However, upon hearing my words, Chief Tava was alarmed and knelt once more, as he viewed any disrespect towards the guardian spirit as sacrilegious. Every action she undertook was guided by divine intervention. I had no time to dwell on the idealistic musings of Chief Tawa. Observing these half-grown children, a weight of responsibility settled upon my heart. Could I lead them through the imminent peril that loomed before us? "You must leave quickly. I will rally our people to buy you sufficient time," urged Chief Tawa. The cacophony of battle cries grew increasingly nearer, and the casualties among the Black Tower tribe were rising at an alarming rate. At this moment, even some women joined the fray, fighting desperately to secure a fleeting chance for the children to escape. Chief Tawa bowed solemnly before me, handing me a black parcel before raising his spear and charging forth. It appeared he was prepared to sacrifice his own life. How tragic! Tears cascaded down Mill's cheeks. What was once a refuge in the Black Tower tribe had turned into a nightmare within a mere day. Our circumstances had not only remained unchanged, but had also burdened us with a monumental weight. "Hurry! Tell these children to keep low and avoid detection." I called to the children as I crouched and dashed toward the outside. I was unfamiliar with the path through the rear mountains, but several older boys knew it well. After gathering Phyllis and a few women, we swiftly plunged into the enveloping darkness. The men of the Black Tower tribe fought fiercely, expending their last reserves of strength. Even in death, they would not allow their enemies to prevail easily. As the brutal conflict drew to a close, nearly all the robust men, including Chief Tawa, had perished. Those severely injured received no aid. They were swiftly executed. The few timid men remaining became slaves to the victors, while the women were lined up, awaiting their grim fate. To avoid drawing the indigenous people's attention, we dared not light torches. A group of children, accompanied by us, raced through the woods. The pitch-black surroundings proved disorienting, and our unfamiliarity with the terrain caused us to stumble frequently, lagging behind the older boys. What should have been a brief passage through the forest took us nearly half an hour to traverse. Upon reaching the outside, a dim starlight filtered down from the heavens, finally allowing us to discern the path ahead. Just as we prepared to ascend a small hill, a dark throng of natives suddenly emerged, obstructing our way. Damn it! I fear this may be my end, I gasped, astonished by my ill fortune. Just when I thought I had escaped the tribal warfare, I found myself thwarted at the last moment. Kill! The crowd shouted in unison, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping us. Clearly, the indigenous people before us possessed formidable combat prowess, far beyond what we could contend with. I'll hold them off. You all run back. As the sole man in our group, I had no choice but to brandish my axe and confront them. Perhaps death was unavoidable, but I was determined to fight with every ounce of my being to secure a glimmer of hope for these children and women. The forest was shrouded in darkness. If they managed to take refuge within, survival was not entirely out of reach. Louis, we have no chance left, Mills despaired as she glanced back, where a group of indigenous people emerged, blocking our retreat. Chapter 62. A desperate situation. Witnessing this scene behind us, I realized that we were truly doomed. Neither I nor the children harbored any hope of survival. As for the women nearby, they might have a chance to live, yet the horrific indignities they would face were unimaginable. The indigenous people had meticulously assessed the situation of the Black Tower tribe prior to their assault, even charting the escape route we intended to take. If it weren't for May's presence during the day, with their strength, they could have easily annihilated the Black Tower tribe without hesitation. What profound enmity existed between these tribes that necessitated such extreme measures? May had been in the Black Tower tribe for over a year. If the animosity were truly so intense, why had they not eradicated the Black Tower tribe long ago? Was this the reason? My thoughts flickered to the black bundle on my back, entrusted to me by Chief Tawa before his departure. What are you thinking? Do we still have a chance? If not, just kill me first. I refuse to fall into the hands of those savages, Guan Lingyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. The thought of the women captured by the Black Tower tribe sent her heart racing. Us too. Rather than endure such a fate, death is preferable, several women echoed, their emotions heightened as they contemplated their grim reality. Yet, I found myself unable to take such drastic action, though I had not shared intimacy with them. I regarded them as family. The thought of ending their lives with my own hands was unbearable. Do not despair. Perhaps we can find a way out of this predicament, I urged, adjusting the burden on my back. I then spoke to Mills, asked them if they desire something precious. Are you referring to what's on your back? Mills questioned, somewhat puzzled, having overlooked what Chief Tawa had given me. Yes, this bundle, but do not disclose it just yet. In the brief moment we conversed, both sides had closed in. They hesitated to strike, as we were now like meat on a chopping block, at their mercy. Mills swiftly relayed my message, causing both leaders to pause, their expressions a mixture of excitement and agitation. Soon after, they convened for an intense discussion. Observing their demeanor, I felt a surge of hope. My gamble had paid off. This commotion among the indigenous people was likely centered around the bundle. What are they saying? I inquired of Mills. I can't hear clearly. They are arguing and speaking rapidly, Mills replied, struggling to keep up as a translator. I sighed in frustration, resigned to patiently await the outcome. Moments later, the heated debate subsided. One of the leaders, with a fierce demeanor, addressed us sternly, demanding that we surrender everything or face annihilation. Upon hearing Mills' translation, I was left utterly bewildered. What did everything entail? We were all destitute, possessing nothing but the black parcel entrusted to me by Chief Tawa, my axe, and a small handbag. Release the children and women first, and then I shall surrender my belongings. I was adamant about not yielding so easily. If they proved treacherous, I would be ensnared. No, you must relinquish your possessions first, or I shall eliminate all of you and procure what I desire. This leader was no simpleton. Such a straightforward ploy would not deceive him. You are mistaken. Even if you were to slaughter us all, you would never attain what you seek. Before our escape, I concealed the most valuable items. I was bluffing, for they had not witnessed the truth firsthand. Who could discern the veracity of my words? To this point, I remained unclear about what they truly desired or what the parcel contained. Upon hearing my retort, the leader hesitated, indicating that something was indeed of great significance to them. He turned to confer with another, and within a minute, they reached a consensus. The children could be released, but the women must remain as hostages. The leader was undeniably cunning, leaving me no room for maneuver. Considering Chief Tawa's wishes, securing the release of the children was a commendable choice. The adults among us were unlikely to be easily spared. Upon hearing from Mills that they intended to take them as hostages, the women's expressions soured. They were genuinely terrified of remaining with these natives. It was akin to a rabbit entering a den of wolves, immensely perilous. There was no alternative. It had to be this way. We could only hope that these natives would honor their word. Mills, convey to him that we accept his terms and request the release of the children. I ultimately resolved, gritting my teeth. The choice was stark. Either all perish or save the children, thus fulfilling Chief Tawa's wishes. The natives parted to form a path, and Mills instructed the eldest child to lead the others away. They would have to fend for themselves from this point forward. Moments later, the group of children traversed the hillside, vanishing into the night. The women beside me obediently joined the ranks of the natives, leaving only Mills as our translator. "Where are the items I requested?" the leader demanded impatiently. "I can provide what you seek, but I implore you to uphold your promise to release us once you have received it. We are not affiliated with the Black Tower tribe, nor do we wish to become your adversaries." I felt it imperative to clarify our identities. Although the light was dim, our attire was distinctly different from that of the indigenous people, and I believe they could perceive that as well. No more hesitation. Fetch it quickly. I detached the black package from my body and tossed it over. Mills, inform them that what they seek lies within. The indigenous chief's face brightened upon receiving the package, and he promptly summoned torches to carefully unveil its contents. My curiosity piqued. What could possibly provoke such inhumane actions from them? As the final layer of wrapping came undone, I discovered a pile of dark powder, glimmering with a metallic sheen. I was taken aback. This substance was all too familiar to me. The package contained black gunpowder, hardly a rare or mystical item. Yet, the two chiefs displayed evident satisfaction, shouting commands to their subordinates. This was dire. These indigenous people were utterly untrustworthy. They still intended to kill us. Mill's expression changed dramatically, clearly understanding the chief's orders. Chapter 63. Madness. As I spoke, one group swiftly departed, chasing after the children, intent on eradicating any potential threats. Meanwhile, the indigenous people apprehended several of our companions, including Phil, who, despite their struggles, could not escape their grasp. Compared to these savage individuals, their strength was woefully inadequate. It appeared these women would not be killed. Such prime spoils were not easily acquired, and their futures looked grim. Several women wept desperately, their eyes brimming with tears, and my heart ached for them. I longed to summon extraordinary powers to vanquish these savages completely. My teeth clenched in rage, yet no one feared me as a group of robust indigenous men charged towards me, brandishing their spears, intent on my demise. Hold on. I bear the mark of the West Polar God King, the future successor to his legacy. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? In this critical moment, I had to invoke this status. Both May and Chief Tawa concurred, and I hoped the indigenous people would share in their trepidation. Anxious, Mills quickly translated my words, momentarily stunning the approaching natives. They possessed an instinctive reverence for legendary deities, and such a proclamation naturally instilled fear. However, Mills' words only intimidated a few of those ready to strike, while the chief laughed heartily. The West Polar God King had indeed been one of the 10 great divine rulers. But he was a notorious villain, stripped of his divine glory long ago, with his remains lost to history. Your guardian deity is merely a joke. She is a fugitive. Otherwise, do you truly believe she would serve as a guardian for such a small tribe? The chief's words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing my hopes. Hearing Mills utter these statements, my heart sank. The West Polar God King was of no use, and neither was May. It was no wonder they dared to boldly assault the Black Tower tribe, unafraid of retribution from May. Originally, May was a woman with a story. I thought I had acquired a formidable talisman, only to discover that this flawed mark was far less effective than I had envisioned. Only someone like May, living the life of a fugitive, would cherish it so dearly. Why are you still hesitating? Kill him at once. The indigenous chieftain bellowed at his subordinates. Yet a few of them hesitated, clearly wary of the divine mark. I can assist you in creating gunpowder, that black powder you possess. My urgent cries were not born out of fear for my own life, but rather from a desperate wish to prevent my beloved from enduring a fate worse than death. The complexity of manufacturing black powder is not insurmountable. Although I have never attempted it, I understand the principles. If I can procure the right materials and experiment a few times, I am certain I can succeed. However, the chieftain, upon hearing Mill's translation, remained incredulous. To him, such a miraculous substance could not simply be conjured by mere words. Do not heed his nonsense. Act swiftly. The chieftain's resolve to slay me had reached an irrevocable point, and the conflict between us had escalated to an irreconcilable state. These men would not rest until I was dead. Were I alone, I would dare to fight back, prepared to embrace death. But for the sake of the women beside me, I could not resign myself to such an end. If I must perish, then I shall do so only after avenging them. My mind raced with the speed of thought, recalling my days in the military, where I learned to escape dire situations. Louis, I do not want to be captured by them. I wish to die alongside you. Mills suddenly stepped boldly in front of me, unwavering even in the face of spears. Do not rush. Follow me and retreat. I suppressed my fury as I spoke to Mills. Just moments ago, I had caught a glimpse of a precipice in the flickering torchlight, though its height and what lay below remained unknown. I realized this was my sole opportunity for survival. With both paths blocked, escape was impossible. The cliff was our only chance. Mills, we must jump off the back. Whether we live or die is in the hands of fate. If by some miracle we survive today, I swear I will annihilate this tribe. My eyes burned with fury. Throughout my life, I have never harbored grand ambitions. I merely wished for a modest existence, to live as an ordinary person. On this desolate island, my fate had become intertwined with those of the women, yet they were seized before my eyes by the natives, reduced to mere playthings. This would forever remain a pain in my heart. Very well, I shall die with you. Mills responded decisively. In unison, we turned and sprinted towards the precipice with utmost urgency. In the next moment, we plummeted downward like kites severed from their strings. At the instant we leapt from the cliff, I distinctly heard Pietruel's heart-wrenching scream. My heart felt as if it had been pierced by a dagger, throbbing with unbearable anguish. The fierce winds howled past my ears as I roared into the tempest, cursing the heavens and vowing vengeance. Little did I know if the divine truly heard my lamentations. But beneath the precipice lay a small river, wherein Mills and I fortuitously found ourselves. By the time we crawled ashore, the flames upon the cliff had long since extinguished. In the distance, I faintly heard the cries of children. The children of the Black Tower tribe had ultimately succumbed to the relentless pursuit of the indigenous people. None could ascertain how many among them would survive. Louis, I am so cold. Mills trembled beside me, shivering uncontrollably. The brisk wind swept over us, and our soaked bodies felt frigid, goosebumps rising in waves. Fear not, we shall soon kindle a fire. Resolutely, I shed my shirt and enveloped Mills in my embrace, hoping to impart warmth through my body. I, too, felt the chill, yet my inner fury blazed brightly. I yearned to transform into a dark overlord, devouring all that lay before me. In the shadows, I gritted my teeth and groped about, exerting considerable effort to locate a sheltered spot. Just as dawn approached, I managed to ignite a fire. Mills sat by the flames, her expression vacant, silent, though her eyes brimmed with tears. Do not be disheartened. I shall avenge this. I fought back my own sorrow and pulled Mills closer, my thoughts consumed with concern for Fayer and the others. What fate had befallen them? Were they enduring unspeakable torment? Or had they succumbed to despair amidst their humiliations? The mere thought ignited a tremor throughout my being, compelling me to scream in madness and curse the wretched heavens that had cast me upon this accursed isle. Chapter 64. A bloody romance. My condition was dire, and Mills fared little better. We had endured an unrelenting series of tribulations, with no day passing in comfort. Cast upon this desolate island, we had once found solace in one another's company, drawing strength from the hope of returning home. Yet, in the blink of an eye, we had lost more than half our number, their fates shrouded in uncertainty. Upon arriving at the Black Tower tribe, I had anticipated a period of relative tranquility, only to discover that the conflicts between tribes were equally brutal and merciless. The Black Tower people had been nearly annihilated, and we were ensnared in their plight. It seemed as though fate had conspired against us, with the heavens watching impassively as we played out this absurd and tragic drama. The crimson flames danced before us, raising the ambient temperature significantly, yet we remained intensely cold. Both Mills and I felt exhausted, weary to the bone, yet sleep eluded us. The events of mere hours ago replaying in our minds. Had it not been for the sheer cliff at our side, I would have perished at the hands of the indigenous people. Had there not been a river below, Mills and I would have met our demise in our fall. Though we had narrowly escaped death, we found little cause for celebration. Within my heart resides a ferocious wolf with crimson eyes, ever poised to leap forth and rend to shreds those detestable natives, even contemplating my own demise in the process. Louis, I am utterly exhausted. I truly wish to escape this wretched existence. Mills, nestled in my embrace, was engulfed in profound despondency. As women, their emotions are bound to be more intense. They have followed me, narrowly evading the madness of Yang Baichun and his ilk, only to find themselves perilously close to the clutches of even more savage and inhumane natives. Such a life, fraught with fear and trepidation, is unbearable for urban women. Who would wish to endure such torment? Each day brings the dread of uncertainty, where one meal follows another without assurance of survival, and the burden of anxiety weighs heavily upon me. I often ponder the misdeeds of my past that have led to this dire retribution, leaving me in profound discontent. Two individuals, mutually fond of one another, find themselves in a moment so beautiful, yet the conversation drifts toward heart-wrenching matters. Louis, I wish to surrender myself to you. I do not wish to face death while still a virgin, nor do I desire to relinquish my most precious gift to those loathsome natives. Mills suddenly lifted her head, boldly gazing at me. Her words took me aback. Though I held her close, I had never contemplated such a notion, nor was I in the right frame of mind. Her initiative was indeed unexpected. Perhaps we shall discuss it later, for my spirits are low, and I do not wish to dampen yours. Such matters can only be truly appreciated in moments of joy. I gently caressed Mill's hair, striving to soothe her wounded heart. No, on this desolate island, where fear pervades our every moment, I dread that I may not live to see that day. Mills was persistent and assertive. She wriggled in my embrace, adjusted herself, and then boldly leaned in to kiss me. Her lips were chillingly cold, devoid of warmth. Her body trembled, whether from the chill or lingering anxiety, I could not discern. Yet, I understood that her actions lacked the fervor of genuine desire. My responses were mechanical, and our sweet kiss turned somewhat perfunctory, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Tears streamed down Mill's cheeks once more. I know your heart belongs solely to Qian Xiaofei. You do not wish to engage with me before her, do you? Mills inquired through her tears. I recognized her confusion. Women can be exceedingly sensitive to such matters, yet bewilderingly naive. They often perceive the longing in a man's gaze, intuitively discerning his thoughts. Yet, once entwined in emotion, their intellect can dissipate, leaving them in a state of anxiety, hesitation, and trepidation. Mills was no exception. Had her condition been slightly better, she would not have posed such a question. Mentioning Qian Xiaofei only deepened my sorrow. The thought of what they might soon endure ignited a maddening fire within me. Do not be foolish. I am merely in a foul mood. Please do not let your imagination run wild. You are aware of my affection for you. Were it not for various reasons, I would have long since been with you. As long as you reciprocate my feelings, that is all that matters. At this moment, I find myself unwilling to wait any longer. Mills has received my affirmation, her resolve now more resolute than ever. To provoke a reaction from me, she writhes in my embrace, employing her somewhat unrefined methods of arousal. With a stunning beauty before me, it is nearly impossible for any man to withstand such temptations, especially when confronted by someone so exquisite. Her appearance, skin, and figure are utterly flawless. It is said that only the legendary Wei Gu could remain unperturbed in the presence of such an alluring woman. Mills swiftly and forcefully tore away my garments. Had it not been for May's revelation that she was still a virgin, I would be incredulous at the notion that she had never encountered any man. In Western societies, both men and women are notably liberal in such matters, with many tasting forbidden fruit by the age of 15 or 16. Who would have imagined that Mills, in her early 20s, would still be untouched? Yet, the wildly daring Mills seemed to embrace her boldness, instilling a sense of trepidation within me. Perhaps this was the only way for her to find solace amid her fears. Mills, you are truly reckless. I felt as though I was being overwhelmed by her intensity, a sense of helplessness washing over me. The complexity of my emotions felt akin to plunging into a hot spring on a frigid winter-esque day, an instant, unpredictable transformation. I gazed at her, lost in her fervor. At that moment, Mills had completely forsaken her rationality. She resembled a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, frightened, yet frantically struggling against the waves. I want to die. I can no longer endure this existence, Mills incoherently expressed. Her actions grew increasingly frenzied, akin to a wild knight galloping through untamed terrain, leaping across black mountains and white waters. And I, a wild stallion, had succumbed to her conquest. I neither initiated nor resisted. My emotions were absent, merely mechanically acquiescing to Mills, allowing her to vent her sorrowful emotions. This fatalistic romanticism, infused with blood and violence, saw Mills project her fears, worries, and pain upon me. Only through such reckless abandon could she attain a fleeting sense of psychological comfort. She resembled an addict, employing this extreme behavior to numb her senses, confronting the cowardice and terror hidden deep within her soul. Chapter 65. I must grow stronger. After a relentless half-hour of fervor, Mills collapsed in my arms. She wept, her tears falling like raindrops, seeping into my heart. I felt a profound ache for her. She bore far too much that was never meant for her to endure. Once the negative emotions within her were released, Mills quickly succumbed to slumber. I laid my clothing on the ground, gently covering her. In that moment, however, I felt no inclination to sleep. I must become stronger. Back during my time in the military, my abilities were merely above average, leaving me with a considerable gap compared to those exceptional warriors. Upon my retirement, I found myself merely a second-class non-commissioned officer, having failed to attain even the rank of second lieutenant. Transitioning to civilian life, I felt a sense of superiority among ordinary individuals. However, upon encountering the indigenous people, akin to wild beasts, I realized the vast chasm that separated us. In a one-on-one confrontation, I held little confidence in my ability to prevail. This acknowledgement does not diminish my own stature. Rather, it underscores the palpable disparity in our strengths. Consider the fierce indigenous warriors, capable of effortlessly lifting wild boars weighing several hundred pounds. A handful of them, armed solely with long spears, dare to hunt these formidable creatures. As for myself, even with an axe in hand, I lack the courage to challenge a wild boar. Admittedly, I possess my own strengths, particularly in the use of firearms. Though I find myself without such weapons, I am adept at crafting various traps, which could easily incapacitate an individual. Yet, when faced with a multitude from a tribe, such minor tactics would prove futile. The assault on the Black Tower tribe is not the endeavor of a single faction to obliterate them. One requires extraordinary means and formidable power. I pondered the enigmatic figure of Mei. Despite some tribal leaders branding her an outlaw, her formidable prowess remains unquestionable. Her ability to command ferocious beasts instills profound fear. Whether it be the nameless creatures that ambushed us or the colossal python in the valley, they are undeniably fearsome. Should she manage to orchestrate a simultaneous attack with a cadre of powerful animals on a tribe, even if annihilation is unattainable, the resulting chaos would inflict severe casualties among the savages. This led me to recall the black powder gifted to me by Chief Tava. This substance, while not rare in our society, prompted several tribal leaders to mobilize their forces to eliminate the Black Tower tribe. What purpose do they envision for this black powder? Is it merely for further study? If utilized solely for combat, such a small quantity could be exhausted in a single encounter. Given the right circumstances, I could replicate this substance, perhaps even produce enough to obliterate an entire tribe. Yet, I find myself devoid of resources, my only axe having fallen into the river, deep and dark, lost to the depths, rendering recovery impossible. This tool is essential for survival in the wilderness. Without it, life for Mills and me will become increasingly arduous. As dawn broke, I practiced military boxing in the morning breeze. After a prolonged absence from my routine, I felt somewhat out of practice. Completing a set of exercises left my stomach grumbling. Just as I prepared to forage for wild fruits, I spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Alarm surged within me, prompting a swift dash to awaken Mills. What if this figure were a scout sent by the indigenous people? If they were to discover us, our plans for vengeance would be rendered moot. Mills and I concealed ourselves within a thicket of grass, yet the fire had become too late to extinguish. I merely hope that the individual does not possess an overly meticulous nature, failing to notice the campfire, should he discover it. I wish for him not to scrutinize it too closely. In my heart, I fervently pray that he has indeed been drawn to the fire. Yet, his condition appears far from optimal, his gait unsteady. I cannot ascertain whether it is due to sleep deprivation or some other affliction. If this man is in such a poor state, it would be more prudent to eliminate him altogether. I contemplated this within, for to kill with bare hands is not an extraordinary feat for a soldier. However, A crucial prerequisite is that I must be capable of overpowering him, or at the very least, possess advantageous conditions for a surprise attack. Yet, just as I had meticulously crafted my plan, I found myself momentarily stunned when he approached. For those dark, shrouded garments were all too familiar. The one who arrived was none other than May, the guardian of the Black Tower tribe. Upon seeing her, my ire surged anew, and before Mills could react, I rushed forth in a fervent haste. How can you call yourself a guardian? You roam outside each night while the Black Tower tribe faces annihilation? If you disdain the customs of our tribe so greatly, why masquerade as a guardian at all? My resentment was profound. Had she been present among us, perhaps we would not have suffered such a dire fate. Mills conveyed my words faithfully, and it was evident that she too was incensed by May's presence. May offered no explanation, merely rolling up the sleeve of her right arm. I beheld a wound, half a foot long, still oozing blood. In an instant, our anger dissipated. With your prowess, who could inflict harm upon you? I was bewildered, for in my mind, May was invincible, and I never anticipated her to be injured. I had left my mark upon the Black Tower tribe, and should they encounter trouble, I would be the first to know. Yet, last night, I was intercepted by a formidable opponent. In this realm, I am not the most powerful. Were it not for the green spirit pearl, I might well have perished. May's subsequent words took me by surprise. What manner of individuals inhabit this cursed island? To think they could wound her is beyond my comprehension. They claim you are a fugitive. Is this true? I inquired. To fabricate a crime, what excuse is needed? They merely seek to seize the green spirit pearl passed down from my ancestors, unjustly branding me with a false accusation. Much like their fear of the god King Zibalo, whom they label as the chief of demons. All of this is a deceit. May spoke with evident frustration about this matter. It was clear that she, too, harbored countless untold stories. Who are these individuals you speak of? Are they mythical figures, or do they exist in reality? How vast is this desolate island? I posed a series of questions, for these confusions had been festering within me for many days. This is a land of wonders, distinct from your world. The complexities of these matters are profound. The more you know, the heavier the burden you bear. Since the seal of the god King Zibalo has chosen you, strive earnestly to grow stronger. Once you attain a certain level of power, no problem will remain insurmountable, and even your desire to return to your original world will not pose a challenge. May's words, though vague, instilled within me a tremendous sense of hope and motivation. I yearned for strength, fueled by the hatred within my heart and the dream of returning home. Chapter 66, From God to Man. How can I attain such strength? This wretched mark grants me no power. I could easily deal with a mere native. I glanced at the mark in my hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Truth be told, relying solely on what I can control, I cannot achieve much strength unless I acquire formidable weapons. Otherwise, confronting those natives would merely result in my demise. We must wait for the right opportunity. For now, our priority is to escape. There are those pursuing us, May said nervously as she glanced over her shoulder, startling both Mills and me. How powerful must someone be to injure even May? Surely, they must be a formidable guardian of a tribe or something similar. Can't you fly? Why not carry us away from above? I asked, perplexed. Is it possible that our pursuer is also capable of flight? I cannot fly at present. The conditions for using the green spirit pearl are exceedingly strict. I can only utilize it 2 or 3 times a day, and in my current injured state. It is of no use. May's words chilled my heart. I had once thought her to be an omnipotent expert, but it seems I was mistaken. If she were truly that powerful, she would not need to be a fugitive. Are they pursuing us closely? Can they ascertain your whereabouts in the forest at any moment? Upon hearing that she could not fly, I had to contemplate alternative strategies. Their companion is a highly intelligent beast. As long as I remain on the ground, it will be able to track me, May said, her expression one of reluctance. She, too, was a master of beast taming, yet she had encountered someone even more formidable. Then what are we waiting for? The longer we linger here, the worse our situation becomes, Mills urged, pulling me along to flee. However, after just a few steps, she frowned, and her gait became somewhat peculiar. It was evident that she had overexerted herself the previous day, resulting in unfortunate consequences. It seems we must take to the water. This route is less likely to be tracked and allows for greater speed. As I gazed at the small river before us, an idea struck me. But the water is too deep. How can we cross? Besides, I cannot swim, May said, her fear palpable. For those who cannot swim, entering the water is indeed a terrifying endeavor. In my haste, I could not fashion a raft to carry us, leaving May at a loss for how to navigate the waterway. Last night, I spotted a piece of dry wood in the forest. If we can get it into the water, it should suffice to transport the three of us. I spoke as I led May towards the woods. The dry log was over 2 meters long, as thick as a barrel. It appeared to have been broken by some force, with one end resting on the ground and the other propped against a tree. Though it was thoroughly dried, its weight was still considerable, easily amounting to 200 or 300 pounds. Together, May and I exerted ourselves to carry it to the riverbank. I hadn't anticipated your strength, I remarked, observing May, whose brow was already glistening with sweat. Despite her injuries, she managed to assist me in transporting the log. She truly was a remarkable individual. Let us move swiftly. May urged us on, clearly anxious about the pursuers trailing behind. You too, ride on the log. If fear grips you, just lie low, I instructed the two women. Mills exhibited commendable swimming skills, displaying little apprehension, while May appeared visibly shaken. I pushed the deadwood into the water, and it seemed effortless to accommodate both women. We paddled with our hands, and as the log drifted to the center, our speed increased significantly. United in purpose, we swiftly maneuvered the log to midstream, where we now floated downstream at a pace far superior to that of walking. In order to observe the shifting riverbed, I positioned myself at the front of the log, casually steering its course. Upon reaching the river's heart, May's courage diminished considerably. The water here was at least 5 feet deep, posing a substantial psychological challenge for someone who could not swim. Hold tight to my waist. Don't fall off, I cautioned as I noticed the current quickening ahead. After a brief moment of hesitation, May decisively pressed closer, clinging tightly to my back. I could distinctly feel her body trembling, her softness brushing against me, stirring an unexpected feeling within. It dawned on me that even she had moments of fear. I had always considered her otherworldly. In that instant, my perception of May shifted, and she transformed into a true woman in my eyes, finally shedding her divine aura. We should be able to shake off our pursuers now, right? May asked, a hint of worry lacing her voice. Unless they possess some extraordinary beast capable of soaring through the skies, they likely won't trace our whereabouts. I remained confident about this. Land-dwelling creatures, no matter how astute, would struggle to track a target submerged in water, unless the pursuers brought forth a shark. We should be safe. In truth, it wasn't long before someone arrived at the place we had just vacated, successfully locating the remnants of my smoldering fire. However, their tracking efforts ceased there, unable to discern the direction in which we had departed. Some speculated that we had entered the water. Yet the river was so wide that they could not predict where we would emerge. Perhaps downstream, perhaps on the opposite bank. No one could be certain. Although we had evaded our pursuers, new troubles loomed unexpectedly. After drifting downstream for several miles, the water ahead grew tumultuous. My heart sank as I beheld a steep drop-off. This is bad. A waterfall lies just ahead. We must steer towards the bank, I shouted, desperately attempting to guide the log to shore. Yet the current surged faster, and at our current turning speed, we might plummet over the cliff before reaching safety. In such a raging torrent, even with Mill's adept swimming, survival was uncertain. As for May, who could not swim, her chances were nearly non-existent. Louis, let us abandon this log and swim to the shore. Mills boldly proposed that, if the water was sufficiently good, swimming would undoubtedly be swifter than clinging to the piece of wood. No, I can't swim. Upon seeing Mill's actions, May had already surmised his intentions. She was thoroughly frightened, clinging to me tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. We had to abandon the log, otherwise, we would all perish. I made an immediate decision. Given Mills and my swimming abilities, it would be feasible to take May along. Remaining on the log offered us no chance of survival. At this juncture, we had no choice but to relinquish it in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. Chapter 67. A ship by the sea. Although May was reluctant to part with the log, she could not withstand Mills and me as we dragged her down from it. With all the strength we could muster, we struggled in the water as if fighting for our lives, finally reaching the shore less than 20 meters from the cliff's edge. As we approached the precipice, I was taken aback to discover a sheer drop of nearly 40 meters below, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Had we been even a moment slower in our reactions, we might have faced certain death. Louis, it's so cold. We need to find a place to start a fire. Mills chattered, his teeth clattering audibly. May's condition was no better. She had yet to recover from her terror of the water. The spot where we emerged was steep and strewn with rocks, yet no combustible materials were in sight. To kindle a fire, we had to scale the mountain ahead. I gazed at the peak before us, while not exceedingly high. It still towered at about 20 or 30 meters. The most troublesome aspect was the lack of a path, making the ascent incredibly arduous. A misstep could lead to a grievous fall, resulting in broken limbs or worse. What should have been a relatively short journey took us nearly an hour of strenuous effort to reach the summit. Upon looking out, the first sight that met my eyes was the vast expanse of the sea. It turned out that the waterfall from the cliff was indeed very close to the shoreline. "Louis, look over there," Mills suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he shook my arm vigorously. Following his gaze, I discovered a vessel by the shore. Though it appeared modest in size and had run aground, it filled me with exhilaration. The design of the ship clearly indicated that it was not constructed by the island's indigenous people. It hailed from the outside world, the very world we had long inhabited. The fact that this ship had made its way here suggested that we too could escape, that we could return home. "Don't get your hopes up. That ship won't take you back home," May interjected softly, as if she had long since grown indifferent to it all. "You don't understand. It's not merely a matter of whether we can return home." I refrained from delving deeper into an explanation for May. To live is to exist in a state of hope or despair, two entirely different conditions. For reasons unknown, Mills did not translate my words for May. I made no effort to insist. The barrier of language indeed presented a significant challenge. I resolved to learn the indigenous language from Mills and May in the future. On the other side of the hill, the terrain became considerably gentler. After descending, we hastily gathered some dry firewood to dry our clothes and warm ourselves. "Let us go and take a look," I suggested. Mills appeared to be in much better condition. The resilience of foreign women is indeed remarkable. As a brief rest seemed to rejuvenate her. It is often said that one cannot judge the distance to the sea from the mountain. For while it appeared to be a short distance from above, the reality of the journey revealed otherwise. We took nearly 2 hours to reach the shore. In the distance, a wooden boat lay awkwardly on the beach. It was neither too large nor too small, likely capable of carrying around 100 to 200 tons. Presumably, it was a fishing vessel. As I approached, I was taken aback to discover the boat's registration number inscribed in Chinese characters, Ningyuan number 18. How astonishing it was that fishermen from Haoguak would find their way here. I couldn't help but express my disbelief. Isn't this the vessel that went missing during a storm 2 years ago? I recall seeing news reports about it. The authorities even organized search efforts. How did it end up here? Mills was equally astonished upon seeing the boat's number. His remark jogged my memory. The incident had been broadcasted for several days, ultimately concluding with the announcement of its disappearance. Most believed the ship had sunk to the ocean floor. Who could have predicted it would wash ashore here? "Let us investigate. Perhaps we can uncover traces of human activity," I proposed, climbing aboard the vessel. I hoped to find survivors who could enlighten me on their journey to this island. However, I scoured the interior and exterior of the ship, only to find no sign of life or remnants of human presence such as notes or navigational logs. The sole discovery was a few live fish in the hold. Perhaps they survived due to a breach in the hull that allowed seawater to enter. I caught a 6-pound grouper and climbed down from the boat, where Mills hurried over. "Did you find any clues?" he inquired. "Aside from this fish, nothing at all," I replied, disappointing him. Yet, I remained unconcerned. Even if this vessel could whisk me away from this desolate island, I would choose to stay. Though the fish lacked salt, it was a rare delicacy for those who were famished. Grouper is quite expensive. In our world, I would never have the chance to enjoy such fresh catch right from the sea. The three of us devoured the 6-pound grouper, leaving no scraps behind. It barely sufficed to satiate my hunger. "We should hastily find a place to set up camp. It looks like a storm is brewing," I remarked anxiously, gazing at the ominous clouds on the horizon. The oceanic climate is notoriously fickle. A sunny day can swiftly transform into a torrential downpour. The stranded fishing boat was hardly suitable for shelter, as there was scarcely a portion of it that remained intact. Seeking refuge aboard, it would be little different from standing out in the open. The torrential rain arrived abruptly, and by the time we found a refuge, we were already drenched once more. The makeshift rock face we sheltered under was barely 2 meters deep, with the fierce winds driving the rain relentlessly inside, creating an unbearable and frigid atmosphere. I resolved to build a windbreak outside. Observing the surrounding area, I noted an abundance of stones, making the task quite feasible. Being already soaked, my condition would not worsen from further exposure to the downpour. Braving the elements, I endeavored to construct the windbreak. Mills and May, unable to stand idly by, rushed out to assist me. "You both should go inside," I'll finish this shortly, I urged, waving them off, concerned for their well-being in such inclement weather. Yet, the two women persisted in helping until the task was complete, after which they retreated to the cave. The windbreak proved effective. While the wind still howled, at least the rain was kept at bay. Nevertheless, it remained bitterly cold inside, prompting Mills and me to wring out our wet clothes, while May steadfastly refused to undress in our presence. The rain continued unabated until darkness fell. With no means to kindle a fire, we huddled in the cave, shivering like drenched dogs. Chapter 68. Falling ill. The downpour persisted until dawn. That night, Mills curled up in my embrace, shivering uncontrollably, while my own condition, though somewhat improved, was far from comfortable due to my damp attire. May kept to herself, her modesty preventing her from joining us. Though her health seemed robust, an injury on her arm rendered her ill-equipped to withstand the harsh weather. Before dawn, she collapsed, succumbing to a high fever, her body still drenched, her condition dire. With nothing at hand, and the outside world cloaked in darkness, I was unable to seek out medicinal herbs. When morning finally broke, I discovered Mills had also fallen into a stupor, her lips darkening and her forehead becoming increasingly hot. While I fared slightly better than the two of them, I still felt a throbbing headache, clear symptoms of a cold. What wretched misfortune! Without an axe, even the prospect of lighting a fire had become daunting. Cursing under my breath, I forced myself to venture outside. Everything was soaked, and the firewood I had gathered the previous night was utterly unkindling. Fortunately, I had created a water catchment during the rain, so I need not worry about a lack of fresh water. Yet, mere hydration was insufficient. I needed to locate herbs and a pot for brewing medicine. In this desolate wilderness, where could I possibly find such items? Regardless, I had to search for the herbs while I still had the strength, even if it meant consuming them raw. If all three of us succumbed to illness, we would find ourselves in dire straits indeed. The herbs on the mountain are readily available, and finding them is not particularly arduous. I spent about an hour gathering a substantial quantity of herbs, including some that are effective for treating wounds. Upon examining May's arm, I noticed her injury had turned pale from being soaked in water. If not treated promptly, it could easily become inflamed, potentially leading to more severe ailments like typhoid fever. When I returned, dragging my weary body, I discovered that both women had collapsed. May had fallen into a coma, occasionally mumbling incoherently, words I could not comprehend. I touched her forehead, which felt as hot as a frying pan, warm enough, I feared, to fry an egg. Mills was in slightly better condition, managing to lift her head just enough to gaze at me. Her lips were chapped and cracked from the fever, and her hair was a disheveled mess, completely devoid of any semblance of a goddess. What to do? I felt utterly overwhelmed. The thought of searching for a pot to brew medicine seemed utterly preposterous at this juncture, not to mention the possibility of finding one in this forsaken place. Even if I did, there was no guarantee I could start a fire. Without the means to brew the medicine, how could they possibly ingest the herbs? They would need to chew them, and given their current state, it was inconceivable for them to swallow such bitter concoctions. I first gathered some rainwater and gave Mills a small sip, then removed May's veil, pried her mouth open, and administered a little to her as well. The cold water would provide little benefit to them. How I longed for a bowl of warm water. Seeing the two women in such distress tightened my heart. I, too, felt unwell. Had this been any other time, I would have been resting in bed, yet here I was, burdened with the responsibility for others' survival. It seemed I had no choice but to toil on. I first chewed the wound-healing herbs until they were pulverized, then carefully applied the mixture to May's arm. Next, I tore a strip from my clothing to bandage her injury. Perhaps due to the pain, May stirred awake, and upon seeing me tending to her wound, she seemed to find solace and closed her eyes again. Next, I had to feed them the cold remedy herbs, a task fraught with difficulty. First, I needed to extract the medicinal juice by chewing the herbs, then transfer it into their mouths. While such an intimate act might have seemed alluring, I found no pleasure in it, for the herbs were unbearably bitter. I had to chew repeatedly to extract the juice. Under normal circumstances, if I were to offer such a filthy concoction to two goddesses, they would surely react with outrage. Yet now, neither they nor I had any options left. Mills was somewhat better. Having shared intimacy, she wouldn't think my saliva too repulsive, allowing me to feed her with relative ease. After successfully administering her dose, my cheeks ached from the effort. These herbs were far from delectable. Chewing them was laborious, and some fibrous pieces required tremendous effort just to break apart. The task at hand is undeniably arduous. With the passage of time, I find myself struggling, as if my very jaws are unable to bear the burden, and a painful blister has formed within my mouth. After a brief respite, I musters my resolve to administer the medicine to May. The first dose goes smoothly as I pry open her mouth, forcefully introducing the warm medicinal liquid. May's lips flutter gently, and she successfully swallows the concoction. However, as I prepare to offer her the second dose, she suddenly opens her eyes wide. Startled by the proximity of my face and my intentions to approach her, she reacts instinctively, raising her hand and striking me with considerable force. I am utterly unprepared for such a vigorous response, and her strength exceeds my expectations. Her palm connects solidly with my chest, sending a jolt of pain coursing through me, propelling me backward until I crash against the cave wall. The impact sends waves of agony through my back, and I instinctively expel the medicine from my mouth, my face contorted in pain as I begin to cough violently. Who could have anticipated that even in her weakened state, May would possess such strength, far beyond what ordinary individuals like us could contend with? How could you act this way? He is trying to save you, and you repay kindness with hostility, Mills exclaimed, glaring at May with indignation. May's expression darkened. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet ultimately remained silent. Perhaps her mind was clouded by confusion. Or perhaps she truly comprehended that I did not intend to invade her personal space. Regardless, I chose to dismiss it as an unfortunate accident. She had grown accustomed to solitude, fostering an instinctual wariness. After enduring a fit of coughing, I finally regained my composure. May's reaction was purely instinctual, akin to my own survival instincts in the wilderness, where any disturbance prompts an immediate defensive response to ward off potential threats. You truly are a fool. After being struck, you still defend her. Does beauty grant one immunity from reason? Mills shot me a disapproving look, bemused that I, who was supposed to be closest to her, would intercede on May's behalf. Her anger stemmed from concern for my safety. You are also quite lovely. Perhaps you too should disregard reason in the future. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I jested with Mills. She shot me a sideways glance, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. She recognized that I cared for her feelings, and the tension in her expression began to ease. Chapter 69. Survivors following this brief tumult. The subsequent task of administering the medicine progressed with far greater ease. Throughout the ordeal, May refrained from any further aggression, even keeping her eyes closed. Yet, I understood that she was awake, merely unwilling to confront the harsh reality before her. Once the medicinal liquid was administered, I encouraged her to drink some water, and before long, the morning had slipped away amidst the commotion. At this juncture, both of my cheeks were swollen from the exertion, and even speaking felt particularly painful. The sole benefit was that I would no longer have to prepare the medicine again. However, should I be required to repeat this process, I would find myself utterly incapable of doing so. Thus, I must venture out to gather some firewood to dry, and, rather casually, I must also procure the tools necessary for concocting medicine. Collecting firewood is not a daunting task. However, finding the appropriate instruments for brewing potions proves to be considerably more challenging. Ultimately, I must set my sights on that dilapidated vessel. The tumultuous winds and rains of the previous night seemed to have little impact on the rickety ship. As soon as the sun emerged, it resumed its appearance from our first encounter yesterday. I climbed aboard the fishing boat and commenced a meticulous search, leaving no corner unexplored. Under normal circumstances, fishing vessels venturing out to sea would be equipped with pots, bowls, and various utensils, for they spend extended periods on the water and cannot manage without such necessities. Yet, this particular boat was astonishingly pristine, as if it had been ransacked by a band of beggars, devoid of any belongings. After several laps around the ship, I finally made a noteworthy discovery. A wooden door, more than 2 feet wide, had a piece of iron affixed to its lower half. Upon sighting this object, a wave of delight washed over me. Though it was not particularly remarkable, if I were to dent it with a stone, it could serve as a makeshift pot. To avoid wasting time, I promptly removed the entire wooden door, which conveniently could also be used as firewood. My labor was arduous, and I sweated profusely. However, I felt a significant alleviation of my headache, and my cold symptoms noticeably diminished. After extracting the rudimentary pot, I finally exhaled in relief. If I continued to administer medicine to them, my own healthy teeth would surely suffer. When one falls ill, merely consuming medicine is insufficient. Nourishment is also essential. Fortunately, There were a few fish beneath the cabin, and I managed to catch another. I also foraged for some wild vegetables in the wilderness, resulting in a pot of fish soup. Regrettably, I was unable to find any coconut-like items, and thus lacked a bowl, resorting to using a few sticks as chopsticks. Mill's condition improved significantly. She was now able to sit up and use the sticks to feed herself. However, May's situation was considerably more troublesome. When I awkwardly propped her up, I discovered that she could not use chopsticks at all. The fish, which had been thoroughly cooked, could not reach her mouth. Alas, this young lady still required assistance. In resignation, I had no choice but to pick up the fish and feed it to her myself. To be frank, the fish soup was quite delectable, and my culinary skills in preparing fish were commendable. However, a skilled cook is powerless without ingredients. The fish soup, devoid of salt, fell short of exquisite flavors. Although ocean fish lacked the strong, fishy odor of freshwater fish, there remained a slight scent. When May took a bite, she nearly retched. It seemed she had been accustomed to a life of luxury, indulging in the finest fare. When had she ever dined on such bland and insipid food? Do not feed her anymore, I thought. How could she afford to be picky under such conditions? Mills appeared somewhat envious. Technically speaking, she was my woman, and I had not even fed her, yet I was attending to May so attentively. It was likely that May was severely ill, lacking an appetite, and feeling somewhat nauseous. This was not mere conjecture. In reality, when we are unwell, no matter how exquisite the delicacies before us, we seldom manage to consume more than a few bites, let alone such unseasoned fare. You must put up with her. Mills pouted, turning her head away, her jealousy palpable. This is indeed a peculiar situation. If you insist on this, I shall accommodate you. I lifted a piece of fish and brought it to Mill's lips. This woman is rather easy to please. She merely harbors a slight psychological imbalance. Given the current circumstances, I am keen to avoid any discord. Despite her stern demeanor, Mills eventually consumed the fish, casting a provocative glance towards May. To my surprise, May remained utterly composed, offering Mills a serene smile in return. Frankly, I do not doubt that May can perceive Mills' emotions. A woman's intuition is remarkably acute. Her ability to remain so unperturbed is truly admirable. I fed May 2 more pieces of fish, observing her furrowed brow as she struggled to suppress her discomfort. When I offered her another piece, she turned away. Very well, perhaps she would prefer some fish soup later. I understand that one cannot force someone to alter their dietary habits. Such things cannot be transformed overnight. It is worth noting that when we first arrived on the island, many were quite finicky about their food, only to discover, once hunger set in, that anything edible was a delight. Mill's appetite was also diminished, consuming less than usual, while I found myself ravenous, devouring the remnants entirely, leaving only the soup for them to enjoy when it cools. Louis, I sent someone nearby, Mills remarked after finishing her meal, sending a chill down my spine. Sense, have you spotted anyone? I inquired, feeling a surge of anxiety. From yesterday to today, I had overlooked such details. Today, I had been preoccupied, and with my own cold, I had failed to notice my surroundings. I haven't seen anyone. But when you went out to find the pot, I felt certain someone was lurking in the shadows, watching us. My head had been foggy at the time, and I hadn't clearly seen her gesture towards a thicket outside. I immediately rose and walked in that direction. This matter is far too serious. If we are caught by those indigenous people again, the consequences could be dire. After last night's rain, the ground outside remained damp, and I quickly discovered signs of disturbance near the thicket. Further searching led me to a pair of footprints. What struck me as odd, however, was that these were shoe prints. It is known that the indigenous people typically do not wear shoes. If they do, it is only traditional cloth footwear, not rubber-soled shoes. Clearly, the visitor was not one of the island's natives, which offered me a modicum of relief. It was possible that this was a survivor from the ship. I tentatively assessed the situation, feeling a cautious confidence of about 60 to 70%. Really? Can you find them? Perhaps they are fellow countrymen, Mills said, her courage bolstered at the thought of survivors. Why should I seek them out? Do not assume that all survivors are benevolent. Remember Yang Baichun and his companions? After prolonged isolation on a deserted island, they could resort to anything. I remained vigilant, for the lessons learned from past experiences weighed heavily on my mind. Chapter 70. Conflict. Although I did not seek them out, they soon came knocking at my door. Just as 2 women had finished their fish soup and I was preparing to concoct some medicine, voices drifted in from outside. The newcomers spoke in a dialect of Akita, albeit with a somewhat unrefined accent. their speech fragmented, suggesting they were only slightly more proficient than I. By the time the voices faded, 3 men had appeared before us. Upon glancing up, I noted that 2 were tall foreigners with fair skin and blue eyes, while the third was a distinctly yellow-skinned individual, possibly from the Haokai nation. The 2 foreigners stood at least 185 meters tall, appearing somewhat gaunt, perhaps due to malnutrition, while the yellow-skinned man was around 175 meters. Their gazes fixated on the 2 women, laden with palpable desire. It was clear from their eyes that these 3 men harbored ill intentions. One of the foreigners slowed his speech to address us. I understood the rudimentary Akita dialect, but chose to ignore them. Just as Mills was about to speak, I silenced him with a glance. "Where are you from? Do you understand?" The yellow-skinned man finally spoke, his Chinese heavily accented, clearly not a native of the Haokai nation. I had heard such Chinese too often in television dramas. "Are you from the Yajiguo?" I lifted my head and cast a somewhat impolite glance at the man. "Damn it. I am of the esteemed Yamato people, not some filthy foreigner." The man's eyes flared with indignation, confirming my suspicions. "Esteemed Yamato people? You are nothing but remnants of a lost tribe cast onto a deserted island thousands of years ago. Even your script is a mere imitation of our Haokai." I held no affection for the Yajiguo, especially not for those with malicious intent. The men from Yajiguo were adept at pretense, appearing as refined gentlemen. Yet their true natures emerged when they felt unrestrained. "Baka, you Chinese pig deserve to die?" The Yajiguo man fumed, advancing, only to be halted by a firm grip on his shoulder from behind. "Yamada Kazuo, do not act rashly." To my surprise, one of the fair-skinned men spoke Chinese. Though his command of the language was laughable, it seemed he intended to say impulsive, but instead uttered egg rush. "Mr. Auburn, this Chinese person is insufferable. I wish to deal with them as I did with those fishermen." Yamada Kazuo seethed with fury, yet I gleaned much from his words. It appeared that there were indeed other survivors aboard that wretched ship. Their fates, however, remained uncertain. "Once I capture him, won't that suffice? This woman is quite appealing. I shall claim her first." Auburn gazed at Mills with a lustful expression. May, veiled, obscured her appearance. Thus he was immediately captivated by Mills. Despite all being white survivors stranded on this island, he showed not an ounce of compassion. It seems that these individuals have become indistinguishable from Yang Baichun and his ilk. My expression darkened. Given their malevolent intentions, I would not extend them any courtesy. Had they approached me in the morning, I might have harbored some trepidation, but now, having worked up a sweat, my cold symptoms had largely dissipated. Coupled with a hearty meal, I felt invigorated. "Kneel and beg, and perhaps I shall go easy on you." I mused. Auburn clasped his hands together, cracking his knuckles ominously, exuding an air of formidable strength. Foreigners tend to favor brawls that are raw and visceral, devoid of any elaborate techniques or tricks. The pinnacle of combat for them is boxing or mixed martial arts. When it comes to lethality, nothing compares to the fierce styles of Haogwa, such as Baji Quan or Lunghu Quan. In the military, I was trained in techniques designed for swift kills. Though I had not experienced the brutality of war firsthand, I had participated as a mercenary in smaller skirmishes. Dealing with these foreigners, who possessed only a modicum of strength, posed no challenge. They lacked the grotesque power and extraordinary reflexes of the indigenous peoples. As Auburn prepared to strike, I abruptly leapt to my feet, seizing the pot of boiling water and hurling it towards him. A piercing scream escaped Auburn's lips, astonished by my sudden aggression. Scalding water is no trifling matter. But the true assault was yet to follow. While he was flustered, I delivered a flying kick directly to his chest. Thud! Auburn was sent sprawling 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. I was taken aback by my own strength. I had never exhibited such power before. Typically, kicking someone down would require momentum, resulting in a mere meter of distance. Yet, I had seemingly leapt from a standstill and propelled the towering Auburn 3 meters. Far beyond my expectations. "Martial arts?" questioned another foreigner, regarding me with evident disdain. The so-called martial prowess of Haogwa was but a sham, a ruse perpetrated by charlatans. Yamamoto Kazuo, it seemed, had encountered those deceitful individuals in the streets. "Let us subdue him," he proposed, drawing a hefty machete from behind him. Such a blade is an excellent survival tool in the wild, even superior to an axe, with a lethality that is indisputable, a quintessential weapon for murder and pillaging. Yamamoto's actions elicited a scoff from the white man, who nonetheless brandished a Nepalese kukri. Observing his grip, I discerned that he was not to be trifled with. He was far more formidable than the bumbling Yamamoto. With empty hands against blades, and facing two adversaries, the pressure mounted significantly. Yet, the arrow was nocked. There was no turning back. Yamamoto charged at me, spewing invectives, brandishing his machete in a sweeping arc aimed at my right hand. With the force behind his strike, should it truly connect, I fear my arm would be severed from my body. The glint of the blade was particularly menacing. Had my reflexes been even a fraction slower, the consequences would have been dire. Due to the constraints of our surroundings, evading him would compel me to retreat towards another opponent, a white man far more formidable. Should he close the distance, my peril would only intensify. In a moment of desperation, I leaned to the side, accelerating forward while lifting my right elbow, crashing it forcefully into the chest of Yamamoto Iki. His swing missed entirely, leaving him unable to control his trajectory, and he collided directly with my elbow. A sharp crack echoed as his chest caved in, several ribs undoubtedly fractured. His weapon flew from his grasp, and I seized it deftly. I kicked Yamamoto Iki away. He writhed in agony on the ground, but I felt no sympathy. My focus was entirely on the last man standing. I acknowledge your strength. I am Jared, and I believe we could become friends. The white man clearly faltered, especially upon witnessing my acquisition of the hefty machete, which rendered any advantage he might have had null. It was evident to him that not only was I powerful, but I was also a seasoned veteran. To engage me would be to gamble with his life. Apologies. But I do not befriend beasts. I maintain my threat towards Jared. Had I not been so assertive moments ago, it would be I lying on the ground now. What do you mean? Jared clearly did not grasp my words, indicating his limited understanding of Chinese. What I mean is that I seek your life. I lunged forward. The tip of the machete aimed directly at his heart, showing no signs of mercy. Jared's expression shifted, instinctively. He pivoted his body while his blade arced toward my right hand. His reaction speed astonished me. He was no ordinary foe, but rather a seasoned soldier, at least a veteran of 5 years. His condition and prowess surpassed my own at the time of my recent retirement. Had this encounter occurred days prior, I would not have stood a chance against him. Yet today was different. I was imbued with vigor, and my reflexes had markedly improved. Jared's upward thrust was easily sidestepped, allowing my left elbow to crash into his head. However, he was no novice. His missed strike prompted a swift counteraction, mirroring my intentions. With a resounding impact, our arms collided, sending a jolt of pain coursing through me. We both retreated cautiously, mindful to avoid leaving ourselves open to attack. Though Jared's reactions were swift, perhaps due to his dubious past, he stumbled over a low shrub. Such an opportune moment could not be squandered. I lunged forward, pouncing upon him with determination. Yet this fellow's adaptability is remarkably formidable. The instant I lunged, his hand had already brandished the military knife, denying me any opportunity for reaction. The gleaming Nepalese blade magnified in my vision, its blood groove appearing increasingly pronounced. Should he pierce me, I would not only face death, but perhaps lose half my life. At that moment, my body had already launched forward, unable to halt my momentum. In this dire predicament, I twisted my body, thrusting my elbow directly at Jared's throat. Even if his knife pierced me, I was determined to take his life. With a sharp crack, I shattered Jared's throat, simultaneously breaking his cervical vertebrae with my elbow. His knife, however, grazed my chest, leaving a trail of blood. Had it shifted just a fraction, my chances of survival would have plummeted below 10%. Jared's body trembled twice before he quickly succumbed. I seized his knife and rummaged through his belongings for the sheath. Such a valuable item should not go to waste. Here. I tossed the military knife to Mills, who stood there, paralyzed with shock. You killed him? Mills stammered, her gaze towards me shifting. She had never anticipated I would take a life, nor with such decisiveness. If I did not kill him, he would have killed me and taken you all captive. He is a soldier. Dying at the hands of an adversary is not dishonorable. I still held a measure of respect for Jared. Although he appeared ferocious, he was not necessarily as despicable as the other two. Mills nodded with concern, hesitating to glance at the corpse on the ground. Yet she understood that all my actions were for her sake. Reflecting on young men and the others' plight, Mills felt somewhat reassured. Some individuals, if spared, would render your existence worse than death. I approached Yamamoto Kazuo, brandishing my machete, and darkly commanded, "Get up. I have questions for you." The two individuals lying on the ground averted their gazes, knowing the formidable Jared had fallen to me. They were nothing but fledglings, now injured, and dared not defy me. You are a demon. The gods will claim you. Yamamoto Kazuo struggled to rise, his mouth spewing curses. A swift motion with my machete carved a gash into his flesh. I will slaughter you instantly. At least one of you will survive. Yamamoto Kazuo promptly complied, stifling his cries of pain. Where do you reside? And how many accomplices do you have? I began my interrogation. None. There are 4 more accomplices, he stuttered, his eyes darting, his words contradicting one another, clearly indicating deception. Be truthful. What is the situation? Speak falsely, and I will end your life immediately. There truly are 4 more, Yamamoto Kazuo finally confessed, fear evident in his eyes. They are all confined by us. Confined? They are evidently your slaves. I knew the outcome without even having to think. This fellow appears to be more malevolent than he fey. What good could he possibly do? Where does he reside? Take me there. I suspect those 4 individuals must be the Hawa people from the fishing boat. I never anticipated they had become the slaves of these 3 ruffians. Yamamoto Kazuo glanced at me with a hint of fear, yet remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to take a step. Albin, not comprehending our conversation, merely gazed at me in confusion. Mills, translate for him and have him lead the way, I instructed. This Japanese man from Jigwa, unwilling to cooperate, would be better off dealt with directly. I turned to Mills and said, though my words were laden with intimidation, they dared not disobey. Upon hearing Mills' translation, Albin did not utter another word and promptly took the lead, with Yamamoto following suit. The 2 had arrived brimming with bravado, yet now appeared as defeated dogs, tails tucked. Trudging forward, you stay here and rest. I shall go take a look and return. I suspect the situation over there is dire, and the women may not be able to bear it. No, we will accompany you. Who knows if there are others lurking here, Mills replied, somewhat fearful. Especially with a corpse hiding outside, sending shivers down her spine. In this desolate island, the terror of the living far surpasses that of the dead. Very well. Come along then. Just try not to vomit, I said, allowing Mills to support Mei as the 3 of them trailed behind Albin, steadily making their way to their encampment. Chapter 72. Utter inhumanity. Albin and his companions had established their camp on the opposite side of the mountain, approximately 3 to 4 miles from the wrecked ship. That area was not far from the river's mouth, making it easy to catch fish. No wonder there were fish in the hold. They hardly paid it any mind. Upon entering the camp, my eyes were immediately drawn to several individuals who were bound to posts, their mouths gagged with tattered cloth. Their bodies bore countless scars, aside from their faces. Nearly every inch was marred. Upon seeing Yamamoto Kazuo return, the individuals appeared particularly tense, clearly suffering extreme mental and physical torment at the hands of these 3 men. Upon our arrival, their expressions grew even more animated. They desperately attempted to communicate, yet words escaped them. Remove the rags from their mouths, I commanded Yamamoto, though I did not instruct him to fully untie them. I was uncertain of their mental state, and should they go mad, it could spell serious trouble, especially since Mills and Mei were still unwell. Upon hearing my words in Chinese, their agitation intensified. I distinctly noticed the pressure in their eyes. Reluctantly, Yamamoto stepped forward to remove the rags from their mouths. Hurry, they are demons. They kill without hesitation, and there is a more formidable one who has not yet returned, shouted one man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, in a state of panic. Fear not, I have dealt with that individual. What has happened to you that so many have been captured by so few? I observe that all 4 individuals are men, and one would expect them to exhibit greater prowess. My compatriot, you are unaware of their true nature. These individuals were rescued from the sea, provided with ample sustenance, and yet they repay our kindness with treachery. The middle-aged man, increasingly agitated, spoke with fiery intensity, his eyes nearly ablaze. How could they have wronged you so? I found myself perplexed. If Yamada and the others merely enslaved them for labor, it would not seem justifiable for such deep-seated resentment. Within a week of arriving on this island, these 3 took advantage of our slumber to sever one of our Achilles tendons. The fiery-tempered Sanzi and Lao Chi were even murdered, their flesh preserved as cured meat. The mere thought of such brutality sent shivers down my spine. Severing a person's tendon is tantamount to ruining their life. Without medical facilities on this island, even if they survive, they will forever be disabled. As for murder, to remove human flesh for preservation, what kind of inhuman beasts could commit such atrocities? They have lived at sea for years. Finding seafood is not difficult. Why resort to cannibalism? Is what you say truly credible? Can they consume human flesh? I began to doubt my own hearing. Though I had encountered tales of cannibalism online, I had never witnessed it in real life. "Release me, and I shall show you," the middle-aged man said passionately, revealing that they had indeed endured severe trauma. I glared at Yamada, urging him to assist. Although he appeared reluctant, he dared not defy me, fully aware that angering me could cost him his life. The 4 men were released, and 2 of the younger ones exhibited a vacant expression, their gazes averted and unwilling to meet mine. What affliction had befallen them? I was bewildered. One would assume the youth would possess a greater capacity to withstand such blows. These wretches torment them daily. The middle-aged man shot a venomous glare at Yamada, his eyes ignited with hatred. Upon hearing this man speak, I felt a tightening in my core. These 3 men were utterly revolting. I now regretted not having dealt with them decisively earlier. Yet, upon further reflection, simply killing them would seem too lenient. Rest assured, I shall provide you the opportunity for vengeance. I resolved to return their malevolence in kind. Shortly, I would sever the tendons of these 2 and leave their fate in the hands of the others. The middle-aged man led us into a cave, where I discovered an array of kitchenware and even some seasonings. It became clear why the fishing boat was devoid of supplies. They had been relocated here. Deeper within, I encountered 2 large vats, covered with wooden planks. The middle-aged man gestured towards them, stating, "The flesh of Sanzi and Lao Chi resides within these vats." Boldly, I approached and forcefully lifted the wooden cover, revealing a human leg coiled atop the vat. At the bend of the leg, the head of a severely dehydrated individual lay, with eyes completely turned to a shade of gray. Perhaps due to a deficiency in salt, a putrid odor wafted from the nearby barrel, causing my stomach to churn violently, nearly provoking a bout of nausea. Fortunately, the 2 women had not followed. Otherwise, they would likely have been unable to eat for 3 days. I stepped back several paces, feeling both repulsed and enraged, as if my fury could incinerate the very cave itself. Yamamoto, Kazuo, and Albin recognized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and hastily retreated towards the cave's exit, fully aware that I would not let them escape. Damn it, these 3 wretches are even lower than beasts. Beasts do not consume their own kind. I took off in pursuit, determined not to allow these 2 despicable creatures to flee. Although injured, they would prove difficult to catch if they split up. However, after only a few strides, I discovered that my speed had increased significantly, as if I had consumed a potent stimulant. In less than 10 minutes, I had cornered the 2 miscreants, delivering blows and kicks until I had them back in my grasp. Just as I prepared to hand them over to the middle-aged man, a scene unfolded before me that nearly drove me to the brink of fury. The 2 dazed young men had seized Mills, their military knife pressed against his throat. "Have you lost your mind? I aided you in confronting our adversaries, and now you turn against me?" I truly could not fathom the reasoning behind their actions. "I'm truly sorry, brother. They refused to listen to me," the middle-aged man said, his expression one of palpable embarrassment. Fully aware of the dishonorable and even shameless nature of this act. "Bossian, spare us your rhetoric. In this wretched place, we all know there's no hope of returning alive. I've been single for so many years. I refuse to live my life relying solely on my own hands. This foreign woman is quite exceptional. We brothers have claimed her." One of the young men, gritting his teeth, spoke with a fierce countenance. "She is my woman. If you do not release her, I will slaughter you," I replied, my tone as calm as if conversing with a friend. Yet my heart was as hard as cold iron, dismissing the notions of righteousness and morality. "Ha ha ha, you aid them, and what do you ultimately gain? I have long asserted that there are no good people in your country." Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his words piercing my heart. Chapter 73. Absurd Negotiation. Shut your mouth. I seethed, my fury igniting as I swung my machete downward, aimed directly at Yamamoto Kazuo's forehead. The transformation of these 2 young men into their current state was largely due to the prolonged abuse they had endured. Living in an extremely harsh environment for an extended period can easily foster a warped worldview and extreme mindset. This strike was delivered with no regard for Yamamoto Kazuo's life. The conflicts among the people of my nation were internal matters, not for him to meddle in. The brilliant glint of a blade raced towards Yamada Kazuo's forehead. Instinctively, he ducked, yet the heavy machete grazed past his face, severing one of his ears with a resounding thud as it fell to the ground. Pain overwhelmed him. After a few stunned seconds, the agony of his dismembered ear finally registered in his nervous system. The Japanese assailant collapsed onto the ground like a dog, clutching his ear and rolling in torment, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Within a minute, a putrid stench filled the air. The poor wretch had lost control of his bowels from the pain. Serves him right. I kicked Yamada Kazuo squarely in the back, sending him tumbling out of the hole. Albin, standing nearby, turned pale, torn between the desire to flee and the fear of remaining, anxious that I might suddenly turn my wrath upon him. The two young men who had held Mills captive were equally stunned. They could hardly fathom my ferocity and the ruthlessness of my actions. As my gaze shifted towards them, they involuntarily trembled. "Put down the knife, or I shall take her life," shouted the young man wielding a Nepalese dagger, his voice trembling with tension. Yet, the blade in his hand quivered nervously as well, and I feared that any emotional outburst could result in him slashing Mills' throat. "Listen, brother, we are all compatriots of Hagwa. Why not discuss this amicably? It's merely a woman. I know of a place abundant with them. You need not resort to such extremes." In an effort to alleviate his anxiety, I strove to suppress the fury bubbling within me. Though my smile was somewhat strained, it was certainly more palatable than a scowl, potentially easing their fear. "You lie. There are no others left on this wretched island." Although the young man voiced his doubts, it was evident that his defenses were wavering. "Brother, what is your name? We are all Hagwa people. Why would I deceive you? We just arrived from the seaside. This deserted island is not only populated but also teeming with beautiful women, far more enchanting than any I have encountered before." As I spoke nonsensically, I discreetly signaled to Mills and May. Though I had uttered not a single word to Mills, she quickly grasped my intent. Mills soon communicated in the native tongue with May, leaving the two young men bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend their exchange. "My name is Lu Jun, and this is my buddy Chinbayan. What are these two women saying? Why can't I understand a word?" The knife-wielding Lu Jun looked at Mills and May with confusion. "See, you are Lu Jun, and I am Louis. Perhaps we were even kin 500 years ago. I understand you have suffered indignities and abuse here, but you cannot take your anger out on my woman. Brother, lower your weapon, and let us converse. On this deserted island, matters concerning women are trivial. I genuinely hope Lu Jun will relinquish his blade. If he releases Mills, I could choose to forgive and forget. We are all Hagwa people. I can endure this slight. Do not deceive me. I know you are formidable, but we are not to be trifled with either. Had it not been for that cursed Japanese traitoress ambush, we would have already dealt with him." Lu Jun endeavored to adopt a ferocious demeanor, attempting to overpower me with sheer intimidation. I regarded such petty tactics with disdain. Lacking any professional training, they may possess an inherent fierceness, yet in a true confrontation, they are hardly noteworthy. "Do you find her beautiful?" I redirected the conversation by pointing at Mills, deliberately avoiding further provocation of Lu Jun and his companion's emotions. The beauty of a woman of Han lineage is indeed commendable, a rarity even in the outside world. Since you have so many women, let us have this one, shall we? Lu Jun nodded, shamelessly addressing me. I discerned that he harbored no remorse. The flicker of pity I had briefly entertained was swiftly cast aside. Is this truly considered a beauty? Clearly, you have not encountered what a genuine beauty is. This woman was just gifted to me by the local natives. Would you care to see what she truly looks like? I jested, gesturing towards May, who was veiled. Were it not for her constant concealment, it is likely that May herself would have been abducted. Do not deceive me. Could there possibly be a woman more exquisite than a Caucasian beauty? Even if there were, she would be a rare gem indeed, and certainly not within your reach, Lu Jun retorted, his skepticism evident. However, curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to see May's true appearance. The matter of worthiness is not for you to dictate. Several dozen miles away lies a local tribe that favors women of ample proportions. Thus, such a woman is often overlooked. As I spoke, I approached May and gently lifted her veil. She remained still, permitting me to remove it with ease. The moment the veil was lifted, the sound of several men swallowing hard echoed in unison. A beauty of this caliber possesses an overwhelming allure. No man can resist such temptation. Is this woman truly a gift to you? Lu Jun stammered, his words faltering. In his life, he had neither seen nor even heard of a beauty like this. Indeed, the customs of the indigenous tribe are peculiar. They deem her too slender, unsuitable for bearing offspring, hence the prohibition on revealing her face. I concocted a tale about having bartered for her with a feast of roasted meat, albeit with some basis in truth. Good heavens! You exchanged a mere feast for such a stunning beauty? These natives are truly lacking in discernment. Brother, what if I trade you this woman for yours? Lu Jun was nearly drooling, his gaze fixated on May's face despite his words. May herself remained remarkably composed, accustomed to such scrutiny. Lu Jun, is this not foolish? If we acquire this woman, we could each have one. Should we tire of her, we could exchange for variety. Imagine how delightful that life would be. Chen Biong, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. This fellow's appetite for such dreams was insatiable, considering his own precarious situation. No, Mills saved my life. She is the most significant woman in my existence. If you do not release her, I shall fight you with all my might. This woman may be offered to you. If it comes to that, I can simply acquire another from the indigenous tribe. I am aware that Mills is presently in a weakened state. Only by exchanging her can we proceed to the next step. May is different. Even when she was ill, she could still send me flying. And now her condition has significantly improved. Chapter 74. Life and Death by Fate. The two young men, witnessing my resolute demeanor, felt a flicker of uncertainty. My ability to subdue Yamamoto Kazuo and his companions undoubtedly surpasses theirs. Should I recklessly engage them, it is highly likely that they would be the ones to fall. Sacrificing my life for a woman seems exceedingly unwise. The crux of the matter lies in my willingness to offer them the most exquisite May, thus granting them a choice, either to revel in the company of the fairest maiden or to gamble their lives, with the potential of gaining nothing in the end. The two young men exchanged glances before ultimately opting for compromise. You let her come over. No tricks, Lu Jun commanded, pointing at May. This woman radiates beauty akin to the moon, an immense temptation for every passerby traversing in darkness. Mills, you tell her, I am about to hand her over. I stated to Mills, confident in her ability to communicate with May. The two women engaged in a flurry of chatter, and eventually, May calmly nodded at me, approaching Lu Jun. Upon witnessing May's obedient stride, both Lu Jun and Chun Biong wore broad smiles. To possess a beauty of such caliber would undoubtedly provide ample material for a man's lifetime of boasting. Moreover, I was directly gifting her to them. Lu Jun, is this woman still a virgin? Are you truly willing to share her? I stoked the flames, testing the authenticity of their brotherly bond. Is this true? Upon learning that May was indeed untouched, Lu Jun's delight magnified. Brother, why not acquire another for yourself? Then none of us need worry about the absence of women. Lu Jun's possessiveness was evident. Who would wish to share such a stunning woman, especially when she is a virgin? Their brotherhood, it seemed, was not as ironclad as one might presume. Lu Jun, that is rather unfair, is it not? Did we not vow to share wealth and women alike? Chen Biong expressed his discontent. Who would be foolish enough to forego a beauty before them in pursuit of unfulfilled dreams? Just as the two were bickering, Mills finally returned to my side. May had obediently approached Lu Jun and Chen Biong, appearing delicate and fragile. Well, this outcome is satisfactory for all, I declared. Lu Jun, you two rascals should express your gratitude. Boss Yin finally exhaled. He had been quite concerned about my potential aggression towards Lu Jun and his companion. No need for thanks. That military knife belongs to my wife for self-defense. May I have it back now? I fixed my gaze on the Nepalese military knife in Lu Jun's possession. This tool is indeed quite effective and remarkably sharp, making it easy to kill or butcher. Lu Jun hesitated, but seeing May's compliant demeanor, his wariness diminished considerably. He, like me, felt a certain reluctance to part with the knife. However, just as he hesitated, May's delicate hand suddenly rose and rested upon his wrist. Then, with the gentlest touch of two fingers, she effortlessly relieved him of the military blade. Lu Jun, have you lost your mind? How could your resolve be so weak before her? Chen Biong expressed his irritation, believing that May's act of taking the knife from Lu Jun was entirely voluntary on his part. The ease with which she accomplished this was reminiscent of a lover accepting flowers from their beloved, imbued with a tender grace. This woman is dangerously beguiling. We have been ensnared by her charms. Lu Jun nearly wept. Though May's movements appeared gentle, he found himself utterly immobilized. In her presence, a man of Lu Jun's caliber was scarcely more formidable than a mere chicken. With a gentle push, Lu Jun was sent sprawling like a discarded sack, colliding heavily with Chun Biong. Both stumbled and fell to the ground. Witnessing May's formidable prowess, I felt a shiver of trepidation. Although I had always known of her strength, I had never before witnessed her in action. Had she not been injured, even without her peculiar abilities, I would surely have been no match for her. Standing nearby, Auburn regretted his earlier intentions to confront this woman, realizing the folly of his thoughts. The man was already formidable. It was astonishing to discover the woman was even more so. May, Come back. We are ready to depart, I declared, my interest in their fates waning. My mercy was unreciprocated. My decision to spare them was already a considerable act of clemency. What shall we do about them? Bossian queried, gesturing towards the crumpled figure of Yamada Kazuo in the nearby Auburn. Handle it as you see fit. The role of the slave master is contingent upon your own capabilities. I found myself disinclined to intervene further. Yamada and his companions surely deserved their fates, yet those present were not necessarily virtuous. Why must I assume the mantle of the benevolent savior? In this lawless island existence, a lack of resolve warrants subjugation. Moreover, with the odds 4-2 and the adversaries already wounded, should they fail to prevail, they could only blame their own inadequacy. Upon hearing my words, Boss Yin immediately signaled to another individual who lunged forward, with Lu Jun and his companion displaying fierce expressions. Their reactions were as I anticipated, yet Yamada's response astonished me. Previously huddled on the ground, he suddenly rose with remarkable vigor. In less than 5 seconds, 6 individuals were fiercely engaged in combat. Fists, elbows, feet, legs, knees, heads, and teeth were all employed. Anything that could be used to tear something from the opponent was fair game. Witnessing this chaotic and frenzied scene, Mills nearly lost his mind. Even the typically composed May widened her eyes in disbelief. There's nothing worth watching here. Let us take what we need and leave. I casually collected several pieces of their cutlery, knowing they had an abundance and would hardly miss them, while I was in dire need of such items. Are you truly going to leave them to their own devices? Mills seemed perplexed by my actions. This was a matter of fate. Whether one thrives or falters depends entirely on their own abilities. I have my own myriad troubles to contend with. Who could possibly assist me in resolving them? I spoke calmly. In truth, I had already afforded them an opportunity. Had it not been for Mills's abduction, I would undoubtedly have severed the tendons of both Aubin and Yamamoto. Now, having refrained from such actions, I have granted them a slim chance for redemption. As for Boss Yin and his companions, my decision to release them was the greatest opportunity one could offer. Furthermore, I had dispatched the formidable Jared. Under these circumstances, should they fail to capture Yamamoto Ichibu and Aubin, it would only indicate their utter lack of courage, deserving of a lifetime of servitude. There is a saying passed down from our ancestors: the pitiable often harbor something despicable. This adage holds truth. Some individuals only awaken to their potential after enduring profound suffering. Chapter 75. A necessity for action with tools in hand. The subsequent 2 days became significantly more manageable. After brewing several pots of herbal medicine, Mills and May's colds had nearly subsided. However, May's injuries would not heal swiftly. She was still unable to utilize the green spirit pearl, preventing our return to that idyllic valley. During this time, I occasionally spotted Lu Jun and his group. It appeared they had subdued Aubin and Yamamoto Ichibu. Yet, they did not greet me, hastily departing upon sighting me. I surmised they continued to harbor fear towards me, wishing to avoid any interaction. Over these past few days, I also began learning some rudimentary native languages, while teaching May a few simple phrases in Haugu. The fusion of these 2 languages, supplemented by gestures and situational guidance, allowed me to engage in basic communication with May. May, with your formidable strength, could you teach me and Mills? I implored, eager to learn from her prowess. Recently, I had noticed an enhancement in my strength, increased speed, and heightened reflexes. Yet, relying solely on these improvements was insufficient for challenging an indigenous tribe. I needed to grow stronger, ever stronger. What I study may not be suitable for you. A superior inheritance awaits you, May replied. Mills might learn something from me, but it depends on whether she possesses the aptitude. Some skills cannot be acquired merely through desire. Her words cast me into contemplation. I was uncertain what abilities she possessed, or why they necessitated inherent talent. Ordinarily, diligence can compensate for a lack of natural ability. With sufficient effort, one ought to glean something. Surely you don't suggest I could truly inherit the mantle of the Saboru God King? Do I possess such talent? I expressed my skepticism, as the God King's mark had not bestowed any tangible benefits upon me. If one lacks the requisite talent, the God King's mark would not be imprinted upon your hand. As for whether you can indeed inherit the God King's legacy, that hinges on your luck and destiny. May spoke in such an enigmatic manner, leaving me utterly bewildered. Where on earth could I find the God King of the West Polar? Was he not already deceased? Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of those around us. A God King does not simply perish. Even if his corporeal form is destroyed, his divine will endures. The more May elaborated, the more absurd her claims became, akin to a narrative from a mythological tome. In summary, she urged me to cultivate my strength, asserting that when the opportunity arises, the legacy would naturally reveal itself. With that, our conversation seemed to reach an inconclusive end. I felt dejected, relying solely on rigorous exercise to enhance my strength and endurance. However, this had led to a significant increase in my appetite. Despite my inability to procure ample food each day, I found myself consuming more than usual, yet never feeling satiated. My growth in strength appeared unceasing. One fateful day, I effortlessly lifted a timber weighing 200 to 300 pounds, startling myself with my own capacity. It is essential to note that during my prime, I could scarcely manage to lift around 200 pounds without great exertion. I had recognized that this was my strength's threshold, exceedingly difficult to transcend. Yet, in recent days, without indulging in any rare delicacies, I had effortlessly surpassed my limits. I felt compelled to scrutinize the mark upon my right palm, for it seemed that the changes within me were intricately linked to this emblem. In my current state, I possessed the confidence to challenge an indigenous Kunu warrior. Even if victory would not come easily, defeat would not befall me lightly. May, do you know where to find the indigenous people who assaulted the Black Tower tribe? My impatience was beginning to mount. Each night, as I laid down to rest, I dreamt of Feyre and her companions, their anguished cries echoing through the dark, haunting me like demons that gnawed at my heart, rousing me from sleep and leaving me restless. Yes, but I cannot lead you there now. With your current strength, it is impossible to assault another indigenous tribe. Moreover, they are protected by formidable guardians whose power rivals my own. May's words fell upon me like a cold splash of water. I held no fear of mere indigenous people. Even if I could not overpower them, I could outwit them. However, should a skilled individual like May be discovered, I would have no chance to flee. In such a situation, survival would be exceedingly unlikely. May, if you did not possess the green spirit pearl, would you be able to fly? I posed the question that had long plagued my thoughts. It was her ability to soar that rendered her even more mysterious in my eyes. Absolutely not. The green spirit pearl is a divine relic bestowed by my ancestors. It is not something everyone possesses. Only a god king can truly fly. Others lack such capability. May's response finally alleviated some of my anxiety. Movement through the forest was significantly slower than traversing open ground. However, if someone could fly, pursuing me would be exceedingly simple. Please, reveal the location of that indigenous tribe to me, or at least provide a rough sketch. I must rescue Feyre and her companions. My resolve was firm. I no longer wished to wait for any vestiges of a god king's legacy. Who knows when the divine heir will manifest? If we wait too long, Feyre may well succumb to the torment of those indigenous people. I understand your eagerness to rescue her, but are you certain you wish to proceed? Setting aside their guardian deity, the fierce beasts nurtured by this tribe are beyond your capacity to handle. Once they catch a whiff of your scent, locating you becomes a trivial task. Not every escape will afford you the luxury of a river to flee across. Mei wore a grave expression. The beasts she referred to were indeed the same ones she had used to pursue us before. They are known as the green-faced mantids, renowned not only for their tough exoskeletons, but also for their immense strength. Their olfactory capabilities are extraordinarily advanced, rivaling the search dogs we employ. However, training these green-faced mantids is a formidable challenge. Once they return to the wilderness, they easily slip beyond control. Mei lost control of the one she trained due to a lack of timely reinforcement, and it eventually escaped. The thought of facing multiple green-faced mantids in pursuit sent a shiver down my spine. Contending with these wild beasts alone would be a monumental headache. Yet, this did not diminish my resolve to rescue Feyre and the others. As a man, certain actions must be undertaken, even at the cost of one's life. Surrender is not an option. A true man must recognize what is worth pursuing and what is not. Please draw me the location. Once you and May return to the valley, I shall seek retribution. My determination is unwavering. However, I do not intend to involve May or Mills. Some dangers must be faced alone. Lu-E, you cannot go alone. If you must venture forth, I must accompany you. Mills firmly opposed my stubbornness. No, bringing you along would hinder my freedom of movement and compromise your safety. I resolutely shook my head. This expedition to the indigenous tribe is likely a perilous endeavor. I must confront the ferocious green-faced mantids, as well as the ruthless indigenous people and their formidable guardian deity. Mills struggles even in the vast forest. How could she possibly assist in an assault on the tribe? Furthermore, a more significant reason loomed. I simply did not wish for her to meet her demise. Life with Mei affords her a degree of security. Have you grown weary of me so soon? Without me, you cannot communicate with those indigenous people, Mills lamented, adopting a pitiful demeanor that could easily sway my heart. What does that have to do with disdain? You know my feelings for you. However, this endeavor is undeniably hazardous, and I truly cannot take you along. Spend these days practicing the indigenous language with me. Familiarity will come with time. I gently ran my fingers through Mill's hair. Women tend to be more amenable under such circumstances. I will not. You merely wish to abandon me. Perhaps we shall never meet again, Mills pouted, displaying a slight tantrum. Women in love often resort to such tactics, leaving men utterly defenseless. Mills, you still have much to learn from me. Your strength is insufficient. Accompanying him would only hinder his progress. He ventured alone, with a mere 50% chance of returning alive. Should you accompany him, the odds would dwindle to a mere 10%. May entered, interrupting our dialogue, her words not intended to aid me, but rather spoken with unvarnished honesty. If he perishes, what purpose would my learning serve? Are you not expecting him to take responsibility for you? Can you bear to watch him march towards his demise? Mills was on the verge of tears. It became clear that she did not genuinely wish to accompany me in assaulting the indigenous tribe. Rather, she sought to prevent me from embarking on a futile journey to death. Those marked with the Divine King's insignia are not easily vanquished. Their powers are only awakened in the throes of life and death. Thus, I did not oppose his journey to the tribe, May stated with remarkable calmness. Her words were not entirely clear to me, as Mills had not provided any translation, leaving me somewhat bewildered, uncertain of her true intentions. Is that true? Do not deceive me. Mills expressed her lingering doubts. Not only she, but even I found it difficult to place faith in this insignia. After all, I had endured years of dialectical materialism education. How could I embrace such idealistic notions? Rest assured, I await his return to inherit the legacy of the God King of Cipolo. May's words indeed bore weight. In the ensuing days, I devoted myself to practicing the indigenous language with the two of them, scarcely engaging in physical training. Mills remained steadfastly by my side, seizing every opportunity to engage in mock skirmishes. After 5 days, May's health had largely restored. Manipulating the green spirit pearl, she guided us back to her valley. During this time, she sketched a rough map of the indigenous tribe's location and surrounding environment. Though the drawings were crude, mere sketches on the ground, I grasped the general orientation of the tribe. What I had not anticipated was that the assault on the Black Tower tribe was not launched by a single tribe, but rather a coalition of 2 or 3. No wonder they possessed such formidable warriors. The realization struck me. After securing Mill's comfort, May discreetly escorted me to the outskirts of the indigenous tribe. The nearest Chigan tribe lay less than 10 miles away. It was the largest tribe within a 100-mile radius, boasting a population of over 200. They could muster at least 20 capable warriors for combat, and if necessary, even organize a 200-strong indigenous battalion. I shall return. Take care of yourself. Do not overexert yourself. Rely on your intellect. Cunning is paramount, May earnestly advised me. In her view, the primary purpose of my journey was self-improvement, and the Chigan tribe would serve as my whetstone. Nodding, I watched May depart before slipping into the forest. I carried some fruits and the machete from Shantian. Mills returned her Nepalese military knife to me, stating it would serve little purpose left with her, and it was better suited for my journey. Unable to resist her insistence, I ultimately accepted the military knife. A solitary figure concealed within the thicket. I dared not make any rash movements. Enveloped by foes on all sides, a momentary lapse in caution could invite death itself to beckon me to its abode. The inhabitants of the Chigan tribe are numerous, and their hunting grounds expansive, lying a mere 10 miles from their dwelling, a region they traverse in their daily hunts. I sidestepped the well-trodden paths and sought refuge in a thicket rising to my waist. Within half an hour, a contingent of indigenous individuals approached from the distance. This small band, comprising about 20 members, was led by 5 robust native men, accompanied by 2 formidable green-faced mantises tethered to their sides. The combat prowess of this group was formidable. In a direct confrontation, they could easily overpower me, leaving no room for my survival. Fearful of making a misstep, I remained hidden in the brush, meticulously observing the customs of these natives. They traversed the forest with utmost caution, ever vigilant, speaking in hushed tones. Launching a surprise attack upon them would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps one might succeed once, but retaliation would surely be swift and severe. These individuals possessed robust physiques, and their leaps spanned 2 to 3 meters effortlessly, allowing them to clear various obstacles with ease. Yet, they showed profound respect towards their 5 strongest leaders, leading me to surmise that these chieftains were undoubtedly my equals in strength. It is often said that enemies gaze upon each other with intense animosity. However, I compelled myself to remain calm in this moment. A moment's impatience could not only thwart my quest for vengeance, but also jeopardize my very life. In searching for an opportunity among the natives, I redirected my attention to the green-faced mantises. These creatures, fierce and imposing, stood at a height comparable to that of a human. Their strength dwarfed that of an ordinary person by an unfathomable magnitude. Regardless of where they roamed, they exhibited a penchant for sniffing about, likely in pursuit of some scent. It seemed evident that the natives relied heavily on the mantises to track the game during their hunts. As the group ventured farther, just as they were about to vanish from my sight, I noticed one of the mantises had been pricked by a sharp blade of grass while sniffing the air. The creature abruptly raised its head, agitated, and in its fury, it snapped a cluster of wild grass. The mantis's snout, its most vulnerable feature, was particularly prone to irritation. A surge of delight coursed through me as an ingenious idea took shape in my mind. Chapter 77. The small trap. The mantis, with its tough exoskeleton, was resistant to harm in most respects. Originally, it bore long hair, which would typically instill fear of fire. However, the natives had deliberately trimmed this hair, rendering this vulnerability less conspicuous. This indicated that the indigenous people had long domesticated the mantises and mastered their behaviors. The tribe favored bonfires, and in caring for these creatures, they risked inciting significant trouble due to the mantis's irritable nature. With these details crystallizing in my mind, I watched as the group disappeared from view. I too retreated into the woods, seeking out a few thorny bushes. This is a tree adorned with black thorns, more venomous than the thorny bushes I encountered in the valleys of May. Its most notable characteristic is its propensity to induce itching. I once suffered a similar affliction from a thorny bush, scratching my skin until it bled, yet the discomfort remained unresolved. Ultimately, it was May who provided me with a herbal remedy. After masticating and applying its leaves, the excruciating itch gradually subsided. I carefully severed some thorns with my military knife, wrapping them cautiously in leaves. Next, I sought out some pliable twigs to fashion a diminutive slingshot. This slingshot was remarkably compact, measuring less than 3 inches. And when fully drawn, it extended to about 2 inches, capable of propelling the thorns a foot away. I devised a petite trigger mechanism. With the slightest touch, it would unleash the thorns, launching them forth. Though this weapon possessed little power for targeting humans or beasts, its concealment was its greatest asset. Once released, the thorns would resemble a mere fragment of dry branch on the ground, invisible to the unobservant. After crafting 3 miniature slingshots, I returned to the frequented paths of the indigenous people, discreetly placing them amidst the grass. To attract the green-faced mantises, I procured some wild animal droppings from the forest and smeared them upon the grass before setting up the slingshots. Having completed this task, I concealed myself at a distance, vigilantly monitoring the narrow trail, awaiting the return of the indigenous group. I waited for 2 to 3 hours, and just as I was on the verge of losing patience, the same group reappeared along the path. I noticed they were carrying 2 spotted deer, evidently freshly captured, their faces beaming with joy as they engaged in animated discussion. The green-faced mantises trailing them also scurried about, exuding a lively demeanor. As they advanced closer, a wave of tension washed over me. I wondered if the mantises would fall for my trap. If they ignored the grass entirely, my efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the instincts of animals are not easily swayed. The presence of an unusual scent piques their curiosity. Their keen sense of smell soon detected the odor of the droppings on the grass, and they even caught a whiff of my presence. With the emergence of this scent, signaling the presence of beasts, the 2 mantises disregarded their owner's activities and swiftly approached the grass's edge. One of them sniffed the grass, causing it to stir unexpectedly. I witnessed a black thorn penetrate one mantis's nostril, while the other was struck in the nose but managed to swat it away. The mantis that had the thorn lodged in its nostril sneezed violently, suddenly leaping as if possessed, soaring over 2 meters high, and colliding with an indigenous person nearby. The other mantis followed suit, darting about wildly, clearly affected by the poison of the thorns. "Behave yourself, you beast!" Several indigenous individuals simultaneously shouted in alarm. Ordinarily, when the green-faced mantises went into a frenzy, a mere beckon from their master would suffice to send them retreating to the sidelines, preventing any chaos. Yet today, these two mantises were utterly unresponsive to their commands. In a state of unbearable itchiness, they collided with anything in their path, swiping their claws and biting, completely beyond control. Despite the prowess of the indigenous people, they found themselves powerless against the frenzied mantises. A few of them attempted to intervene, but were instead injured by the creatures. Two among them sustained severe wounds and collapsed, unable to rise. "These beasts have gone mad. We must kill them and take them back for meat," the tribal leader bellowed. While the mantises were indeed valuable, what could be more precious than one's own life? In an instant, several warriors armed with spears surrounded the mantises, undeterred by fear, thrusting their weapons toward the creatures' noses and eyes. It was evident that these were the mantises' vulnerable points. They were not invincible after all. The attacked mantises grew even more agitated, their advantages quickly manifesting. With each leap and bound, they either knocked someone aside or ensnared another with their claws. Those struck were sent flying several meters away, while those caught bore the marks of their assault. The most unfortunate among the warriors had his face brutally slashed, even his skull fractured. As I observed the crimson and ivory remnants strewn across the ground, I could not help but marvel at the sheer strength of the mantises. The human skull, notoriously resilient, had proven no match for a single swipe. Fortunately, the mantis once captured by May had been trained for only a short time and exhibited low loyalty. Had it been like these long-domesticated mantises, simply guarding the cave entrance would have spelled our doom. While I lamented the situation, I felt no sympathy for the indigenous people. In fact, I found a perverse pleasure in their plight, almost wishing for their demise at the hands of the mantises. "Fools, scatter and make way," the leading indigenous warrior shouted, brutally pushing aside those who obstructed him. The task of surrounding and slaying the mantises was no simple feat. Though afflicted by the poison of the barbs, the creatures were far from foolish, adept at shielding their vulnerabilities. The relatively weaker indigenous individuals became their primary targets. A chaotic chase ensued between the warriors and the beasts, resulting in escalating casualties among the tribe. Save for the strongest few, the morale of the others waned, and upon the appearance of the mantises, they hastily dispersed. This turn of events allowed a few robust individuals to finally act without being hindered by their comrades, boldly charging toward the mantises. Witnessing this, I felt a surge of temptation. If I were to leap into the fray now, I might be able to eliminate a significant portion of the indigenous people. However, I refrained from acting on impulse. Even if I were to vanquish the weaker warriors, the five most ferocious would remain my greatest threat. As they mounted their assault on the mantises, my wisest course of action was to observe from a distance, waiting for them to exhaust each other before making my move. Chapter 78. Infiltration. My calculations appeared to be sound, and the natives did not seem to be lacking in intelligence. They possessed a far greater understanding of the habits of the green-faced mantises than I did, being acutely aware not only of their vulnerabilities, but also of their most profound fears. A quintet of formidable natives encircled two frenzied mantises, managing to gain the upper hand and causing the creatures to screech in distress. Concurrently, I observed that the toxicity of the thorn's venom was not as impactful on the mantises as I had anticipated. After enduring a period of frenzy, their ferocity gradually abated. If this trend continued, it was likely that the two mantises would be subdued by the natives. The anticipated scene of mutual devastation seemed increasingly unlikely to materialize. The meticulously laid traps failed to yield their full potential, which left me somewhat disheartened. It became evident that my understanding of these indigenous people was still insufficient. Their ability to thrive on this land was not without justification. Regrettably, I had not acquired the beast-taming skills of Mei. Otherwise, I could have summoned a few powerful creatures to annihilate them outright. Approximately half an hour later, the natives finally subdued the two mantises. At this point, the creatures appeared notably docile, no longer baring their teeth at their captors. However, the casualties among the natives were significant, with 3 fatalities and 7 or 8 wounded, 4 of whom sustained severe injuries and had lost their capacity for movement. What had caused these creatures to suddenly go wild today? The leader of the group expressed his bewilderment as he began to search the roadside for answers, but ultimately found nothing. Gather the dead and the living, he directed his subordinates, and a group of them began their return journey to the tribe. With so many injured, their pace was understandably much slower. I trailed them from a distance, only stopping once I saw them enter the village. After ascending a nearby hillside, I could behold the village in its entirety from afar. This tribe was impressively large. As I gazed around, I noted an abundance of structures, with the scale being 3 to 4 times that of the previous Black Tower tribe. Astonishingly, the central row of houses was not constructed of thatch, but of stone, and they were built with remarkable craftsmanship. Could there be such a vast disparity among indigenous tribes? I found myself perplexed. Mei had consistently refrained from divulging much about the social structure of this island. What I had observed thus far was predominantly a life of primitive hunting, with its inhabitants barely clothed. Although they possessed knowledge of animal husbandry and vegetable cultivation, their methods seemed woefully outdated. In contrast, Mei exuded an entirely different aura. It was evident that they belonged to 2 disparate worlds. Even the garments adorning Mei were far beyond what an ordinary native could create. The contrast between these 2 groups was akin to that between urban dwellers and savages. They were both indigenous, yet the distinctions were stark. Within the Qigong tribe, numerous individuals were bustling about, and as evening approached, the customary bonfire meat roasting festivities were set to commence. This sight inevitably reminded me of the peculiar customs of the Black Tower tribe. During such times, people's vigilance would significantly wane, presenting an opportune moment for my infiltration. In an effort to blend in with the indigenous people, I buried my clothes in the forest. I then gathered a handful of leaves to fashion a rudimentary grass skirt. After applying some black mud to my face, I felt I resembled the natives more closely. As night fell, I cautiously ventured into the Qigong tribe. A large group of indigenous men and women encircled a bonfire, singing songs that were utterly incomprehensible to me. Several green-faced mantises were also present, gnawing on the remnants of bones. I stealthily slipped into a few grass huts, only to discover them empty, devoid of any inhabitants. If they were captured, where would they be confined? I pondered this. Typically, outsiders like us, upon capture, are relegated to the status of the lowest slaves. With the likelihood of residing in such grass huts being quite high, the Qigong tribe possesses numerous grass huts, at least dozens, and searching through each one would seem interminable. If I were to proceed in such a manner, it would be all too easy for the natives to detect my presence. I decided it might be wiser to first investigate the row of stone houses in the center. Summoning my courage, I made my way towards the middle. After only a few steps, a dark-faced woman approached me. "Why are you not dancing and singing? What brings you here?" she boldly inquired, startling me. Had I not spent the last few days practicing the indigenous language, her question might have left me at a loss for words. "The chief sent me to find someone." I fabricated. "Humph, I don't believe you. You must be seeking those 2 delicate women, am I right?" The native woman flashed a knowing smile, her gaze unabashedly drifting downward. "What do you want?" I felt an inexplicable tension rise within me. The women of the tribe were known to be quite forward. Those women are of little interest. Why not come with me? My home is just over there." As she spoke, she drew closer. To my astonishment, she reached directly into my grass skirt. No. I truly have matters to attend to." I retreated hastily, realizing that these indigenous women were far too bold. If this continued, I feared I might find myself in an undesirable predicament. "Such a big fellow. If you don't come with me today, I won't let you pass." Her smile widened, and my words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Hesitating, I feared that further interactions might reveal my true identity. I decided to imitate the natives. Reaching out to touch her face. "All right, then let us go to your house. Now that's more like it. Follow me." The dark-faced woman exclaimed joyfully, pulling me along. To my surprise, this woman also resided in the row of stone houses. Given her robust physique and face as dark as a soot-covered skillet, I felt no attraction whatsoever. Accompanying her seemed far less appealing than pursuing a romance with a more refined woman. Upon entering the house, she eagerly closed the distance between us. In a swift motion, I struck her on the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. The room was devoid of any other presence, its furnishings remarkably sparse. After a fleeting glance, my interest waned. I cautiously left the door ajar and boldly ventured into other rooms. Upon reaching the 3rd chamber, I finally discovered the presence of another, a woman. The lighting was dim, and she faced away from me, her body completely bare. Nonetheless, her figure was commendable, her skin fair and luminous, far surpassing that of the indigenous women. Witnessing this scene tightened my heart. Indeed, falling into the hands of the natives rarely led to favorable outcomes. Upon hearing the creak of the door, she did not turn. Instead, she mechanically reclined on the bed, her body spread in a starfish position, poised to endure yet another round of humiliation. Chapter 79. May heaven be free of suffering goodness. How have you become like this? The sight of her submissive demeanor struck me with an unforeseen pang of sorrow. How could these wretched natives have tortured a once normal woman to such an extent? She had lost even the most fundamental instinct to resist, merely flopping onto the bed as if to imply, "Do as you will, I care not who comes." I recognized this woman. She was one of the survivors from our flight, later victimized by Yang Bai-chun and his cohorts. After the annihilation of the Black Tower tribe, she had been brought here. Upon hearing my voice, she finally opened her eyes, yet her gaze was devoid of any emotion. No pain, no anxiety, no joy, only a profound numbness, as if she had forgotten her very identity and origins. Before me lay a beautiful, naked woman, positioned for the taking, yet I felt no inclination. Thoughts of Faye and the others flooded my mind. What fate awaited them? Would they meet a fierce death, or succumb to a similar submissiveness as this woman? I shook my head in denial, unable to bear the thought of such a grim scenario. Do you know where Guan Xiaofei and the others are? The flight attendants. The women who were with me. I implored, my voice tinged with urgency and overwhelming concern. If Faye had succumbed to such a fate, would I still desire her? This question surged unbidden into my mind. It is often said that a man's love is forgiving, capable of embracing any flaw in his beloved. Yet, when faced with such a reality, how many men could truly accept it? I dared not contemplate the answer, instinctively opting for avoidance. A desire to flee this indigenous tribe surged within me. I anxiously awaited her response. However, the woman remained expressionless, her lips unmoving, as if she could not hear my words at all. Have you become mute? I pressed again, hoping for even a single utterance. Yet she remained silent, and I could only watch as two streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She is not devoid of feeling, nor is she unable to hear my words. Rather, she has been tormented to the brink of collapse, incapable of even the most basic verbal communication. Those two tears cascading down her cheeks pierce my heart like twin daggers, inducing an unbearable pain that renders me breathless. She is not my woman, and in truth, we have exchanged but a few words. Yet, she serves as a mirror, reflecting not herself but the figures of her sisters, Faye and Su-ing. Do it, kill me, she says, struggling to articulate her thoughts. For her, death undoubtedly represents the most effortless form of liberation. At least in that moment of passing, she might reclaim her true self. Though her body has been violated, her spirit finds redemption. Without a moment's hesitation, I draw my military knife. With a mere stroke across her neck, all of this suffering could cease. Upon seeing my blade, the woman bestows upon me a serene smile, as if she envisions a beautiful future or has encountered her beloved once more. Go now, may there be no pain in heaven. I raise the knife, offering her my final blessing. Just as I prepare to act, footsteps echo from outside the door. I swiftly retract the blade, seeking a place to conceal myself. Yet I discover that this room offers no sanctuary. Resolute, I slip behind the door, should the intruder see through my disguise. I would have no choice but to take their life. Xiaoyu, how are you? Get up and eat something. The voice, though the door remains closed, reverberates in Mandarin. I am momentarily taken aback. This voice is strikingly familiar. The visitor is none other than Yang Bai-chun. This man, who should have faced execution at the hands of the Black Tower, is inexplicably alive, a testament to the resilience of the wicked. Yang Bai-chun enters, swaying slightly, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. I had not anticipated that he would be faring so well, seemingly untouched by the fate of a prisoner once more. He staggers toward the bed, oblivious to my presence behind the door. Xiaoyu, why do this to yourself? Life is what it is, better to endure than to die. Look at others, aren't they thriving? He prattles on, oblivious to the gravity of his words. In his eyes, nothing is more important than survival. Dignity, it seems, is a luxury that cannot be consumed. Yang Bai-chun continues his tiresome monologue by the bedside. I can no longer tolerate his insufferable rhetoric. I have long wished to end his life, and now he has unwittingly delivered himself to me. Yang, do you recognize who I am? I step forward, positioning the military knife against his throat. Louis, I thought you were dead. How did you come to be here? Yang Bai-chun shivers, the effects of the alcohol dissipating as he realizes the gravity of the situation. It is beyond his wildest dreams that we would meet again, and that I would hold a knife to his neck. You can die, but I will not. Now speak. Where are Fei and the others? I fixed my gaze intently on Yang Baichuan, who had just revealed a wealth of information in his conversation with Yuer. I was eager to uncover the identity of the individuals he had alluded to. Are you looking for Guan Xiaofei? He suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had stumbled upon a particularly exhilarating revelation. Are you seeking death? My military knife traced a bloody line across Yang Baichuan's neck. With just a little more force, I could sever his carotid artery. What is there to fear in death? I have already gained so much simply by surviving until now. If you have the courage, strike me down and see if you can escape the Red Gaunt tribe. Yang Baichuan exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to the concept of life and death. Do you know what Guan Xiaofei tastes like? He mused, feigning contemplation, igniting within me an overwhelming urge to end his life immediately. She is a sweet woman, though there is a hint of saltiness to her flavor. What does that evoke? Ah, perhaps the taste of seawater, he continued, provoking my senses. I could not fathom what had emboldened him to such reckless abandon, disregarding his own fate. I understood the meaning behind his words, yet I refused to believe that Fei would ever fall into his clutches. Even if the natives sought to harm her, it would not be his doing. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish. However, his insults toward the woman I cherish are unforgivable. Chapter 80. A desire for death. You may kill me, but you will never uncover the whereabouts of Guan Xiaofei and the others. Yang Baichuan was unyielding, confident that I would eventually relent for the sake of Fei and the other women. Quickly, tell me where they are. I struggled to restrain my fury. The numerous atrocities he had committed remained unpunished, and I found it difficult to believe that I had yet to end his life. Want to know? Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you, Yang Baichuan boasted, viewing my military knife as nothing more than a mere twig. Beg your mother. My anger surged, and with a swift motion of my wrist, the blade gleamed and severed half of Yang Baichuan's right ear. Blood began to drip incessantly. Clutching his ear, the beast did not weep. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter. I was at a loss to understand what experiences had driven him to such a state of hysteria, yet he was devoid of any sympathy. Since you possess no valuable information, your existence is of no further use. It is time you descended into hell to repent for your sins. I raised my knife, poised to take Yang Baichuan's life. After enduring so much, my heart had hardened, and in dealing with such a wretch, I felt capable of taking 10 lives without hesitation. Wait, don't be hasty. If you kill me, you might truly never find Guan Xiaofei. Yang Baichuan's laughter faded, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. I thought you were unafraid of death. Speak quickly, or I will end you right now. I glared at Yang Baichuan, his face smeared with blood, resembling a deranged clown. If you let your guard down, he might strike back at any moment. I ask you, can you guarantee that you won't kill me? Yang Baichuan began to negotiate. This time, I may spare you, but should you fall into my hands again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. This is my unwavering principle. I shall not show mercy to someone like Yang Baichuan. However, for the sake of Fei and the others, I can temporarily grant him a reprieve. They have been specifically detained by the chieftain of the Qigong tribe, who revels in his power, leaving no room for others to intervene. Yang Baichuan displayed a hint of regret, yet upon hearing this, my expression darkened ominously. Where are they confined? In the central Redstone house. However, that place is locked, and you should not expect to access it easily. I have indeed seen that house, its hue distinctly different from the others. With a swift strike, I rendered Yang Baichuan unconscious, fulfilling my promise to spare his life for now. As my gaze shifted to the bed where Yuera lay, she nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, she had already donned her clothing. In life, she had been stripped of dignity, yet in death, she deserved to retain her semblance of humanity. I refrained from urging her until she was fully prepared, then approached her. You may strike from behind. I fear blood. Yuera turned away, presenting her back to me. In that fleeting moment before the act, I hesitated. Though this woman had endured unspeakable torment, it had not been of her own choosing. Life is fleeting. Why must one seek an end? You have the choice to live. I can find a way to help you escape this indigenous tribe. I finally voiced my thoughts. It would not be an easy task to extricate her from the Qigong tribe, and it would undoubtedly bring me considerable trouble. Yet, as a human being, a fragment of my humanity still lingered, and I wished for Yuera to possess the courage to embrace life anew. Upon hearing my words, Yuera trembled involuntarily. She fell silent for a few moments, seemingly contemplating my proposition. However, after a brief pause, she rejected my offer, stating, "I do not wish to live forever haunted by terrifying memories. Whenever I close my eyes, I am plagued by visions of those filthy, mud-covered savages tormenting me. They clawed and bit, employing every inhumane method to inflict suffering upon me." At this point, Uera was overcome with emotion, her voice breaking as she spoke. The scars upon her soul far outweighed those upon her body. If a person loses their sense of self, surviving becomes akin to being a walking corpse. I refrained from further persuasion. For her, death represented a liberation of the spirit. As the blade glided across her carotid artery, Uera turned her head, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She leaned closer and gently kissed my face. I did not flinch. Regardless of her physical state, that kiss was sacred. It was an expression of heartfelt kindness as she approached her final moments, a woman's most sincere blessing. As Uera fell, I cradled her in my arms and laid her upon the bed, covering her body gently. I hoped she would depart this world with a measure of dignity. Even in death, able to walk into the depths of hell with her head held high. Uera's passing profoundly affected me, leaving my heart in turmoil, unable to find peace. She was a person who should not have met her demise at my hands. Yet, I took her life. In this moment, I am uncertain whether my actions were right or wrong, but I proceeded without hesitation, much like Uera sought death with unwavering resolve. After accomplishing all of this, I left the house. The indigenous people continued to dance around the campfire, engaged in their most sacred tribal customs, so for the time being, I remained safe. They would not cease their activities to return to their dwellings. The red stone house stood out conspicuously, and I easily made my way along the base of the wall. I was unfamiliar with the locks of the indigenous tribes. The straw huts of the Black Tower tribe bore no locks, and thus could not possibly possess the typical security locks we are accustomed to. This house differed from the other stone structures. It lacked even a vent, and its exterior was rather smooth, making it unsuitable for climbing. I circled the stone house, yet could not discern where the purported door was, as though this stone edifice were merely a large rock, devoid of any hollow interior. Where was the entrance? I felt a twinge of urgency. The dusk was deepening, hindering my ability to observe. The paths on the ground appeared similar, and this was evidently a peculiar area that ordinary indigenous people would likely avoid. With no other recourse, I opted to push with my hands. Typically, a door would not be so immovable. I believe these indigenous people were not capable of crafting a door that left no trace of activity. After circling the stone house, I finally discovered signs of looseness on the side, and my heart leaped with joy, knowing I had found the entrance to the stone house. The thought of soon reuniting with Fayer and the others filled me with a sense of excitement. Regardless of their suffering, I would bring them back and ensure we lived the latter part of our lives well. I attempted to push from either side, but the stone door did not budge. It appeared this door did not open in the usual manner. When I repositioned my hands to push from above, the stone door suddenly swung open, and I lost my balance, tumbling forward into the unknown. Chapter 81. The abyss. The place into which I fell was not too high, perhaps 3 or 4 meters. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. I performed a forward roll, dissipating the force of the fall. Otherwise, I could have sustained serious injuries. Even so, I was left dazed. Taking a moment to regain my composure. This space was not a room at all. It resembled a dungeon. The light was not overly dim. Every so often, a lamp illuminated the path, guiding me forward. I proceeded cautiously, wary of making any significant noise, fearful of encountering the indigenous people within. However, after traversing over 100 meters, I discovered that the space was completely devoid of inhabitants. Could it be that Fayer and the others were confined here? The deeper I ventured, the more ominous the atmosphere became. A wave of apprehension washed over me, urging me to halt. Yet I dared not abandon my quest and pressed onward with determination. After walking for approximately a mile, the space before me suddenly opened up, resembling a small plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a column, roughly a meter in diameter. Surrounding the square lay a multitude of stark white skeletons, sending a shiver down my spine. This was no mere room. It was unmistakably a graveyard. Damn Yang Baichun for deceiving me yet again. Having reached this dead end, I surveyed my surroundings, but found no one, no fresh corpses in sight. Even if Fayer and the others had indeed been slain, they could not have decayed into skeletons within such a short span of time. The only plausible explanation was that this place was a death trap, and Yang Baichun had risked my life to lure me here with the intent to eliminate me. After a fruitless search, my attention shifted to the central pillar, which was adorned with an array of bizarrely shaped figures and animals, none of which I could recognize. Yet, inexplicably, I felt an immense allure towards this pillar. My gaze seemed magnetically drawn to it, rendering it impossible to look away. This was an attraction that stemmed from my very soul, independent of my knowledge or conscious awareness. In that moment, my instinctual desire was to reach out and touch the figures and animals carved upon the pillar, to experience the scenes they depicted. As my hand approached, mere inches from the pillar, a sudden realization jolted me awake. This pillar was ominous. Those who dared to touch it were likely to meet a grim fate. I abruptly understood that the skeletons surrounding the square were certainly not the result of natural death. Their demise was closely linked to this pillar. Otherwise, why would so many have perished here in a place devoid of mechanisms? It did not resemble a burial ground. The indigenous tribes would not engage in mummification rituals upon death. Just as I hesitated, contemplating whether to flee immediately, an ethereal voice echoed from above, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The voice startled me. Could there be someone atop the pillar? And who might you be? I retorted, wary of revealing my identity. Although there was light, it was dim, and having taken necessary precautions to disguise myself, the figure above might not discern whether I was a local tribesman. "You do not even know who I am, yet you dare to venture here? It seems you are not from the Chigon tribe," the voice asserted, piercing through my disguise with ease. I could not fathom what manner of place this was, or why the inhabitants would be so familiar with the Chigon tribe. "I accidentally stumbled in here. I mean no disturbance. I shall take my leave at once." My thoughts were far removed from contemplating the customs and intricacies of the indigenous people. I was here to find Fayer and the others, and had no desire to linger in this eerie, desolate place. "I do not care where you come from, nor who you are. Since you have arrived here, you must fulfill your purpose. Otherwise, you shall perish." Although the voice from above was soft, its implications were undeniably tyrannical. "You claim I must die? If you possess the courage, come down and face me in a duel." My temper flared. If there were a throng of tribesmen present, I might harbor some trepidation. But facing just one individual in this desolate place, what was there to fear? I removed the machete from my back, and with it in hand, I felt an overwhelming sense of fearlessness. "Young man, do not act impulsively. If you truly wish to perish, I can accommodate your desire," the man declared. Following his words, the air was filled with a rustling sound, as if something was descending from the pillar. Within moments, I beheld a vast swarm of black insects. They bore a resemblance to cockroaches, yet their shells gleamed ominously, and their mandibles resembled sickles, sending chills down my spine. "I shall grant you another chance. Comply with my instructions, or my armored beast shall devour you to the last bone." The voice echoed again, this time with a gravitas that transcended mere threat. "Begone. Do you think I would not flee if I cannot fight?" I turned and dashed back the way I had come. I understood the principle that even a multitude of ants could overpower an elephant. I feared not engaging a man, but what sense was there in battling these insects? Even if I triumphed, it would yield no meaningful victory, especially given their overwhelming numbers. Yet, before I could exit the square, I found myself frozen in place. The passage I had entered had vanished. The surrounding walls appeared almost identical, leaving me utterly bewildered as to where I had come from. Damn it, these foolish beings can set traps too? I cursed under my breath. The indigenous people were not foolish, but I had yet to witness them wielding any technologically sophisticated means. Such mechanisms should not have been within the capabilities of the Chigon tribe. Cursing aside, I had to seek an escape. The armored cockroaches were nearly down from the pillar, and judging by their numbers, there were not merely thousands, but potentially tens of thousands. I began to strike the stone walls fiercely with my knife. Should the space behind me be empty, the sound would surely differ. It was futile. Anyone who entered and disregarded my warnings ultimately met their demise. The voice from atop the pillar remained unhurried, as if accustomed to the varied reactions of intruders. Fully in control of the situation, the armored insects advanced rapidly, with the first few already less than 2 feet away. I turned and swung my blade downwards. The clang of metal was unmistakable. The creature was cleaved to the ground. To my astonishment, it suffered no injury and swiftly righted itself. I was genuinely taken aback. This wretched cockroach was more formidable than I had anticipated, impervious even to my blade, unable to be rendered unconscious. Watching the relentless tide of insects surging towards me, a chill coursed through my heart. The odds of prevailing in combat against them appeared insurmountable. If you merely return to the pillar's edge, my armored beast shall not assail you. The voice resounded once more. I had no intention of heeding that command. I could only circle the square, believing that these cockroach-like creatures could not keep pace with me. Unfortunately, after barely making one complete circuit, I found myself confronted by more of the insects both ahead and behind. Clearly, they had received the man's orders, splitting into two factions to corner and encircle me, leaving no opportunity for escape. If only I could reach the pillar, eliminating that wretched soul would likely disperse these pests. I understand that the crux of the matter lies with the individual atop the pillar, for everything here seems to be under his dominion. However, the height of the pillar exceeds 10 meters, and its immense girth makes it quite challenging to ascend effortlessly. If left undisturbed, and with the aid of a rope, I would possess a fair degree of confidence in my ability to climb. Yet, with the insects pursuing me, my efforts amount to courting death. After circling back and forth, a multitude of armored cockroaches has cornered me, leaving me with no escape. No matter where I flee, hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures are in hot pursuit. A single bite from them would result in a gaping wound. More terrifying is the fact that these insects do not merely bite and retreat. They seek to burrow beneath my skin and into my body. Just imagine a person's body infested with such creatures. Wouldn't they be devoured from the inside out? Such a demise is 100 times more horrifying than 1,000 cuts. In desperation, I can only make my way to the base of the central pillar. Upon my arrival, the armored cockroaches cease their assault, encircling me instead and leaving me with no chance of escape. This was precisely what I anticipated. Perhaps by complying, I might even gain unexpected benefits. The voice continued to tempt me, yet I was acutely aware that the situation was far from simple. The heaps of white bones at the edge of the square were undoubtedly related to this pillar. Any notion of benefit is sheer nonsense. It is likely that his ultimate aim is to compel me to make some form of contribution. The indigenous people may possess archaic beliefs, yet they have their peculiar customs and rituals, each presenting a myriad of bizarre ways to meet one's end. What exactly do you wish for me to do? I found myself in a state of confusion, entirely uncertain. It is quite simple. All you need to do is place your hand upon the pillar and refrain from any other action. Is it truly that straightforward? I redirected my focus to the top of the pillar, attempting to discern any clues. Regrettably, my ignorance of their culture rendered my observations futile. I could hardly comprehend the significance of the carvings adorning the pillar. It really is that simple. Act swiftly. Should you hesitate, my armored beast may very well lose its patience and take your life. The entity urged me on, for if I remained motionless, it seemed he would indeed command the insects to claim my existence without remorse. I pressed my right hand against the pillar and immediately felt a pull emanating from it. My body grew increasingly heated, and my heartbeat quickened considerably. What on earth is affixed to this pillar? I attempted to withdraw my hand, but to no avail. It felt as though it were glued in place. My heart raced faster, akin to the sensation of extreme exertion, as I gasped for breath, my chest pounding. If this pace continued, I feared my heart might leap from my chest. What is this pillar doing? My mind raced with contemplation. It did not siphon away my blood, nor did it absorb the essence emanating from my body. Yet, I felt as if it had indeed extracted something vital from within me. A sensation beyond the reach of language to articulate. Could it be that it was siphoning away my life force? Suddenly, I recalled certain mythical tales that alluded to such phenomena. For instance, in strange stories from a Chinese studio, there are apparitions that drain the vital energies of humans, what is commonly referred to as life force. I had previously dismissed such notions, for as a proponent of science, I regarded these ethereal concepts as mere nonsense. After enduring for a few minutes, I felt an overwhelming fatigue, akin to having labored intensely throughout an entire day. Simply standing became an arduous task. I instinctively leaned against the pillar, seeking a moment of respite. However, in doing so, my heartbeat quickened, and my body trembled as if on the brink of disintegration. My mind spun in a whirl, teetering on the edge of fainting, causing the machete I held to plummet to the ground. I could not see my own reflection. I was oblivious to my transformed state. My hair began to fall out, and upon catching a glimpse of it in my hand, I was horrified to find it had turned a ghastly gray. This pillar was indeed a harbinger of doom. No matter the approach, my fate seemed sealed. I realized that the purported benefits spoken of by that individual were nothing but a ruse. This pillar was actively draining my life force, and the moment I fell would be the moment of my demise. I could not succumb to such an end. I still needed to save Fayer, and I must return home to honor my parents. There was no way I could simply perish here. With every ounce of strength, I began to struggle, attempting to free myself from the pillar's grasp. Alas, my will was strong, yet my body felt alien and unresponsive, as though it were no longer my own, leaving me powerless. No, I must survive. I roared with all my might. At that instant, a green light suddenly emanated from the mark on my right hand, and with it, the sensation of life being drained dissipated. Simultaneously, a warm current surged back into me, flooding my being. The sensation was exquisite, akin to thawing frozen limbs in the biting cold of winter after sipping a steaming cup of warm soy milk. My heartbeat began to normalize, and my strength was rapidly rejuvenating. The mark on my right hand continued to glow with a pulsating green light, reminiscent of an infant nursing. Could this be the boon that the figure had spoken of? I pondered quietly, fearful that the individual atop the pillar would detect any irregularity in my condition. This person would not possess benevolence. Their intent was undoubtedly my demise, albeit through a different means. After about 10 minutes, I sensed that my body had returned to its normal state. The skin on my hands began to regain its smoothness and delicacy. The warm current did not cease. It flowed unrelentingly into me. With each influx, I felt my vitality surge, filling me with an invigorating power. I even felt as though I could deliver a mighty blow capable of vanquishing a bull. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the individual atop the pillar finally sensed something amiss. "What are you doing? Damn it, who sent you?" His fury erupted, and immediately, a colossal shadow descended from above. Chapter 83. The totem pillar. A jolt of alarm surged through me, prompting my hands to instinctively push away, causing my body to retreat from the pillar. By the time I retrieved my knife, the shadow had already landed before me. Clad in a black robe, the figure obscured all but his piercing eyes, which resembled bottomless black holes devoid of pupils, instilling a profound sense of dread within me. His unwavering gaze sent shivers down my spine, compelling me to evade his scrutiny. "Who are you, and who sent you?" the cloaked figure inquired once more. It appeared that should I fail to respond, he might resort to lethal measures. "I have come to the Chigan tribe in search of someone, but I have been deceived into this situation," I confessed, feeling uncertain and hoping to earn his forgiveness. "In search of someone? Who are you looking for?" His intense gaze remained fixed upon me, showing no signs of relaxation. "I seek my woman. A few days ago, the Chigan tribe annihilated the Black Tower tribe and abducted her." "The Black Tower tribe? You must be sent by that woman Mei, correct?" The figure pondered for a moment, and his revelation startled me. How could someone residing in this lightless realm for so long possibly know of Mei? Surely, few in the Black Tower tribe even recognized her name. Could this individual be the guardian of the Chigan tribe? If that were the case, everything would make sense. His prowess seemed formidable, surpassing even Mei, and he had apparently wounded her before. "Who is Mei? I do not know her. I am merely here to find my woman. It is as simple as that." I was reluctant to admit that my visit to the Chigan tribe had no connection to Mei. "You lie. How could someone from the Black Tower tribe not know of Mei?" The tone of the cloaked man grew increasingly severe. "I truly do not know her. For we were captured by the Black Tower tribe. We spent a day in that tribe before it was destroyed." It took considerable effort to articulate this, as two phrases proved particularly difficult to pronounce. "Your accent does not resemble that of a native. I shall tentatively accept your explanation. Although you have unintentionally breached my taboo, I cannot simply let you go. Here is the deal. Assist me with a task, and I shall release you." The black-cloaked man's tone softened slightly. He was asking me to perform a task, which surely boded ill. "What do you wish for me to do?" "I possess no remarkable skills, and will not undertake anything too challenging." I hastily conveyed my lack of capability, unwilling to readily agree to his demands. "It is neither difficult nor complicated. All you need to do is topple this totem pillar. If you help me with this task, I will personally escort you out and assist you in finding your woman." His proposition left me utterly astonished. "The totem pillar? Is it not yours? Why would you wish to bring it down?" My mind raced with suspicion, utterly bewildered by his intentions. This pillar indeed possesses a remarkable significance. Individuals from primitive societies have always had a penchant for creating totems and similar artifacts. This particular pillar serves as the totem of the Chigan tribe. Yet I find myself perplexed as to how it became buried underground. Are the people of the Chigan tribe even aware of its existence? The totem stands tall and imposing before me. How could I possibly topple it with my own strength? This totem is not mine. It has existed within the Qigong tribe for millennia. Do you believe I am training upon it? In truth, I am ensnared by it. The moment I stray too far, not only will my magical prowess dissipate, but I may also meet my demise at any moment. The man in black spoke gravely. I could not discern the veracity of his words. As the guardian deity of the Qigong tribe, he ought to cherish all that pertains to them. Yet he articulates such sentiments. Is merely toppling the pillar of any consequence? As long as the totem remains, whether it lies prostrate or stands erect, what difference does it make? My heart is laden with uncertainty, and I cannot shake the feeling that this man in black has dug a pit for me to leap into. It cannot be. It cannot be. Once this totem topples, I shall be free. I yearn to escape the shackles of being the guardian of this indigenous tribe. I long for the freedom of the skies. As the man in black spoke, he removed his dark hood. I noticed that his hair was nearly gone, and his face was strikingly pale and somewhat gaunt, resembling a shriveled persimmon. Am I truly so unappealing? I was not always like this. It is the cursed totem that has wrought such a change upon me. The tone of the man in black was laden with regret and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If you, so powerful, cannot bring it down, how could I possibly succeed? My heart still trembles at the peculiarity of it all. You possess the capability. Your situation is unique, allowing you to absorb the magical energy from the totem. If you follow the methods I impart, it will not be long before all the magical energy within the totem is consumed by you. At that moment, I shall be able to kick it down with ease. The man in black spoke with unwavering conviction, as if this endeavor were as simple as eating or drinking. I am acutely aware that my body holds no extraordinary qualities. If there is anything noteworthy, it is the mark of the God King inscribed upon my right palm. It is this mark that has enabled my resurgence. Otherwise, I would have either been reduced to mere jerky or met a catastrophic end. It appears that this enigmatic force is referred to as magical energy by this individual. While I cannot ascertain its authenticity, I am certain of its existence. It is precisely because the God King mark has absorbed the energy from the totem that I have regained my vitality. This absorption is not a process I control. I am largely unaware of how it enters my body or in what manner it exists. To expect me to actively absorb it now is indeed a tall order. The man in black seemed to perceive my discomfort, which is likely why he sought to teach me the method of harnessing magical energy. He imparted several incantations, which I found exceedingly difficult to grasp. Fortunately, his patience was commendable, and after repeating them 10 times, I gradually began to uncover the secret. The man in black then led me to the pinnacle of the totem. I sat across from him, then, following his method, began to absorb the magical energy from the totem pillar. This time, I felt a distinct difference. A mysterious force flowed into my body like a gentle stream, eventually settling in my dantian. Initially, it was manageable, but after a while, a severe cramp seized my dantian, akin to my intestines being tied in knots. The pain was unbearable. Do not worry, it is always like this the first time. Endure this phase, and it shall pass. The man in black seemed to perceive my condition. All these changes were evidently within his control. I gritted my teeth against the intense pain in my abdomen and continued to absorb the magical energy. Before long, that energy detonated within me like a series of bombs. My body trembled incessantly, making it difficult to remain seated. The man in black pressed down on my shoulder. Without his support, I might have plummeted from the top of the pillar. Chapter 84. The Power King unveils the seal. Do not be afraid. Continue to absorb. With me here, you shall come to no harm. The man in black fervently encouraged me, urging me not to stop. After several successive bursts of energy, the pain in my dantian indeed diminished significantly. It seemed I had begun to adapt to this magical power, gathering it within me without further harming my body. This change offered me a slight sense of relief. Even the man in black regarded me with an expression of astonishment, evidently taken aback by my performance. Approximately an hour later, my dantian surged once more, this time with a ferocity far greater than before. I felt as if I might explode at any moment. Stop. I must stop, I declared. I had far too much to accomplish and had no desire to perish so easily. This time, the man in black did not pressure me. Perhaps he too believed I should cease. If this continued, I would surely burst. However, to my surprise, the magical energy relentlessly flowed into my body, showing no signs of stopping. It seemed to burrow into me of its own accord. Please help me. If you don't assist me now, I will die. I implored the man in black, panic rising within me. Your situation is too peculiar. Even the magical energy within me seeks to be absorbed. I cannot assist you at this moment, he replied, a look of helplessness on his face. He attempted to pull me away from the pillar, but his efforts were in vain. To my utmost frustration, he unexpectedly leapt down from the totem pillar, leaving me abandoned atop it. Damn it! Have I been deceived by this fellow once again? I lamented internally, overwhelmed with despair. My body was stretched taut, flush with heat, and my garments threatened to tear apart. Just as I neared my breaking point, the mark on my right palm activated once more. This time, it did not merely glow, it began to rotate within my palm. I almost questioned my own vision. How could a mark possibly rotate on its own? Did it possess life? I could not comprehend the nature of this so-called divine King's mark, but as it spun, all the excess magical energy within me was drawn away. A few minutes later, my body had returned to its normal state. The rate of absorption had become swifter than before. This time, the majority of the magical energy was drawn directly by the mark, resembling an insatiable abyss that could never be filled and showed no signs of ceasing. After a day had passed, the cloaked figure appeared once more. He gazed at me in bewilderment, hardly able to believe the reality before him. You possess the mark of the God King. His expression was a tapestry of complexities, fixated on the swirling sigil upon my hand. Instinctively, I sensed a latent danger, doubting whether he might strike at any moment to claim my life. The color of his face fluctuated multiple times before finally settling into a calm demeanor. Since you bear the mark of the God King, we are of the same ilk. Today, I shall assist you in unlocking its potential, and in return, you will owe me a favor for future difficulties. The cloaked man's words left me perplexed. Unlocking? What did that mean? With such formidable abilities, surely he did not require my assistance. My mind was utterly confounded. Both May and this enigmatic figure were shrouded in mystery. How could I possibly be considered their equal? Do not speak. Concentrate, he commanded with utmost seriousness. He produced a short black staff from his person, which bore a resemblance to May's weapon. Subsequently, he began to chant incantations, and the end of the staff began to emit a blue light, akin to a tiny bulb illuminating the darkness. As the blue radiance intensified, the cloaked figure suddenly directed the staff toward the swirling mark. With a thunderous roar, the mark erupted in a burst of blinding blue light, illuminating the entire plaza. Positioned at the epicenter of this brilliance, I found my eyes straining against the overwhelming luminescence. As the blue light dimmed, the mark had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. It had detached from my palm, hovering in the air like a mystical sigil, rotating gracefully. Strangely, I could distinctly sense its presence, even feeling the immense power contained within it, akin to a vast ocean. This was the true mark of the God King, an exquisite manifestation. The cloaked figure gazed at it with envy, and I could clearly discern the greed and jealousy in his eyes. Were he able to take it, I suspected he would not hesitate for a moment. Yet, the mark was intrinsically linked to my essence, making it unlikely he could seize it without consequence. He was left to wallow in envy. How do I reclaim it? I was utterly clueless in this regard. Quite simply, just intone the command within your mind. And it shall return to you, he revealed without reservation. As I focused my thoughts and issued a command for the extravagant mark to return, it indeed shrank rapidly, ultimately settling back into the palm of my hand. At the moment of its return, I felt an involuntary surge, as if my entire being was infused with an overwhelming force, an illusion of being capable of moving mountains and rivers. What do you feel? The cloaked figure looked at me, somewhat perplexed. Power, limitless power, I replied candidly. How peculiar that you have activated the Power King seal. The expression on the face of the man in black resembled that of someone who had just received a fierce blow, appearing particularly odd. To describe it, his countenance was akin to that of a destitute individual who, upon dreaming of sudden wealth, learns that the fortune is merely sufficient to purchase a single bond. What is wrong with the Power King seal? Is it truly so lackluster? I confess my ignorance regarding this matter, yet I do not perceive it as inferior. At the very least, it bestows upon me an immense sense of security. I cannot articulate it well, but it is commonly understood that the probability of activating the Power King seal is exceedingly low, yet it remains an extraordinarily commonplace divine seal, so mundane that all its peers scorn it. The man in black offered a brief explanation. At that moment, any trace of jealousy had vanished from his face. Regardless, I harbor no disdain for it. I adopt a demeanor of indifference. As for their world, I am utterly bewildered. and there seems to be no one to enlighten me. Even Mei has not extended her assistance. Who else can I rely upon? Continue to absorb the magical energy from the totem pillar. Now that the seal has been activated, it is likely that in 10 to 15 days, you will be able to conquer it. The man in black was clearly reluctant to discuss the Power King seal any further. Lacking understanding, I settled once more at the pinnacle of the totem pillar, initiating my actions. Initially, I observed that the magical energy surging into my body had intensified tremendously, at least 5 times its former velocity. Strangely, the seal directly took command of my dantian. No matter how much magical energy flowed in, it was effortlessly absorbed. Chapter 85. A great commotion. The man in black claimed it would take 10 to 15 days to completely absorb the magical energy from the totem pillar, which distressed me immensely. With Fei Air and the others unaccounted for, the passing of even 3 to 5 days felt like an eternity. Given that my body was not in a state of crisis regarding endurance, I could only wish for a swifter resolution. As I focused my thoughts, the Divine King seal within me began to enlarge and rotate rapidly, causing the already swift flow of magical energy to surge with unrestrained vigor. What I felt surging towards me was no longer mere magical energy, but an immense, boundless ocean. My internal seal resembled an expansive starry sky. No matter how much seawater flowed in, it could never be filled. Approximately a day later, the ocean finally began to recede, gradually transforming into rivers and streams, ultimately becoming a gentle trickle. The man in black stood at a distance, observing the transformation of the totem pillar, his face a blend of terror and barely concealed joy. He had initially believed that it would take me 10 to 15 days to deplete the totem pillar, yet it reached its limit in less than 2 days. As I drew forth the last remnants of magical energy from the totem pillar, the seal within my dantian also came to a halt. It retained its original form, showing little change, and my body felt no remarkable difference. "I am ready. Please take me down," I said to the man in black from my position atop the pillar. "Jumping down won't kill you," I thought, yet the man in black remained motionless at a distance, seemingly unwilling to forge any further connection with the totem pillar. Though the idea of leaping down instilled a twinge of fear within me, I pondered my next move. From a height of 10 meters, if the ground below were water, I would still dare to leap. However, with solid mud beneath me, should I jump and break a leg, there would be no one to assist. Worry not, for you possess the strength of the King of Power. Your physique should surpass that of others. The figure clad in black discerned my hesitation and offered a brief explanation. I was somewhat skeptical, yet without his guidance, I had no alternative. Although the column above was adorned with intricate reliefs, it proved too slippery for climbing. I had no choice but to muster my courage and jump. Taking a deep breath, I gritted my teeth and leaped down. Thud! My body jolted as I landed heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep impression in the hard mud. Remarkably, I felt no pain or discomfort. I exhibited no signs of injury. After all, this was a mark bestowed by a divine king. If it were of no use, it would hardly be worthy of such a title. The black-clad individual maintained an expression of calm, as if all of this had been anticipated. "What shall we do now? Are we to topple this totem column?" I recalled the agreement made with the figure in black. "Not we, but you," he corrected. "After all, you wield the strength of the King of Power. Is this not the moment for its application?" He stood by, seemingly unfazed. Yet I questioned my own capabilities. How could I possibly push such a colossal column? Initially, when I activated the mark, I truly felt as though I could move mountains, but that sensation had since faded. I believe my strength had only marginally increased, not to the extent of toppling the totem column single-handedly. But how would you know without trying? You must gradually learn to harness the power of the King of Power. The figure in black provided no further elaboration, so I pressed forward, determination etched upon my face. I placed my hands upon the totem column, exerting all my strength, yet the immense structure remained utterly immovable. After several attempts, the outcome was consistently the same. Adjust your focus on the King of Power mark. Your physical strength alone is insufficient, the figure in black urged, clearly exasperated. Concentrate your spirit upon the mark and summon its power. Heeding his advice, I shifted my approach. The mark resided within me. As I directed all my mental energy towards my dantian, the King of Power mark began to vibrate, rapidly spinning and expanding. In the next moment, the mark surged forth from my palm, and the colossal totem column seemed to succumb to an overwhelming force, tilting precariously before crashing to the ground. Boom! The entire underground plaza trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The ground quaked, and dust filled the air, obscuring all visibility. At that moment, the figure in black darted forward at remarkable speed from his previous position. He retrieved something dark from beneath the column, and, before I could discern what it was, concealed it within his wide sleeve. Just as I prepared to inquire, the earth above began to collapse, a beam of light piercing down from above. Hurry. Soon, you will face the pursuit of the entire Qigong tribe. The man in black took me soaring into the sky, propelling me forth with great speed. In that moment, the entire Qigong tribe erupted into chaos. They were acutely aware of what lay beneath the ground, their faith for millennia now shattered. The collapse of their sacred site felt akin to a genocide. It was he who caused the destruction, along with another individual whom I resolved to pursue. The man in black unceremoniously cast me aside, striding forward without a glance back. The tribespeople were oblivious to the fact that their guardian spirit had deceived them at this critical juncture, and their fury was directed squarely at me. Kill him. The indigenous people roared in unison, hurling whatever they could grasp towards me. Fortunately, the incident had erupted unexpectedly, and they were not armed with spears. Had they been, a deluge of projectiles would have surely meant my demise. While I mentally cursed the man in black and his ancestors, I braced myself against the rain of various objects descending upon me. The strength of these tribespeople was formidable, and their aim remarkably precise. Despite my desperate attempts to shield myself and evade the onslaught, I was left battered and bruised. It was clear that the sheer number of them was overwhelming. I had to flee swiftly. I dashed toward the outskirts of the tribe, knowing that any delay would result in them retrieving their sharp spears. Stop him. Bring him back for the sacrifice. A man adorned with feathers on his head bellowed. I surmised he was the chieftain of the Qigong tribe. At his command, the tribespeople surged forward like a pack of wild beasts, reckless in their pursuit. Among them, two particularly close indigenous individuals latched onto my legs. Get off, I exclaimed, using all my strength to shake them off, sending one sprawling to the ground and knocking down several others in the process. In that instant, I realized that my strength had indeed increased significantly. Even without the aid of my powers, I no longer feared these tribespeople. However, a valiant heart cannot withstand sheer numbers. And these uncivilized warriors were not worth risking my life over. The totem was brought down by your guardian spirit. Why do you not pursue him instead of surrounding me? I shouted as I fled, hoping that the man in black would share some of the burden. Alas, these tribespeople were stubbornly single-minded, focusing their wrath solely on me and neglecting to pursue the man in black. Chapter 86. A frenzied chase before I could escape the Qigong tribe. I noticed numerous robust indigenous men emerging with spears, hot on my heels. These individuals were adept hunters and undeniably skilled killers. Behind them trailed 5 or 6 green-faced mantises, creatures that could sprint with remarkable speed, easily leaping distances of 4 to 5 meters, their strength rivaling that of the strongest tribesmen. Capture him. That accursed wretch has toppled our sacred totem. I will rip out his heart and slice his liver. The tribespeople shouted in a cacophony of threats. I dared not look back, but I estimated that at least 100 were in pursuit, and if I faltered even slightly, I would surely be overtaken. Fortunately, my speed is quite remarkable. When I run, I am akin to a gust of wind, brimming with inexhaustible energy. As soon as I burst forth from the forest, evading capture would be an arduous task for them. My plan seemed sound, yet the natives are not foolhardy. Just as I exited the tribe, a mere 20 meters ahead, I suddenly heard the whistling of projectiles behind me. To my astonishment, they were using their spears as javelins. I had witnessed their prowess in spear throwing, and it is exceedingly difficult for even the swiftest of beasts to evade their aim. These spears, tipped with metal, are exceedingly sharp. Should one strike me, it would surely leave a gaping wound. Linear movement renders one susceptible to their projectiles, so I deftly veered left, narrowly avoiding a strike by more than 2 meters. Several spears thudded into the ground, embedding themselves at least half a foot deep. Had my evasion been a fraction slower, I would have likely been pierced by several of them. A cold sweat trickled down my brow as I propelled myself deeper into the forest. If I could traverse this nearly 100-meter stretch, the chase would become significantly easier. However, while the distance may seem trivial, the execution proved daunting. With my current stamina, I could cover this distance in mere seconds, but the natives were determined not to let me escape so easily. With a commanding shout from their leader, another volley of spears was launched in my direction. This time, they targeted not only my back, but also the lateral movements I might employ. These hunters, seasoned in their craft, possess remarkable speed even while maneuvering. Thus, evading them was no trivial matter. If they calculated their trajectory correctly, I could inadvertently run into one of their spears. To the left, I risked death. To the right, survival was uncertain. To sprint straight ahead would only play into their hands. Hearing the whistling of the spears behind me, I abruptly halted and drew my machete. 3 spears soared toward me with formidable velocity, with even more approaching from the sides. Should I employ my previous evasive tactic, I would undoubtedly be impaled. As the spears neared, mere inches away, I swung my machete with all my might. With a resounding clash, I deflected 3 spears, the impact causing a tingling sensation in my arm. I had not anticipated the raw strength of these natives, had my own strength not been augmented recently. This method of defense would have been akin to courting death. I realized I must harness the power of the Force King seal, otherwise, evading the natives would be nearly impossible. With a focused thought, I activated the Force King seal within my dantian. As it whirled to life, a surge of formidable energy coursed through my body. I pivoted sharply, my legs propelling me forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball launching from its muzzle. The pursuing natives were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend my sudden acceleration. Mere seconds later, I had plunged into the depths of the forest. The sensation was akin to soaring through the air, though the formidable resistance of the wind left me somewhat disoriented. If I did not keep my mouth shut, I feared my skin would be peeled away. At that moment, my heart raced at an alarming pace, its rhythm echoing in my ears. My veins throbbed intensely, pulsating with vigor. It was evident that my body was ill-equipped to harness the force of the King of Strength unless I significantly enhanced my physical constitution. As a soldier, I possessed this basic understanding. It was akin to a vehicle. Once the RPM exceeds the cylinder's threshold, an explosion is inevitable. I had no choice but to decelerate. Otherwise, I would perish by my own hand before the natives could even reach me. Though I had fled into the forest, the natives were relentless in their pursuit. The strongest among them charged into the thicket with their green-faced mantises. "Go, track that fellow down," they commanded, releasing the mantises, whose prowess would be maximized in such an environment. When these creatures dropped to all fours and sprinted, no human stood a chance in the woods. I had barely dashed 100 meters when I heard the thunderous roars behind me. Several green-faced mantises surrounded me, while the natives trailed closely with their spears. Once my movement was constrained, they would pounce upon me like the mantises, dragging me back. The forest inherently belonged to the beasts, despite my exertions. The gap between me and the mantises narrowed. Upon a sudden glance back, I noticed one of the mantises was already within 100 meters. Its green visage and fangs menacingly savage. I had no doubt they could easily sever my neck. Cursing under my breath, I resolved to fight back. I once more summoned the power of the King of Strength, quickening my pace. However, this time, my heart reacted more violently, and my body felt the strain acutely. The speed I gained was far from what I could achieve on open ground. To prevent my body from collapsing, I hastily retracted the King of Strength. Recklessly wielding its power without a robust physique would be tantamount to courting death. After sprinting for several hundred meters, I spotted a massive rock ahead. Its surface smooth and slick, flanked by several towering trees that formed a natural barrier. "Damn it, I'll make my stand here," I resolved, taking a few leaps toward the summit. Here, the native spears were not limitless. If I could withstand 1 or 2 waves, they would have no choice but to confront me directly. The rock was slippery. While the mantises could ascend, it would not be as effortless as on level ground. Furthermore, the hefty machete in my grasp was no trifling weapon. Any creature, man or beast, that charged at me would face my wrath. I had scarcely rested for a minute when 3 mantises arrived at the rock's base. These creatures seemed oblivious to fear. They crouched low before springing up onto the stone. I fixed my gaze upon them, and as the mantis's front claws touched the rock, I swung my blade toward its snout. Chapter 87. Blood battle in the jungle. Beasts are beasts, no matter how cunning. Their intellect pales in comparison to that of humans. The swiftest of the green-faced mantises fell victim to my blade, a gash of 5 inches opening on its snout. It let out a wretched cry before succumbing to my strike, tumbling down and inadvertently obstructing the advance of 2 other mantises, all 3 plummeting onto the rocks below. At that moment, the remaining 2 green-faced mantises approached, accompanied by a dozen robust indigenous warriors. They divided into 2 flanks, flanking me from both sides. Each warrior wielded a spear, fortunate that each possessed but one. Once thrown, they could not retrieve another. Gripping my hefty machete, I braced myself. With no path for retreat, we were left with no option but to engage in a bloody clash. Observing my stance, one of the warriors adorned with bird feathers let out a sharp whistle. The mantises bared their fangs, while the injured one writhed on the ground, likely rendered incapable of further combat. Attack! The feathered warrior pointed at me, prompting 4 mantises to charge simultaneously, while 3 indigenous warriors swung their arms, launching their spears like arrows aimed at my body. The indigenous fighters had initiated a dual assault from the outset. A single misstep on my part would surely lead to dire consequences. As the spears whistled through the air, accompanied by the menacing approach of the mantises, my heart raced. Should they reach the rock, I would lose my advantageous position. The threat posed by the spears was equally dire. I had to deflect them swiftly, for they could easily claim my life. In weighing my options, I resolved to first confront the 4 ferocious mantises. If they breached the rock, I would effectively forfeit my territory, facing not only the imminent threat of their savage claws, but also the ranged attacks from the indigenous warriors. If such a scenario unfolded, I feared my endurance would soon wane, leading to either my immediate demise or capture by these warriors. The lower part of the rocks was treacherously slick, and the mantises possessed formidable leaping abilities. However, the terrain limited them from charging all at once. If I could fell the foremost 2 mantises, the ones behind would inevitably be forced down as well. I crouched low, evading the spears while preparing to strike at the mantises. Fortune did not favor me this time. My machete merely grazed their heads. Though I wielded it with great force, it failed to inflict any significant damage. 2 of the whistling spears embedded themselves in a tree behind me, but one narrowly grazed my thigh, carving a bloody gash. Had it deviated just half an inch, it might have torn away a substantial portion of flesh. That one is wounded. Let us finish him. The feathered warrior bellowed with exhilaration, prompting the others to join in a fervent cheer. Immediately, the mantises surged toward me once more, employing the same tactic, ensuring I could not defend both my front and rear. However, this time the green-faced mantis, having risen from the ground, required a brief moment to gather its strength anew. I casually extracted the spear embedded in the tree and grasped it in my hand. If the indigenous people could wield it, then surely I could as well. During my time in the military, we had specifically trained in bayonet combat. Although the spear felt somewhat unwieldy when on the ground, here among the rocks, it was perfectly suited to my needs. Not only could it be used to fend off the green-faced mantises, but it also served well to deflect the incoming spears. The sight of me brandishing the spear momentarily stunned several of the indigenous people. My appearance starkly contrasted with theirs, and having never witnessed such a weapon in use, my action instilled a flicker of hesitation among them. Charge! The feathered indigenous leader commanded once more, and the 4 green-faced mantises surged forward again. Yet this time, the indigenous warriors did not hurl their spears, but chose to observe. The mantises attacked ferociously, but my spear easily swept them aside. As long as I remained below the rocks, they could not assert their dominance as the kings of the jungle. Observing this, a few of the indigenous people whispered amongst themselves, then several retreated into the forest. Aha! They intend to employ a flanking maneuver, a tactic long since utilized by their ancestors. I could easily surmise their intentions. They sought a new angle for a sudden assault. However, my choice of location was deliberate. The row of trees behind me effectively barred any potential surprise attacks. On my left was a sheer rock face, impassable even for the mantises, let alone these indigenous warriors. Their only avenues of approach were directly in front of me or to my right, leaving them with no alternative options, unless they possessed firearms, in which case I would find myself in dire peril atop the rocks. Though the indigenous people had dispersed, their assaults did not relent. These individuals were brimming with energy. Had I not recently strengthened considerably, I would have struggled against their war of attrition. This time, they opted to hurl stones, which fell like rain, each the size of a fist. Though not as lethal as firearms, they wielded a similar effect, albeit with significantly reduced lethality. While I was not left with a head full of bruises, I nonetheless endured numerous strikes and suffered considerable discomfort. This situation was untenable. I needed to devise a strategy to eliminate them, lest I remain trapped in a passive position, enduring their relentless onslaught. I pondered over possible escape plans. Yet no viable solution emerged. Although they could not advance, I found myself unable to descend. The moment I leaped from the rocks, the watchful green-faced mantises would spring into action. After a tense stalemate, I suddenly perceived movement on my left from the mountain. In the next instant, boulders cascaded down like rain, some as small as a bowl, others weighing hundreds of pounds. From such a height, even my ironclad body would be incapable of withstanding the impact. This area was not far from the Chigon tribe, and they had long been familiar with the surroundings, enabling them to devise such a formidable tactic. Damn, these indigenous people truly are formidable adversaries. I uttered a curse, realizing that I could no longer remain on this rock. If I lingered any longer, I would undoubtedly be crushed by the stones plummeting from above. Reluctantly, I chose to dash down the rocky surface. Fortunately, the green-faced insects were equally startled by the cascading rocks, scattering to the sides in a desperate bid for safety. At the moment of my descent, I brandished my spear and charged towards the indigenous man adorned with bird feathers. Harnessing the power of my strength, my speed was so swift that they could hardly react. With a piercing strike, my spear impaled the feathered native, lifting him over a meter into the air, blood gushing forth in a vivid display. Chapter 88. Seeking life amidst death, I pinned the leading native to the ground, and, shaking them off, I fled desperately into the depths of the jungle. The others were left bewildered, clearly not expecting their most formidable and cunning member to be dispatched so swiftly. The natives stood dumbfounded for 2 minutes before regaining their composure, commanding the waiting green-faced insects to pursue me once more. This brief window of time afforded me a sufficient lead. Alas, I was unfamiliar with the terrain, forced to run blindly by instinct. The dangers lurking within the jungle often elude imagination. Within less than a quarter hour, I found myself cornered. Before me loomed a sheer cliff, towering over 50 meters, its steepness offering no footholds for climbing. In the past, merely standing at the precipice would have sent my legs trembling. However, after extensive training in the military, I had managed to conquer my acrophobia. With no path ahead and pursuers behind, it was too late to turn back. The sounds of the green-faced insects leaping through the thicket reached my ears, their proximity now within 100 meters. Luckily, the natives were not as swift as the insects, lagging behind and unlikely to catch up for a while. The green-faced insects were formidable, yet their intelligence was lacking. They only exhibited great power when coordinated with the natives. This presented an opportunity for me. If I could devise a means to eliminate these insects, dealing with the pursuing natives would become significantly easier. Should I find myself overwhelmed, escaping would also be a viable option, as the absence of the green-faced insects would render them incapable of tracking me through the forest. Though my strategy was sound, devising a method to vanquish the green-faced insects posed a considerable challenge. Engaging them directly would not be advantageous. If 4 of them attacked simultaneously, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Surveying my surroundings, I noticed a nearby tree entwined with numerous sturdy vines. If they were long enough, I could potentially use them to lower myself down the cliff. However, the available vines were insufficient, stretching only about 10 meters. An audacious idea struck me. I resolved to lure the green-faced insects off the cliff. As long as they could not halt their charge, I was confident I could send them tumbling down the precipice. To accomplish this, I must also take immense risks. A single misstep could lead to my own demise. I severed a vine, tying one end to a tree as thick as a water bucket, while securing the other end around my waist. After ensuring it was tightly bound and would not come undone or break, I positioned myself at the edge of the cliff. A mere 50 centimeters behind me lay the abyss. To obscure my presence from these beasts, I cut several leafy branches and inserted them behind me, preventing them from easily discerning the precipice. Just as I completed this preparation, several grotesque green-faced mantises approached, closing the distance to about 10 meters. These creatures harbor a deep-seated vendetta. I had bested one of them several times today, and it longed to rend me to pieces. Now, seeing me motionless, they bared their elongated fangs and slowly advanced. I needed their momentum. Should they merely run towards me, they could halt at the edge, making it a challenge to coax them into the void. Thus, I raised my machete, feigning desperation. "Come on, you worthless beasts," I shouted, attempting to incite their fury. A few mantises recoiled in fear from my weapon, instinctively retreating a few steps. Observing their reaction, I hurled my machete at one of the mantises, striking it squarely on the back, though it merely severed a few of its hairs. Without my machete, I seized a leftover vine from the ground, approximately a meter in length. Although I swung it with vigor, it posed little threat to them. Sensing the opportunity to hunt me, the mantises quickly dispersed, preparing to launch an assault from various angles. Like many large animals, their favorite attack method was a pounce, utilizing their robust bodies and formidable strength to leap at their prey, then using their fangs to sever the throat of their victim. The mantis's claws were formidable as well, but primarily served as tools for tearing apart their prey's carcasses to facilitate feeding. As they drew within 5 meters, their forelegs pressed down, their bodies lowering in preparation. I understood this as a precursor to their attack. My task now was to continue luring them, ensuring all my efforts were not in vain. After a tense stalemate lasting several seconds, the mantises, perceiving me as a negligible threat, decisively launched their assault. They leapt high, akin to flying calves, hurtling toward me. I could discern their sharp teeth and the drool dripping from their gaping jaws. In the face of this impending doom, I felt no fear. Instead, I laughed. My body fell backward. The branches I had placed could not bear my weight, and I tumbled into the abyss. The green-faced mantis, in its reckless charge, caught sight of the precipice behind me. Yet, suspended in midair, there was no way for it to halt its momentum. With a heavy thud, I collided against the mountainside, only to witness several dark figures soar past my head, plummeting straight toward the abyss. How exhilarating! I let out a triumphant roar in midair, having finally dispatched a few of those bothersome mantises. From such a great height, even if they possessed 9 lives, survival was utterly impossible. Below lay a chaotic scattering of rocks, devoid of any cushioning. I could hear the dull thuds of their bodies striking the ground, though I could not see the outcome. I knew with certainty that they would be reduced to a mere pulp. My spirits soared, and just as I prepared to ascend using the vines around my waist, I noticed another green-faced mantis teetering at the edge of the cliff, half of its body precariously hanging over the precipice as it struggled to retreat. Despite my meticulous calculations, I had not anticipated that one mantis could halt its momentum and execute a sudden break. It hovered directly above me, and should I ascend without caution, I would surely be vulnerable to its attack. I could not allow such a scenario to unfold. In a moment of desperation, I propelled myself forcefully against the mountainside, causing the vine to spring up and sweep violently towards the mantis. The mantis, already in an unstable position, was sent sliding back down, unexpectedly hurtling towards me along the vine. Chapter 89. The hunt. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine such a predicament. If that mantis landed upon me, even if it ultimately fell into the abyss, it would undoubtedly leave me with several gashes. To avert this calamity, I counteracted its approach, causing the vine that had been descending to bend upwards. No matter how formidable the mantis may be, grasping the slippery vine proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As I moved, it lost its grip and plummeted alongside me into the chasm. What a close call! I exhaled deeply, finally ridding myself of those green-faced nuisances. Now, only the indigenous people remained, their threat to me diminished by 50%. With minimal effort, I climbed back up from the cliff's base and retrieved my machete. The natives had yet to approach, but I could faintly hear their voices in the distance. It appeared they were at least 500 meters away. Observing the chaotic scene, a plan began to form in my mind. The aftermath of the battle would surely be evident, and the natives would come to investigate. This offered me the perfect opportunity to set a rudimentary trap. If they were not sufficiently cautious, they could easily fall prey to it. I bent a tree, about the thickness of a bowl, and secured a vine to it, crafting the simplest of triggering mechanisms. Should anyone inadvertently touch the trigger, the small tree would spring up, and the vine would taut instantly. Those directly in front would likely be propelled off the cliff by the force of the tree's recoil. This trap is far too commonplace for soldiers adept in jungle warfare and is remarkably easy to set. However, the indigenous people are not skilled in such tactics. They have never even encountered them before, making them highly susceptible to deception. After I meticulously arranged the trap, I employed some grass and leaves to create a necessary camouflage. In just a brief moment, the indigenous individuals were less than 200 meters away from my position. I hurriedly found a suitable hiding place and awaited their arrival in silence. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, the indigenous people finally approached. I counted them. There were only 5. It seemed the others had accompanied the feathered indigenous person and the injured mantis back to their village. Each of them held a spear, moving with utmost caution, as if they were hunting a wild beast. Observing from my concealed vantage point, I couldn't help but find their demeanor somewhat amusing. They were indeed not foolish. Yet their experiences were limited, and their methods of sustenance were exceedingly primitive. In the past, even when faced with a single indigenous individual, I lacked the confidence to prevail. Their physical strength was remarkable, and I was reluctant to resort to lethal force. Now, however, circumstances had changed. My strength had significantly increased, and my mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Even when confronted by several robust indigenous warriors, I felt no trepidation. The indigenous people soon discovered the disarrayed traces on the cliff, particularly the claw marks on the ground, clearly made by the mantis. They also beheld the cliff ahead, halting their advance just a meter from the edge, revealing a natural fear of heights that even these seasoned denizens of the wilderness could not escape. Two of them peered cautiously over the precipice, while the remaining three scoured the area around the site of the skirmish. One of them quickly approached the live trap I had set. Oblivious to the impending threat, he casually walked past it. Suddenly, the trap was triggered. The small tree sprang up with a forceful snap. The vines attached to the tree shot forth with great strength. The man, entirely unprepared for such an occurrence, was catapulted backward by the vines, hurtling directly towards the two indigenous individuals who were observing the cliff. The two, engrossed in their watch, only turned around upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the dark figure hurtling toward them, they had no time to evade, instinctively raising their spears in defense. The three indigenous individuals became entangled in a chaotic tumble and fell over the edge of the cliff amidst their frantic cries. The remaining two were left in a state of bewilderment, nervously scanning their surroundings, utterly unaware of any presence, save for the tree that continued to sway. Could it be that the mountain spirit was punishing them? One of the indigenous men, terrified, hastily knelt on the ground, fervently praying. The other, equally perplexed, quickly followed suit. Amused by their foolishness, I remarked to myself, "You have committed many wrongs and must, of course, face divine retribution." As I spoke, I brandished my machete and leisurely emerged from my hiding place. With only two remaining, it was they who should now feel fear, not I. How did you do that?" The two indigenous individuals exclaimed upon hearing my voice, hastily rising to their feet. However, observing their stammering speech, it was evident they had lost the courage to confront me head-on. How I achieved this is of no concern to you. Suffice it to say, I now require your honest responses. Should anyone dare to deceive, the fate of your deceased comrades shall befall you. I raised the machete in my hand, the gleaming blade flashing a brilliant light, startling both natives. "Do not heed his words. He has desecrated our tribe's totem. We must eliminate him," one obstinate native insisted. Is a mere broken pillar of such significance? Moreover, that totem was clearly toppled by your so-called guardian. Do not lay the blame at my feet. I continued to undermine their confidence. Although these natives possessed formidable physiques, their mental fortitude was remarkably fragile. The two natives exchanged glances, their skepticism growing towards the supposed guardian. In the past, the cloaked figure would have already appeared in such circumstances. Now, nearly all of those pursuing me lay dead, and the guardian had yet to show itself. Answer my questions truthfully, and I shall allow you to return to your tribe. Should you choose to lie, your demise is imminent. I had no desire to annihilate these natives entirely. While they had committed numerous atrocities and taken many lives, it was merely a struggle for survival. If I could glean information about Fayer and the others from them, I saw no necessity to eradicate them. What do you wish to know? Should you intend to harm our Chigon tribe, even in death, I shall not comply. The defiant demeanor of that native indicated their unwavering commitment to their tribe's interests above all else. Recently, you attacked the Haida tribe. What became of the women you captured? I was disinterested in circling around the subject and delved straight to the point. Oh, you inquire about this? The two natives appeared taken aback, revealing that the women were merely captives, ultimately taken by the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan? Where are they? How can I reach them? A wave of joy surged within me as I finally acquired news of Fayer and the others. No wonder no one from the Chigon tribe had been seen. They were not present here at all. Chapter 90. A host of enchantresses. I had gleaned the approximate location of the Jiang clan from the natives. Yet navigating through this desolate wilderness to accurately locate them would prove to be no trivial task. In this modern age of advanced communication, pinpointing locations often necessitates navigation tools, and I could not guarantee my ability to discover the Jiang clan amidst the mountains and fields. A slight deviation could lead me astray into the unknown. Initially, I had intended to have the natives guide me, but they had never ventured there. The only native familiar with the area had already met his demise at my hands. At this moment, I found myself yearning for Mei. With her at my side, she could effortlessly carry me there, even if we strayed from our path. It would not be an arduous endeavor. At present, I find myself relying solely on instinct, yet the mountains offer no straight path. After meandering for some distance, I have lost all sense of my whereabouts. Having traversed the terrain for an entire day, I have yet to catch even a glimpse of a tribe. My spirits are quite low. I have subsisted on a mere handful of wild fruits, and hunger gnaws at me. Suddenly, I come across a small stream, which not only promises to quench my thirst, but also offers the possibility of catching some fish or shrimp to satiate my hunger. I follow the stream in search of sustenance. Although I fail to catch any fish, I stumble upon a water snake, roughly the thickness of an arm. Weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds, my fortune seems to be turning. Without much effort, I manage to capture the snake. After skinning and cleaning it, I set about roasting it by the stream's edge. This time, I have brought along some seasoning, as Mills had prepared me well before my departure. Surviving in the wild for an extended period without any salt would render my palate utterly bland. As I apply the seasoning and roast the snake meat, a melodious laughter reaches my ears from afar. Approaching along the stream are several boldly dressed women. I can't help but wonder if I am about to encounter some supernatural beings. Observing the flamboyant women, my composure begins to waver. The indigenous women I have previously encountered on this island were predominantly dark and unattractive, with the few that were somewhat appealing being rather stout. Yet, the women before me are strikingly different. They are youthful and beautiful, with remarkably fair skin. Their attire is daring and provocative, irresistible to any man. Though I have never harbored thoughts of encountering spirits, the peculiar happenings on this island have been numerous, leaving me to ponder whether there truly are supernatural creatures lurking here. Wow, that guy is so strong, I like him, exclaimed the woman clad in red gauze as she caught sight of me, her excitement palpable. Hee, Aisha, you're not thinking of keeping him all to yourself, are you? This time, you mustn't monopolize him, chimed in the other women, their enthusiasm infectious. The realization dawned upon me with a shiver. These women are indeed rather enchanting. As they draw closer, encircling me, 2 daring souls even squeeze my biceps, akin to inspecting livestock at a market, with one of them teasingly pouting her red lips and flashing her pearly whites. I find myself apprehensive about what they might do next. Young man, your muscles are impressive. Where do you hail from? Aisha boldly inquired. Their indigenous language, while slightly different from that of the Chigan tribe, is surprisingly easier for me to comprehend. Dear ladies, I possess little flesh upon my bones. Consuming me will not grant you immortality. Perhaps you should seek other fare, I replied, a touch of nervousness in my voice. Haha, young man, you are quite amusing. The women erupted into laughter at my words, and I too felt a sense of bewilderment. It finally struck me. They are indeed normal humans, with no relation to any mythical creatures. I had merely frightened myself, my mind not fully grasping the situation. I traveled from the seaside. May I inquire from where you ladies have come? Do you know the whereabouts of the Jiang clan? Coming back to my senses, I promptly inquired about it. The Jiang clan? What business do you have with them? Are we not good enough for you sisters? Aisha's response was somewhat peculiar, her gaze cautious as she regarded me. Upon hearing my question, the expressions of several women turned serious. What does your relationship with us have to do with it? My friend has been captured by the people of the Jiang clan, and I must rescue her. I spoke frankly, hoping they might provide me with some information. Searching for indigenous tribes in this wilderness is indeed a daunting task. Oh, so you are an enemy of the Jiang clan. Aisha appeared relieved upon uttering those words. As soon as she finished speaking, several colorful ribbons flew towards me. A few seemingly delicate young women possessed surprising strength, binding me in no time. What are you doing? A gentleman uses words, not force. Could you please let me go so we can talk? I was bewildered once again. These women seemed to have lost their senses, tying me up without any clarification. You are our enemy. What is there to discuss? Take her back, Aisha said impatiently. I began to understand. These women were likely from the Jiang clan. What a stroke of bad luck. Are you from the Jiang clan? I never said I wanted to fight or struggle with you. I was utterly frustrated. Indigenous people have a penchant for recklessness, regardless of gender. Fight. You are now my captive. On what grounds would you battle with us? Sisters, carry her away. We shall have our fun tonight. Aisha beckoned to the other women, and they lifted me as though I were a mere pig. Wait, I haven't eaten all day. Could you allow me to consume this spicy strip before we proceed? Gazing at the already grilled snake meat, I couldn't help but salivate. Well, indeed, Without food, one lacks the energy to work. Amy, feed him the snake meat. Aisha directed a relatively younger girl, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, still in the throes of adolescence. She picked up the snake meat, playfully bringing it to my mouth. Just as I was about to bite, she withdrew it. Why do you call it a spicy strip? What is that? Amy inquired curiously. A spicy strip is a delicious meat. Try it and see. I hastily explained, realizing that to clarify what a spicy strip truly is would require a lengthy discourse, and they might still not comprehend. Liar. I refuse to eat snake meat. It's fishy and foul, utterly unpalatable. Amy wrinkled her adorable nose, clearly skeptical of my words. Snake meat can indeed be quite pungent if not prepared well. The indigenous people evidently lacked culinary skills, making it unsurprising that the dish would be unappetizing. That is because you do not know how to cook. Taste my craftsmanship, and I assure you it will be delicious. I was not exaggerating. When prepared correctly, snake meat can be remarkably delightful. Chapter 91. Personal belongings. It smells quite fragrant, though the taste is another matter altogether. Amy regarded my words with skepticism. However, this time she tantalizingly brought the snake meat to my lips, allowing me to savor a delightful bite. Observing my enjoyment, Amy could not help but swallow hard. Could it truly be that fragrant? She brought the snake meat to her nose, seemingly surprised by the absence of the usual foul odor. Of course, it lacks any unpleasant scent. If it were truly repugnant, you could sever my head and use it as a ball, I declared with utmost sincerity, prompting Amy to genuinely consider a taste. Amy, do not trust him. This substance might be poisonous. Consuming it could lead to our demise, allowing him to escape. Aisha interjected with an utterly absurd rationale. Dear lady, this snake meat was roasted for my own consumption. How could it possibly be toxic? Am I to prepare for my own demise? I scoffed at Aisha's remarks, finding her reasoning utterly nonsensical. Even if it were not poisonous, we do not consume meat. She insisted with grave seriousness, as though partaking in flesh were a grave transgression. I had never encountered an indigenous person who abstained from meat. Are your ancestors perhaps of the halal faith? Even they must eat beef and lamb, I mused, utterly baffled by their peculiar beliefs. The evolution of humankind, beyond the mastery of tools, hinges significantly on the consumption of meat. Carnivorous animals are generally far more intelligent than their herbivorous counterparts. How do you know our ancestors were of the halal faith? Are you truly an envoy sent by our adversaries? Aisha exclaimed in astonishment. I, too, was taken aback. My previous words had been mere conjecture, yet they proved startlingly accurate. Could it be that this island once harbored followers of the halal faith? How could I possibly be your foe? I merely sought my woman from the Jiang tribe. You are misconstruing matters. I found myself utterly speechless. Setting aside the fact that I was a stranger to these women, even if they were indeed from the Jiang tribe, the notion of enmity was excessively exaggerated. I engaged Aisha in a lengthy discourse, exhausting my words, yet she remained unconvinced. Conversely, Amy was quite amiable, diligently ensuring I finished the snake meat. Half an hour later, I was carried into a tribe by Aisha and the others. To my surprise, the scale of this tribe rivaled that of the Qigong tribe. Yet I noticed a peculiar scarcity of men. Those who moved before me were predominantly women. Upon entering the tribe, several women removed their colorful veils, draping them over me, rendering me as if I were a figure to be concealed. Only upon entering the tent did they unveil themselves. What is the meaning of this? Are you afraid I might be taken from you? I questioned, perplexed by the oddity of the situation. Silence. If you wish to live, refrain from speaking. Aisha shot me a fierce glare before addressing Amy and the others, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over me to prevent any sister from whisking me away. Fear not, Aisha, we shall guard him diligently, ensuring no issues arise, Amy reassured, patting her chest with the bravado of a seasoned protector. What is the meaning of this? Have men never graced your tribe? Upon witnessing Elsa emerge from the tent, I boldly inquired of Amy. Indeed, there are men. Yet those captured from the outside are deemed personal property. A robust man such as yourself is a rarity. Should you be seized by another, you would no longer belong to us. Amy candidly addressed my question, stating, Please, I belong solely to myself. When did I ever become your personal property? I was left utterly exasperated by the domineering and ignorant notions of these indigenous people. Who would have thought that upon our first meeting, they would resort to binding me so securely? Thus, I unwittingly became their possession. Your allegiance is not dictated by your own assertions, unless you can conquer our sisterhood. You are obliged to heed our commands. Amy's words incensed me greatly. Engaging in reason with these natives is undeniably a harrowing endeavor. Conquer? What manner of conquest do you suggest? My thoughts were consumed by this dilemma. Since there exists a pathway, I must devise a strategy. Indeed, it requires the use of your abilities. Should you manage to simultaneously impregnate us, you would have proven your worth, she continued. Sister Elsa will enhance your, restoring your freedom. Amy's declaration left me momentarily speechless. Such a method of conquest is indeed exceptionally peculiar. For the vast majority of men, it might be a most coveted opportunity. Although the sisters conduct themselves with a certain tyranny, their appearance and figures are undeniably commendable. Any man would find it difficult to refuse such an alluring proposition. You are quite young. Do you also wish to conceive? I observed Amy, who appeared to be underage, and wondered if this tribe held no standards whatsoever. Could such a young girl be involved? I began to question whether the chieftain of this tribe was a perverse individual to establish such bizarre customs. Of course, I am of age. If Sister Elsa and I were to bear a daughter, our status would undoubtedly rise significantly. Amy gazed at me with a look of yearning. Elevating status through daughters? Why is your tribe so distinct from others? I found myself perplexed. Be it the Black Tower tribe or the Red Sweet tribe, they are predominantly patriarchal, with women often regarded as mere appendages, serving solely as vessels for procreation. Boys represent the tribe's hope. Only tribes that produce male offspring garner respect. Because our tribe is matriarchal, men are here to labor. Only women can lead us forward, Amy elucidated, and suddenly, I grasped the situation. This was indeed a matriarchal society, which explained the considerable differences from other tribes. The essence lies in the dominance of women. Is this the Jiang clan? What becomes of the women that are captured? I hastily inquired about the welfare of Fire and the others. If this tribe is matriarchal, perhaps their circumstances are not as dire as I had presumed. We are indeed the Jiang clan. Our chieftain, Jiang Meiyong, is a remarkable leader. She has greatly expanded our tribe and earned the respect and recognition of other tribes. Amy spoke of the chieftain, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence. Let's get to the point. What will happen to the women you captured? I expressed my indifference towards their chieftain, solely concerned about the fate of Phil and the others. Typically, female slaves brought back from outside are kept in solitary confinement, required to work. Should any of the tribe's people wish to trade or negotiate, they would be used as bargaining chips. Amy's words caused my heart to race. The situation of Phil and the others was far from the optimistic scenario I had envisioned. Chapter 92. Conquering them, I had numerous conversations with Amy, who, in her innocence, shared the fundamental details of the Jiang clan with me. The more I learned, the more anxious I became, yearning to rescue Phil and the others from their dire circumstances. Yet, I was now someone else's possession, and I found myself at a loss regarding how to save them. If push came to shove, I might have to first conquer the Aisha sisters before seeking further options. In the evening, Aisha finally returned. Quickly prepare dinner. Tonight, there's a dance battle, and we must perform well. Aisha's face was alight with excitement, almost blooming with joy. Amy and the others were equally elated, their spirits buoyant as if celebrating a festival. It's just a dance battle. Is there really a special reward for winning? I couldn't help but pour cold water on their enthusiasm while inquiring about the nature of the event. The rewards are plentiful. If one triumphs in the clan's dance battle, not only will they gain the admiration and declarations of many men, but they will also receive rewards from the chieftain. Our status within the tribe will elevate, granting us access to more resources in the future, Amy patiently explained. At last, I understood why Aisha was particularly thrilled upon hearing about the dance battle. The women excitedly chatted while starting to prepare dinner. Observing the ingredients they brought forth, I noted they were indeed light vegetarian dishes, sweet potatoes, greens, and the like. However, their culinary skills left much to be desired. Their cooking resembled a haphazard stew, hardly appealing. Hey, could you all let me help with dinner? The way you're preparing it makes the food nearly inedible, I said, unable to bear the sight any longer. This presented an opportunity to extricate myself from the awkward situation. You can cook? The men in our tribe only know how to do rough work. Are you trying to deceive me into helping you escape? Aisha regarded me with suspicion, instinctively sensing my ulterior motives. Of course, my culinary skills are of a chef's caliber, and I can prepare dishes that would far surpass yours in taste. As for escaping, rest assured, I can swear to your gods, if I attempt to flee, I shall meet a grim fate, I boasted, exaggerating my abilities. While I may have been embellishing my prowess, I often cooked at home and could whip up simple dishes with ease. Compared to the amateur efforts of these women, I could certainly be considered a chef. Elsa observed me swearing an oath to their deity, and her initial suspicion diminished significantly. The indigenous people hold their gods in the highest regard, in their worldview. Swearing an oath to a deity establishes a rule that must not be violated, lest one incur divine punishment. Very well. I shall grant you my trust for the time being. Should your cooking prove unpalatable, you shall henceforth engage in the most unpleasant and odious tasks. Elsa threatened as she untied me. I surmised that such tasks would involve cleaning latrines or tending to livestock. Their agricultural labor was not particularly burdensome. So how exhausting could it truly be? Once Elsa released me, I stretched my limbs and adeptly began to prepare the food. With the available ingredients, I decided to concoct a pot of corn and radish soup. Sweet potatoes, as the staple, would undoubtedly be most delightful when roasted. Additionally, I could prepare a cold dish of shredded radish, while the greens could be stir-fried. To my pleasant surprise, they possessed a fair amount of condiments, including chili peppers, one of my favorite seasonings. Cooking without chili is akin to existing without a soul. You use this oil excessively. It requires frying to enhance its flavor. I remarked after examining the oil Elsa had produced, which appeared to be a semi-frozen fat of some sort. Is there truly such a nuance to using oil? Elsa perceived my comments as mere fastidiousness. The indigenous people seldom concerned themselves with such details, as long as there was food. However, as a modern individual who has long since distanced myself from primitive sustenance, a pursuit of culinary refinement is paramount. I felt no inclination to elaborate further and proceeded according to my own inclinations. After approximately an hour, I presented the meticulously categorized dishes on the table, inciting some eagerness among the women. Sister Elsa, this fellow genuinely seems adept at cooking, one remarked, while Amy nearly salivated at the sight. She had been tempted by the aroma of the roasted snake meat earlier, but had resisted due to Elsa's prohibitions. One must taste it to ascertain its quality. What if it is merely appealing without substance? Elsa maintained her skepticism regarding my culinary skills, reflecting her profound wariness of me. In essence, the Jiang clan is a matriarchal tribe, where men are viewed through a lens of diminished status, regardless of their words or actions. Let us dine. Your judgment shall determine the meal's quality, I declared, finally bringing forth the roasted sweet potatoes. A delectable aroma wafted throughout the tent. I had inquired of Amy, and learned that they typically either boiled sweet potatoes or consumed them raw, never contemplating alternative methods of preparation. I shall partake of this, Elsa declared, first selecting the cold, shredded radish. I had sliced it finely and evenly. When mixed with salt, I added some charred chili, garnished with 2 small red flowers. The dish appeared fresh and visually appealing. As Elsa placed the crisp radish shreds into her mouth, her expression transformed into one of peculiar surprise. The pungent aroma of the chili was intensely stimulating to the palate. Though the dish was simple, its flavor was delightful and invigorating. Sister Aisha, how is it? Is it delicious? Amy and the others all gazed at Aisha, hesitant to eat until she spoke. Not bad, Aisha replied, rarely smiling at me as she picked up more food and placed it into her mouth. She signaled to Amy and the other girls that they could begin to eat. Wow, this is incredible. Sister Aisha, we have struck gold, Amy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling after just one bite, giving me a thumbs up. For a group from a tribe with no culinary skills, my cooking could undoubtedly be considered a gourmet delight. The women grew increasingly animated as they ate, the same ingredients transforming into something entirely different in my hands. Watching them was akin to observing Lu Lao Lao enter the Grandview Garden. I thought to myself, these women truly have not seen much of the world. Just as the women were enjoying their meal, a woman adorned with a floral crown parted the tent and entered. What are you all eating that smells so delightful? Ah, Chief, you have arrived. The women exclaimed in surprise, immediately pausing their meal. It's just some coarse food. If you like it, Chief, please join us, Aisha quickly offered, gesturing for Jiang Meiyang to take a seat. The woman wasted no time, sitting down and beginning to eat. The flavor is indeed quite good. Who among you made this? Your skills have improved considerably, Jiang Meiyang remarked, glancing at the women, yet she completely overlooked me, standing off to the side. I must admit, men in the Jiang tribe seem to have little presence. Even as a striking man and the only male in the tent, I failed to capture the chief's attention. Aisha opened her mouth, initially intending to claim credit for the cooking, But the lie faltered on her lips, and she shifted her gaze toward me. "This is what we caught from outside today. This fellow is quite the cook," Aisha said somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, a man who can cook? A man who spends his days by the pots and pans seems to have little promise." Jiang Meiyong turned to glance at me, her gaze akin to that of examining an object. Her words ignited my frustration. I had hoped that my culinary talents would attract the chief's notice, perhaps forging a connection that could aid in rescuing Fei and the others. Instead, I discovered that her feminism surpassed my own masculinity, dismissing men entirely. "Indeed, Chief, you are correct. Men are of no real use except for labor," Aisha hastily agreed, belittling men. "That is not quite right. Without men, can you women give birth on your own?" My irritation flared, and I could not restrain myself from speaking out. "Silence. We are conversing. You have no place to interject." Quickly apologized to the chief. Aisha glared at me, her expression as if I had committed a grave offense. "I spoke the truth. Why should I apologize?" "You truly overestimate your importance," my temper flared in response. "Now that the constraints have been loosened, should I fear a few women? You are an outsider, are you not? I believe I have seen you somewhere before." Jiang Meiyong gazed at me in surprise, uttering something that left me equally perplexed. In my recollection, I had never encountered anyone from the Jiang tribe, let alone Jiang Meiyong. Where could she have seen me? I boldly revealed, "I visited the Black Tower tribe, and my woman was captured and taken to your tribe." I preferred to be forthright, avoiding a lengthy discussion filled with the inconsequential. "Oh, I seem to recall now. You leapt from that mountain with a woman. I did not expect you to still be alive. You are quite fortunate," Jiang Meiyong responded, reflecting on my words. It turned out she was present at that time, as the leader of the Jiang tribe. When the Jiang tribe went to battle, they had a peculiar custom of painting their faces and bodies with pigments, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between genders upon casual observation. When I first saw them, their faces appeared ghastly, a throng of figures rendered indistinguishable. How could anyone recognize who was who? "Damn it, you all conspired to annihilate the Black Tower tribe for gunpowder. Yet we had little connection to them. Why were our people captured as well?" I boldly questioned the tribe leader. "You cannot blame me for that. It was your choice to associate with the Black Tower tribe. I merely seized a few slaves in passing. Those women of yours are utterly useless. Had I not seen the potential for them to bear children, I would have had them killed long ago." Jiang Meiyong held a deep-seated disdain for Fei and the other women. Despite their beauty, they could not contribute to the tribe in any meaningful way. Lacking the resilience to endure hardships, the skills to weave or craft, and they struggled to communicate due to the language barrier. "You are being utterly unreasonable. Would you be willing to let your tribe members be captured and enslaved by others?" I challenged her boldly. "There is no question of willingness. Many of our tribe have been taken as slaves. Other tribes treat our people this way. Why should I show you any leniency? Do you think our survival is easy?" Jiang Meiyong remained unfazed. In a primitive tribe devoid of any legal standards, the status of women is indeed abysmally low, and survival is a relentless struggle. Surrounded by men, establishing a matriarchal tribe would inevitably encounter myriad challenges. Without a fierce disposition, one could easily be torn apart by the surrounding wolves. Though I hailed from a modern society, I found myself powerless to resolve this predicament. This tribal existence was exceedingly primitive, with its inhabitants adhering strictly to a self-serving mode of survival. "Jiang leader, may I propose a transaction? I can offer you something of value in exchange for their return." I understood that I could not alter this tribal way of life, and I, too, risked becoming ensnared in it. "A transaction? What could you possibly offer me? Your culinary skills?" Jiang Meiyong regarded me with disdain. She believed that a man like me could not possibly possess anything of value. "Culinary skills are but a fragment of the knowledge I possess, which has the potential to significantly enhance your lives." I pondered the various methods that could be beneficial to them, including hunting techniques, trap crafting, and military tactics. Should I impart these contemporary strategies to them, the survival methods of the Jiang clan would undergo a remarkable transformation, placing them far ahead of neighboring tribes. "Are you truly this confident? Pray tell, what can you offer me?" The chieftain of the Jiang clan finally exhibited interest. Her ability to elevate the Jiang clan to such heights undoubtedly reflects her ambition and pioneering spirit. After careful consideration, I selectively shared some insights with her. These concepts may seem rudimentary in modern society, yet they represent a revolutionary advancement for them. However, mere knowledge is insufficient. While the traps you mentioned may prove useful, we have our own hunting methods that suffice without them. As for warfare, There seems to be no necessity for that. I am reluctant to engage in conflict with other tribes. Jiang Meiyang's appetite was insatiable. Despite the utility of my offerings, she dismissed them with a few curt words. I surmised that her disregard was not due to a lack of appreciation for Fei and the other women, but rather her desire for more leverage, more practical and advanced resources. I further proposed an irresistible condition, the ability to assist in creating gunpowder and to share some fundamental methods of its use. Gunpowder? The very substance we retrieved from the Black Tower tribe? It is said that such a creation requires divine blessing. Can you truly produce it? Jiang Meiyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 94. Additional conditions. I, too, have received divine favor. If you doubt, behold the mark of the deity upon my hand. I presented my right hand, adorned with the divine insignia, for her inspection. They likely could not identify its significance, yet gunpowder bears no connection to the divine. I am uncertain who concocted such unfounded claims, yet they have garnered acceptance among the indigenous people. To gain Jiang Meiyang's trust, I found myself fabricating this baseless narrative. Jiang Meiyang scrutinized the divine mark on my palm for at least 2 minutes before regaining her composure. If you can indeed procure gunpowder for us, I will return them to you. However, this arrangement is insufficient, for you are not a free man. You must not only secure their freedom, but your own as well. To avoid substantial loss on my part, I felt compelled to impose an additional condition. Do not overreach. With these resources, I could acquire 10 or more women from any tribe. I felt a surge of anger. This woman was insatiable, repeatedly raising the stakes. I acknowledged her words. Yet I reminded her that my beloved women were within my grasp, and the decision to exchange them lay solely with me. However, be forewarned. The chieftain of the Shuryan tribe has long coveted your women and has offered considerable incentives for their exchange. Should you waver, I shall consider transferring them to him. Jiang Meiyang was confident I would not retreat. Though her words may not have been entirely truthful, I dared not gamble on the outcome. Upon arriving at the Jiang clan, Fei and the others found refuge, which has significantly alleviated my animosity towards the indigenous tribes. I am sincerely grateful to Jiang Meiyang. Despite her domineering nature and insatiable demands, she has elevated the status of women considerably. In her tribe, even female slaves are afforded respect, and no one is permitted to coerce them against their will. Reflecting on the fate of Yue, who fell into the hands of the Qigong tribe, I cannot help but ponder the potential repercussions had Fei and her companions been subjected to the same fate. I harbor no confidence in my ability to restore a woman, already so deeply wounded in both body and spirit, to a semblance of normalcy. Although the living conditions of Fei and her companions are far from ideal, they are, in a sense, fortunate. With these thoughts weighing on my mind, I ultimately chose the path of compromise. I urged her to lay out all conditions at once, as the gradual accumulation of demands was overwhelming my nerves. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Meiyang smiled mysteriously. Besides what you have just mentioned, I have but one additional stipulation. If you meet this condition, both you and your women shall be free. What is this condition? I intend to select 10 women from the tribe, and you must ensure that they all conceive. This additional condition should not pose much difficulty for you. In fact, most men would relish such an opportunity. Jiang Meiyang's proposition left me in a state of bewilderment. I could never have imagined that she would resort to such a scheme involving breeding. The act of conception is influenced by numerous factors. It is not merely a matter of will. Some women may struggle for years without success. I found myself at a loss for words regarding Jiang Meiyang's suggestion. While it may seem straightforward in theory, the practicalities are far from amusing. She was treating me like a mere breeding stallion. And not every act of procreation is accompanied by joy. If I were to agree to this condition, how would I face Fei and Myers? Would they accept this version of me? I am not a conservative man. Like many others, I do not shy away from having multiple partners. The women of the Jiang clan possess commendable beauty and physique, and I trust Jiang Meiyang would not present me with women who are aged or unattractive, as such choices would not fulfill the reproductive criteria. Nevertheless, regardless of their allure, their standing in my heart cannot compare to that of Fei. If I acquiesce to this condition, I risk losing Fei and the others, which would render my life devoid of its original vibrancy. Beyond these external considerations, there are two significant internal dilemmas. What if some of these women do not conceive? Will Jiang Meiyang keep me imprisoned within the Jiang clan indefinitely? Even if they all do conceive, how could I simply abandon my offspring to live a primitive existence? This seemingly simple additional condition has left me feeling overwhelmed. Why must this burden fall upon me? Even if the Jiang clan has fewer men, surely there are plenty of men in other tribes. Why not seek them out? I fixed my gaze upon Jiang Meiyang. The seemingly enticing conditions have rendered me utterly conflicted. Although I do not consider myself a virtuous man, I still adhere to fundamental principles of humanity. The additional stipulation is indeed difficult to accept. You are mistaken. We do not lack men. Or else the Jiang clan would have ceased to exist long ago. The reason I have imposed this condition is that you are the chosen man, destined to bring fortune and divine blessings to our Jiang clan. The rationale presented by Jiang Meiyang is both absurd and amusing to me. This is the mark of the god of Zibalo. Legend has it that he is not particularly upright. Have you truly received his blessings? At this juncture, I must reveal the origins of this mark. The god of Zibalo? Jiang Meiyang paused, her brow furrowed. Indeed, he is a formidable deity, and whether he is righteous or not is not my concern. Our Jiang clan lacks even the most ordinary guardian spirit. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Jiang Meiyang appears resolute, firmly believing in me as the chosen one, which leaves me feeling quite vexed. These indigenous people possess a stubborn mindset. Once they have made a decision, even a herd of oxen could not budge them. Must this condition be non-negotiable? It must be, and there is no room for discussion. Jiang Meiyang declared with unwavering conviction, as if she had made a momentous decision. Might it be possible to postpone this condition until I have resolved other matters? I decided to employ a delaying tactic, planning to escape with Feier and the others once I encountered them. Well, that is indeed feasible. After all, pregnancy is not achieved in a day, so a slight delay is acceptable. Jiang Meiyang finally relented, allowing my anxious heart to find a measure of equilibrium. May I meet them? I was eager to ascertain the status of Feier and the others. No problem. You will see them tonight. Jiang Meiyang readily acquiesced to my request. From now on, you shall first impart your culinary skills to Aisha and the others. Let the matter of gunpowder rest for now, as I do not yet require it. As Jiang Meiyang stood to leave, she specifically reminded me of a few things. With her words, I could effectively dismiss Aisha and the others' fervent plans for procreation. Chapter 95. Jealousy and rivalry. I casually consumed a few remnants of food that Aisha and the others had left behind, which sufficed as my dinner. The thought of soon encountering Feier stirred a small excitement within me. You look utterly unpresentable. Come, let me help you prepare. We must not disgrace our sisterhood in public. Aisha severely criticized my appearance, reminding me that tonight is the dance competition. Do you not wish to stand out? Who knows? Perhaps many beautiful sisters will take notice of you. Oh, spare me. Do you not think I have enough troubles as it is? I dismissed Aisha's intentions with disdain. Besides, how refined could the indigenous people's tastes possibly be? That is unacceptable. Although you have negotiated terms with the chief, until those conditions are fulfilled, you must still heed our wishes. Aisha forcibly dragged me away, and despite my protests, the women began to prepare me according to their tribal standards. Before long, a local native, his face adorned with paint and feathers atop his head, made his appearance. Though I lacked a mirror, I could surmise my own appearance. As night descended and the bonfire in the center of the tribe blazed, the men and women of the Jiang clan emerged. It was then that I realized there were indeed many men in this tribe. They were merely absent during the day, engaged in labor. These men strutted about like proud roosters, heads held high, eager to display their muscles and strength. Their singular aim was to win the favor of the women. Observing their crude performances was akin to witnessing the courtship rituals of animals in the wild. Yet, the success of their endeavors did not rest with them, but rather depended on the discerning gaze of the women. Regardless of the fervor with which the men performed, they remained mere background figures in the Jiang clan. This night was destined for the elegantly adorned women. Their attire was bold and sultry, with sheer fabrics that tantalizingly hinted at their curves, leaving the men slack-jawed and drooling. However, amidst this spectacle, I found no inclination to admire it. My sole desire was to reunite with Fei Er, Guan Lingyu, Su Ying, and even Yang Min. I scanned the tribe, yet their figures were nowhere to be found. Come on, you can't be this lethargic. You look as if you haven't eaten, Aisha remarked, nudging me from behind. I had hardly consumed anything, just scraps left by the others. I patted my belly, longing for the roasted meat I used to prepare. At that moment, several women approached, inquiring of Aisha. I heard you brought back a man. Is this what he looks like? Why does he seem so lackluster? Have you drained him before nightfall? Get lost. Am I that desperate? He is simply uninterested in you unattractive women, which is why he appears so disheartened, Aisha shot back, her sharp tongue rendering the questioning woman's expression sour. Hey you, come here. I need to verify your identity. The woman redirected her focus to me. Having lost the verbal duel with Aisha, uncertain of her intentions, I stood frozen, neither advancing nor retreating. Damn male slave. I commanded you to come over here. She snapped, her temper flaring. This was akin to how men in other tribes might berate women. Li Shui, don't go overboard. He is mine. Refrain from shouting, Aisha retorted, clearly displeased with the woman's tone. He is just a worthless man. What a treasure you think he is. Is he particularly endowed? Li Shui's words made me blush. You two carry on. I'll be right back. Wishing to extricate myself from the uncomfortable situation between the two women, I sought an excuse to slip away. Here, in a matriarchal tribe, opposing women was simply courting trouble. Stop. Who said you could leave? Chiu Kuei, bring him back to me. Li Hui's fury escalated. Elsa could endure a few harsh words, but she could not tolerate the insolence of a male slave ignoring her. Amidst Li Shui's furious reprimands, a remarkably robust man obstructed my path. This individual stood at least 6 feet tall, with arms as thick as a barrel, a clear testament to his formidable strength. You dare to offend the lady of the Jiang clan in her own territory? Surely, you must be out of your mind. If you wish to avoid a beating, you ought to follow me and apologize, he warned, cracking his knuckles ominously. Apologizing to a woman? I beg your pardon, but I am not interested. I regarded Chiu Kuei with an air of nonchalance, dismissing his threats entirely. Should he persist in his ignorance, I would not hesitate to assert my authority. Since my arrival at the Jiang clan, I had been harboring a pent-up frustration, waiting for an opportunity to release it. Now that someone had come to challenge me, I found the perfect outlet for my irritation. You are doomed. Chiu Kuei roared, swinging his arms to embrace me. I estimated his strength to be at least several hundred pounds. A frail individual might find their ribs shattered by such an attack. Yet, this approach was far too simplistic for someone like me. As he lunged at me, I suddenly sank down, executing a perfect lunge punch. With a resounding thud, my fist connected solidly with Chiu Kuei's abdomen, causing him to stumble back 3 paces before he collapsed onto the ground. The diminutive figure managed to bring down Chiu Kuei? This would surely be entertaining. Many onlookers shifted their attention to us. In the Jiang clan, it was common for men to fight on behalf of their female leaders. Yet it was also a thrilling spectacle. I perceived this as mere happenstance. That man was simply fortunate. Once Chiu Kuei regained his footing, he would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Many believed in Chiu Kuei's prowess, having witnessed his strength firsthand. At that moment, Elsa approached, visibly anxious. Are you up to the task? If not, we can concede. If all else fails, we could call for the clan leader. They wouldn't dare harm you. What shall I do after conceding? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I truly had no desire to engage in this petty rivalry. It was patently pointless. To concede would mean bowing and offering an apology. If Li Shui demanded it, I would also be obliged to serve as her slave for a month. Elsa spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if this were a common occurrence. In that case, I shall continue to fight. Are there any rules governing such contests in your clan? Upon hearing the prospect of bowing and serving for a month, I was resolute in my decision to fight. There are no rules. You may even kill your opponent if you possess the strength. Elsa's words startled me. I had not anticipated that such a seemingly mundane bout could be so brutally unforgiving. Chapter 96. An unconventional contest. Chiu Kuei rose from the ground, his face a mask of fury. My earlier punch had thoroughly incensed him. The young man, it is too late for you to concede now. I shall shatter your bones and use your head as a chamber pot. Chiu Kuei lunged at me like an enraged lion, his ferocity palpable. Though his strength was considerable, his combat experience and technique were rather crude. As he charged at me, it was evident that he possessed nothing but raw power devoid of any finesse. With a light tap of my toes, I sidestepped gracefully, evading his onslaught. Chiu Kuei attempted to strike multiple times, each time thwarted by my evasive maneuvers, never even managing to close the distance between us. Hushed murmurs of discontent arose from the crowd, who yearned for a more visceral display of combat, preferring the brutality of a brawl over my tactical evasion. I had no intention of indulging these barbaric inclinations. I would engage on my own terms. Are you not a man? If you have the courage, then stand and fight. Surely, you are not weaker than a woman. Chiu Kuei bellowed, panting heavily. His robust physique and substantial mass drained his stamina significantly. I surmised that if I continued to toy with him, his speed would diminish drastically. Of course, should it come down to sheer strength, I would not shy away from him. With my current physique, I ranked among the strongest even among the natives. This was without employing the power of the King of Strength. If I unleashed that, I could swiftly vanquish my opponent. If you wish to contend, then I shall oblige. Though I doubt you can endure for long. I had grown weary of showcasing my prowess before these natives. It was rather unfulfilling. This time, I did not evade but stood firm in my position. Chiokuei, seeing my stance, let out a roar and unleashed a massive punch towards me. In front of so many women, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity and demonstrate his might. As his fist loomed larger, I raised my hand to meet it. The resounding clash of our fists echoed, and I could see the muscles in Chiokuei's arm tremble visibly. He staggered back 2 paces, while I only retreated a single step. To my surprise, this seemingly less imposing young man matched Chiokuei's strength. The eyes of the women sparkled with newfound admiration, their perceptions of me transformed fundamentally. How obtuse you are, I mused internally. My handsome companion had clearly initiated his attack with less power, and yet he had only taken a step back, indicating that his strength surpassed Chiokuei's. Aisha finally lifted her head, beaming with pride at my display. Women, whether modern or tribal, often harbor a profound sense of vanity. Having suffered humiliation before the women, Chiokuei was increasingly desperate to restore his honor. His fists rained down upon me like a torrential downpour, fast and furious. I did not relent, matching him blow for blow. In less than a minute, we had exchanged dozens of strikes, and even I began to feel the strain in my arms. Upon witnessing such a scene, the men and women present were utterly enthralled, their excitement reaching a fever pitch as they cheered with fervor, seemingly craving a spectacle of bloodshed. There's no need to continue. You cannot defeat me, I gasped, having exerted nearly 80% of my strength in this round. I must admit, this Chiokuei is indeed formidable. Even a different opponent might struggle against him. I harbored no desire to reveal my full capabilities, as I needed to prepare for a potential escape, should they discern the entirety of my strength. Their vigilance would undoubtedly intensify. You are indeed powerful. I concede that in terms of strength, we are equals. However, as men, there are numerous other aspects we can contest, I remarked. Chiokuei was panting heavily, yet he stubbornly refused to concede defeat. What else do you wish to compare? Do you intend to challenge me in horseback archery? I jested, having never witnessed horses or bows and arrows in these primitive tribes. Their most familiar weapon was the spear, and if it came to that, I feared I would genuinely be at a disadvantage. Ignoring my banter, Chiokuei proclaimed loudly, I wish to compete with you for the most cheers from women. Cheers. What cheers? I was momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by his intentions. Come on, we are all men. Why put on a facade? Chiokuei laughed heartily as he began to showcase his muscles in a display that was part combat and part dance. Wow, Chiokuei is so powerful. Several women exclaimed in awe. Additionally, I could hear the distinct sound of gulping. Faced with their reactions, my mind struggled to comprehend. Was this truly the criteria for comparison? Chiokuei sought to engage in such a contest, which struck me as absurd. In a primitive society, one might expect to measure strength through combat rather than through displays of physical prowess. Are you afraid? Hurry up, or admit defeat. Chiokuei bellowed, his exuberance reminiscent of a victorious rooster. I found myself at a loss for words. He clearly sought to exhibit his charm and social prowess. Yet I was there to fight, not to compete in a beauty contest. Faster, faster, the women urged, their excitement seemingly unquenchable. I glanced at Aisha, perplexed. Do you truly find this entertaining? Aren't you embarrassed? Embarrassed? This is a symbol of your strength as men. Do you believe you cannot match him? If so, then concede. You might as well be a slave for a month. Aisha replied without a hint of shame, further igniting my frustration. These natives were utterly lacking in decorum. You people are exceedingly barbaric, I muttered under my breath, yet inwardly. I pondered whether it was better to suffer humiliation in front of them or to become a slave for a month. After weighing my options for a fleeting moment, clarity dawned. Becoming a slave for a month would be an act of self-inflicted torment. My plan to save others had yet to commence. To become someone else's servant would render my efforts futile. Let the competition begin. Who is afraid of whom? I resolved, preparing to reveal my own muscles. Wow, this fellow is no less impressive than Chiokuei. Aisha is truly fortunate. Many women gaze at him with stars in their eyes, as if they have encountered their most adored idol. Receiving such admiration from numerous women fills me with a sense of quiet pride. A man who can captivate the hearts of the majority of women is indeed a remarkable man. Amidst the attention of the crowd, we commenced our unique contest of beauty.